Lin Sheng was reborn on the day when all lords descended upon the realm, vowing to become the mightiest lord before the emergence of the Abyssal Queen, who now appeared merely as a destitute little girl fleeing for her life. The mechanical witch, infamous for incinerating 3,000 territories, was presently huddled in ruins, gnawing on moldy bread. The so-called disaster of the world, the blood-stained rose, could not even afford a decent sword. Recruitment fee? I shall offer triple. Enemies pursuing you? My territory shall serve as your sanctuary. Do you doubt my sincerity? Fear not, for I believe in your future even more than you do. The god-restraining rune tower, the god-slaying mecha project, the blood moon sword crypt. Those once feared female bosses now knelt respectfully on one knee beneath his throne. My lord, shall you first conquer this continent, or indulge in afternoon tea? Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 1. Rebirth asterisk asterisk. Welcome, esteemed lords, to your arrival. Please select your profession and talents. Upon completion of your selection, you will be reborn in different main cities according to your chosen profession. Once a profession is chosen, it cannot be changed. Lords are advised to choose wisely. In a vast expanse of whiteness, Lin Sheng opened his eyes, incredulously beholding the scene before him, his mouth agape in astonishment. This was a moment he had experienced 12 years prior, when he traversed into another world to become a lord. Millions had been summoned by the goddess Aisha, transported to a foreign realm to lead armies against the encroaching tide of chaos. These lords were referred to as the chosen by the denizens of this other world. The gentle feminine voice announcing the instructions was that of the creator goddess, Aisha. But, had I not perished? Lin Sheng had fought in that foreign realm for a full 12 years, painstakingly amassing resources within the cracks of a grand guild, poised to elevate his territory to a divine domain when he was betrayed by a teammate, leading to the collapse of his territory, the obliteration of his troops, and his own demise within the chaotic tide. Dazed, Lin Sheng reached out, pinching his arm. Ouch. It hurt. This was no dream, nor a fleeting vision before death. I have been reborn? Could it be that the goddess Aisha has graced me with a second chance? Please select your profession and talents promptly. The soothing female voice echoed once more in the white space, urging Lin Sheng to make his choice. Character cards floated around him, a warrior clad in armor, a priest surrounded by holy light, a mage wielding magic, and an archer brandishing a bow. If not for his intimate knowledge of each profession, most would linger on this interface. Drawing a deep breath to steady his nerves, Lin Sheng skimmed through the cards, selecting the least conspicuous one. Initial profession, thief. Do you wish to confirm? Yes. Lin Sheng affirmed his choice. In his past life, he had been naive and chosen the archer profession, believing that range combat was inherently safer than close quarters, given that one only had one life. Little did he anticipate that others would share the same sentiment, resulting in an oversaturation of range professions, causing the prices of initial profession materials to avoid falling behind. He had no choice but to exhaust his savings to change classes. This time, Lin Sheng chose the thief, not only to evade the pitfalls of range professions, but also because within his memories there existed a quest line to ascend to a hidden god-level thief profession. In this rebirth, he was determined to pursue perfection, to construct an impeccable territory, to assume a flawless profession, and to recruit ideal heroes. Lord Lin Sheng. Race, human. Profession, thief. Level, 1. Attributes. Attack, 2, affecting personal and troop damage. Defense, 2, affecting personal and troop defense value. Speed, 6, affecting movement distance and attack frequency. Knowledge, 0, affecting spell learning and mana. Spell power, 0, affecting spell effects. Dominion, 0, affecting troop capacity. Reputation, 0, affecting the attitude of various factions. Luck, 0, affecting loot and critical hits. Each individual possessed 10 initial attribute points, allocated according to their chosen profession. With a starting profession of thief, Lin Sheng's speed attribute received a commendable allocation of 6 points, surpassing all other professions, signifying a quicker strike. Speed and heightened attack frequency did, of course. These values merely represented an ideal state and did not guarantee ultimate combat prowess, for humans are creatures of emotion, and one's emotional will also plays a significant role. For instance, in moments of fear, trembling hands and legs would hinder one's attack speed. Likewise, in states of rage, one could unleash powerful attacks with a chance of inflicting double damage. In extreme anger, a person might accomplish anything, except mathematics. The thief not only develops quickly, but can also learn a profession-specific divine skill, steal. Upon activating this skill, one could randomly pilfer resources from enemies, and if fortune favored them, they might even strip foes bare. In later stages, when resources could number in the thousands, a few successful steals could lead to immense wealth. Profession confirmed. Please select your initial skill. The thief possesses 3 initial skills: throat slit, throwing knife, and stealth. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng chose stealth. Initial skills can be acquired via skill books. Skills like throat slit and throwing knife could be learned for a few hundred gold coins. Stealth, however, provided the highest cost-effectiveness in the early stages, and skill books for it were the most difficult to obtain, maintaining a consistently high price. Please select your initial talent. Note, each individual possesses only one talent, which cannot be altered once chosen. The goddess Aisha was indeed benevolent, providing special reminders for such significant choices. Professions could be restructured later through the waters of the underworld, but talents could not. Once selected, they were immutable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sheng gazed at the 3 talent cards before him. Talents are the manifestation of one's potential, awakening differently for each individual based on their inherent capabilities. Over the years, Lin Sheng had never encountered identical talents. Upon his return in this rebirth, he wondered if his talent had changed. As he unveiled the first talent card, a radiant blue light filled his vision. Rare level talent, Natural Berserker. You and your troops excel in combat, gaining more experience during battles. Your troops' morale soars, reducing the likelihood of panic during ambushes. Honor belongs to the Natural Berserker. Just as in his previous life, the second card was predictably Epic level talent, Resource Accountant. While scavenging for loot, you have a chance to discover hidden treasures, and your troops' logistical consumption is reduced. Conserving resources is a responsibility shared by all in his previous life. Lin Sheng relied upon this very skill to amass sufficient resources, carving a bloody path through the crevices of a grand guild, nearly achieving the status of the 10th Lord to ascend to the divine realm. Regrettably, he was betrayed and besieged by the Grand Guild, leading to his ultimate failure. The third talent card should have been a mere blank skill from his past life, of little worth. Lin Sheng casually flipped open the third card, Golden Legend. Wait, this is not right. How has it changed from my previous life? Could it be due to my rebirth? An epic level talent is already a rarity among the elite, while a legendary level talent is something Lin Sheng has only witnessed in legendary heroes, all of whom possess the potential to alter the very fabric of the world. He hurriedly examined the talent description. Talent, Heroic Lord. When an underling's loyalty reaches 100, the talent of that hero can be replicated, with no limit on the number of replications. The accomplishments of subordinates are attributed to their superior, including their talents. This is undoubtedly a divine skill. As a lord, with ample resources in the later stages, recruiting 3 to 5 heroes would pose no challenge. As long as all achieve a loyalty of 100, he could simultaneously replicate several talents, with one hero surpassing the capabilities of multiple others. Why bother with logistical talents now? Plans have changed. Lin Sheng decisively selected this talent, and the card transformed into a swirl of luminous energy, merging into his being. Talent selection complete. Teleportation will commence shortly. Please prepare yourself and refrain from extending any body parts beyond the teleportation conduit. If you were to avoid the teleportation conduit, the outcome would be a mundane arrival in the main city, methodically beginning quests to earn money and accumulate initial resources. The advantage lies in stability and safety. However, touching the teleportation conduit would whisk him away to a random location. Though perilous, it also harbors abundant opportunities. There is a place Lin Sheng must visit. The Forbidden Magic Valley. One of the world-ending bosses in the later stages, the Abyss Queen Selene, first appeared in this very location during her documented lifetime. In her youth, her family was destroyed, forcing her to wander and evade the pursuit of the Mage Towers. During the early days of her journey, in a nearby town to the Forbidden Magic Valley, a certain lord encountered Selene, coveting her ancestral treasures. At her most destitute moment, he turned against her, launching a relentless pursuit. Selene fought fiercely to survive. Within her heart, she sowed the seeds of vengeance, vowing to annihilate all chosen lords and exact revenge upon the world. She relentlessly pursued this goal, ultimately transforming into the Abyss Queen, a figure feared by all. According to incomplete records, the large factions obliterated by her hand number no fewer than 8,000, with countless chosen lords falling before her. A pure warrior of chaos, she is either engaged in slaughtering lords or en route to do so. In his past life, Lin Sheng would flee at the mere mention of her name. The reason for her formidable strength lies in her legendary talent, the domain of forbidden magic. When activated, all units aside from her are rendered incapable of casting spells, including heroes. An absolute strategic level talent. When deployed at the right moment, it can turn the enemy's entire spellcasting force into mere fodder, a classic mage killer. This is also why the Mage Tower factions sought to eliminate her, aiming to extinguish her potential while she was still young. Lin Sheng must find Selene before everything transpires, bringing her into his fold. Then, he would diligently infuse her with loyalty until it reaches 100, replicating her legendary talent. Teleportation commencing. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. In a flash, Lin Sheng found himself within a teleportation conduit. Surrounding him, countless scenes flickered by: the arena of the gods, the Tower of Stars, the frozen throne, the eternal forge volcano. all renowned locations rich with resources, replete with special units available for recruitment. Leaving Lin Sheng immensely envious, a mere touch could transport him to any of these splendid locales. Abundant resources and the ability to recruit advanced units. It all appeared exceedingly enticing. Yet, venturing into high-risk maps at his current level would equate to courting death. Even a minor creature could easily claim his life. Lin Sheng curled his body cautiously, intently observing the scene surrounding the conduit. The teleportation process lasts only 3 minutes. He must find the forbidden magic valley. Seconds ticked away, and the end of the teleportation conduit gradually revealed itself as a bustling, vibrant main city. Lin Sheng's spirits began to plummet. Curse it! Can I not alter her fate? In the next moment, a shadowy valley flashed before his eyes that he saw it. The forbidden magic valley. Lin Sheng's eyes brightened, and he decisively reached out to touch the image. As his vision blurred, he was drawn into the scene, the surroundings shifting. He found himself in a valley surrounded by towering mountains, dense with primordial forests and choked with thorns, making progress nearly impossible. On the southern side of the valley lay an opening, a narrow path leading outside, obstructed by a dilapidated, desolate castle. Not a soul was in sight. The difficulty of this beginning was nothing short of dire. The greater the challenge, the more hidden rewards await, signifying greater gains. However, unexpectedly, Lin Sheng withdrew his gaze and looked towards the figure beside him. Another chosen lord, clad in simple armor, with a single-handed sword at his waist, a warrior class. And he appeared to be a blonde, Caucasian individual. A foreign chosen lord? Sensing the other's malevolent gaze, Lin Sheng took a half-step back, his right hand resting on the dagger at his waist. A rogue class. His initial equipment consisted of a rudimentary leather armor and a simple dagger. There is no room for 2 tigers on the same mountain. This fellow surely does not intend to eliminate me and monopolize the valley's resources. Chapter 2. The Valley of Two. The Forbidden Magic Valley spans merely a few hundred meters, its end visible at a glance. Apart from the impenetrable thickets, the sole point of interest is the ancient castle. Initially classified as a low-level map, it was elevated to a high-level map after the Empress ascended to the throne here in a later age. The treasures concealed within this valley, which compelled the Empress to choose it as her place of coronation, are undoubtedly extraordinary. Lin Sheng must acquire the resources within the castle. Only then can he fend off the forces pursuing Celine and ensure her protection. Time is of the essence, with only a week remaining. Celine is set to appear in the town outside the valley, exposed to the relentless pursuit of the Mage Tower. Now, the only complication lies in the presence of another chosen lord who has also descended upon this locale. Lin Sheng maintained a calm demeanor as he turned to the red-necked Caucasian and spoke. Greetings. Our meeting here seems to be a twist of fate. Shall we consider forming an alliance for mutual support? Under the goddess's blessing, language barriers vanish, facilitating seamless communication. The Caucasian, with a hand resting ominously on the hilt of his sword, replied with a tone laced with disdain. A yellow-skinned person? Are you from that Eastern Empire? Taken aback, Lin Sheng inquired with curiosity. How did you ascertain that? Aren't all yellow-skinned people indistinguishable in the eyes of the West? The Caucasian, unable to suppress his irritation, fidgeted with the sword hilt and retorted, it's rather simple. I was previously stationed as a soldier abroad. If someone from the Kimchi Nation or the Neon Nation encountered me, they would instinctively bow their heads in fear, divert their gaze, and avoid eye contact, displaying a demeanor of reverence. You, however, are unlike them. When you see a soldier from the land of the free, you exhibit an intense curiosity, staring directly, even brimming with eagerness. That is precisely why I could tell at first glance where you hail from. Lin Sheng took a half-step back, establishing a safer distance, and remarked appreciatively, an astute analysis. So, shall we collaborate? The goddess selects lords globally. It is only natural to have foreigners among us. However, he was well aware of the notorious pirate tendencies associated with the land of the free. In his previous life, he had heard numerous tales of Anglos betraying their comrades and pillaging their allies' treasures. Collaboration was merely a temporary measure, and even if this man agreed to ally, Lin Sheng would remain vigilant against potential betrayal. The Caucasian, regarding Lin Sheng's modest leather armor with disdain, scoffed, Cooperate? Huh, I have no interest in aiding the weak. Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Aren't we comrades? I never suggested you assist me. ISNT mutual cooperation the norm in such unpredictable territories? While my defensive skills may not match those of a warrior, I excel in solitary ventures in the wild. The Caucasian cast a furtive glance at the castle, his expression rife with greed. The divine had brought him to this place. Everything here was rightfully his. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his one-handed sword, pointing it menacingly at Lin Sheng's throat, uttering scornfully, I have no desire to collaborate with the weak, nor do I wish to share the spoils. Depart. That castle is my domain, and everything within belongs to me. Dare approach, and I shall slay you. Lin Sheng's countenance shifted as he drew a dagger, positioning it defensively before him, his body taut, eyes fixated on the Caucasian's shoulder. The shoulder is a precursor to an opponent's movements. By observing it, One can anticipate their intentions. Fearing the worst, he recalled many like this Caucasian who believed themselves superior, preying upon the weak and monopolizing resources. Upon spotting something valuable in another's possession, they would resort to unscrupulous methods to seize it. Most Anglos exhibited such piratical tendencies, seizing whatever they could. The Caucasian's avaricious gaze flickered towards the castle before he refocused on Lin Sheng. A look of disdain plastered across his face. Get lost. Keep your distance from that castle, or I will not hesitate to take action. In close-quarters combat, armor provides a significant advantage. Coupled with the length of his sword, which is superior to a dagger, the principles of melee combat dictate that reach is paramount. The saying goes that one should strike with a knife before the opponent can reach them, yet in practice, it often devolves into a contest of who wields the longer weapon, with one wishing to strike from the comfort of their own home. Leave. Get away from here. The Caucasian threatened, brandishing his sword. Lin Sheng cast a cold glance at the man, retreating silently a few steps before disappearing into the thicket. He was confident that he could dispatch the Caucasian, yet he was uncertain of emerging unscathed. After 12 years of experience, Lin Sheng's combat skills were not lacking compared to the Caucasians. In this desolate wilderness, medical supplies were non-existent. Should he sustain an injury that became infected, complications could arise, jeopardizing his mission to save Celine in a week's time. One must endure minor inconveniences to achieve greater goals. In this unpredictable terrain, offending a stealthy assassin could lead to sleepless nights. The Caucasian, seeing Lin Sheng withdraw, tilted his head back and scoffed. He declared triumphantly, "You are wise, yellow-skinned boy. Retreat far away. Next time we meet, it will not be so simple." How dare the inferior yellow-skinned man even dream of collaboration with him? Once he laid claim to the treasures of the castle, he would return to eliminate Lin Sheng. Everything here would belong to him, and the lowly yellow-skinned monkey should prepare for his demise. With that, he turned towards the castle. Lin Sheng emerged from behind the trees, observing the retreating figure of the Caucasian before surveying his surroundings. The valley was small, devoid of resource points, and even wildlife was conspicuously absent. With the castle occupied, it appeared impossible to upgrade. He could find himself trapped here. However, Lin Sheng shifted his gaze to the dense forest. The earlier conversation had been quite loud, yet not a single bird had taken flight. The silence was unnaturally profound, with not a single creature in sight. Not only animals, but even insects were missing. Only the flora thrived in abundance. Something was amiss. Regrettably, he had not participated in the campaign against the Abyssal Empress in his previous life and had never ventured into the Forbidden Magic Valley, leaving him unaware of its hidden secrets. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. His 12 years of experience navigating treacherous paths would aid him in uncovering the mysteries of this novice map. Lin Sheng turned and ventured deeper into the mountains. The rugged cliffs were challenging to traverse, and as he ascended, the forest thickened. Thorny bushes abounded, making progress difficult. Fortunately, as a rogue, his agility and flexibility were enhanced, allowing him to navigate the dense woods with grace and ease. Along the way, Lin Sheng gathered an abundance of berries and wild vegetables, the essentials for survival. When the chosen lords were summoned, they arrived equipped with only their initial gear and 100 gold coins. At least for the first month, he would not need to fear starvation. This sum was sufficient for sustenance and shelter. Furthermore, a month would provide ample time for individuals to regain their composure and confront reality, striving to survive in this world while diligently serving the goddess Asha, the creator. The challenge lay in obtaining food from the main city. In this wilderness, wealth was rendered useless without access to markets. It was unlikely that a hidden merchant would descend from the heavens to grant him provisions. These wild vegetables and berries were his sole source of nourishment. The Caucasian was hastily advancing to challenge the castle, leaving no retreat for himself. Lin Sheng could only wish him luck. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Sheng perched on a branch to rest momentarily. With his enhanced vision, a boon of his profession, he gazed intently towards the direction of the ancient castle. There, he beheld a horde of flesh-and-blood zombies surging forth from the fortress, their movements sluggish as they advanced upon the pale-skinned man. These undead creatures emanated a bronze hue, their sinewy forms remarkably resilient. The pale-skinned man swung his sword with all his might, managing to inflict but a shallow wound. Were these the spirits of fallen warriors? This castle harbored formidable foes. In this realm, it was customary for individuals to summon spirit troops, assembling forces for battle. These spirit beings retained basic intelligence, lacking significant autonomy or personal emotions. Resembling more of a conjured entity, they adhered unwaveringly to commands, never retreating or rebelling, unless influenced by magic or suffering from diminished morale. Yet, summoning such spirit troops was no trivial matter. One must first gain the approval of the goddess Asha to be granted the privilege of recruitment. The bronze-skinned zombies were classified as first-tier, second-level undead forces. The classification system comprised two factors: tier, representing innate rank, and level, indicating cultivated prowess. For instance, a common goblin is born as a first-tier, first-level creature, while a green dragon emerges as a seventh-tier, first-level being, highlighting the inherent disparities among species. The level can be enhanced. For example, A goblin equipped with explosive devices would ascend to a first-tier, second-level explosive goblin, and upon mastering magic, it could elevate to a first-tier, third-level magical goblin, and so forth. The bronze-skin zombies are a fortified variant of ordinary zombies, possessing an attack value of 2, a defense of 5, and a speed of 1. Their unique trait, bronze skin, offers a modest reduction in physical damage received. The pale-skinned man found himself in a dire struggle, requiring over a dozen strikes to fell a single zombie. The courtyard of the castle was rife with the undead. Having dispatched only 2, he was already gasping for breath, his movements considerably slowed. As a first-tier warrior, his attack power was inherently low, and the high defense of the zombies mitigated much of his damage, compounded by their physical damage reduction trait, rendering his strikes nearly futile. Each swing of his sword felt akin to a mere knife against a mighty tree, fearing encirclement by the zombies. The pale-skinned man was compelled to retreat while engaging in combat, relying on his iron armor to absorb several claw strikes from the bronze-skinned zombies before hastily extricating himself. These creatures served as the castle's sentinels, rarely straying far, thus granting him a moment to catch his breath. Lin Sheng shook his head in disapproval. It was a pity that this individual, clad in cumbersome equipment, attracted an inordinate amount of animosity from foes, resulting in indiscriminate strikes. Had he coordinated with Lin Sheng and heeded his commands, they could have cleared the courtyard of bronze-skinned zombies within a day. Alas, this fool was oblivious to his own shortcomings. At his current pace, it would take a week to breach the castle, assuming he gained strength and defense from leveling up, thereby accelerating his monster-slaying speed. Wait, a week? The town beyond the valley, the abyssal Queen Serenia. Could it be that this fool had provoked her in a past life? Lin Sheng pondered the pale-skinned man's demeanor, his suspicion growing. It was evident that this greedy wretch had likely groveled before the mage tower, only to turn and pursue Serenia. Lin Sheng mentally noted this individual once again. After a brief respite, he resumed his ascent up the mountain. Ahead, the thicket grew denser, layers of foliage piling atop one another, rendering passage impossible. Just as Lin Sheng contemplated climbing a tree to leap across, an unsettling feeling struck him, prompting him to halt. Something was amiss. Indeed, overwhelmingly so. The vegetation was far too dense, defying the laws of nature. Even in a fantastical realm, the habits of living organisms adhered to fundamental principles. These bushes were suspect. Lin Sheng extracted a wild fruit, tossing it tentatively into the underbrush. A rustling sound echoed from the thicket, branches quivering ominously. Indeed, something was amiss. The entity concealed within was sizable and, judging by the absence of any animal scent, it was not of the animal kingdom. Having traversed the wilderness for 12 years in his previous life, he could discern any creature's aroma with his eyes closed. Since it was not an animal, it could only be a plant-based monster. Plant creatures were renowned for their enigmatic and troublesome nature, trading mobility for various extraordinary traits. It seemed the surprise within this valley was none other than this. Chapter 3, The Plant-Based Legion. Lin Sheng cautiously gripped his dagger, executing a horizontal slash toward the thicket before him. As leaves scattered, the hidden foe revealed itself. Was it a thorny vine? A mass of thorny vines, half a meter in diameter, presented a withered yellow hue, sprawling tendrils bristling with sharp spikes, devoid of any green foliage. The thorny vine, sensing the attack, violently unfurled its branches, flailing towards Lin Sheng like tentacles. Its strikes were not particularly swift, and Lin Sheng deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a downward blow that severed the vine's appendages. Plants lack the sensation of pain, and heedless of its injuries, the remaining tendrils continued their assault on Lin Sheng. The thorny vine's appendages were lined with barbs, whipping through the air with alarming force. When they struck a nearby sturdy tree trunk, they tore away a substantial chunk of wood, let alone the damage they could inflict upon a person. Lin Sheng swiftly retreated, positioning himself at the limit of the tendrils' reach. The length of the branches had its constraints. Lin Sheng exploited this range as he began to counterattack. He methodically severed each advancing tendril with his dagger, steadily advancing. After a flurry of strikes, the thorny vine resembled an octopus deprived of its limbs, left with a bare trunk that writhed in futility. Even in such a diminished state, the creature did not succumb easily, a testament to its plant-based resilience. With a flash of cold light, Lin Sheng targeted the root system of the thorny vine. A critical hit. The vine collapsed, convulsing a few times before lying still. Its body disintegrated into numerous motes of light, merging into Lin Sheng's being. Ding! Gained 23 experience points. Such a high experience yield. By extrapolating from the experience points, this thorny vine was approximately a first-tier, third-level creature. Regrettably, lacking the reconnaissance skill, he could not ascertain the creature's detailed attributes. Plant-based entities were notorious for their unpredictability. Yet their mobility remained a weakness, easily countered by agile thieves. Although Lin Sheng could dispatch them with ease in a battlefield scenario when paired with other units, their combined might could prove astonishing. For instance, in his previous life, Su Jiqing, who had transitioned into a nature guardian, was hailed as the wood sovereign of the azure sky. No one dared invade her territory. Her primary combat force was a 6th-tier, first-level man-eating giant tree, characterized by its carnivorous plant trait. This trait enabled it to instantly slay smaller creatures consumed by its trunk, while replenishing its health percentage upon defeating foes, both formidable and resilient. Without proper precautions, an army charging into battle would merely serve as fodder for the man-eating giant tree. Additionally, there were illusionary flowers, explosive fruit throwers, and fiery dandelions, range control units that, when combined, constituted an impregnable fortress, insurmountable even by multiple legions. The only drawback lay in the rarity of plant-based units, often found in the remote corners of the continent, making them exceedingly difficult to procure. The only readily identifiable source was the tree spirit system of the elven race, a sixth-tier unit that could only be recruited in the later stages of the game. Lin Sheng clutched his dagger, contemplating how to acquire this particular species. Even if he could not utilize it himself, selling it could yield a handsome profit. The species was a unique product of the Asha world. Only lords and hero units possessed the ability to command troops, akin to the minions found in strategic games. These troops lack self-awareness and emotions, exhibiting only fundamental intelligence while adhering strictly to commands. They represent an army, far superior in utility compared to mortal soldiers. Fearless of death, they follow the Lord's will, fighting until their last breath. This characteristic results in the armies of the world of Asha being entirely composed of troops controlled by lords, rather than mortal beings. To continually acquire a specific type of troop, one must establish troop-producing buildings. For instance, the Watchtower can produce 14 first-tier level 1 spearmen weekly. Each recruited spearman costs 100 gold coins and 1 unit of iron ore. If Lin Sheng recalls correctly, the Abyssal Queen Selene possesses a unique troop-producing structure. Lin Sheng continued his search through the woods. After a few steps, he encountered another thorny plant. Activating his stealth, he became nearly indistinguishable from the trees around him. With agile movements, he approached the dormant thorny plant and swiftly aimed for its roots with a decisive strike. Precise and lethal, the plant perished before it could even struggle, its form dissipating into experience points that flowed into Lin Sheng, contributing to his journey of advancement. The weakness of the thorny plant lay in its roots. Severing them would lead to its immediate demise. Armed with a dagger, Lin Sheng actively continued his search. With each thorny plant he eliminated, a substantial amount of experience surged into him. The slow movements of plant creatures could not touch Lin Sheng, no matter how peculiar their traits were. In the joyous moments of leveling up, he realized that the sun had climbed high in the sky. Through his diligent efforts, Lin Sheng finally achieved a level up. An invisible force surged within him, banishing all fatigue. He summoned the Lord interface in his mind to check his personal information. Congratulations, your Lord level has risen. You are now level 2. You have been awarded 1 free attribute point, and your constitution has been enhanced. You have accumulated 30 glorious victories, increasing your command value by 100 points. With the acquisition of command value, he could finally lead troops. Prior to obtaining command value, a chosen lord was incapable of commanding an army, limited to completing tasks to accumulate experience. Only after gaining command value could he spend resources to recruit troops and engage in battle with heroic spirits. The stronger the troops, the higher the command value they required. Command value could be obtained through victories in battle, gaining official positions, and task rewards. However, a failure in battle would lead to a decrease in command value. Lin Sheng regarded his command value with a hint of regret. Alas, in this desolate wilderness, there was no place to recruit troops. So he had no choice but to continue solo grinding. For Selene's sake, the challenging start was of no concern. Lin Sheng allocated his attribute points to attack, feeling a surge of power manifest within him, coursing through his limbs. Increasing attack power early on was always a prudent choice to avoid being unable to break through the defenses of higher-level monsters, resulting in mere scratches. He aimed to level up quickly. If he reached level 5 first, the attribute bonuses would compensate for any equipment deficiencies. At that time, he would settle the score with that ruffian, showing him what it meant to encounter a sharp knife at his backside, opening his eyes to reality. Lin Sheng continued his relentless pursuit from one thicket to another, employing swift and decisive methods to harvest one thorny plant after another. Unbeknownst to him, the sky darkened as the rosy sunset hung on the horizon. The chaotic black tide would arrive at night, rendering outdoor combat impossible. Lin Sheng hastened his actions. One last plant remained. Once he dealt with the large thorny plant ahead, he would set up camp to rest. With a series of precise strikes, Lin Sheng effortlessly severed the robust roots. A torrent of experience surged within him, propelling him to level 3. He allocated his skill points to attack. Just as he was about to sheath his dagger, a casual glance caught his attention, and suddenly, his body tensed. Something was amiss. There was a shadow beneath the tree. He had not even sensed its presence. Immediately, Lin Sheng drew his dagger, his body on high alert. Nightfall was imminent. He must avoid encountering troublesome monsters. Without the protection of the Order's light, the black tide could obliterate anyone in an instant. After a few minutes of stalemate, the figure lying under the tree remained motionless. Cautiously, Lin Sheng retrieved a wild fruit and tossed it towards the figure. The fruit struck the figure's hat, revealing its true form beneath, an already deceased corpse. The corpse was clad in an explorer's outfit, bearing a satchel. Anyone daring to venture into this place for exploration was undoubtedly remarkable. The backpack likely contained valuable items. Lin Sheng rubbed his hands together in excitement, then took a deep breath to calm himself, approaching the corpse with caution. In the world of Asha, monsters, troops, came in myriad forms, including treasure chests disguised as monsters and mimic creatures posing as humans, among countless others. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Confirming that the corpse had not been corrupted by chaos, Lin Sheng meticulously searched the satchel. Inside, he found a finely crafted dagger. Adventurer's Dagger. It grants 1 damage and 1 attack speed. This standard dagger for adventurers is a tool for survival in the wild. Caution is advised to avoid losing fingers. Unfortunately, it was not a treasure, merely an ordinary piece of equipment. Items in the continent of Asha are classified into 2 categories: equipment and treasures. Equipment enhances the individual attributes of the wielder, while treasures can augment the entire legion. Had this adventurer's dagger been classified as a treasure, it would bestow an additional point of attack to the entire army, rendering its value incalculable. Overall, it was significantly more powerful than Lin Sheng's makeshift dagger. He equipped the adventurer's dagger, performing a flourish before sheathing it, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. It was a fitting piece of equipment for the early stages. More treasures awaited him further on. Lin Sheng continued to rummage through the satchel and discovered a book at the bottom. Could it be a skill book? Powerful individuals manifest their mastered techniques from memory, transforming them into written form. The recipient merely needs to open the book to acquire the skill. An absolute treasure. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Sheng continued to search the satchel. He found some spoiled emergency rations, an old adventure log, a camping tent, and a monocular. D-grade alchemical treasure. The Explorer's Telescope. Special effects. 1. When equipped, it increases the hero's vision range. 2. There is a chance to discover hidden items. The higher the level of the hidden items, the lower the probability of discovery. A remarkable find. Moreover, it possessed dual special traits. Treasures are not to be compared with ordinary equipment. They are pivotal factors that can influence the outcome of wars. Increasing vision range means seeing further than the enemy. When you see the enemy, they do not see you. This allows for earlier reactions, enabling ambushes or avoiding confrontations altogether. Discovering hidden items can be used for treasure hunting, disarming hidden traps, or detecting invisible troops. An absolute artifact for the early stages. Lin Sheng felt a surge of joy, humming a tune as he dragged the satchel closer, wiping away the dust that had settled upon it. Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for your legacy. I shall ensure you are laid to rest in a place of honor tomorrow. Lin Sheng initially intended to gather some branches and fashion a makeshift shelter for a night. However, with a tent now at his disposal, he could enjoy a comfortable night's rest and restore his energy. He found a flat piece of land and began to set up the tent. The sun was about to set, and the impending chaos of darkness loomed large. In the realm of Asha, the sun embodied the essence of divinity. Toiling diligently every day without respite, yet receiving no remuneration, a fate harsher than the notorious 996 work culture. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, the continent would be plunged into darkness, and the chaotic tide would descend from the shadows, sweeping across the land. Only under the radiance of order, such as in the main cities or towns, could one move freely. Otherwise, they would succumb to the encroachment of the chaotic tide. The potency of this chaotic tide was even more terrifying than that of a zombie virus, classified as a conceptual pollutant. Any human who came into contact with it would meet certain death, with the fortunate few left intact transformed into mindless monsters. Even the gods above dared not linger long within the chaotic tide. In the Lord's initial spatial backpack, there resided a small ember of order, barely illuminating 3 to 4 meters around him, meant for protection during the night. Once Lin Sheng had suspended the ember and confirmed his safety, he rubbed his hands together in excitement, glancing towards the skill book. What kind of skill might it be? Chapter 4. Legendary Adventurer Perished Here. The ember of order was a constant, warm orange flame, exuding a gentle, soothing warmth. It was a creation of order, requiring no fuel, impervious to extinguishment, and incapable of igniting any material. Like the sun, it radiated light, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Lin Sheng hung the ember from the top of the tent, using it as a lamp. He then retrieved the skill book and deciphered the inscriptions upon it. Ezreal's reconnaissance technique. A strategic skill book, unrestricted by profession, with a level requirement of 1. It was no ordinary skill book. Its very name suggested it was an enhanced and refined version. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had only encountered a handful of such tomes in elite auction houses, each one a unique creation of formidable figures. This one was no exception. Lin Sheng squinted slightly. Ezreal, the most renowned adventurer of the Asha continent. It was rumored in his past life that he had vanished during an expedition, and to discover he had perished here, in this nameless valley, was unexpected. Lin Sheng had often heard tales of this legendary figure. His exploits were frequently recounted by bards in taverns. For instance, he had explored the site of the Divine's Fall, bringing forth godly treasures, and had operated a single-masted vessel to cross the Silent Sea, not only seizing the mermaid princess's crown, but also charting new maritime routes. He had traversed the sands of time, uncovering the ruins of the long-extinct Titan race, reviving a subterranean city that spanned a quarter of the continent, and reigniting the Titan Ember, an evolved form of the Ember of Order. He had infiltrated the sacred grounds of the Light Elf race, the Illumination Pool, peeping at the bathing Light Elf Queen, only to be pursued by her, who demanded he join her household. A master of mechanics, cartography, and ancient history, his passion for adventure was boundless. Favored by the goddess of fate, he was a distinguished elder of the Adventurers Association, celebrated far and wide as a great explorer. How could such a figure have met his end in silence here? It seemed the secrets of this valley were far more profound than he had imagined. Lin Sheng dismissed the distractions in his mind and continued reading. The skill book detailed this legendary adventurer's understanding of the reconnaissance technique. The reconnaissance technique allowed one to enhance their vision, identify troop types, and even glean information about the enemy's level and skills. Its effective range was within the line of sight. As a genius, Ezreal creatively improved the reconnaissance technique, enabling it to be launched remotely. Capable of gathering intelligence from a kilometer away, it was even more potent than the druid's summon hawk combined with visual sharing. The reconnaissance technique had no physical form, making it impervious to enemy countermeasures. A divine skill, undeniably a divine skill. Once mastered, Lin Sheng would have an unerring eye on enemy troop movements, leaving them oblivious to how they had been exposed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Sheng chose to utilize the skill book. The tome transformed into a stream of luminous energy and merged into Lin Sheng's being. Ding! Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired the hidden skill, remote reconnaissance technique. The eagle-eyed vision is now activated, tactical optics have been initiated, and the full map overlay has been loaded. Lin Sheng unzipped the tent and gazed into the thickening darkness before him, directing the skill towards the ancient castle. After expending a small amount of magical energy, the reconnaissance technique soared forth, capturing all sights within Lin Sheng's view. It ultimately hovered above the head of the Pale Lord. Every move he made was laid bare before Lin Sheng's eyes. This fellow was hiding in a tree hollow, resting, with the Ember of Order suspended nearby, gripping his sword with vigilance, occasionally startled by the distant howls of zombies from the castle. During the transition, the goddess Asha had imparted the common knowledge of the world to everyone, including the dangers of night. Under the reconnaissance technique, Lin Sheng could see everything clearly within the hollow. Slightly damaged iron armor, a somewhat dulled one-handed sword. He even discerned the attributes of this individual. Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This skill was remarkable, providing clarity without any hint of cheating. Profession, warrior. Level 2. Status, exhausted, hungry. Had he only leveled up after a day of toil? Such a waste for a warrior profession in the early stages. Lin Sheng had already reached level 3. The pale man had completely lost the bravado he displayed during the day. He curled up in the tree hollow, his stomach occasionally protesting with fierce growls. This fellow had been blinded by the ancient castle before him, entirely oblivious to the importance of food preparation. His mind was consumed with thoughts of plunder and slaughter, lacking even the most basic survival knowledge, while harboring dreams of dominating this other world. After 5 seconds, the reconnaissance technique's vision faded quietly. Lin Sheng withdrew his gaze. Once he reached level 5, he could settle the score with this individual. Lin Sheng opened the adventure journal, eager to discover the encounters of this legendary adventurer. July 21st, a scholar approached me, claiming he had invented a device capable of converting the chaotic tide into pure magical energy and wished to invite me to witness it. This is simply astonishing. How could he possibly harness the unknown chaos of the chaotic tide? My curiosity compelled me to follow him to his experimental base. July 30th, we finally arrived. His experimental base is situated within this nameless valley. The scholar explained that he chose this remote location due to concerns about the dangers of the experiment. Fair enough, he made a valid point. July 31st, I toured his machinery. If I may be forgiven for calling that dark heart a machine, it certainly appeared sinister and evoked an ominous premonition. Yet, it was indeed absorbing the chaotic tide and transforming it into magical energy. How marvelous. If this is true, the chaotic tide, which has threatened the world for millennia, could potentially be rendered completely harmless. This invention could change the world. August 1st, I wandered around the valley and discovered a unique species of thorned grass soldiers thriving here. At the cliff summit, there stood a large mother plant. If I could conquer it, perhaps I could acquire a troop building structure. Regrettably, I lack the skills for commanding troops and am not particularly interested in them. So I shall simply record this for now and later relay the information to Xinglan. She and her elven kin adore such peculiar flora. Xinglan? Could it be Xinglan Estelle? The queen of the light elves, whose figure surpasses even supermodels, and whose beauty is said to be unmatched in the world. Was it this queen who was spied upon while bathing? Truly, he is a great explorer. Lin Sheng continued to observe. On August 15th, the scholar's mental state seemed to deteriorate increasingly. I keenly sensed something amiss. Upon subtly inquiring, he merely stated that recent progress had been somewhat unsatisfactory, hence his despondency. Was it truly so? On August 21st, while I quietly investigated, I finally uncovered this fellow's secret. He was conducting experiments on himself. He had employed pure magical energy, extracting substances from the dark tide, What madness! On August 23rd, astonishingly, this scholar had ascended. He completed the hero's path in a single day and ignited the flames of heroism. How could this be? The bravest heroes, rumored to have completed the hero's path in record time, took an entire month. How could he possibly achieve it so swiftly? Something was certainly amiss. On August 24th, the scholar became aware of my suspicions. With a smile, he explained that the flames of heroism were a reward from the goddess Asha, granted for his research on the dark tide. I regarded him with skepticism, for as he spoke, a morbid smile adorned his face. I hastily returned to my chamber and prayed to the goddess of fortune, Menir, for a revelation of fate, receiving but 2 words in response: flee quickly. Chapter 5, The Thorny Boss. Before escaping, I decided to take one last look at the situation. Wait, he was praying to the dark tide, and it responded to him? How could this be? I must inform everyone. The chaotic dark tide is on the verge of acquiring human followers. An endless surge of dark energy combined with human intellect. It would be a nightmare. No, time is running out. He is on the brink of success. I cannot flee. Only I can stop him now. The subsequent writing became increasingly erratic, the paper stained with large splotches of blood. Clearly, a battle had occurred, and this legendary explorer had been wounded. The following scrawl was weak and shaky. I am gravely injured, yet he is not faring better. I have destroyed the heart of magic capable of annihilating worlds, and he can no longer conduct his perilous experiments. I fled to the territory of the thorny boss. Thanks to the plant affinity potion given to me by Xinglan, these thorny plants did not harm me, but instead formed a protective barrier. That man, heavily injured, hastily left the valley. I lacked the strength to stand. To any who may find my journal, please deliver it to the imperial princess. She will reward you handsomely. Tell her to be extremely cautious of the scholar named Scar, for he has become a puppet of the dark tide. Of course, I shall not let you return empty-handed. Take my treasure map as a reward. All my vaults will be open to you. Without effort, there can be no gain. Every adventure cannot conclude perfectly. The notes end here. The final page contained a treasure map. Lin Sheng picked up the parchment, and a system interface popped up with a notification. Acquired the treasure map of Israel Miscellaneous. A mythic level item. A map marking all of Israel's treasure locations, crafted from inexpensive papyrus, yet its contents are invaluable. Israel had a habit of burying treasures he no longer needed in perilous places he had traversed. He wished for the spirit of adventure to never wane among people. So those treasures hidden in treacherous locales serve as rewards for explorers. Clutching the treasure map, Lin Sheng found himself overwhelmed with emotion. This map leads to Israel's treasure hoard. And not just one location, but all of them. The vaults contain S-rank treasures, legendary artifacts, and divine blueprints. Every lord covets them. In Lin Sheng's memory, there was once a lord of Phalanxi who had uncovered one of Israel's vaults, obtaining an A-rank treasure, the necklace of the sea god. Its properties greatly enhance maritime mobility, immunity to storms, immunity to whirlpools and undercurrents, and never lose one's way. With the necklace of the sea god, he commanded his fleet across the seas, establishing new trade routes and amassing immense wealth. Within a few years, this lord became a maritime overlord, forming an invincible fleet that drew countless lords to his banner, establishing a powerful guild. Could it be that he had been reborn with fortune on his side? In his previous life, after 12 years of toil, the strongest item he possessed was merely a B-rank treasure. Now, with this treasure map, countless treasures beckoned to him, even divine artifacts seem within reach. He was truly on the brink of prosperity. Lin Sheng composed himself, cautiously placing the journal and treasure map into his backpack. He needed to hasten his progress, striving to reach level 5 before the white-haired man. According to the journal's account, the situation within the ancient castle was complex, and it seemed unwise to relinquish it easily. The Ansar people were notorious raiders. If they discovered any traces indicating Lin Sheng had acquired the legendary explorer's relics, they would never be at peace. He would eat and sleep, waking early to develop. While nibbling on wild vegetables and fruits, Lin Sheng opened the system's chat panel. The chat interface, a gift from the goddess Asha, allowed lords from all corners to communicate effortlessly and acquire information swiftly. According to some, this sacred chat interface connects our thoughts, uniting us in despair. What is this place? Is this real? Am I dreaming? How did I end up here? Is this still Earth? Just moments ago, I was in bed, preparing for takeoff, and now I find myself in another world? A flood of irrelevant information inundated the chat, which Lin Sheng quickly skimmed through. His goal was to ascertain the progress of those lords who had begun normally in the main city. After filtering through the vast amount of noise, he discovered several valuable posts. The natives of the main city referred to us as the Chosen of Asha, and they were aware that we had come from another world. This was something to note. The title of Chosen of Asha grants immunity from punishment, but it requires a monetary redemption. Are you still going it alone? Adventures in this other world are not that simple. You can recruit soldiers at the barracks outside the city. As long as your command value is sufficient, you can lead troops to gather resources. Be wary. The natives of this world are not NPCs. They are living beings who can deceive. From the posts, It was evident that most had adapted to this world and bravely taken their first steps. They were attempting to complete quests, earn experience in gold, and even began purchasing troops from the public barracks in the main city, leading them out to gather resources in the wild. Among the myriad of posts, the most prominent was a guide on how to survive in the early stages. It detailed the purchasing power of gold coins, how ordinary individuals could accept quests, earn money, and locate suitable living conditions, as well as which places in the main city to visit and which to avoid. It was a highly functional strategy guide, receiving countless likes from ordinary people. Truly, talented individuals abound. After reviewing the information, Lin Sheng confirmed that his progress was far ahead of others, both in terms of level and equipment. No one had yet reached level 2 or above, nor had anyone acquired treasures, not even the most basic alchemical items, let alone the highly likely hidden troop types. The thorny boss awaited him. The Journal of Israel recorded the existence of the thorny boss. Defeating this boss would surely yield blueprints for troop buildings of that type. Filled with confidence, Lin Sheng closed the interface and nestled into his sleeping bag, slipping into a deep slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, the chaotic black tides swiftly dissipated under the sun's radiant glow. Lin Sheng meticulously packed up his tent, shouldered his knapsack, and continued on his journey. According to the notes, the boss, the thorny grass mother plant, resided atop the western cliff. Lin Sheng could not afford to miss this opportunity. In his previous life, it was a month later that the First Lord unveiled the military building. Fortune bestowed and then taken away, he could not allow fate to turn against him. Utilizing his long-range reconnaissance skill, he sought the path most densely populated by thorny grass and began his ascent. He was determined to both travel and level up simultaneously. The thorny grass posed no significant challenge to Lin Sheng. Dispatching them required little effort and did not hinder his state for the impending boss fight. Through his reconnaissance, he identified the thorny grass unit. Demonized thorny grass. Unit level, 1st tier, 3rd level. Race, plant. Attack, 6, defense, 4, attack speed, 2 slow. Movement speed, 0, immobile. Special abilities, nutritional absorption, paralytic toxin, capture. Nutritional absorption. Upon defeating an enemy unit, it can siphon nutrients from the corpse, restoring its own health. Paralytic toxin. Upon hitting an enemy unit, there is a probability of paralyzing them, ineffective against non-flesh units. Capture. Upon successfully hitting an enemy, there is a chance to inflict a binding effect. 3 special abilities. An absolutely formidable unit. Lin Sheng's resolve solidified. He was determined to acquire this unit. The tier and unit levels reflects innate rank. For instance, wild boars naturally belong to tier 1, while black dragons are tier 7. This signifies the inherent disparity among units. The level denotes progression. For example, an adult wild boar is tier 1, level 1. If a wild boar is enveloped in a layer of mud, it becomes a tier 1, level 2 mud-encrusted wild boar. Should it learn magic, it transforms into a tier 1, level 3 demonized wild boar, and so forth. Meanwhile, a disheveled white male crawled out of a tree hollow, having barely slept the entire night, his mental state in disarray. His physical condition was equally lamentable. Having curled up in the cramped tree cavity, his body aching all over. He had gone the entire day without food, and his stomach growled ferociously. Gazing at the distant castle, he clutched his abdomen and stumbled forward, beset by an inexplicable agitation. Those damn zombies were too troublesome. If he had collaborated with that useless individual, he would have likely secured the front yard by now. This thought lingered in his mind for but a fleeting second before being dismissed with a derisive snort. That worthless fool was equipped with gear inferior to his own. Lacking even iron armor, how could he possibly survive? Everything here belongs to me. That cursed wretch should not dare take even a fraction of it. First, he needed to find something to eat and continue leveling up. Reaching level 3 should make things easier. The white male scoured the path and soon discovered a fruit tree laden with vibrant red fruits, glistening temptingly. After a laborious climb, he sank his teeth into the sour fruit, feeling a surge of vitality. Thank the heavens for bestowing upon him this sustenance. If his own situation was so dire, that wretched individual must be on the brink of starvation. If only he would bow down and become my slave, licking my boots. Then perhaps I might consider sharing a morsel of my leftovers. The notion that the other was faring better than he was, however, was utterly inconceivable. Under the Germanic mindset, the white male believed that Lin Sheng's plight must be far worse. After all, he represented an advanced and superior race, undoubtedly stronger than Lin Sheng. If he were to continue winning, perpetually victorious, then any day he faced defeat must surely be due to external circumstances, some villain's treachery or an opponent's underhanded tactics. Disregarding the rules, Lin Sheng, meanwhile, continued to grind monsters, reaching level 4 before scaling the cliff. The fierce winds swept through the mountains, carrying the sharp whistle of the air and the sound of clashing iron. Atop the perilous cliff, jagged rocks abounded. A massive thorny grass plant took root in the stone. Its roots half a meter thick, covered in a yellow-brown shell. Its stout branches swayed in the breeze, the iron-colored thorns glinting dangerously, sparking with each clash. Years of honed instinct warned Lin Sheng that this boss was exceedingly perilous. The razor-sharp thorns, akin to steel daggers, gleamed ominously. A strike from them could easily cleave him in two, a fate akin to a character in a tragic tale. Even the roots, considered a weakness, were protected by an enchanted shell, rendering Lin Sheng's small dagger nearly ineffective. This was indeed a troublesome challenge. Standing at a distance, Lin Sheng calmly observed the boss's domain and cast another long-range reconnaissance. Thorny Grass King. Level 6. Boss unit level calculations are akin to heroes. Attack 10. Defense 10, enhanced by roots. Attack speed 2, slow. Movement speed 0, immobile. Special abilities 1. Nutritional absorption. Upon defeating enemy units, it can siphon nutrients from their corpses to restore its health. 2. Paralytic toxin. Upon striking an enemy unit, it has a chance to paralyze them, ineffective against non-flesh units. 3. Capture. Upon successfully hitting an enemy, it has a chance to inflict a binding effect. Its special abilities are exceedingly troublesome. One must not be struck. The boss's arena was ideally situated. The rugged terrain precluded large armies, while the towering rocks shielded it from most ranged attacks. The entire mountaintop could barely accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. Unless a lord capable of summoning aerial units was unlocked later, defeating this boss would be a daunting task. However, their limitations did not imply his own. Lin Sheng shed his backpack and removed his leather armor, opting for a lighter approach. The chill of the mountain wind seeped into his collar, but it could not extinguish the fervor within his heart. This was Lin Sheng's inaugural encounter with a boss-level unit since his rebirth. With resolute steps, he advanced into the cliff's embrace. The roots of the thorny grass boss quivered slightly, sensing the presence of an intruder. Without any forewarning, several stout branches lashed out, accompanied by a piercing shriek that sliced through the air, converging on Lin Sheng from all directions. Lin Sheng crouched and rolled beneath the branches, feeling the rush of air as the thorns grazed past him, sending chills down his spine. Rising from his roll, he charged toward the boss with great speed. The thorny grass's branches pursued relentlessly, grazing Lin Sheng's clothing and striking the ground, sending debris flying. Speed was the essence of victory. Lin Sheng consistently stayed one step ahead. Dozens of tentacle-like branches launched continuous assaults, targeting him like venomous serpents. Lin Sheng remained utterly focused, dodging with the grace of a dancer upon a blade's edge, inching ever closer to the boss. In pursuit of speed, he had discarded his cumbersome leather armor. Now, he could not withstand a single blow. One misstep could lead to his demise. He was perilously close. The stones that were dislodged during his evasive maneuvers even landed on the boss's roots. Sensing a hint of danger, the boss launched a full-scale assault, all branches surging forth. Now was the moment. Lin Sheng did not hesitate. He turned and fled, weaving through the towering rocks at the summit to evade the onslaught. The branches pursued him fervently, diving into the crevices of the rocks. Following the mental map in his mind, Lin Sheng led the branches in a frenzied circle. Unbeknownst to them, the branches became entangled in the rocks, forming a deadly knot, immobilized and unable to move. The second flaw of the plant-based creatures lies in their insufficient intellect, compelling them to act solely on instinct. A mere hint of temptation can lead them into traps. The jagged rocks surrounding them serve as both their shield and their tombstone. The entangled branches writhe in a frenzy, yet the more they struggle, the tighter the noose becomes. Chapter 6. Concealed Troop Construction. To confront a boss using such methods is aptly termed terrain killing. Although magic exists in this world, it still adheres to fundamental physical laws. Under the relentless study of the transmigrated lords, various forms of terrain killing have emerged, allowing once formidable bosses to meet their demise in the most humiliating manners. The Thorny Grass King is no exception. Deprived of its branches, the boss Thorny Grass King possesses no means of attack, rendering it akin to a fish at the mercy of its captors. Lin Sheng approached with a dagger, prying open the rocky shell encasing the roots, meticulously slicing away at them. The sound of grinding echoed ominously. Sensing a threat to its life, the boss Thorny Grass King trembled violently, its spiny veins glowing with an eerie white light. Lin Sheng felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety as his brain sounded alarm bells. Something was amiss. Danger loomed. Without a moment to ponder, he rolled and slipped into a crevice beneath the rocks. A sudden eruption. A tremendous surge of magical power exploded forth, with the spikes of the branches shooting out like bullets, creating a metallic storm that swept across the cliffside. The cacophony of clashing steel resounded in a deafening din. Lin Sheng curled up beneath the rocks, narrowly avoiding this lethal barrage of spikes. He had anticipated this move. After years of battling bosses, he had encountered every hidden technique imaginable. How could he falter here? Once the tumult subsided, Lin Sheng emerged unscathed. Before him lay the Thorny Grass King. Now withered and lifeless, its branches desiccated, the earlier outburst had exhausted its last vestiges of strength. Even the shell encasing its roots had lost its luster. Seizing the opportunity to deliver the final blow, during this moment of weakness, he could inflict greater damage. Lin Sheng rose to his feet and dashed to the side of the thorny grass boss, embodying the spirit of a small knife against a great tree, relentlessly hacking at the roots. Critical hit, targeting weak points. Every creature possesses vulnerabilities, be it the roots of plant-based monsters or the heads of humanoid ones. Striking these vital areas yields amplified damage. The roots of the boss Thorny Grass King were immensely robust, rivaling those of towering trees, far beyond the capacity of a mere few strikes to sever. Yet Lin Sheng remained undeterred. He had ample time to secure the first kill of a boss-level creature and claim the corresponding rewards. In his previous life, lords who achieved the first kill of a boss had to wait a month for their appearance. Now, merely 2 days into his transmigration, the vast majority remained in a state of confusion. Even the elite few had barely reached level 5. Furthermore, this locale was devoid of other players, so there was no need to worry about being robbed of his hard-fought kill later on. In the continent of Asha, the individual delivering the final blow to a monster is entitled to all its loot. Hence, some unscrupulous lords would specifically target those who had painstakingly whittled down a boss's health. Lin Sheng spent an entire hour meticulously severing the roots of the Thorny Grass King. The towering figure of the Thorny Grass King crashed to the ground, causing the mountainside to tremble. A notification from the system emerged. Congratulations, Lord, for achieving the world's first boss kill. Would you like to announce your name to all lords? Lin Sheng shook his head in refusal. Fame breeds attention, and he desired none so soon. A discreet path to wealth was the true way to success. The fallen form of the Thorny Grass King transformed into a radiant white light, surging into Lin Sheng's being, instantly filling his experience bar and propelling him beyond level 5. At that moment, the system began to announce the first kill news. Congratulations, Lord, name hidden, for the first kill of the boss Thorny Grass King. This event has been recorded in the illustrious history of the world. Congratulations, Lord, name hidden, for the first kill of the boss Thorny Grass King, earning 100 points of prestige. In gratitude for this lord's contribution to the continent of Asha, a random treasure has been awarded. The bright red notification flashed incessantly, stunning all transmigrated lords. The chat interface erupted with a torrent of messages, with the news of the first boss kill dominating every section. The chat interface is divided into several segments, with the world chat channel holding the highest priority. Messages sent here can be seen by everyone, but require a significant expenditure of gold. So far, aside from Lin Sheng's first kill announcement, no other messages had appeared in the world channel. After all, players were tight on resources in these early stages, relying on scant gold for survival, making it unlikely to waste on such announcements. Next in priority is the posting page, where various posts can be shared for others to peruse. Yet these are divided by continent. Individuals can only view posts from their own continent, and each person is limited to 10 posts per day, with any excess requiring the expenditure of gold. This is the sole means of long-distance communication available to individuals after their transmigration. In the Eastern Continent's posting page, countless threads sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Is this a joke? Just 2 days into this world, and someone has slain a boss? Is the system malfunctioning? This panel was bestowed by the goddess of creation. Even if your mind were to fail, it could never be compromised. Has someone truly slain a boss unit? Are you kidding? We just crossed over 2 days ago. Do you think your family knows about your boasting? Comparisons breed envy. Here I am at level 4, with several first-tier troops under my command, trembling at the thought of even clearing a basic resource point, lest I lose troops due to a misstep. How could anyone possibly defeat a boss? What a farce. Might I gently inquire, perhaps the boss was particularly weak? What nonsense. Have you ventured beyond the city walls? Weak? The most feeble boss in the wild is one I must circumvent, lest it lays eyes upon me. Rational analysis reveals that this world can indeed be lethal. Anyone capable of vanquishing a boss must possess courage, strength, and wisdom in equal measure. Is the Great One present? Seeking assistance with a location for your esteemed presence. Brother, have you no dignity? Exercise restraint. Father, can you hear me? Father, please accept me as your son. I have drifted through life, lamenting the absence of a wise lord. If this distinguished individual would not mind, I would gladly pledge myself as a son. The conversation thrived. Speculation swirling around the identity of the Great One who had slain the boss. The white male in the castle, battling zombies, froze upon hearing the system announcement, exposing a flaw in his actions, and was subsequently bitten several times by the undead. He quickly turned to flee, only releasing a sigh of relief once he had escaped their pursuit. Who could have slain the boss? Could it be that wretch? He has been absent since his departure. The white male promptly dismissed this notion. No, impossible, absolutely inconceivable. That wretch could never slay a boss. I would stand on my head and eat excrement. Only a noble of our kind, the true superior race, could achieve such a feat. Once I conquer this castle and announce my triumph to the world, I shall not be like that sneaky fellow who hides his name. My name shall resonate throughout the world, and I shall gather 100 beauties to worship me daily. As the white male indulged in his daydreams, on the other side, Lin Sheng gazed at the boss treasure chest that had materialized before him, exhaling deeply as he rubbed his hands together. The outcome hinges on the red or black hand, and this moment is pivotal. Open it for me. Ding, you have acquired 10 units of wood. Ding. You have obtained 100 gold coins. Ding. You have received a special item, Thorned Grass Poison Bottle X1. This item can be used to enchant weapons, granting a chance to paralyze enemies upon attack, with a recharge time of 1 full day. Ding. You have gained a Magic Thorn Grass Seed X1. This is a special material, seemingly suitable for planting. Ding. You have acquired the blueprint for a level 1 hidden unit building, Thorn Garden X1. This is a unit building structure with construction requirements. Cultivable soil block, 1,000 gold, 5 wood, 5 stone, and 1 magic thorn grass seed. Upon fulfilling the construction requirements, one can cultivate the hidden unit, Magic Thorn Grass. Indeed, a unit building structure has been revealed. Moreover, it is a hidden unit building. With the blueprint in hand, construction can be initiated within one's territory. Naturally, in the early stages without territory, one can apply to the kingdom for permission to build within its borders. Eventually, it can be relocated to one's own domain. With the unit building, there is no need to queue for the mercenary slots in the main city. Furthermore, recruiting units oneself merely requires resources, which is significantly cheaper than hiring from the main city barracks. This is a hidden unit, a treasure unattainable by mere monetary means. Even if one does not utilize it, it can be sold, serving as an inexhaustible source of wealth. Lin Sheng clicked to view the unit information. Name, Magic Thorn Grass. Unit level, 1, level 3. Attack, 6. Defense, 4. Attack speed, 2. Slow. Movement speed, 0. Immobile. Traits, nutritional absorption, paralyzing toxin, captivation. Nutritional absorption. After defeating an enemy unit, it can absorb nutrients from the enemy's corpse to restore its own health. Paralyzing toxin. Upon hitting an enemy unit, there is a chance to paralyze the enemy, ineffective against non-flesh units. Captivation. After attacking and hitting an enemy, there is a chance to inflict binding effects. It is identical to the wild thorned grass, with no diminishment in capability. Its only weakness is its immobility. However, that is inconsequential, as it can engage effectively in positional warfare. Observing the items in hand, Lin Sheng felt a modicum of satisfaction. The spoils obtained this time were quite commendable. However, aside from the mandatory unit building from the first kill, the only reward was the thorned grass poison bottle. How unfortunate! Lacking the resource-based talent from his previous life, Lin Sheng acutely sensed the malice of fate. The drop rate was exceedingly low. It would be acceptable to not receive treasures, given their rarity. Yet, not a single piece of equipment dropped. That was rather excessive, especially considering this was a first kill. It seemed necessary to devise a means to enhance his luck. Lin Sheng began to contemplate ways to acquire luck. Luck not only influences critical hits during attacks, similar to a critical strike, dealing double damage, but also affects the quality and quantity of loot obtained. In this world, one can indeed alter their fortune through effort. Oh, and there is also the randomly awarded treasures from the system. I refuse to believe I can be this unfortunate again. Lin Sheng, undeterred, opened his lordly space backpack to find a resplendent compass nestled within. The rewards from the system would directly appear in the Lord's space backpack. The treasure compass, when used, allows the user to draw a random treasure. The compass features 12 silhouettes of treasures, yet Lin Sheng could not discern the specifics of what they were. Aside from the clearly mechanical alchemical treasures, man-made, less potent than true treasures, only 3 items appeared to be genuine treasures: a hat, a book, and a pen. Lin Sheng rubbed his hands together once more. O goddess of fortune, may I embrace your fair and slender leg, or even your toes if need be. He approached the situation with a fervent heart and clicked to use it. Ding ding ding. With a delightful sound akin to clinking coins, the compass's pointer began to spin wildly. Moments later, the pointer gradually slowed, finally resting upon the silhouette of the book. Nice. A book-type treasure. With a high probability of yielding exceptional results, it sometimes produces inferior items, but the system's rewards should not be too shabby. After all, behind the system lies the esteemed goddess Asha, who would not stoop to offering low-tier treasures. Lin Sheng inhaled deeply and clicked to claim it. Ding. Congratulations, Lord. You have received a C-grade treasure, the Arcane Spellbook. Wow, this is a windfall. Spellbooks are indeed valuable. Each profession possesses its unique skills. Aside from a few common skills, one cannot learn skills from other professions. However, the spellbook is different. It can record skills from any profession, allowing for unconditional release as long as mana is expended. It essentially serves as an unrestricted additional skill slot. The rarity of this item is immeasurable. Lin Sheng hurriedly opened the spellbook, noting the presence of several blank pages for recording spells. Apart from intricate patterns, there were only 3 pages, indicating 3 available slots. One page was already inscribed with the novice mage skill, Arcane Missile. Only 2 blank pages remain. What a waste. A magnificent spellbook has recorded merely a basic skill. Lin Sheng clicked his tongue, gathering his thoughts. He stored all items in the Lord's backpack, picked up the remains of Ezreal from the ground, and turned to descend the mountain. The Lord's backpack can only accommodate items recognized by the system. Ordinary debris cannot be stored. Otherwise, carrying even those 10 units of wood would exhaust Lin Sheng before he could reach the base of the mountain. After all, he is not a warrior, endowed with great strength and endurance. Each profession has its strengths and weaknesses. The rogue's sole advantage in the early stages lies in its speed and heightened perception among hidden attributes, making it suitable for solo adventures in the wild. This is particularly fitting for a skilled lord like Lin Sheng. The rogue's attack and defense do not match those of a warrior, and it necessitates close combat with monsters, leaving one vulnerable to injury if not cautious. In this world, death is a real possibility. Injuries can lead to the loss of limbs, making the difficulty considerably high. Not everyone possesses the courage to engage in close combat with bosses, risking their lives. Many rogue lords tread cautiously when venturing out to hunt monsters. This has led to stagnation within the rogue profession. Poor development in the early stages results in a lack of funds and troops in the later stages, relegating them to mere scouts or cannon fodder just to scrape by. Many who chose the rogue ultimately abandoned their lordly aspirations, retreating to the main city, occasionally venturing out to gather simple resources and earn gold to survive. Truly, only a handful of rogues persist to the later stages, and even fewer can fully unleash the potential of the rogue profession. Consequently, the rogue has become perceived as a useless profession in the eyes of the masses. However, Lin Sheng, having lived a second life, did not choose the rogue merely to flaunt himself. He understands better than anyone the terrifying potential of the rogue profession when combined with certain special units in the late game. He can never forget the night his territory was breached. Countless units emerged from the shadows, like reapers, silently claiming the lives of his troops. As the lord, Lin Sheng could not even locate the enemy. Chapter 7. The Ghost of the Castle. Lin Sheng made his way back to the clearing where he had camped last night, hoisting the remains of Ezreal and gingerly descending the mountain. To have vanquished such a boss, he owed his gratitude to the logs and daggers of the Great Ones. As a gesture of gratitude, I could not allow this legendary figure to remain unburied in the wilderness. Instead, I chose a site of auspicious feng shui for his final resting place. The ascent was effortless, yet the descent proved challenging. Lin Sheng cautiously navigated down the ridge, occasionally employing distant reconnaissance spells to ensure he would not fall victim to any ambushes along the way. This instinct, a remnant from a past life, dictated that traversing an unsecured area necessitated prior exploration of the terrain. Even wild creatures were prone to launching surprise attacks. A saying among future lords resonated: neglecting reconnaissance while walking could lead to a tragic and unjust demise. After much effort, Lin Sheng finally reached the base of the mountain and paused to catch his breath. Despite the enhancements granted by his profession, such fortitude was not limitless. Fatigue inevitably set in. The day's journey, which involved both travel and battling a formidable boss, had drained a significant portion of his stamina and magical energy. His mana reserves were dwindling, and with a knowledge score of 0, it would take several hours to fully replenish. Seizing the opportunity to rest, Lin Sheng munched on sweet wild fruits while retrieving his prized telescope to gaze towards the castle. He pondered the fate of the white male lord. Meanwhile, the white lord reclined in the courtyard, wielding a gleaming battle axe. The surrounding copper-skinned zombies had been vanquished, clearing a path. He tenderly caressed the blade of his axe, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Fortune favored him that day. He had discovered a treasure chest hidden in the courtyard's underbrush, yielding a finely crafted battle axe. With an attack bonus and an armor-piercing effect, it was perfectly suited to counter the physical defenses of the copper-skinned zombies, further enhanced by his newfound strength from leveling up. The White Lord wreaked havoc, dispatching a zombie with just 2 or 3 strikes. After several hours, he had obliterated the majority of the undead in the courtyard, leaving only a few stragglers in the more secluded areas, which he no longer deemed worth his effort. Having rested, the White Lord pushed open the heavy oak door and stepped cautiously into the foreboding darkness of the castle's entrance hall. The atmosphere was suffocatingly dark. Every window was sealed with rubble, blocking out any trace of light. He drew forth a spark of order fire to illuminate his surroundings, revealing a corridor festooned with cobwebs, which dangled from the ceiling like ghostly tendrils. A chill wind seeped through unseen crevices, sending shivers down his spine. The walls were damp with mildew, and the wooden furniture had long since rotted into decay. A multitude of copper-skinned zombies aimlessly wandered in the shadows, and the White Lord's confidence surged as he brandished his axe, charging towards them. Within minutes, he had cleared the corridor. The doors lining the hall were tightly shut, and upon discovering they would not yield to mere twisting of the handle, he resorted to smashing them apart with his axe. After all, reality was not a video game. If one could not open a door from one side, then shattering it would suffice. Inside one of the guest rooms, he found only disarray and decayed furniture. Much to his disappointment, as he exited, he was overtaken by a sneeze, the musty air and dust irritating his throat. The sound echoed ominously through the corridor, reverberating deep into the castle's recesses. Suddenly, shadows coalesced in the depths of the castle, morphing into grotesque humanoid forms that scuttled along the corridor. These phantoms hovered 3 inches above the ground, their edges shimmering with a sickly green hue, presenting a ghostly, translucent appearance as they sped toward him. Ghosts. A second-tier unit of the undead, Possessing formidable physical damage resistance, their sole vulnerability lay in magic. Upon spotting their target, the ghost shrieked, a piercing sound wave invading his mind, rendering his limbs heavy as if filled with lead. Their malicious wails inflicted a debuff, diminishing his maximum damage output. Paralyzed with fear, the White Lord stood frozen, his senses overwhelmed. In an instant, the ghosts were upon him, their claws raking across his armored arm. The screeching of nails against metal pierced the air, leaving a deep gash. The frost claw attack diminished his movement speed, the icy tendrils creeping across his armor, chilling him to the bone. Help me! He cried in terror, abandoning his axe and curling into a ball, scrambling towards the door. The ghosts pursued him relentlessly, only halting their chase once he burst into the sunlight outside. It seemed they were wary of the light, unwilling to step beyond the threshold of the castle, instead lingering just beyond the entrance. Shaken and breathless, he stood in the sunlight, gradually regaining his composure. Through the ghost's semi-transparent forms, he glimpsed the axe he had discarded in the corridor, and fury erupted within him. Damn it all. What kind of cursed castle is this? Ghosts, aren't they supposed to exist only in horror films? What kind of absurd world is this? Breathing heavily, he cast a longing glance back at the castle. No, I cannot abandon the treasures within. Having crossed into this world, I must rise above the rest. Yet, the thought of confronting the phantoms filled him with dread, and he hesitated to advance. Zombies were tangible, blades could vanquish them. But what of these ethereal apparitions? Would weapons even be effective against such insubstantial foes? If only he could find a living creature to test the ghost's strength against. But alas, no animals had graced his eyes in this valley. A thought struck him. That insufferable rogue could be of use. He would capture him to serve as a frontline scout. Surely, that would suffice. With no other monsters in the valley, that fool should still be at level 1. Having ascended to level 4, dealing with that insignificant wretch would be a mere triviality. The white male, equipped once more with his original one-handed sword, cast a contemptuous glance at the specters before turning away in search of Lin Sheng's whereabouts. As he stepped out of the front yard, he spotted Lin Sheng in the distance, striding swiftly toward him. Just in time. This scoundrel dares to disregard my warning. Approaching my ancient castle, this saves me the trouble of seeking out a reason to confront him. The white male narrowed his eyes, a disdainful smile emerging as he observed Lin Sheng's tattered and filthy appearance, his body covered in dust from climbing mountains and traversing forests, not to mention battling bosses. Trash is indeed trash. Even when faced with dangerous zombies, he did not appear so disheveled. This fellow merely wandered in the mountains and ended up in such a state. Tomorrow, this garbage must have realized he could not survive, and thus has come to seek refuge with me? Such weakness is typical of trash, just like those sycophants, bowing before their masters, reluctant to act on their own. First, I shall compel him to kneel and lick my boots, and then deceive him into becoming my human shield at the castle. The white male, resolved, crossed his arms in an arrogant posture. He tilted his head upward, awaiting Lin Sheng's approach, and proclaimed with bravado, "You're still alive, aren't you? Did I not warn you to stay away from here? If you wish for my assistance, you must first kneel and kiss my boots." Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he responded. Even a dog knows that when fleeing in disgrace, it should tuck its tail between its legs rather than bark loudly. Why do you not grasp this? He continued. By the way, where's your axe? Did you leave it in the castle out of fear? How does this trash know? The white male's expression shifted. Rage coursed through him. You damned wretch, do you dare to spy on me? His shameful side had been exposed by one he deemed beneath him. The white male trembled with fury, his eyes wide as he glared at Lin Sheng. Just as he was about to erupt, his gaze fell upon something. Wait, what is that trash carrying? A tent. The significance of a tent in the wilderness is self-evident. Such a valuable item could not possibly belong to him. Greed surged within the white male, his eyes nearly turning crimson. He had spent an uncomfortable night curled up in a tree hollow. If only he could possess a tent. He could rest soundly at night and regain his strength. That damn thief, that tent should be mine. Everything in this valley belongs to me. Damn it. No, I cannot act now. The white male struggled to suppress his murderous intent. This trash is a rogue, with speed far surpassing that of a warrior. Should he sense danger and flee, I would never catch him. The dense forest terrain favors the rogue. I shall first lure him closer and act when the distance is right. The white male calculated in his mind, forcing a smile as he stepped aside to clear the path. Since you claim I am inadequate, then this castle shall be entrusted to you. Let me see how you manage the monsters. Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes, a bemused expression on his face as he remained still. Such a sudden shift in attitude. Does he think me a fool? I am not one of those dimwits raised under your so-called enlightened education, easily deceived. Seeing Lin Sheng unfazed, the white male grew anxious and raised his voice, taunting, "Come now, you lowly trash. Are you too afraid to act?" Lin Sheng shook his head, dismissing the pathetic provocation that only a fool would fall for. He replied coolly, "Do not presume I am unaware of your covetous thoughts. Your eyes are nearly bloodshot with desire for what I possess. A pirate is a pirate, their nature unchangeable." The white male's face turned ashen, his grip on the sword hilt tightening involuntarily until his knuckles turned white. Chapter 8. A person killed will die. Suddenly, the white male lifted his head. Bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lin Sheng's retreating figure. Trash is still trash. Do you think that being at a distance renders you safe? A mere yellow-skinned monkey. Dare you insult me? Die. He drew his one-handed sword and hurled it at Lin Sheng's chest with all his might. If this strike connected, it would surely pierce through leather armor, skewering Lin Sheng like a piece of meat on a skewer. But that is contingent upon hitting. Lin Sheng maintained a calm demeanor, raising his adventurer's dagger. The clash of steel rang out as Lin Sheng deflected the sword with his dagger, sending it flying, where it lodged into the ground at an angle. Is this where the charade ends? A pirate is indeed a pirate. Their true nature is inescapable. Seizing the opportunity, the white male charged forward like a raging rhinoceros, closing the distance to Lin Sheng in the blink of an eye. Damn it, I will finish you. In an environment dominated by cold weapons, iron armor serves as a tank. A mere dagger cannot breach his defenses. As long as he can draw Lin Sheng into close combat, he would have an absolute advantage over this trash. Die, the white male shouted with glee, throwing a powerful punch toward Lin Sheng's head. He was filled with confidence. After all, he had just leveled up to 4 by slaying zombies. And there were no other resources in the valley. His level was undoubtedly superior to that of this trash. Strength and equipment, a comprehensive advantage. How could he possibly lose? The fist, clad in iron, sliced through the air with a menacing whistle. If this punch landed, even a champion like Tyson would fall unconscious. Alas, Lin Sheng was not Tyson. Lin Sheng slightly tilted his head, the fist barely grazing his hair as it passed. Missed. Upon reaching level 5, he received an additional 3 attribute points. Coupled with the 1 basic attribute point from leveling up, Lin Sheng allocated all 4 points to speed, successfully surpassing 10 points in that attribute. The white male's movements appeared to Lin Sheng as though they were in slow motion, like a video playing at half speed. Lin Sheng smiled at the astonished expression of the white male, twisting his adventurer's dagger, and with dexterity and precision, he slipped it into the gap of the iron armor along the arm. Once penetrated, the dagger sliced through like a hot knife through butter, severing not only the iron but also the white male's arm. Blood gushed forth. Ah, my arm. The white male clutched his arm, writhing on the ground, tears and snot covering his face as he cried out in agony. Lin Sheng stepped forward, planting the toe of his shoe on the man's intact left hand, casually flicking the dagger to remove the blood from the blade. Relax, it will stop hurting soon. The white male, drenched in sweat, struggled to swallow, enduring the pain as he pleaded, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't dare again, please forgive me. I can kiss your boots and pledge my loyalty to you. Please don't kill me. I can be your dog, your slave, never to betray you, truly. Lin Sheng shook his head, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. It is good that you recognize your faults. Go seek your God for repentance. Once the intent to kill has been stirred, one must be prepared for death. With a swift motion, Lin Sheng struck, severing the white male's throat. The white male's throat burst open, and he weakly clutched at his neck, collapsing backward. Blood poured through his fingers, his pupils dilating, limbs twitching a few times before falling silent. Having killed, Lin Sheng felt no tremor in his heart. In his past life, he had fought his way through 12 years, eliminating numerous adversaries, whether local natives or ill-intentioned lords. A flash of light erupted from the corpse of the white male, releasing a number of materials. With 200 gold coins, 2 units of timber, and 2 units of stone, all commonplace resources acquired from a treasure chest in the castle's forecourt. This white man possessed little of value after merely 2 days in this new world. His set of iron armor was decent, yet Lin Sheng could not don it due to excessive weight, which would impose a speed penalty of 3 upon equipping it. The one-handed sword of mediocre quality offered no additional enhancements, akin to Lin Sheng's dagger, and was inferior even to the explorer's dagger. His pack contained a handful of wild fruits, which, despite their attractive appearance, were among the least palatable, causing constipation if consumed in excess. All of these items were worthless, unable to be stored in the lord's backpack, and cumbersome to carry. Calmly, Lin Sheng bent down to retrieve the order ember along with the other items, storing them in the lord's backpack. With sufficient level and the threat eliminated, it was time to conquer the castle. Lin Sheng opened his interface to review his attributes. Class, Thief, Level, 5, Attack, 5, Defense, 2, Speed, 10 Knowledge, 0, Spell Power, 0, Dominion, 3000, earned as a reward for defeating bosses. Each victory increases Dominion. Reputation, 100, Luck, 0, Equipment, Explorer's Dagger, Items, 1 Thorny Poison Bottle, Thorny Garden Structure, Enchanted Thorn Seeds, 2 Order Embers. Azrael's Treasure Map, Treasures, C-Rank Treasure Magic Book, Arcane Missile, D-Rank Explorer's Telescope. After a brief respite, Lin Sheng approached the castle's entrance and cast a long-range reconnaissance spell inside. Everything within the dilapidated corridor was laid bare before him, including the monsters lurking in the shadows. Ghost, Level 1, Stage 2, Undead Species. Attack, 6, Defense, 2, Speed, 5, Traits, Floating, capable of traversing terrain obstacles. Ghostly Form. reducing physical damage received while increasing magical damage taken. Skills: Frost Claw Strike, reducing enemy movement speed by 1 upon hit. Malicious Wail, decreasing the target's maximum damage by 1. These fragile specters, with their high attack, had a singular weakness: magic, making them a natural nemesis to physical classes. Had it not been for the magical book granted by the system, Lin Sheng would have turned and fled, giving no heed to this place. However, everything had changed now. With the magic book in hand, Lin Sheng stepped forward, planting 1 foot into the corridor. The ghosts sensed the presence of a living being and wailed as they emerged from the shadows to pounce. Lin Sheng retreated outside the door, his fingers dancing across the pages of the magic book, launching 3 azure orbs that streaked toward the ghosts like comets. Bang! The arcane missile collided with its semi-transparent form, exploding a gaping hole. Kill Ghost 1. Standing outside the castle, Lin Sheng casually waved his fingers over the pages, unleashing wave after wave of arcane missiles to reap the ghosts in the corridor. The remaining specters, with their hollow eyes wide open, piled up at the doorway, too fearful to step forward, becoming mere targets for his onslaught. The mechanism of the game was part of the Asha continent's design. If you didn't like it, you needn't play. Just as Lin Sheng was engrossed in his slaughter, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from above the castle. The ghosts trembled, their spatial restrictions lifted. They surged forth from the castle like a tidal wave, viciously charging at Lin Sheng. Had the boss finally lost its patience? Lin Sheng had long suspected a boss lay hidden within the castle, and now it seemed this entity possessed a notable degree of intelligence, adapting its tactics. Lin Sheng leaped backward into the courtyard, using his speed to create distance. Behind him, the ghostly horde coalesced into a roiling wave, the stench of decay assaulting his senses. Their claws grazed the hem of Lin Sheng's clothing, nearly striking him, yet always falling just short, eternally out of reach. Navigating the periphery of the ghost attack radius, Lin Sheng moved gracefully, fingers deftly weaving through the air as if performing a dance of death, consistently harvesting the lives of the specters. The once dense tide of ghosts began to thin, until it finally dissipated entirely. The last arcane missile struck down the final ghost. The numerous specters had granted him a wealth of experience, bringing him tantalizingly close to level 6. Lin Sheng exhaled deeply, stowed away the magic book, and activated his stealth to enter the castle. Inside the corridor, he discovered a gleaming axe lying in wait, a commendable piece of early game equipment. Yet its previous owner had been a coward, frightened enough to abandon it. Lin Sheng picked up the axe and placed it into his spatial backpack, continuing his exploration of the castle. The castle boasted 3 stories, and all the ghosts on the first floor had been dispatched. In the living room on the ground floor, a wooden treasure chest sat conspicuously. It was the very chest guarded by the ghosts. Lin Sheng approached cautiously, tentatively retrieving his initial dagger, and, with a flick of his wrist, drove it into the chest. Thud! The sound resonated, penetrating deep into the wood. Many treasure chests, Lin Sheng thought as he confidently advanced to open it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained 2 units of gems. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 2 units of mercury. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 3 units of soul powder. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a rare level equipment, the Ghost Necklace. Ghost Necklace, Spell Power 1, when worn, allows the casting of the low-level spell Slow. A bountiful harvest. The treasure chests in this place had never been opened, accumulating a wealth of rewards, all yielding high-tier resources. Lin Sheng finally understood why those major guilds were so enthusiastic about dungeon raids. After finishing with the treasure chest, Lin Sheng discovered a set of keys by the nearby fireplace, corresponding to 6 locked doors on either side. These doors likely concealed valuable treasures within. Lin Sheng took the keys and began to unlock each room to investigate. The first room was a guest room, empty. The second room was also a guest room, empty. The third was a study, filled with books, yet sadly, due to the castle's severe water damage, the pages had become sodden and decayed into a mushy pile. Lin Sheng searched thoroughly, but found nothing of value. Just as he turned to leave, a glimmer caught his eye. Beneath the rotting pages, something seemed to glimmer. Lin Sheng carefully peeled back the pages to reveal a glowing book. Basic offensive spell, a strategic magic that increases the physical attack damage of troops. Lin Sheng did not learn it immediately. Instead, he stored the skill book in his spatial backpack. The ordinary version of the offensive spell would only clutter his skill bar, and forgetting it would incur a hefty price. In a hidden realm, he could learn a legendary level skill, the strategic magic storm offensive. Since only one type of magic of the same category could be mastered, learning the basic offensive spell would preclude him from acquiring the storm variant. However, selling it was also a viable option. Not every lord could obtain legendary skills. Basic defensive spell, a strategic magic that reduces the physical attack damage received by troops. Basic reconnaissance spell. Lin Sheng gazed at the 3 skill books in his hands, his expression a mixture of intrigue and contemplation. The trifecta of foundational skills for novice lords has been successfully acquired, a quintessential mastery for every fledgling ruler. Alas, it seems these newfound abilities shall remain unutilized by him. Lin Sheng stowed away the skill tomes and turned to exit the study. The fourth room remained a guest chamber, devoid of occupants. The fifth room, however, bore the unmistakable scars of battle. Lin Sheng's spirits surged at the sight. A confrontation had indeed transpired here, with no time for tidying up. It was evident. This was the guest room once occupied by the legendary adventurer, Ezreal. Following the skirmish, the scholar, Skarl, had been compelled to vacate the premises, leaving it in disarray. Ezreal's myriad treasures hinted at a fortuitous windfall for anyone associated with his name. Chapter 9. The Castle Boss. Surely, it would be remiss not to thoroughly scour Ezreal's chamber for loot. Activating reconnaissance. Engaging the explorer's telescope, Lin Sheng meticulously examined every corner of the guest room, leaving no stone unturned. The room resembled a tempest's wrath, with walls marred by varying depths of scars, shattered furniture strewn about, all covered in a thick layer of dust. The cobblestone floor was pockmarked, littered with remnants of combat, slashing strikes akin to axe wounds, radiating bullet holes, and gaping craters as if corroded by acid. These were the aftermath of arcane onslaughts, arcane blades, oblivion-style arcane bolts, and dragon breath corrosion. Although Lin Sheng had yet to wield these spells, he recognized them from sight. All were high-tier incantations. It seemed that Scholar Skarl was no ordinary figure. Cautiously avoiding the residual magic, Lin Sheng rummaged through the chaos and discovered two pieces of equipment, a glove and a cookbook. Ezreal's adventurer's gloves, right hand. Quality, golden perfect grade, damaged. Damage, 52, decreased due to damage. Attack speed, 51, decreased due to damage. Luck, 51, decreased due to damage. Additional skills, 1. Mana infusion, restoring 100 mana points with a cooldown of 24 hours. 2. Arcane teleportation, damaged. 3. Hostility perception, damaged. This dagger, a steadfast companion to Ezreal throughout his ventures, bore witness to his legendary life, now diminished in attributes due to combat damage. Present it to one of Ezreal's favored companions, and one might receive unexpected rewards. An exquisite find. Even in its damaged state, it was sufficient to dominate the early game. Lin Sheng promptly donned the gloves and brandished the dagger, reveling in increased speed and lethality. If only he could locate a master blacksmith to restore it to its former glory. He then opened the cookbook. Ezreal's culinary compendium, Legendary Miscellaneous. It chronicles delectable recipes from around the world, including some unique creations. One cannot neglect their palate while venturing out. Lin Sheng's heart raced. He had struck gold, for this tome was even more valuable than the gloves. It contains several legendary recipes. Legendary recipes are priceless treasures, each worth more than 100 million gold coins in later stages. And even if one wished to purchase them, sellers would be few and far between. Only a master chef could concoct dishes from these legendary recipes. Each recipe's effects were singular and extraordinarily potent. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had once paid a handsome sum to savor a legendary dish, the Feast of the Frenzied Dragon, which granted a permanent boost to all attributes. Such effects were indeed formidable. Consuming enough legendary dishes could allow one to utterly overpower their foes in terms of attributes. Legendary recipes are exceedingly rare. In his former life, fewer than a dozen had appeared across the continent. Major guilds had mobilized entire armies, tens of thousands strong, to secure a single legendary recipe, leading to fierce battles. Now, Lin Sheng held several legendary recipes in his possession. Content with his spoils, Lin Sheng turned to depart. Every corner of the room had been explored, and his rewards were plentiful. In his previous life, he had not enjoyed such fortune. Upon his arrival in the main city, the first month had been arduous, marked by fierce competition among lords. The main city was devoid of resources, yet overflowing with lords. A multitude of them crowded the area, making it impossible to claim low-level resource points without contention. Lin Sheng had even inadvertently offended a guild, landing himself on their blacklist. This compounded his troubles, as no one dared to team with him. Alone and outmatched, he often fell victim to coordinated assaults from those who banded together, maliciously monopolizing monsters. He could only seek out remote locations to gather meager scraps for survival. Even so, he managed to leverage his resource-oriented talent, carving his way through millions to become one of the top 10 lords promoted to the divine domain. Despite possessing an epic talent in his past life, he now bore a legendary talent, and he was determined to claim the top position. Steeling himself, Lin Sheng gazed toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Above awaited the boss. Judging by the types of monsters encountered in the castle, the boss was likely also of the undead variety. Regrettably, without diplomacy skills, he could not recruit these units. In the world of Asha, the undead were not as fearsome as in typical fantasy settings. They symbolized tranquility and order, representing the balance of life and death. Lords and heroes could recruit the undead to combat the encroaching tide of darkness. In this realm, there existed only one sun, that of the goddess Asha. Even the most terrifying of the undead must contribute to the construction of the world. The undead typically fell into three major categories: skeletons, with the ultimate unit being bone dragons; zombies, culminating in blood lords; and wraiths, leading to ghost dragons and lich dragons. Lin Sheng was uncertain which type of boss awaited him upstairs. The rogue class favored physical damage, able to contend with the first two types, except for the wraiths, which had exceptionally high physical resistance. With cautious steps, Lin Sheng ascended the staircase, aware of the many pitfalls he had encountered in the past, rich with experience. Exploring castles, dungeons, and mazes required vigilance regarding traps. Though he had yet to learn the skill of trap detection, he had gleaned enough from his previous life to identify the traps lurking on the steps. Gravity-binding traps, enhanced explosive traps, frost traps, there were quite a variety. It was a pity that if he had mastered the rogue's skill of trap usage, he could have disarmed these traps for his own use. Holding the flame of order aloft for illumination, Lin Sheng cast a lingering glance at the traps before turning to continue his ascent. No sooner had he set foot on the second floor than a powerful chill enveloped him. Even clad in thick leather armor, Lin Sheng felt the cold seep to his bones. The second floor opened into a vast hall, its ceiling adorned with luminous crystal stones that illuminated the surroundings. The floor was encrusted with a thick layer of frost. The frosted terrain reduced the movement speed of all heroes and units except for certain specialized types. The hall was cluttered with various experimental apparatus, all encased in ice. A boss capable of altering terrain could prove to be troublesome. He hoped it wasn't a wraith. Lin Sheng carefully extinguished the flickering flame of order and nestled cautiously at the staircase's entrance, retrieving his telescope to scrutinize the situation in the grand hall. Within the vast chamber loitered a dozen ethereal figures, each exuding a frosty blue hue, resembling humans yet distinctly otherworldly, appearing rather endearing. These were frost wraiths, a second-tier undead unit, characterized by their statistics: attack, 2, defense, 5, casting speed, 5, swift, movement speed, 4, relatively quick. Their attributes included 1. Ice armor, which enhances their defensive capabilities, mitigating damage received. 2. Chill aura, which diminishes the physical attack power of foes upon melee engagement with a 10% chance of reducing their movement speed, while their offensive might was modest. Their formidable defense rendered them a bulwark in the front line. One should not underestimate their defensive prowess. It would take at least 2 arcane missiles to vanquish a single wraith, exponentially increasing the expenditure of magical energy. The crux of the matter lay in their chill aura, a vexing trait that rendered melee confrontation futile, leaving one with no option but to flee. These classic rookie killers often led many a lord to ruin during the early stages when magic and ranged units were scarce, decimating the hard-earned forces accumulated over time. If such troublesome minions posed a challenge, how much more formidable would the boss be? Lin Sheng adjusted his telescope and, amidst the encircling frost wraiths, discerned the final boss of the castle, a distinctly different, shadowy specter. This entity, a near-corporeal wraith, clutched a staff, murmuring to itself with its head bowed. Behind it lay a resplendent treasure chest, a rare-grade cache. It promised at least a C-grade artifact. The difficulty, however, resided in the boss itself. Lin Sheng discreetly cast a reconnaissance spell, unveiling its attributes before him. Shadow Wraith, Tier 3 unit Offitus, a heroic unit. Level 10. The level of the boss is calculated similarly to that of the Lord. Attack 6, Defense 6, Casting Speed 7, Quick Casting. Movement Speed 5. Its characteristics included 1. Wraith Form, significantly reduces physical damage received, with a 5% chance of complete immunity to physical harm. 2. Rapid Casting, greatly enhances spellcasting speed. This entity was born from the lingering resentment of a fallen hero, embodying the combat experience of its previous life. Lin Sheng's brow furrowed in concern. A level 10 undead boss had completed its first job transition, now wielding professional skills. Moreover, as a named boss, it likely possessed basic intelligence and was a spellcaster. The Shadow Wraith commanded a multitude of debilitating spells, specializing in reducing attack, defense, and speed, making it nearly impossible to defeat or escape. The combination of a magic-based boss and melee minions created a lavish yet perilous scenario. Even a lord accompanied by second-tier soldiers might struggle to overcome it. Furthermore, Lin Sheng aimed to face this challenge solo, elevating the difficulty to an entirely new echelon. Life was singular. In this world, death was irreversible. Taking a deep breath to sharpen his mind, Lin Sheng pondered, should he yield? No. Abandoning hope was not an option. The more arduous the boss, the greater the ultimate reward. Retreating in the face of adversity would undermine his mission to rescue the Abyssal Queen and confront the encroaching forces of the Mage Tower. He had been granted a second chance at life, not to cower in fear or merely cling to existence. With newfound resolve, Lin Sheng activated his stealth ability and ventured into the second-floor hall. He cautiously advanced, halting just beyond the detection range of the frost wraiths, mere steps away from them. The wraiths continued their aimless wandering, unaware of his presence. Aggression among creatures was interconnected. Attacking one would incite the others to swarm. Even a level 10 shield knight, clad in full armor, would struggle to withstand several rounds of their onslaught. Emerging from stealth, Lin Sheng brandished his initial makeshift dagger and hurled it towards a frost wraith. Though lacking proficiency in throwing skills, The muscle memory of his past life as an archer remained intact, rendering a miss impossible at such close quarters. Ding! A crisp sound resonated as the dagger embedded itself in the wraith's icy armor. Ah! The struck wraith let out a piercing shriek, instantly alerting the others. The boss, Ophidas, promptly waved its staff, bestowing enhanced status upon all minions. Strategic magic activated. Basic offensive spell. Basic defensive spell. The Frost Wraith's attack and defense were further augmented. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng turned on his heel and fled before the boss could unleash any negative spells upon him. The Frost Wraiths pursued relentlessly. Chapter 10, Ascension Boss? A cacophony of howls erupted as the Frost Wraiths charged at Lin Sheng, their bodies radiating an eerie blue glow. Approaching too closely would ensnare him in their chilling grip, slowing his escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Sheng dashed down the stairs, maintaining a pace that perfectly calibrated the wraith's aggro range, akin to a carrot dangling before a stubborn donkey, luring the enemies onward. He could not run too swiftly, lest he lose their ire. If the monsters deemed him unreachable, they would return to their patrol routes. Yet, he could not afford to dawdle, for if they caught up, he would be ensnared in battle, leaving him no chance to escape. More critically, he had to glance back and strike, deceiving the boss, who possessed basic intelligence, ensuring it could not summon its Frost Wraiths back. Kiting, as this maneuver was termed, seemed simple in theory, yet in practice, it was a daunting challenge. After all, this was no mere game. The price of failure was death. Few could maintain their composure in such circumstances, expertly managing the distance. Even in his previous life, those capable of executing such intricate maneuvers numbered fewer than 50. Lin Sheng navigated the stairs, evading traps, and reached the first floor of the castle. The Frost Wraiths followed in hot pursuit. Being floating units, they did not trigger the traps on the steps. However, who said the monsters had to activate them themselves? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Sheng turned back and cast an arcane missile, striking a gravity-binding trap. Buzz! The magical trap was instantly activated. An invisible wave radiated outward, ensnaring all units on the stairs, regardless of friend or foe. The Frost Wraiths were all caught in the unseen force, sprawled helplessly on the ground, unable to move. The gravity-binding trap, upon activation, imposed an invisible force that restrained all nearby units. The duration of the binding depended on the target's magical resilience and mass. The greater the resilience and mass, the more challenging the binding, and the shorter the duration. If it were a titan or giant creature, it could break free in less than a second. However, the Frost Wraiths, with their negligible mass and low magical resilience, were ensnared completely, suffering the full effects of the trap until its magical energy was expended. In his previous life, Lords had devised a strategy to exploit gravity-based magic and traps specifically against Wraith units. Lin Sheng stowed his spellbook, circumventing the immobilized Frost Wraiths, and made directly for the boss on the second floor. His magical reserves were limited. He could not afford to squander them on these minor adversaries. The primary target was the boss. He ascended once more to the second floor. The boss, Ophidas, slightly turned its head, its hollow eye sockets gazing intently at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng could distinctly sense its gaze, which bore a hint of curiosity. Was it contemplating? It resembled a sentient being. Suddenly, Ophidas opened its mouth, its voice dry and hoarse, uttering, "Utilize, trap, achieve, purpose, the chosen of Aisha," rather intriguing. In the eyes of the local natives, Lin Sheng and his companions were all summoned by Aisha's chosen, tasked with assisting in resolving the world's crises. Lin Sheng looked at the boss with curiosity. Could it be that this communicative boss had awakened memories from its past life? Truly, it was a hero of renown. A spark ignited in Lin Sheng's heart as he inquired, "Since you have regained your intellect, I presume you are aware of your situation. Do you require assistance? Perhaps to free you from something?" Some heroes, reluctant to become undead, find no rest after death and actively seek to end their existence. If a mere conversation could resolve the dilemma without bloodshed, it would indeed be a blessing. A victory through dialogue is still a victory, and the experience points and treasures dropped would remain unaffected. My state? Yes, I have already died. Ophidas lowered its gaze to its hands, seemingly lost in confusion. Lin Sheng's heart soared with hope. Ophidas appeared to recollect something, abruptly lifting its head, its vacant eye sockets fixed on Lin Sheng. "I see. I have finally awaited the hero's arrival. I have guarded this secret for far too long. Therefore, chosen, step forth and allow me to measure your strength, to see if you are worthy. Come, defeat me. Let me witness your power." With that, it raised its staff, and an eerie blue flame ignited within its eye sockets. A potent surge of magical energy radiated outward, distorting the light around it like a wave of heat. A magical outburst? Was it directly initiating its second phase? This seemed amiss. After such a verbal exchange, had the boss's difficulty increased? Lin Sheng dared not hesitate, raising his hand to unleash 3 arcane missiles, interrupting the boss's incantation while swiftly closing the distance. When facing a magic-oriented boss, it is crucial to shorten the distance to disrupt their casting. Otherwise, one would merely be a target for their assaults. Though uncertain of the boss's condition, there was no choice but to engage in battle. The gravity trap could only hold for an hour. The boss had to be dealt with before time expired. The shadowy wraith type of boss lacked direct damage spells, primarily relying on numerous negative spells to affect its adversaries. It raised a finger, and a dark beam shot towards Lin Sheng. Slow. It aimed to reduce the enemy's speed. Should this strike land, Lin Sheng's speed would dwindle to that of a crawling snail, rendering him a true target. An intelligent foe is indeed troublesome. Their spells are always targeted. Lin Sheng crouched low and executed a sideways roll, barely evading the spell. During his roll, his fingers glided across the pages of his spellbook, and 3 arcane missiles formed a triangular pattern, spinning as they hurtled towards the boss. The boss waved its staff, conjuring an icy shield before it. The arcane missiles struck the ice shield, erupting into a cloud of icy mist. Seizing the moment when the boss's vision was obscured, Lin Sheng propelled himself forward with explosive force. The shadowy wraith, keenly sensing danger, spread its arms and let out a haunting wail. The anguished cry inflicted minor physical damage on its foes and disrupted their mental focus, interrupting their current casting. The sound waves swept over Lin Sheng, jarring his thoughts and nearly causing him to stumble. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Lin Sheng charged forward, his dagger glinting ominously. A direct thrust. It struck true. The dagger pierced the shadowy wraith's form, akin to a blade penetrating a resilient balloon, extracting a fragment of its essence. The boss's spectral form dimmed abruptly. During the wailing, it could not cast other spells, and thus had no means to defend with its ice shield. Taking the hit squarely, the shadowy wraith let out a muffled groan and prepared to retaliate. Chapter 11. Golden Perfect Equipment. Weaken Curse. Reduces target's attack damage. Undead Mark. Increases damage dealt to the target by undead creatures. Corruption Spell. Lowers target's defense value, with a chance to decrease equipment durability. The proximity made evasion impossible. In an instant, Lin Sheng was engulfed in a kaleidoscope of red, blue, and black, various negative curse auras flashing around him. He became a spectacle of colors. His limbs grew weak and powerless, a chill coursing through his body, significantly diminishing his attributes. The shadowy wraith Ophidas regarded Lin Sheng, its voice raspy as it spoke. Quite impressive. You were able to pinpoint my casting gap and successfully close the distance. However, physical attacks yield minimal damage to a spectral form. If your strength is limited to this, then it ends here for you. Chosen one. The properties of the ghostly realm. The phantom form mitigated substantial physical damage and possessed a chance to nullify current damage. An absolute bane to physical assaults. This was precisely why Lin Sheng hesitated to confront wraith-type bosses. If he truly had to dispatch it with a small dagger, he would likely need to stab it thousands of times. Lin Sheng clenched his teeth. And here? What a jest. Now is the moment. The glove's skill activated. Magic surged forth, replenishing his mana to its zenith. In the next instant, Lin Sheng retrieved his spellbook, pressing the pages against the shadowy wraith. He poured forth all his magical energy, without reservation. Arcane missiles, launched them all, under the immense magical pressure. The overloaded spellbook creaked and trembled violently before unleashing a torrent of arcane missiles. All at close range, they inundated the shadowy wraith's form. Like a shotgun fired at point-blank range, not a fragment of magical power escaped. Each missile struck with maximal force, fierce and lethal. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of violent explosions, the shadowy wraith stood rigid, its body blasted with a gaping hole, its spectral form dulled, akin to a flickering light bulb on the verge of extinguishing. Lin Sheng withdrew his dagger, prepared for a finishing strike. Yet, as he thrust the dagger, it met with emptiness. The black mist enveloping the boss receded like a tide, revealing a translucent human silhouette. It was a young man with brown hair and brown eyes, clad in a mage's robe. A warm smile adorned his face as he gently grasped Lin Sheng's hand holding the dagger. Congratulations, you have triumphed. My task has concluded. Thank you, chosen one. For I may finally rest. Take your spoils and proceed to the 3rd floor of the ancient castle. All answers await you there. Forge ahead, do not waver. Do not retreat, for this world, for the goddess Aisha. With that, his soul abruptly dissipated, disintegrating into golden specks of light that drifted towards the heavens. His restless and tormented spirit had finally found peace. A flood of experience points surged into Lin Sheng, propelling his experience from just shy of level 5 to nearly level 6, elevating him a full tier. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully slaying the boss, shadowy wraith Ophidas. Do you wish to announce your name to all lords? Lin Sheng decisively chose no. In the next moment, a crimson text reappeared, pinned to the top of the world channel, lingering without end. Congratulations to Lord, name hidden, for the first successful defeat of the boss, the gloomy wraith. This event has been recorded in the annals of the world's glorious history. Congratulations to Lord, name hidden, for the first successful defeat of the boss, the gloomy wraith, earning 100 points of world reputation. Congratulations to Lord, name hidden, for the first successful defeat of the boss, the gloomy wraith, receiving a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Given that this was the second defeat of the boss, the absence of treasure rewards is quite normal. The chat interface erupted once more. Damn, is this the second one? Has another big shot emerged? I've been laboriously developing in the main city for 2 days, and whenever I encounter a boss, I have to turn and flee. How can someone be this formidable? Where's the report button? Defeating a boss within just 2 days of crossing over is absolutely abnormal. I agree. A thorough investigation is warranted. It's insane. This is the real world. Where would any cheats come from? If one cannot perform, they shouldn't complain about the uneven road. In 3 minutes, I want all the information on this lord. The big boss upstairs is out of his mind. Such an exceptional individual must surely be our lord from India. Only the noble bloodline of the Kshatriya can be so powerful. If you're going to act crazy, head to the temple and see if the priests of this world will shock you. Exactly. This has to be our lord from Japan, the chosen high school protagonist. You might as well join that Indian. Big shot, big shot. A cute and soft girl here. The post includes photos, delicate and easy to charm. And I can even say yoo-hoo. Would you consider adding me as a friend? Dear anonymous brother, please add me as a friend. Dear anonymous husband, look here. My lowly voice can shout 666, and I can brew potions for you. Lin Sheng rubbed his hands, gazing at the boss loot chest before him. Goddess of luck, grant me your favor. Open. A silver light flashed. Acquired equipment, shadow cloak, rare grade equipment. Attributes, defense 1, stealth 2. Special trait, gliding, when falling from a height. The cloak can be unfolded to slow the descent. A silver grade rare equipment. It even adds to the stealth attribute, a perfect little gem for thieves. Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, increasing luck is beneficial. Just a slight increase in luck allowed me to obtain rare grade equipment from the chest. The next moment, a brilliant golden light filled Lin Sheng's vision. Acquired equipment, dark attribute leather armor, perfect grade equipment. Attributes, defense 3, magic resilience 1. Special trait, shadow affinity. When casting dark elemental magic, an additional bonus is granted. Active skill, shadow assault, a continuous skill. During the activation of the skill, mana is continuously consumed, significantly increasing movement speed. An additional dark attribute damage is dealt upon attack. Lin Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Golden grade perfect equipment. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had to hide for a whole year after offending someone before he obtained his first piece of golden equipment. Golden equipment surpasses silver in both attributes and traits. This piece even possesses a special skill, a premium among the golden tier. If this equipment were exchanged for gold coins, it would be sufficient for Lin Sheng to purchase an extravagant estate and become a landowner in this alternate world. The chest emitted a flash of white light, and a skill book popped out. Acquired skill book, Frost Ring. A beginner spell. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng is not a mage and cannot learn this skill. Selling it at the main city auction house would fetch a good price. What a jackpot. 2 pieces of usable equipment. Lin Sheng, feeling content, approached the guardian chest nearby. Compared to the loot chest from the boss, the guardian chest is far more precious and has a chance to yield treasures. Treasures can strengthen all troops and alter the course of a battle, making them 100 times more valuable than mere equipment. In this world, lords lead troops into battle. No matter how formidable one is alone, they will inevitably be overshadowed by the endless array of troop types. The true strength lies in the might of one's forces. Come on, let me see what treasures lie within this guardian chest. Chapter 12, C-Grade Treasure. Goddess of Luck, may you bless me with a treasure. Lin Sheng excitedly reached out to touch the guardian chest. Fortunately, this chest was not locked. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring a C-Grade treasure, the Life Pearl. The Life Pearl, when worn by a hero, increases the maximum health of all troops under their command, limited to flesh and blood types. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring gold coins, 2,000 pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring high-level resources, 2 units of mercury. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring high-level resources, 2 units of gems. Indeed, a treasure was acquired, but Lin Sheng frowned slightly. The Life Pearl can only be said to be decent. After all, its target of effect is limited. It is of no use to elemental or undead races, as these 2 types do not possess flesh and blood. If Lin Sheng were to display any signs of picky behavior, he would surely be drowned in a flood of scorn. It is known that even in later stages, lords possessing treasures are exceedingly rare, leaving no room for selection. Lin Sheng stowed away the supplies and treasures and turned to gaze at the dark staircase leading to the 3rd floor. The staircase was shrouded in darkness. The glowing crystal stones in the hall unable to illuminate that area. What secrets lay guarded there? Compelling a hero to willingly transform into a trial boss to protect this place? Whatever it is, it must be extraordinary. Filled with curiosity, Lin Sheng refrained from recklessly advancing. Outside the castle, the sun had already begun to set, soon to vanish beyond the horizon. Nightfall approached, and the chaotic dark tide was imminent. Having defeated 2 bosses in a single day, Lin Sheng's body and mind were at their limits, leaving him utterly exhausted. A night's rest is in order. Specific exploration can wait until tomorrow. Before that, he should deal with those frost wraiths at the staircase. Otherwise, if they were to sneak into his tent while he slept, he would wake up with frost on his face. Though this troop type has a humanoid form, Sharing a bed is out of the question for Lin Sheng. It simply does not appeal to him. If he were to choose a troop to accompany him in slumber, it would undoubtedly be the elven race, particularly the fair-skinned and beautiful, golden-haired, wavy-haired light elves. Alternatively, the hell race's succubi, with their alluring curves and captivating attire, would also be a delightful choice. As Lin Sheng idly pondered, he wielded his dagger, dispatching the frost wraiths one by one. His mana had been entirely depleted during the boss battle, and without knowledge, mana recovery was painfully slow. Thus, he could only grind down their health with his dagger. After taking some time, Lin Sheng successfully eliminated all the frost wraiths on the staircase. He leveled up to level 7. Casually allocating his attribute points to attack, Lin Sheng took a brief rest. Preparing to spend the night in the ancient castle's second floor, he set up his tent and hung the Order's ember, ensuring the vicinity would not be assaulted by the chaotic dark tide. Although there were luminous crystal stones on the second floor ceiling, they were merely ordinary light sources, incapable of warding off the chaotic dark tide. Lin Sheng chewed on sweet wild fruits, replenishing his energy. After 2 consecutive days of consuming wild vegetables and fruits, he felt as though his mouth had turned to sand. Life in the wild is like this. Conditions are not as favorable as in the main city, but resources are plentiful. In the future, many lords would pack their rations full for long journeys, often being out for several days. With nothing pressing to do, Lin Sheng opened the chat interface to see what events had transpired that day. At the forefront of discussions today is the thread regarding the slaying of 2 formidable boss creatures. A multitude of posts speculate on the identity of the individual responsible for this feat, questioning how one could exhibit such audacity merely a day after their arrival in this realm. Truly, it seems almost superhuman. All of us have traversed into this world, yet none can rival your prowess. The words are laced with envy, jealousy, and a palpable desire to bask in the glory of this remarkable individual. Some posts delve into conjectures about the rewards from the boss, imploring the anonymous lord to reveal their spoils for the community's delight. A greater number of participants are engaged in pondering strategies for conquering boss entities, but ultimately, no viable plans emerge. After all, boss-level units are exceedingly perilous. A moment of carelessness can lead to total annihilation. While the loss of troops can be rectified through recruitment, the death of a person is irrevocable. Scrolling through these discussion threads, one encounters the second most popular type of post. Many voices rise in a cacophony of warnings about the dangers of nightfall. Despite the goddess's explicit prohibition against venturing out after dark, a decree reinforced in the minds of the populace as fundamental knowledge, there are always a few obstinate souls among millions who consider themselves chosen. The more something is forbidden, the more they are inclined to pursue it. Such individuals are not in short supply, and their mindset is indeed peculiar. What? Others perish upon entering the black tide, but they are not me. Surely, it cannot be the same. What if they encounter a fortuitous event? They tentatively step beyond the protection of the Order's flame, exposing themselves to the chaotic black tide without any safeguards. As for the fates that befall such individuals, Lin Sheng needs no posts to ascertain the outcome. One must never tread into the black tide, my friend. A level 4 warrior merely brushed their fingers against it and was instantaneously corrupted into a monster. The thread features a video captured from the system interface. A Caucasian warrior, grinning mischievously, greets the audience before recklessly extending his hand beyond the perimeter of the Order's flame. In the blink of an eye, the black tide fervently clings to his palm, swiftly infiltrating his body and spreading through his veins and bones with reckless abandon. Mere seconds later, that warrior's form contorts grotesquely, transforming him into a creature known as a level 1 corrupted. The videographer gasps in horror, but the system interface remains unaffected, faithfully recording the scene. My goodness, how terrifying. If one does not court death, they shall not die. Why can they not heed this warning? The local natives face a similar fate. Those who linger outside the main city before nightfall risk becoming monsters. It's utterly frightening. How did that videographer fare in the end? Did they triumph over the creature, or did they perish? Is there truly human life in this other world? To the individual above, if they did not succeed, could they still be alive to post? Caution is imperative during the nights in the wild. I dispatched a level 1, Tier 2 unit to probe the chaotic black tide, only for them to vanish upon entering. Good heavens, is that a prominent figure? Have they already recruited a Tier 2 unit? Oh, esteemed one, might you impart some wisdom upon us? What is this? I have single-handedly vanquished numerous high-level monsters. Allow me to showcase my spoils. Below is an image of an exceptionally rare piece of equipment, a single-handed tusk sword, inflicting 1 damage. It has a chance to cause bleeding upon striking. Quite an impressive early-game weapon. Is this not the same image from this morning? Is this truly your image? You simply posted it? Show me your mighty unit, and I shall believe you. In the midst of banter and boasting, the community is lively within the thread. Lin Sheng cannot help but marvel at how swiftly most individuals have adapted following the initial chaos. However, such fervent reactions to a rare piece of equipment, they are a collection of naive souls. Lin Sheng opted for anonymity and discreetly posted, as a complete novice, I opened a treasure chest today and acquired a peculiar item. Might I ask the esteemed veterans if this so-called treasure holds any value? Within the main city, Zhang Guifeng chuckled as he perused the post, casually clicking it open. He is the lord who recently posted, having successfully recruited a Tier 1, Level 2 unit, which places him among the more adept lords. Treasure? What a farcical jest. Even the heroic units with official titles in the main city possess not a single treasure. He had inquired thoroughly. Treasures are exceedingly scarce strategic items. To expect to obtain one at this stage, it is akin to chasing phantoms. Unless he is the illegitimate child of the goddess. This fellow must have gleaned the name of the treasure from some source, merely to garner attention. Amused, Zhang Guifeng continued to peruse the post. Just as he took a sip from his cup, he sputtered, spraying it everywhere. The post contained naught but a single image. A life gem, classified as a C-grade treasure. Equipment requirement, none. Attributes, 2 heroic constitution. Special trait, vital surge, enhancing the life points of all units under heroic command by 10, limited to corporeal entities. A gem condensed from the essence of life, exceedingly rare. Zhang Guifeng was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to blink. Goodness! Is this a prominent figure masquerading anonymously? To acquire a treasure at this stage, one must at least vanquish boss-level units. Indeed. Today's system notifications mentioned 2 boss creatures being defeated. This must be one of them. Goodness! Our esteemed individual is pretending to be a novice, a familiar tactic. This must be a compatriot. The post rapidly drew attention, with countless replies catapulting it to the forefront. What on earth am I witnessing? A collective life point enhancement? Applicable to all units? With no restrictions? No wonder it is deemed a treasure. The effects are utterly astounding. If this is a C-grade treasure, what heights must an A-grade treasure reach? This anonymous individual must be the one who felled the boss. It has been identified as useless, a complete waste. I suggest mailing it to me, and I shall dispose of it for you. No need to thank me. I am simply a good Samaritan. Zhang Guifeng remained silent for a moment, realizing that he had been mistaken in believing himself impressive. Indeed, there are always those greater than oneself. His ability to recruit a Tier 1, Level 2 unit was purely a result of collective effort. On the very first day of their traversal, he had collaborated with a dozen lords to form a mutual aid society. One of his companions had fortuitously discovered a hidden quest on that first day. Alas, it was limited to the gunner class, so it was bestowed upon him. With the assistance of his companions, the entire quest process was completed in a day, granting him the recruitment rights for the Tier 2, Armored Spearmen. Zhang Guifeng expended all his resources to recruit 6 armored spearmen. His earlier bravado about sending them to scout was merely a facade, motivated by greed for resources, to farm a bit more. Unfortunately, he returned late, inadvertently lagging behind and falling prey to the black tide. He was heartbroken, yet had to maintain an indifferent facade. Now it appears that this individual who acquired the treasure must either possess extraordinary luck or unparalleled ability. Regrettably, the esteemed figure remains anonymous. Otherwise, he would spare no effort to recruit them into the Mutual Aid Society. With such a powerhouse at the helm, the society would surely ascend to become the foremost influence in Radiant City, or even the entire Eastern continent. Desperate to connect with this luminary, Zhang Guifeng was suddenly struck by inspiration. If I cannot reach the eminent one, I can have them reach out to me. Good heavens, I am quite clever. Zhang Guifeng immediately set to work, drafting a post. He even spent 100 gold coins to ensure his post remained at the top of the page, preventing it from being swiftly buried beneath new content. Every individual is entitled to 10 free messages each day, and the posts refresh incessantly every minute and second. Without spending a dime, one would fear that the esteemed figures might remain oblivious. Welcome to the Shuguang City Mutual Aid Society. We eagerly anticipate your participation. The content within is rather straightforward. A mutual aid society has been established in Shuguang City, where ambitious individuals can join hands to assist one another. This is particularly true for those distinguished individuals possessing treasures. Zhang Guifeng forthrightly expressed, should the esteemed figures choose to join, they shall be granted the honorific title of honorary president. This post sent ripples through the community. Observing this, others from various main cities began to emulate the initiative, posting their own recruitment announcements. In no time, a plethora of recruitment posts sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Lin Sheng perused these messages, his brow slightly furrowing. The emergence of mutual aid societies seems to have occurred earlier than in his previous life. Could this be the butterfly effect he inadvertently set in motion? Presently, the structure of the mutual aid society is rather loose, confined to mere assistance without any formal regulations. However, if this trend continues, large guilds will inevitably arise in the future. The advent of guilds is an unstoppable tide, one that Lin Sheng alone cannot thwart. Humanity possesses a remarkable adaptability, particularly excelling in forming communities. The Mutual Aid Society could be considered a mere trivial endeavor, at best a novice-level initiative. Yet, humanity is destined to evolve. After a period, following the trial and error of these pioneers, the grand guilds of the future will gradually emerge, proliferating in number. Among the lords, there are many exceptional talents, including those adept at unifying organizations. Individuals with capability are valued everywhere. Even if they lack martial prowess, their ability to galvanize and organize group activities is highly esteemed. Lin Sheng closed those posts and gazed up at the canopy of his tent. The order's flame radiated a steady, unchanging light. The guild model initiated by the lords will soon draw the attention of Goddess Asha, who will recognize this model. At that point, the members of the guild will truly fight side by side, free from the fear of friendly fire between different troop types. There is strength in numbers. The lone wolf cannot thrive indefinitely. Nevertheless, ruminating on such matters is futile for now. Those are concerns for the future. It would be wiser to rest early, rejuvenate, and prepare for the exploration of the third floor of the ancient castle tomorrow. Only by resolving the matters of this castle swiftly can he find the Abyssal Queen and earn her trust sooner, thereby recruiting her into his ranks. Lin Sheng recalled the regal, ethereal figure of the queen from his previous life. The first time he beheld her was through a photograph in a post. She sat majestically upon a golden throne, adorned in a luxurious black robe. With an air of haughtiness, she tilted her head back, a manic smile gracing her lips, exuding an undeniable brilliance. Her visage resembled a meticulously sculpted masterpiece, flawless and pristine as snow, radiating a translucent sheen. Her finely arched brows lifted slightly, embodying a confident, audacious pride. Beneath those brows were her captivating phoenix-like eyes. She possessed an elegant, curvaceous figure, and even clad in the conservative, heavy black royal robe. Her perfect form could not be entirely concealed. She epitomized the high and mighty queen. Many lords, upon their first encounter with her image, would exclaim in the posts, "Oh, Queen, tread upon me." Chapter 13. The Heroic Trials Instance. Countless lords yearned to recruit her into their ranks, even if close contact was unattainable. Merely gazing upon her was a delight. Alas, by then, blood feuds had already been established, and the lords who encountered her met with gruesome fates. In an instant, the entire continent was shrouded in her sanguine terror. Those who stand against the world often do not meet favorable ends. Ultimately, the proud and unyielding queen, Selene, was besieged by numerous lords allied with local heroes, meeting her demise in the Valley of Forbidden Magic. In her dying moments, she, in a display of defiance, self-destructed, leaving no trace of her existence while taking down dozens of top lords and heroes with her. Following this battle, all factions suffered grievous losses, paving the way for the chaotic Black Tide to invade, leading to the downfall of much of the continent. The world plunged into a dark age, taking years to recuperate. Now, with his return to life, can he alter her fate? To change destiny, one must possess sufficient power. The mage tower that once pursued Selene was a formidable force, with many heroes under its banner. Lin Sheng must seize the resources within the ancient castle to gain a developmental advantage to contend with them. After exploring the third floor tomorrow, he can leave this valley and seek out the town where Selene fled. It is time to rest and gather strength. Lin Sheng nestled into his sleeping bag and closed his eyes. The following morning, as dawn broke and the chaotic Black Tide receded, Lin Sheng reflexively opened his eyes. This was a habit ingrained from his previous life. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Most wilderness resources were fresh in the early morning. He consumed some berries and wild greens to satiate his hunger before rising to ascend to the third floor. Lin Sheng raised the order's flame to illuminate the staircase leading to the third floor. The stairs were enveloped in darkness, composed of a peculiar light-absorbing material, seemingly capable of devouring all light sources. As Lin Sheng crouched to investigate, he discovered that it was merely ordinary stone, altered by an unknown force. According to Ezreal's journal, this should be an aberration brought forth by the heart of darkness. Heroes, trials. A faint murmur of voices drifted down from above. Something felt amiss. Lin Sheng furrowed his brow, instinctively casting a remote reconnaissance spell. The spell spiraled up the staircase, revealing all that lay on the third floor within Lin Sheng's vision. The entire third floor was desolate, save for a solitary grand door standing in the center of the hall. The voices emanated from behind that door. The door was adorned with intricate patterns, occasionally shimmering with ethereal light. A portal to the heroic trials? Had a hero fallen here? In Asha's world, heroes are a remarkably unique existence. They embark on the path of heroes, igniting the flame of heroism, becoming the most brilliant of humanity. They possess unique talents, capable of leading troops into battle. They are lords of their realms, generals under empires, esteemed guests upon the thrones of certain factions, and the coveted figures for every lord seeking talent. When a hero falls, their indomitable spirit and essence remain, forming an independent, special space. By entering this space and fulfilling the hero's wishes, one can reap substantial rewards. Failure in the trials does not result in death, but rather a transportation away. This is the realm of heroic trials. Lords often refer to it as a dungeon. Lin Sheng slowly ascended the steps, standing before the trial door. The ornate bronze patterns adorned the door, gleaming resplendently. A challenge of bronze difficulty, manageable. If it were of silver difficulty, Lin Sheng would undoubtedly turn and depart, without any troops. A silver-level trial instance was unthinkable. Entering such a challenge alone would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Sheng adjusted his gear, took a deep breath, and gently pushed open the trial door. An invisible force surged forth, momentarily blurring Lin Sheng's vision, and the surrounding scenery transformed. Beneath a pitch-black sky stood a starkly new castle, eerily resembling the foreboding castle from the outside. As the perspective zoomed in, Lin Sheng found himself on the third floor of the castle. The grand hall bore a striking resemblance to the ancient castle, though it was devoid of the latter's dilapidation and decay, presenting instead a pristine and immaculate appearance. Before Lin Sheng stood a handsome middle-aged man with golden hair, who cheerfully remarked, "Greetings. After all these years, someone has finally discovered this place." The man's visage felt oddly familiar to Lin Sheng, who hesitantly inquired, "Are you Azir, the traveler? Surely, you have heard of my renown, perhaps?" The middle-aged gentleman awkwardly rubbed his nose. "I am uncertain how much time has passed outside. Perhaps it has been so long that my name has faded from memory?" Indeed, it was he, the legendary explorer. Lin Sheng possessed several of his relics. With utmost respect, Lin Sheng replied, "I have not forgotten. You remain the most illustrious and legendary explorer of this realm. I must express my gratitude for your artifacts and journals, which have greatly enriched my journey and enabled my arrival here." Lin Sheng's demeanor was filled with reverence. Some individuals erroneously believe that dungeons merely contain the remnants of souls, unworthy of respect. Such misguided notions could lead to dire consequences. Even in death, these spirits retain the memories and wisdom of their past lives. Showing them kindness and respect could yield unexpected rewards, while ill treatment might result in them withholding crucial information, which could be fatal. Azir raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and said, "You have found my journal. Well done. Since you are aware of my past, allow me to reveal that this very location is where I vanquished the Heart of Darkness. Though the heart itself has been destroyed, the residual shards still possess extraordinary power. I endeavored to contain my obsession, transforming it into a trial space to sequester all the dark fragments, preventing them from contaminating the outside world. To my astonishment, I succeeded with ease. I wish you could have seen the look on Skarl's face. He never anticipated I had such a trick up my sleeve." Lin Sheng nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the prowess of a legendary explorer who could continue to influence affairs even beyond death. Without this trial space, who knows what calamities that Scholar Skarl might have wrought with those fragments. This exemplified the spirit of heroism, willing to sacrifice everything for the greater good of the world. Azir continued, "However, mere containment is insufficient. I aspire to purify those shards of the Heart of Darkness entirely, and for that, I require your assistance, brave hero. Will you join me in eradicating these chaotic dark entities for the future of our world?" With that, he extended his hand toward Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng solemnly nodded and clasped Azir's hand, declaring, "It is my duty." Having entered the dungeon, there was no turning back. Moreover, safeguarding this world was tantamount to safeguarding his own existence. He had no desire to live in a realm utterly consumed by the black tide, perpetually in fear of becoming a monster at any moment. "Excellent, young one. I will require some time to prepare the incantations necessary to obliterate these shards. However, the Heart of Darkness will not succumb easily. It will summon countless monsters to disrupt my efforts. Your task during this time is to protect me." "Understood," Lin Sheng affirmed with a nod. He was well versed in the art of protection, ensuring the primary objective remained intact. The challenge lay in the fact that he was currently alone, with no troops at his disposal, making the task somewhat daunting. Azir seemed to perceive this dilemma, and with a grand gesture, summoned 10 ethereal white souls from the ether. These are the spirits of the deceased, wronged by the scholar. They too wish to assist in the annihilation of the Heart of Darkness. I cannot multitask with the forces, so I entrust them to your command. Ding. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired a unit, Pure White Spirits. Undead Hidden Unit. Level 2, Rank 3. Attack, 6. Defense, 6. Speed, 5. Traits, 1. Pure Spirit, reduces physical damage taken. Significantly lowers damage from holy magic. 2. White Phantasm. When attacking, the enemy cannot retaliate. 3. Magical Healing. When dealing damage, absorbs a portion of the target's mana, restoring its own health. Skill, Frosty Trail. Conjures a mist that inflicts continual ice damage on enemies within range and reduces their speed. The mist lingers for 15 minutes, and any enemy units that come into contact with it will also experience the slowing effect. This was an unprecedented hidden unit. Moreover, it possessed 3 traits and 1 skill. If Lin Sheng had this unit in the outside world, he could traverse effortlessly, conquering all wilderness resources. Alas, units within the trial space existed solely within that realm. How he wished he could take them beyond. "How do you fare? No issues, I trust?" Lin Sheng nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, I am renowned for my micromanagement skills. I shall ensure the task is accomplished." "Splendid. You exhibit great vigor." Azir waved his hand, enveloping all present in radiant light. "Strategic magic? Has he deemed me a mere foot soldier?" Just as Lin Sheng was about to voice his thoughts, he felt his attributes surge. Advanced Defensive Technique. Advanced Defensive Technique. Advanced Luck Technique. Advanced Magical Resistance Technique. Advanced Accuracy Technique. A multitude of high-level buffs adorned his status bar. Lin Sheng felt invigorated, confident that he could fell the shadowy, vengeful spirit boss on the second floor with a single strike. So what if he was a foot soldier? These high-level strategic magics were simply delectable. Azir proceeded toward the third-floor hall, where dozens of pitch-black shards floated in midair, utterly defying gravity. These were the remnants of the heart of darkness he had shattered. Between the shards, flickers of black electricity danced, magnetically drawing them closer together, yearning to coalesce once more. Azir spoke in a low tone. I am about to commence the ritual. You should prepare swiftly. Do not worry, I will ensure the task is completed. Lin Sheng declared as he led the white spirits back to the first floor. Before the monsters arrived, he needed to establish a formidable defense. Besides the main entrance, he blocked all potential entry points. The windows, glaringly exposed, were particularly vulnerable. Any airborne unit could easily breach them. With the white spirits, Lin Sheng sealed off every window he could, and for those he could not seal, he demolished them, using the debris to block the openings. During this process, he encountered several magical traps, which he skillfully set upon the staircase of the second floor. Once all preparations were complete, Azir initiated the purification ritual. Above the castle, dark clouds coalesced into a vortex, within which lightning crackled, followed by a brilliant beam of white light descending directly towards the third floor of the castle. Chapter 14, The Onslaught of the Black Tide. Lin Sheng stood on the first floor, having completed all preliminary tasks. He fortified the castle's defensive routes, sealing windows and other vulnerabilities, leaving only a single main path. The intelligence of the monsters was limited. As long as he arranged the pathways in advance, they would follow the designated route. The purification ritual commenced. Following a clap of thunder, a shockwave erupted downwards, rattling the entire castle. Surrounding them was an infinite expanse of chaotic black tide, the castle resembling a solitary raft amidst a tumultuous ocean. The black tide began to churn and surge. Like waves in a storm, the trial task has officially commenced. Lin Sheng launched a long-range reconnaissance spell, surveying the area beyond the castle. The formless tide of dark energy began to coalesce, gradually revealing the monstrous forms within. Zombies, first tier, level 1 units of the undead. The monsters are upon us. The guardianship battle has officially begun. The first wave consists of no less than 30 zombies, a formidable procession advancing towards the castle. The zombies move slowly, boast high health and formidable defense, with no apparent weaknesses, serving as excellent first-tier meat shields. Should the enemy press forward steadily, constricting the space for movement and closing in with melee units, Lin Sheng's defeat would be inevitable. The initial difficulty is considerable. At this stage, a lord encountering such forces would have no recourse but to flee. However, for Lin Sheng, who commands 10 white spirits, these foes are but a minor inconvenience. A tad troublesome, perhaps, but hardly overwhelming. Is it truly so? Lin Sheng's keen gaze detected an anomaly. Behind the ranks of zombies, several special units lurked, stealthily concealing their presence. Lin Sheng cast another reconnaissance spell, maintaining his line of sight in the air for 5 seconds, ample time to discern the nature of these units. Level 2, second tier, a special undead unit, carrion zombies. A total of 3. It seems this is the trump card of the first wave of assault. Carrion zombies are an enhanced version of regular zombies, possessing even greater health and defense. Moreover, they possess a formidable trait. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng deployed all white spirits to the front lines, preparing in the courtyard to engage the enemy with ranged attacks. The mechanics of commanding units are straightforward. Akin to playing a real-time strategy game, one merely issues commands in thought, and the units act accordingly. These units possess only basic intelligence, eliminating concerns of revolt. They can be sent forth as fodder or even sacrificed maliciously without issue, though morale and dominion values would suffer. The zombies slowly entered the attack range. With a single command from Lin Sheng, white orbs of light coalesced in the hands of the white spirits, yet they did not release them. Ranged units have 2 types of ranges, maximum and effective. For instance, these white spirits have a range of 50 meters, with a maximum range of 70 meters. However, damage caused at this distance is halved, reduced by 50%. The effective range is 50 meters, where they can inflict full damage. Ranged units are limited by ammunition. Even magical units like the white spirits have a limitation on magical energy. Once their ammunition, magic, is depleted, these spirits can only resort to melee combat, engaging in physical confrontation with the zombies. Engaging in melee, the ranged magical units would undoubtedly face defeat unless supported by a supply vehicle to replenish resources. Within this castle, the magical energy of the white spirits dwindles with each use. Thus, Lin Sheng must conserve ammunition, waiting until the enemy approaches effective range before launching an attack. Calculating the distance, Lin Sheng decisively commanded, "Fire! Fire!" The white spirits swung their arms, hurling the orbs of magical energy. Bang! 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 Under concentrated fire, the front 5 zombies were instantly obliterated, collapsing to the ground. Thanks to Ezreal's advanced defensive techniques, the first wave fell with such ease. Otherwise, with the white spirit's base attack power, they could at most have taken down 2 zombies. The remaining zombies pressed on, seizing the opportunity while the white spirits recharged their magical energy. After 3 rounds of normal attacks, 15 zombies lay defeated on the ground. While the remaining zombies approached the entrance, Lin Sheng swiftly ordered the white spirits to retreat to the courtyard center, resuming their charge of magical energy. Unless equipped with the ability to shoot while moving, ranged units cannot attack while on the move. After another 2 rounds of attacks, the surviving zombies breached the obstructive gate, rushing into the courtyard. The zombies themselves were not the primary concern. The true threat lay in the carrion zombies hidden among them. Carrion zombies, undead, second tier, special units. Trait, carrion. Upon the demise of nearby undead units, they absorb the death energy of fallen units, slightly increasing their own attack and movement speed. Following 5 waves of attacks from the white spirits, only 5 zombies remained, posing no significant threat. The real challenge now was the 3 carrion zombies. With so many zombies fallen, the carrion zombies' attack and speed had escalated to terrifying levels. Upon realizing they could no longer be shielded by the zombies, they let out a piercing shriek and swiftly pursued the white spirits. With their current attack power, a single claw could eliminate a white spirit instantly. The optimal strategy against such enhanced units is to eliminate them before they can strike. If Lin Sheng had an assassin unit, he would have dispatched those carrion zombies first. Alas, the skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Yet, victory is not out of reach. Ranged units have their own tactics, and skillful operation is the key to determining the outcome. Lin Sheng decisively divided the white spirits into 2 teams, one to the left and one to the right. Moving to the sides, the 3 carrion zombies hesitated momentarily, then opted to chase the white spirits on the right side, accelerating toward them. Both sides moved at a similar pace, but the white spirits possessed the unique ability to disregard terrain, exclusive to spirit-type units, allowing them to outpace the carrion zombies slightly. For the moment, they need not fear being caught. Lin Sheng multitasked, maneuvering the white spirits in circles to lure the carrion zombies, while simultaneously directing the remaining spirits to launch their attacks, splitting forces to bait the enemy, then striking them hard. A variant of the kite strategy. The orbs of light struck the carrion zombies from behind, inflicting substantial damage. A rear assault. A critical hit. In a swift flurry, the white spirits dispatched 2 carrion zombies. With only 1 carrion zombie remaining, Lin Sheng replicated the strategy, reducing it to mere remnants. Next came the remaining 5 low-tier zombies. To draw the carrion zombies away, the white spirits sped off, their swift pace leaving the slower zombies behind, who lost their target of aggression and continued toward the castle's ground floor entrance, pursuing their original objective, to eliminate Ezreal's spirit. Lin Sheng commanded the white spirits to rest in place, replenishing their magical energy. Drawing forth his dagger, he positioned himself before the zombies. In this resource-limited guardianship battle, every bit saved counts. One can never tell when that little bit of resource might be the difference between victory and defeat. A handful of zombies, in the face of Lin Sheng, who had single-handedly taken down a boss, posed no challenge. With the enhancement of advanced attack techniques, Lin Sheng dispatched the zombies with a swift strike, not even blinking. 5 zombies fell before the entrance on the ground floor. The first wave of the assault concluded. Lin Sheng had successfully defended against it, sustaining no losses. The dark tide surged once more, seemingly brewing the second wave of assault. What monstrosity would emerge this time? Lin Sheng gripped his dagger tightly. The dark tide possesses a degree of intelligence, capable of strategizing unit combinations for battle. This could pose a problem. Chapter 15, The Tomb Golem. Seizing the moment of the impending monster assault, Lin Sheng commanded the white spirits to close the front gates, buying precious time. The chaotic dark tides surged like ocean waves, towering forms gradually coalescing and stepping forth from the tide, heading straight for the castle. The second wave, the Tomb Golem. 3rd tier. Level 1, undead, construct-type units. They are grotesque amalgamations formed from tombstones and decaying corpses, exhibiting exceptionally high defense values. Attack, 4, defense, 10. Attack speed, 2, slow. Movement speed, 5, normal. Trait, Tombstone Symbiosis. When the construct's Tomb Golem is destroyed, its body will split into 4 skeletal beasts, with a movement speed of 200%, but only 10% of their health. For Tomb Golems, each treading heavily, advance towards the castle. Is this where the intensity begins? A tier, 3 unit. Equivalent to the main force of certain smaller factions. Is this truly the enemy the Lord must face at this stage? Even with 10 pure white spirits at his disposal, Lin Sheng would find it impossible to shake those Tomb Golems. Construct-type units are composed of alchemical technology. Their bodies are primarily made of inorganic materials such as stone and metal, significantly mitigating magical damage, with a heightened resistance to spells. Similar to the ethereal nature of soul-type units, they possess a floating characteristic, allowing them to disregard terrain. This hidden feature is intrinsic to their unit type and does not appear on their stats. Only seasoned veterans like Lin Sheng, who have battled for 12 years, can gradually discern such patterns. Lin Sheng possesses only magical ranged units, which are naturally countered by the Tomb Golems. This black tide is no trifling matter. It first sends out the undead to probe the strength of his forces, and upon discerning the situation, it promptly summons monsters based on their weaknesses. Lin Sheng organizes his troops, adopting a defensive stance like the first wave, holding the courtyard walls and initiating ranged attacks to whittle down health. The orb of light strikes the tomb golem, merely causing a few stone fragments to crumble, inflicting minimal damage. To eliminate 4 tomb golems with this meager offense would take half a day. The tomb golems, absorbing the damage, effortlessly smashed through the front gate, causing the courtyard walls to tremble. Lin Sheng decisively pulled back the white spirits, fleeing into the castle without a glance back, retreating to the first floor hall. The primary target of construct units is buildings. Kite tactics are ineffective against them. They will ignore the presence of the white spirits and head straight for the castle. Should they reach the 3rd floor and disrupt the purification ceremony, the mission will fail. Lin Sheng could only prolong the inevitable, pondering a means to break the stalemate. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. The towering tomb golem, like a battering ram, smashed through the reinforced oak door, sending dust cascading throughout the castle hall. Lin Sheng stood within the castle corridor, mere feet away from the approaching tomb golems, the writhing maggots at their joints clearly visible. In the eyes of the tomb golems, Lin Sheng was merely a minor obstacle, easily swatted away. The tomb golem raised its heavy arm, accompanied by a howling wind, preparing to crush Lin Sheng into a pancake. Lin Sheng deftly sidestepped, his cloak billowing gently, narrowly evading the attack. In the next moment, he raised his right hand and made a subtle gesture. Frost trail. 10 white spirits stood in the hall, their hands emanating an ethereal blue glow. A vast expanse of frost-laden mist descended from above, enveloping the corridor. With Lin Sheng multitasking, the 10 mists combined and compressed, forming a wall-like thickness, sealing off the entire corridor. All tomb golems within were instantly subjected to the effects of 10 layers of frost trail. This technique of stacking magical effects would later be referred to as stacked casting in subsequent eras. It became the signature skill of the future mage lord, Salas. By releasing stacked magic in a singular location, one can maximize the magical effect, achieving remarkable results in critical moments. In a pivotal battle in his previous life, a swamp witch under Salas unleashed a swamp spell. After stacking the casting, the ordinary swamp spell instantly engulfed and annihilated 5 steel tyrant beasts, formidable tier 6. Level 3 constructs of the dwarven race. From that battle, he rose to fame. Lin Sheng, having diligently learned from uploaded battle videos, eventually mastered this technique. Utilizing stacked casting, he layered the frost-laden mists to amplify the slowing effect to its utmost potential. The frost spread through the gaps of tombstones and flesh. In mere seconds, a layer of frost enveloped the tomb golem, its movements slowing as if the scene was playing in slow motion. A flash of red light flickered in the tomb golem's eyes. Unwilling to succumb passively, it struggled to step forward, attempting to break free from the mist's grasp. At that moment, Lin Sheng made his move. As the white spirits were his subordinates, he was unaffected by the mist and moved without hindrance. Gripping his dagger, Lin Sheng charged towards the tomb golem, striking fiercely at its knee. Boom! The flesh at the knee was severed, causing the leading tomb golem to stagger and half-kneel. Lin Sheng crouched to gather strength, then leaped onto the golem's shoulder, his dagger precisely embedding itself into the golem's nape. Flesh and shattered bone erupted in all directions, the red glow in the golem's eyes dimming, its body collapsing with a resounding crash, disintegrating into pieces. A flash of blood emerged from the shattered tombstone, simultaneously spawning 4 skeletal beasts, their eye sockets glowing red as they madly lunged towards Lin Sheng. In the next moment, they were enveloped in a layer of white mist, their movements stiffening and halting, cracks faintly appearing in their skeletal frames. The area effect of frost trail persisted, with a 10-fold slowdown and 10-fold continuous damage. The wind billowed Lin Sheng's cloak as he strode forward without looking back. A crack resounded behind him as the skeletal beasts crumbled. Before they could unleash their potential, they disintegrated into a pile of bones. Lin Sheng propelled himself forward, charging at the second tomb golem. Following the same method, in just a few minutes, the 4 fearsome tomb golems had been reduced to mere rubble. Only Lin Sheng's figure remained standing resolutely in the corridor. The dagger twirled skillfully between his fingers before being smoothly sheathed, the motion crisp and clean. Light angled from the doorway, dust swirling in the corridor. Yet the elongated silhouette remained strikingly clear. The second wave was completed without injury. The black tide was firmly under control. Lin Sheng smiled, confidently lifting his chin. Insufficient magical damage? So what? Thus, I took action. Did you think I would only command? Apologies, my skills are top-notch as well. After the conclusion of the second wave, the black tide unexpectedly fell into silence, a full 5 minutes passing without any movement. Lin Sheng began to grasp the spawning pattern of the black tide. The higher the tier of the monsters summoned, the longer the time required. Moreover, it must breach the 3rd floor before the ritual is completed. This means it cannot afford to spend too much time summoning powerful units. This is good news. There's no need to worry about the enemy summoning a black dragon to crush him, leaving him utterly defenseless. Boom. A burst of golden light erupted from the 3rd floor, tearing the castle's roof asunder. What is happening? Could there be an unexpected turn of events? Lin Sheng hurriedly ascended to the third floor. Chapter 16, This World Lacks Not Heroes. The third floor of the castle lay exposed, revealing a grim sky. The dark clouds above were breached, unveiling a colossal silver moon. The silvery moonlight cascaded onto the castle walls, casting a radiant glow upon the rough stone surfaces. What transpired? Lin Sheng's figure appeared at the stairway of the third floor, inquiring aloud. Ezreal, wearing a relaxed expression, responded, "It's nothing. The purification ceremony encountered some difficulties. So I used the souls as fuel, finally igniting the shards of darkness. Young man, hold on a little longer. We'll be finished in half an hour." A small orb of golden flame hovered in the air, quietly burning. The golden flame enveloped fragments of a dark heart, consuming the wisps of black smoke that emanated from them, leaving no trace of filth. Lin Sheng observed everything in silence, his expression grave. To burn the soul and purify the darkness signified that he would dissipate forever, beyond even the grasp of deities to reclaim his life. The lightly spoken words concealed an unbearable weight. Ezreal, noticing Lin Sheng's somber demeanor, chuckled nonchalantly. "It is merely a soul, no need for concern. I have always considered myself an audacious adventurer, unafraid to venture into the most perilous places. Yet, upon discovering this dark heart, I truly felt the tremors deep within my soul. This is the source of all calamities, the harbinger of the world's destruction. I barely managed to seal it with my life on the line. Fortunately, fate has brought me to you." At this juncture, Ezreal turned to Lin Sheng, the prodigious youth capable of navigating 2 waves of dark tides unscathed, which solidified his resolve. If he hesitated now, when would another opportunity arise? He had to ponder whether this was indeed his singular chance to genuinely purify these fragments. "Do not mourn for me, rather than fading quietly. I yearn for a grand finale." Lin Sheng remained silent, nodding respectfully. This world is not devoid of heroes. There exist those who shine like stars, burning their souls with fearless courage and indomitable spirit to incinerate the darkness that pervades the world. Boom! A thunderclap resonated through the leaden sky. Outside the castle, the chaotic dark tide surged once more. Sensing impending danger, the chaotic dark tide accelerated, the third wave poised to strike. Ezreal cautioned, "Young one, be vigilant. The most perilous moment has arrived." He ignited his soul, significantly hastening the purification ritual, leaving little time for the dark tide. Just enough for it to consolidate a single onslaught. This forthcoming assault would undoubtedly be the most treacherous. Lin Sheng confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Fear not. Leave it to me. With 12 years as a veteran of Yasha, what fiends have I not encountered? I shall not falter here." The monstrous entities within the dark tide began to take form, towering figures sprouting wings, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. In contrast, a floating orb surrounded by multiple, unsettling tendrils emanated an ominous aura. Lin Sheng sensed an ominous shift. Wings? Aerial units? He quickly cast a remote reconnaissance spell. 10 obsidian gargoyles. 3 corrupted eyes. Obsidian gargoyles. An upgraded unit of ordinary gargoyles, level 4 of tier 2, were standard units of the human race, constructs, and flying units. Attack power, 4. Defense power, 7. Attack speed, 3. Movement speed, 7. Traits, stone skin, obsidian reinforcement, immune to soul and mental spells. Stone skin. Gargoyles possess protective stone skin, enhancing their physical and magical defenses by 25 until the skin is breached. Obsidian reinforcement. Their unique material grants immunity to fire, electricity, and ice-based magic. Skill, stone form. Stone form. Gargoyles can transform into stone form, gaining magic immunity, increasing defense by 5, and recovering 8 health points per second. In this state, they cannot attack. The flaw of gargoyles lies in their relative weakness and slowness, but the special material of obsidian gargoyles compensates for these deficiencies, rendering their bodies more robust and resilient, significantly enhancing their resistance to both physical and magical assaults. According to the legends of the Academy's Construct faction, the ancient mage Mayera created the first clay golem gargoyle to preserve the soul of her deceased daughter, but ultimately, it resulted in a mere illusion of life. Obsidian gargoyles are formidable frontline meat shields as flying units, with their immunity to ice magic directly countering the white spirits Lin Sheng commanded. White spirits embody both light and ice attributes, their standard attack being a light magic orb, with their skill being the ice-based frost trail. This effectively nullified the frost trail skill of the white spirits, rendering any dual-enhanced magical summons futile against the immunity, effortlessly disregarded. The other unit was equally formidable. Corrupted eyes. A special unit of the Hell race, were a mutated variant of the Eye units, tier 3, level 2, and ranged units. Attack power, 10. Defense power, 8. Movement speed, 3. Attack speed, 7. Damage range, 30 meters, 50 meters. Traits, Decay Ray, Eye of No Distance. Decay Ray, the corrupted eye can emit rays for ranged attacks, with each segment of the ray having a chance to reduce the enemy's defense by 1 point, cumulative up to a maximum of 5 points. Eye of No Distance. In close combat, the corrupted eye's damage is not halved, enemies will still endure full magical damage. A dedicated frontline meat shield specifically countering the white spirits, paired with the most powerful Tier 3 ranged unit. Particularly, the Decay Ray trait, when stacked multiple times, could reduce the opponent's defense to a negative value. Moreover, a single ray attack from the eye comprises 10 damage determinations, meaning that if struck by the ray for over a second, the stable defense would drop to 5. A single round of attacks from these 3 corrupted eyes could obliterate half of the white spirits. Ezreal gazed at the flying units approaching from above, filled with despair. Under the influence of the dark fragments, the intelligence of the chaotic dark tide was alarmingly high. The opposing forces were entirely composed of flying units, rendering the rooftop irrelevant. They could simply soar over. The obsidian gargoyles could withstand the attacks from the white spirits, while a wave of rays from the corrupted eyes could decimate everything on the 3rd floor. A straightforward display of overwhelming strength, force overcoming all magic. How could one defend against this? Lin Sheng looked silently at the dark tide, calculating the odds of victory going forward. Was he in despair? No. He never succumbed to despair. Lin Sheng firmly believed that even in the direst of circumstances, a glimmer of hope lingered. He calmly turned back and inquired, "How long will it take to complete the ritual?" 23 minutes. To withstand 23 minutes posed a considerable challenge. Was there not a shred of good news? Ding. After multiple uses, your understanding of remote reconnaissance has deepened. Remote reconnaissance, basic, proficiency is now full, successfully advancing to remote reconnaissance, intermediate. I suppose that qualifies as a sliver of good news. All right, leave them to me. This batch of white spirits will temporarily hold the line here. Even as meat shields, they can absorb one wave of attacks. Ezreal looked at Lin Sheng incredulously. You mean, without any units? Lin Sheng, without turning back, replied, indeed. Allow you to witness the prowess of a rogue's solo capability. Chapter 17. I am the Legion. Lin Sheng stood at the edge of the castle's breach, quietly gazing forward. The approaching storm billowing his shadowy cloak, rustling in the wind. Below, 10 obsidian gargoyles, entirely black as ink and shimmering with a cold luster, flapped their heavy wings, soaring toward the gap. Behind them, 3 colossal floating eyes emitted an unsettling green glow, their numerous eye stalks undulating ominously. 13 monsters formed a dense aerial formation, pressing down like a thunderous cloud. If purely assessed by numbers, they could easily crush Lin Sheng and the white spirits into oblivion. However, victory and defeat are not merely a matter of numerical comparison. Lin Sheng gently spread his arms and leaped from the 3rd floor. His shadowy cloak unfurled like the wings of a bird, tracing a flawless arc as he glided gracefully toward the throng of gargoyles, a solitary figure confronting an entire legion. Ezreal suddenly regretted hastily igniting his soul. Brother, don't do this to me. Going into battle without any troops, all alone to intercept the enemy? Even I, a legendary explorer, would dare not engage in such recklessness. If this endeavor fails, I shall have no soul left to burn. This would signify the failure to purify the shards of darkness, plunging the continent of Yasha back into peril. As Ezreal's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Lin Sheng had already gathered his cloak and landed upon the back of an obsidian gargoyle. These stony constructs possessed clumsy limbs, their claws unable to reach the figure upon their backs. They were incapable of performing intricate aerial maneuvers, such as flips or evasive rolls. To dislodge Lin Sheng, he stood resolutely atop the obsidian gargoyle, his stature as upright as a pine tree, as if the creature beneath him were his steed. Such audacious behavior immediately attracted the ire of the corrupted evil eyes. The massive pupils of 3 evil eyes abruptly contracted, and with a resonant hum, 3 viscous, oil-green death rays, exuding a potent corrosive aura, tore through the air, homing in on Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng twisted his waist sharply and leaped high into the air. The lethal green light grazed perilously close to the hem of his clothing, striking the back of the gargoyle instead. The gaze of the corrupted evil eyes remained fixated on Lin Sheng, the eerie green beams in relentless pursuit. The rays possessed tremendous damage potential, exhibiting a penetrating characteristic that did not diminish with distance and could track their target as the eyes moved. They boasted numerous advantages, yet bore one significant flaw. The rays inflicted indiscriminate damage, affecting all entities within their trajectory equally. Lin Sheng's cloak billowed as he darted through the throng of gargoyles, skillfully luring the beams onto 2 other obsidian gargoyles. A misfire. The 3 struck gargoyles emitted mournful cries. Under the onslaught of the rays, their once hard and smooth obsidian bodies swiftly became ashen and cracked, resembling stone corroded by a strong acid, riddled with pits and fissures. Their protective stone skin shattered. Defense plummeted. The obsidian gargoyles teetered on the brink of collapse. Lin Sheng abruptly gathered his cloak, descending upon the head of the injured gargoyle like an eagle swooping down on its prey. The gargoyle, severely weakened by the evil eye's rays, moved sluggishly, unable to react in time. With daggers firmly gripped in both hands, Lin Sheng struck with unadorned ferocity, aiming directly at the green light corroded, cracked skull. Plunging down with all his might. A fatal strike. A breach in defense. A critical hit. The dagger pierced the gargoyle's head with the ease of cutting through tofu, burying itself to the hilt. It did not even have the chance to enter its stone state or recover any health. Crack. Boom. The gargoyle's massive form stiffened abruptly, the red light in its eye sockets extinguishing. Its hardened body lost all support, violently disintegrating midair into countless fragments, cascading like rain. The first one down. Lin Sheng bent his knees to gather strength, pushing off the shattered debris with force, his cloak unfurling once more, silently pouncing toward the next target. Following swiftly were the second and third. In the blink of an eye, a triple kill. Within mere minutes, the once mighty legion of 10 obsidian gargoyles was reduced to 7. Ezreal stared in astonishment, his mouth agape as if 2 eggs could fit within. By the gods, brother, are you truly that formidable? Single-handedly taking on an army. Ezreal considered himself well-traveled and experienced, yet he had never witnessed such valor and skill in a rogue-type hero. This individual was ferocious beyond belief. Roar. The demise of their comrades enraged the remaining gargoyles. They let out furious howls, akin to a hornet's nest disturbed, their claws glinting ominously as they charged at Lin Sheng from all directions. When a unit is slain, it generates a substantial amount of hate. The Black Tide had not summoned any heroic units, leaving these creatures to act purely on instinct. In a frenzy? That makes things simpler. Lin Sheng found himself surrounded, yet displayed not a hint of panic. He relied on the gliding ability of his cloak to maneuver deftly among the gargoyles. The heavy claws of the gargoyles tore through the air, each time narrowly avoided by Lin Sheng. In his past, he had been a master of aerial combat. Even ensnared in a siege, he could accurately deflect attacks with his daggers, using the momentum to create distance. 3 corrupted evil eyes hovered above, fixated on Lin Sheng, their pupils quivering, yet they dared not unleash their beams again, realizing they had become mere tools in his hands, and would not repeat the same mistake. Even monsters possess basic intelligence. Without ranged support and relying solely on the cumbersome gargoyles, they could not capture Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng gradually lowered his height, retracting his cloak. Lured by him, the obsidian gargoyles descended to the ground, abandoning their aerial advantage. They moved clumsily like inept stone elements, sluggishly pursuing Lin Sheng on land. Now is the moment. Lin Sheng decisively commanded the 10 pure white spirits to position themselves at the breach on the 3rd floor and initiate their assault. Attacks from a height. Not only do they gain a broader field of view and extended range, but they also receive an additional 10% attack boost. Attacks from behind. Inflicting an extra 20% damage with a chance to decrease the enemy's morale. Under Lin Sheng's guidance, the gargoyles unwittingly turned their backs to the castle. A deluge of light orbs rained down, immunizing the obsidian gargoyles from ice damage, yet not from light-based attacks. With the advantage of terrain, coupled with Ezreal's advanced defensive techniques. After a volley of fire, the protective stone skin of the gargoyles was shattered. Seizing the chaos, Lin Sheng plunged into the throng of gargoyles, weaving and dodging as his dagger turned into a venomous serpent, striking deftly at the joints of the gargoyles' wings and knees, vulnerable points. Attacking weaknesses. Hitting the enemy's weak points for an additional 50% damage. Chapter 18. Overcoming the strong with the weak. Lin Sheng and the white spirits coordinated their efforts, launching a pincer attack. In the blink of an eye, all the obsidian gargoyles were reduced to half health. Sensing the impending doom, they activated their stone state, transforming into immobile, gray-black obsidian statues. While immune to magical damage, they began to draw upon the Earth's elemental essence to heal their injuries. This round of attacks failed to annihilate a single gargoyle. This was precisely the state Lin Sheng sought to maintain. In stone form, they could neither attack nor move, effectively controlling them. While concentrated fire could eliminate 2 or 3 of the obsidian gargoyles instantly, it would also awaken the others, redirecting their ire toward the ritual site on the 3rd floor. The crux of the defense was to safeguard the objective, not merely to slay the enemy. Next, it was time to deal with the greatest trouble. Lin Sheng cast his gaze towards the 3rd floor of the castle. While he was entangled with the obsidian statues, the corrupted eye had already reached the opening on the 3rd floor, its gaze fixated on the white spirits. As its pupils abruptly constricted, a sickly green light of decay shot forth towards the white spirits. The 10 white spirits, being low on health and weak in defense, could not withstand the barrage of the corrupting rays. Ezreal, unable to bear the sight, closed his eyes, knowing that the souls of these brave warriors would be reduced to ashes under this onslaught. He was reluctant to witness such sacrifice, yet sacrifice was inevitable. However, Lin Sheng had long been prepared and issued his command. The 10 white spirits suddenly sank into the floor, descending to the 2nd level of the castle. As spiritual entities, they could traverse through obstacles such as trees or walls with ease. Lin Sheng was well versed in the characteristics of all units. The target was lost, and the sickly green light crashed down onto the floor of the 3rd level. The fine cashmere carpet instantly turned to ash, while the bluestone floor was eroded, creating a large pit. This strike nearly breached the 3rd floor. Upon realizing the attack had missed, the corrupted eyes swiftly redirected their aim towards the ritualist, Ezreal. If this round of attacks landed, They would either fail to kill Ezreal or disrupt the ritual altogether. At that moment, Lin Sheng scaled the castle's edge, moving so swiftly that he seemed to leave behind an afterimage, devoid of any hesitation. Like an assassin in a parkour display, with a few agile pushes, he ascended to the opening on the third floor in the blink of an eye. Without pausing for even a second, he stomped down on the stone tiles, exerting force to leap high into the air, landing beside the three corrupted eyes. A swift twist of his dagger severed the majority of their tentacles, severely injured, but not fatal. The three corrupted eyes hurriedly shielded their core with their remaining tentacles. Their gaze turned fierce, pupils narrowing as they continued to gather power, aiming once more at Ezreal, vowing to complete their task before succumbing to death. This was it. This time, it was truly the end. Ezreal resignedly closed his eyes. In the next moment, the three corrupted eyes trembled, interrupting their casting. Thornweed toxin. Dagger poisoned. The thornweed toxin had a probability of paralyzing the enemy upon striking. The corrupted eye's resistance was 0, meaning the chance of paralysis was 100%. Lin Sheng had already coated his dagger with poison before the battle commenced. He landed lightly at the opening, once again bending his knees and crouching, gathering strength to leap high into the air, his cloak billowing behind him. Surprise. I'm back again. Lin Sheng observed the shock reflected in the corrupted eye's pupils and smiled faintly. The dagger in his hand gleamed coldly, swiftly drawing a perfect silver crescent. This silver crescent, silent and deadly, passed through the cores of the three corrupted eyes with precision. Pop, pop, pop. Three sounds akin to bursting bubbles echoed almost simultaneously. The movements of the three corrupted eyes abruptly froze, before they plummeted to the courtyard below. Their remaining limbs swiftly withered, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Lin Sheng landed gracefully, flicking his explorer's dagger, the pristine blade unmarred by any filth. The greatest threat had been neutralized. Lin Sheng lowered his gaze to the courtyard, where the 7 obsidian statues had just resumed their animated form, rushing towards his location in haste. Now it's your turn. Obsidian statues. With a wave of his right hand, the white spirits rose once more from beneath the floor, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the obsidian statues. In the previous round of attacks, the protective stone skin of the obsidian statues had been stripped away, their defenses significantly diminished. After several rounds of concentrated fire, most of the obsidian statues were brought down, shattering into a pile of debris. Only one obsidian statue remained, struggling to ascend to the third floor, its sharp claws clutching at the opening. Lin Sheng stood tall and silent, blocking its path. Observing the statue's gaping maw, he stepped forward gently, flicking his wrist seemingly nonchalantly as the dagger traced a cold, precise silver arc. There was no violent clash, no sparks of metal clashing. That silver arc glided through the statue's neck with a disquieting fluidity, silent and deadly. The ferocious posture of the statue froze abruptly, and the wild red light in its eye sockets instantaneously extinguished. Its stout neck slowly severed, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cut. In the next moment, the grotesque head, formed of hard obsidian, crashed to the ground. The headless body staggered a few steps forward before collapsing, breaking into a heap of gray-black stones. A gentle breeze ruffled Lin Sheng's dark hair, while the moonlight softly illuminated him, accentuating his silhouette. The third wave passed without injury. Ezreal stood in stunned silence, his heart racing with tumultuous emotions, only now relaxing. Had they won? Indeed, they had. The enemy was utterly vanquished. With only a few minutes remaining, the dark fragments were about to be completely incinerated, and the dark tide had no time to organize a subsequent assault. Ezreal's gaze shifted to the young man beside him. His eyes brimmed with genuine admiration. Ezreal had encountered many prominent figures. With his title as the continent's foremost adventurer, he had always been able to forge alliances with legendary heroes. The paladin, who purified all with a mere wave of his hand, the archmage, who commanded forbidden spells capable of annihilating the world, and the berserker, who cleaved dragon heads with a single swing of his axe. Those renowned individuals could undoubtedly crush these monsters with ease. But what of that? It was merely a display of brute force, relying solely on their elevated levels. The youth before him was different. His weapon was ordinary, an inconspicuous spare dagger from his backpack, and he bore no top-tier equipment. His best being a worn version of his adventurer's gloves. In both level and skills, he was remarkably inexperienced. Yet even so, amidst this overwhelmingly disadvantageous battlefield, the young man exhibited maneuvers that left even this legendary adventurer in awe. His movements were precise to the millimeter, dancing on the edge of a blade, perfectly navigating the lethal gaps between attacks. His extraordinary insight allowed him to discern the enemy's weaknesses with ease, each dagger strike aimed at vital points. His calm judgment in perilous moments, utilizing the environment and exploiting the enemies, transformed everything into a stage for his slaughter. This was the true art of combat. Chapter 19. The God-level skill defying heaven. Ezreal had witnessed too many strong individuals who relied on their lineage and amassed resources to barely traverse the path of heroism. They possessed attributes and equipment, but lacked any semblance of operational skill. Clearly mere layabouts, They had attained the title of hero through ancestral favor. If those lofty figures were to be placed in the same dire circumstances as this youth, constrained by level and equipment, Ezreal envisioned the scene and shook his head. They would likely struggle to protect themselves, let alone complete the task unscathed. This was not strength forged from resource accumulation, but true talent and effort. Reflecting on this, his gaze towards the youth grew even more fervent. He envisioned a budding flame that, with a touch of nurturing, would blossom into a blazing sun on the battlefield of the dark tide, sweeping away the shadows that shrouded the world, heralding the dawn of victory. With this thought, an uncontrollable notion surged within Ezreal's heart. Why should I not generously impart my skills? Indeed, with a modicum of nurturing, his future accomplishments will be immeasurable. He shall become a monstrous existence that commands the attention of the entire continent, and I shall serve as the very kindling that fuels his ascent to brilliance. As the golden flames flicker, Ezreal's form begins to fade into transparency. Like the morning mist dissipating under the sun, specks of golden light peel away from him, drifting into the ether. His soul is on the verge of combustion, yet his profound gaze shines brighter than ever. His eyes fixate unwaveringly on Lin Sheng, exuding an undeniable resolve. Young man. Lin Sheng glances around in confusion, detecting no unusual occurrences. Is there something you need? The intensity of the other's gaze is almost overwhelming, leaving Lin Sheng discomfort. Ezreal chuckles nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing. I merely realized that after fighting side by side for so long, I have yet to ask your name. Lin Sheng. A fine name indeed. Ezreal nods appreciatively, exclaiming, Thank you for your assistance, Lin Sheng. Now that the battle has concluded, it is time to reward you. At these words, Lin Sheng furrows his brow in confusion. Typically, rewards for completing a dungeon are granted only upon exiting. What could this mean? Could it be that a flawless, injury-free completion has triggered a hidden reward? Lin Sheng, you are a rogue, correct? Ezreal inquires. Lin Sheng nods affirmatively. Indeed, I have a rudimentary understanding of rogue skills. I shall impart all of my knowledge to you. With that, Ezreal's ethereal hand gently presses against his forehead. In an instant, a torrent of pure, resplendent golden energy surges forth from his brow. Imbued with boundless knowledge and experience, this golden light coalesces before his chest, gradually taking the form of 2 tomes. Skill books, and not just any skill books, but those containing the techniques of a legendary hero. With a gentle push, the 2 skill books soar into Lin Sheng's embrace. Lord has acquired the skill book, Phantom Doppelganger. Lord has acquired the skill book, Invisibility. Lin Sheng's eyes widen in disbelief. Goodness. Both of these tomes contain divine rogue techniques. They are the kind that are worth billions in gold. First comes the Phantom Doppelganger skill. Phantom Doppelganger, a rogue skill that consumes mana to summon a lifelike illusion of oneself, which can perform actions as dictated by the summoner, lasting for 1 minute. This is a fortified version of the Doppelganger skill, a unique technique of the legendary hero, the Rogue Robin, who even used this skill to evade the gaze of deities and steal the strings from the god of revelry. Ordinary Doppelganger skills can only summon a static projection, easily discernible to the keen eye, serving little more than to confuse wild beasts. However, the Phantom Doppelganger is different. This skill can conjure a 100% realistic replica, complete with physical presence, and can be programmed with specific movements, truly capable of deception. As for the other one, Lin Sheng rubs his eyes to assure himself he is not mistaken. Invisibility. Is it truly the invisibility skill? This skill is nothing short of extraordinary. Its name may be simple, yet its effect is anything but, as its acquisition probability is nearly 0. Even the god of rogues has not mastered this skill. For 12 long years, throughout the latter stages of the chaotic Black Tide War, no one had witnessed this skill in action. At that time, there were rumors among the lords that this skill was nothing but a myth, a mere fabrication. Lin Sheng hesitates no longer and immediately opens the skill book to learn the skill. Invisibility, a rogue skill that, when activated, renders the user invisible, reducing movement speed by 50% and continuously consuming mana. If mana runs low, the invisibility state is dispelled. Invisibility does not equate to stealth. Stealth leaves a shadow and can be detected by means such as flare, true sight, and visible powder. In contrast, invisibility is utterly undetectable, leaving not a trace of presence. It is the ultimate skill among skills, praised by the likes of Hades and Six Wonders. Lin Sheng's expression brightens. Then, recalling something, he looks up at the legendary explorer. With the invisibility skill in hand, if Ezreal truly wished to flee, he would not perish here. That scholar would never be able to detain him. Ezreal perceives Lin Sheng's thoughts, raising an eyebrow and responding with a carefree smile. At that moment, the situation was dire. Should that individual have succeeded, it would have precipitated a large-scale invasion by the chaotic Black Tide, placing the entire world in jeopardy. Some things are more significant than life itself. Lin Sheng silently nods. Ezreal, in his attempt to destroy that dark heart, relinquished his invisibility and initiated an attack, thus exposing himself to the enemy's counter. The opportunity was singular. Once the dark heart fused with the Black Tide, separation would be impossible. It was a harrowing choice, one that led him to sacrifice himself to protect this world. The atmosphere grows somber. Ezreal suddenly slaps his forehead, as if recalling something, and says, "Ah, I have something else to bestow upon you. This is the culmination of decades of adventuring wisdom. I hope you will utilize it wisely." With that, he tosses over a scroll. Acquired incomplete strategic skill information, Shadow Veil. Shadow Veil, a strategic skill, upon activation, renders the hero and their troops invisible. Skill activation requirements: invisibility, divine enhancement scroll, Shadow Dust. Good heavens, a group invisibility skill. What an extraordinary strategic ability. Alas, this skill remains incomplete, now merely a concept. However, to conceive such an idea is the mark of a genius among geniuses. Chapter 20, Acquiring Hidden Troops. Lin Sheng carefully stows the scroll away, placing it deep within his lord's spatial backpack. If he were to truly master this strategic skill, the battlefield would become his dominion, allowing him to slay foes with ease, standing alone against 100. Lin Sheng solemnly declares, "Rest assured, I shall utilize it well and strive to complete this skill." Ezreal nods in satisfaction. "Let us continue onward. Do not falter. Do not squander your talent. Explore. Grow strong. Protect the light that is worth safeguarding." Lin Sheng nods gravely. "You can be assured, I shall not cease my endeavors." In this rebirth, he aims not only to rectify past regrets, but also to become the mightiest lord and change the tragic history of the continent that has endured numerous calamities. "Is there anything else you wish for me to convey?" Lin Sheng inquires. Ezreal has many female acquaintances, from imperial princesses to elven queens and merfolk witches, all scattered across the land. If he were to meet his end here, surely he would have words for them. Ezreal shakes his head. "Let it be. Farewells would only bring them sorrow. Instead, please compose an epitaph for me. Simply write, Ezreal, the greatest explorer of this century, whose adventures cease here. Yet humanity's struggle against the chaotic black tide shall not end here." His voice fades into the ether, his outline growing ever more tenuous, until his corporeal form completely dissipated, transforming into countless golden motes of light, reminiscent of myriad tiny stars, vanishing into the breeze. The golden flames extinguished unbeknownst to him, as those dark fragments had been entirely consumed, leaving not a trace behind. Only Lin Sheng remained on the third floor, feeling the cold wind wafting through the opening. A message popped up from the lower left corner. "Mission accomplished. Preparing to teleport out of the trial space. Please be ready. 3, 2, 1. In the next instant, Lin Sheng's vision blurred, and he reappeared on the third floor of the ancient castle. Sunlight cascaded through the open rooftop, illuminating the swirling dust. The hall lay desolate, devoid of any trace of the trial teleportation portal. Lin Sheng stood in place, a sense of loss enveloping him. "Congratulations, Lord, for clearing the trial space for the first time. Would you like to reveal your name to all lords?" Lin Sheng opted for no. "Congratulations, Lord, name hidden. For completing the trial space task for the first time. This event has been recorded in the annals of the world's glorious history. Congratulations, Lord, name hidden. You have gained 100 prestige points. Congratulations, Lord, name hidden. You have acquired 2,000 gold coins." The chat interface erupted with excitement. Which great figure can explain what the trial space is? Same question here. I struggle to make ends meet in the main city, busy with daily necessities and earning a living, only able to witness these grand victories through the chat interface, akin to a distant audience. Indeed, quite the audience. In Lin Sheng's system interface, a flurry of messages appeared. Ding. "Congratulations, Lord, for completing the trial task. Progress, 100, evaluation, SSS rank. Gained 13,000 experience points. Gained 2,000 gold coins. Gained 3 units of gemstones. Gained 5 units of soul dust." A copious amount of experience propelled Lin Sheng's level to 9, tantalizingly close to breaking through to level 10. An array of high-level resources flooded in, yielding a substantial bounty. Standard rewards have been distributed. Special rewards are under confirmation. A golden compass illusion materialized in midair, its needle beginning to spin rapidly. The items on the compass were mere silhouettes, and Lin Sheng could only discern a general idea. There were weapons, armor, shoes. Among them, the most pivotal was a silhouette of a humanoid figure, strikingly familiar. This is the pure white spirit? Could it be? As Lin Sheng gazed with anticipation, the needle gradually came to a halt, seemingly poised to stop on the humanoid silhouette, only to shift slightly forward, ultimately brushing past it and landing within the category of the glove silhouette. "Congratulations, Lord, you have received a reward. Golden perfect grade equipment. Ezreal's Adventurer Gloves, left hand. Perfect score bonus. Repair the damaged Ezreal's Adventurer Gloves, right hand." The compass emitted a burst of brilliance as one glove materialized. Another beam of light enveloped Lin Sheng's right hand, rapidly restoring the slightly damaged glove as if time were reversing, rendering it brand new. Ezreal's Adventurer Gloves, set. Damage, 5. Attack speed, 5. Luck, 5. Additional skills, Mana Infusion, Arcane Leap, Hostility Perception. Arcane Leap consumes 20 mana, allowing the user to leap to a visible designated location. With a maximum leap distance of 20 meters, cooldown time, 12 hours. Hostility perception, detects traps and enemies. The set effect has been activated, granting an additional skill, advanced lockpicking. With these adventurer gloves, encountering locked chests will no longer be a source of distress. Lin Sheng donned the gloves and clenched his fist to test the feel. The attributes of this pair of gloves could be deemed exceptional, boasting 3 additional skills, surpassing some lower-tier legendary equipment. Even if he were to acquire epic-grade handgear, Lin Sheng would be reluctant to part with them. They are indeed splendid, but I yearn for that troop. Lin Sheng raised his gaze towards the compass. The golden compass in the air shimmered, and the needle began to spin once more. More rewards? Lin Sheng fixated on the compass until the needle gradually came to a stop, landing on that troop of humanoid silhouettes. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained a perfect completion reward. Hidden Troop of the Undead, Pure White Spirits, X10. Ah, wonderful. I've struck gold. Lin Sheng exclaimed in exhilaration, clenching his fist. A flash of light swept by as 10 pure white spirits appeared in unison beside Lin Sheng. Attack, 6. Defense, 6. Speed, 5. Traits, Pure Spirit Body, White Phantasm. Magical Healing. Skill, Frost Trail. An incredibly powerful hidden troop with 3 traits and 1 skill. It completely resolves Lin Sheng's current predicament of having no troops at his disposal. Presently, the lords can at most recruit troops around level 1, 2, or 3. With this level 2, 3 troop, Lin Sheng would undoubtedly dominate the battlefield. Moreover, this is a hidden troop, and a hidden troop with 3 traits, capable of being utilized well into the later stages, a prized possession among lords. Thankfully, he did not treat the white spirit troops as expendables and cleared the trial space without injury, allowing them to manifest among the spoils of victory. Ding ding ding. The compass spun once more. Lin Sheng looked up in astonishment. More rewards? The compass came to a halt again. Congratulations, Lord. You have received a perfect completion reward. Blessing of the Goddess of Abundance, Harvest Card. Harvest Card, usable once per month. Doubling all resource yields from the Lord's buildings for the next 24 hours. A fine item, though regrettably not immediately applicable. Lin Sheng accepted the card. The front of the card bore the image of the Goddess of Abundance, with golden hair and azure eyes. The Goddess of Abundance, Sif, possesses a captivating visage and graceful demeanor, her skin flawlessly pale, her personality radiating a gentle warmth akin to a mother's love. She enjoys immense popularity among the lords. Primarily because Lin Sheng glanced at the card in his hand, observing the goddess's voluptuous form, her curves exquisite, even her white robe failing to conceal her allure. That pair of prominent attributes, unrivaled in the world, would overpower all adversaries. Which lord could resist such temptation? Ding ding ding. The compass began to spin again. Chapter 21, Emerging from the Mountain. This time, the needle halted at the silhouette of a potion bottle. Congratulations, Lord. You have received a perfect completion reward. Blessed Holy Potion. Blessed Holy Potion. Capable of dispelling all negative statuses, healing all injuries, and repairing all hidden wounds of the body. It is rumored to be brewed by the goddess of life herself, with a sweet and refreshing taste, extraordinarily delightful. As long as there is breath. Consuming it will instantly invigorate one, restoring them to perfect condition. It is tantamount to a resurrection potion, perpetually priceless in the market. Life is singular. One can never have too many life-saving items. This haul is simply extraordinary. The golden compass in the air gradually faded away. Thus, all additional rewards for achieving a perfect SSS rank completion have been fully distributed. Lin Sheng placed all items into the Lord's space, cast a final glance at the dilapidated 3rd floor of the ancient castle, and turned to depart. He descended the stairs, found a complete piece of bluestone, and dragged it away from the castle. The white spirits quietly followed behind. Being spirit-type troops, they could not interact with physical objects and were of no assistance. Lin Sheng arrived at Ezreal's grave, using the bluestone to erect a tombstone. In accordance with his final wishes, a gravestone inscription was meticulously carved. Once all was accomplished, Lin Sheng reverently laid out wild fruits as offerings. He then shouldered his knapsack and departed with purposeful strides. The resources of the demon-banishing valley had been thoroughly depleted. It was time to leave this place and seek out the abyssal queen, Selene. At long last, he emerged from the mountains. Ibs Town, nestled in the southeastern corner of the Holy Griffin Empire, lacked any distinctive local specialties, nor did it boast a bustling population. It seemed merely a placeholder on the map. A location of little significance. As dusk descended, the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, casting its final rays of light upon the earth. From the towering clock tower in the town, a melodic chime resonated, reverberating through the air with an almost magical quality, piercing the atmosphere to announce the coming of night. This was a gentle reminder for the townsfolk to return home, for the chaotic black tide was about to descend. The streets bustled with hurried footsteps, predominantly those of the town's inhabitants, who swiftly concluded their labors for the day and made their way homeward. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man clad in sleek black leather armor appeared, stepping into the narrow country lane bathed in the sunset's glow. Passers-by cast curious glances before instinctively lowering their heads and retreating, keeping their distance. This was due to the ethereal spirit warriors that accompanied Lin Sheng. In this world, only two types of individuals could command such warriors. One was a hero, who, by traversing the path of heroism and igniting the flame of valor, earned the recognition of the Yasha world to wield these forces. The other was someone of noble status, protected by the kingdom's decree, who obtained dominion through their official position, thus gaining the ability to control these warriors. Regardless of the category, they were entities that the common folk dared not provoke, leaving them with no choice but to keep their distance, fearful of offending a person of such stature. Upon reaching the town's entrance, two guards snapped to attention, their demeanor respectful as they spoke. "Welcome to Ibe's town, esteemed guest. We ask your understanding, as warriors cannot enter the town to avoid causing unnecessary panic." With that, the guards cautiously glanced towards the ethereal spirits at Lin Sheng's side. These warriors appeared formidable, more than capable of dispatching the guards with ease. While humans might flee in fear when threatened, these spirits would fight to the last breath, their morale and psychological strength naturally overwhelming that of mere mortals. To speak bluntly, with these 10 warriors, one could lay siege to the entire town. Lin Sheng nodded in understanding. It was customary on this continent for warriors to be barred from entering residential areas, a fact duly recorded in the annals of Yasha history. Before the Holy Griffin Empire, there existed a powerful empire that ruled over the entire continent, known as the Falcon Empire. It was a legendary era when the emperor's armies traversed the land, conquering not only the eastern continent, but also launching grand expeditions to the west, seeking to bring it under their dominion. During this time, countless heroes fought valiantly for the emperor, their brilliance illuminating the world. However, the emergence of Hells marked a turning point. He was the emperor's most trusted general, bestowed with the title of imperial commander and the supreme commander of the vast armies, a crownless conqueror, a hero unparalleled. His strength was such that no one in the empire could rival him. Yet, during a covert battle, he succumbed to a mysterious force, igniting a rebellious spirit within him. Why should he obey the emperor's commands? Was it not he who led the warrior legions to countless victories? Was it not he who charged fearlessly into battle, undeterred by blades and spears? His body, marred with scars, stood as a testament to his honor. These thoughts took root in his mind, unbeknownst to others. Thus, tragedy unfolded. While returning to the imperial capital for a reward and leading his troops in review, Hells unhesitatingly instigated a rebellion. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With his forces so close to the palace that the throne seemed almost within reach, the warriors, devoid of self-awareness, would follow orders unconditionally, executing them with unwavering loyalty. Thus began a massacre. The once thriving imperial capital was engulfed in flames. The emperor fled in panic, and uprisings erupted across the land to defend the kingdom. Ultimately, the rebellion was quashed, and Hells perished amidst a siege by the legions. However, the empire paid a heavy price. From that day forth, the Falcon Empire was left crippled, swiftly declining from its former glory, barely sustaining itself for another century before fracturing into chaos. The continent was plunged back into a state of warlord fragmentation. After decades of conflict, a new order arose, unifying the continent once more, reclaiming the banner of the Falcon Empire, and establishing the Second Holy Falcon Empire. This rebellion, which sent shockwaves through the world, was forever known as the Hells Rebellion. Henceforth, all empires adopted stringent measures to guard a singular principle, that no foreign warriors could enter the main city, and violators would be deemed traitors. As time progressed, this decree grew increasingly strict, prohibiting warriors from even entering towns. Lin Sheng arranged for the warriors to stay in the military camp outside the town, entering alone. The camp was undoubtedly secure, and the bond between the warriors and their lord was one of unity. Any attack on the warriors would instantly alert the lord, alleviating concerns of unexpected incidents. As for the dangers within the town, Lin Sheng gripped the dagger at his waist, well aware that he was not defenseless. As darkness gradually enveloped the town, an orderly glow illuminated the surroundings, allowing people to move about even at night. Lin Sheng made his way into the town, heading directly for the tavern. He had no taste for alcohol, nor did he wish to indulge, aside from the potential for folly. His physical constitution rendered him susceptible to inebriation. Whether before or after his crossing, he was prone to drunkenness at the slightest sip, so it was best to abstain. His purpose for visiting the tavern was primarily to partake in a hearty meal, craving human sustenance rather than the wild vegetables and fruits that had left him unsatisfied after 3 days. Chapter 22. Celine. Dining was a secondary concern. Lin Sheng's primary intention was to gather intelligence. Local taverns were bustling with patrons, serving as the most reliable source of information, and held a considerable chance of revealing Celine's whereabouts. Inside the tavern, the lighting was dim, with a few oil lamps hanging from the low ceiling, casting a feeble glow. Rough-hewn oak tables and chairs were arranged along the walls, where 5 or 6 drunken men boisterously engaged in conversation. As Lin Sheng pushed open the door, a gust of cold wind followed, causing the candle flames to flicker. The previously raucous atmosphere within the tavern fell silent as the inebriated patrons cautiously glanced at Lin Sheng, instinctively lowering their voices. The proprietor, a man with a broad smile, hurried over, greeting him warmly. "Welcome, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? We just slaughtered a goat today. The meat is absolutely fresh, perfectly complemented by our special rye beer, truly a culinary delight." Approaching the counter, Lin Sheng placed several gold coins on the table. "I do not drink. Bring me a bowl of hot soup and a few good dishes." "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." Before long, a spread of stewed vegetables, roasted lamb chops, and hearty potato stew filled the table. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Sheng wiped his mouth contentedly and began to pursue the true purpose of his visit. He turned to the tavern owner, who was clearing the dishes, and casually inquired, "Have there been any unusual occurrences lately? For instance, what if an outsider were to enter the small town?" The proprietor stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. "There are no peculiar circumstances per se, but there is indeed an outsider, a ragged figure resembling a refugee, who arrived in town 2 days ago. This small town is conservative, with a geographically isolated environment, making it exceedingly rare for outsiders to visit. Even beggars and drifters typically flee towards larger cities, avoiding places like this. Hence, the proprietor found this individual particularly memorable. An outsider, dressed as a refugee, arriving in the town at this juncture, must certainly be Serenia." Lin Sheng casually flicked a gold coin, continuing to inquire, "Do you know where that person is?" The proprietor's eyes sparkled as he eagerly accepted the coin, promptly replying, "She is in the Eastern Residential District. She has been seen frequenting that area." Lin Sheng tossed another gold coin. "Excellent. Please prepare a few loaves of bread and some dried meat for me to take away. The remainder shall be your tip." Of course, the proprietor hurriedly beckoned a tavern maid to fetch the jerky and bread. Before long, Lin Sheng departed the tavern, carrying a cloth bag filled with provisions. After watching Lin Sheng's figure vanish, the drunken men finally exhaled in relief. Given Lin Sheng's attire, it was clear he was not someone they could afford to provoke. They exchanged glances, silently resolving to avoid those narrow alleys in the Eastern District for the next few days, even warning their families to steer clear of the area. They were well aware of their limitations as ordinary individuals. It was prudent to keep their distance from trouble, as a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. The town's construction lacked any coherent planning. Residents simply purchased plots of land and built as they pleased, resulting in crooked streets that resembled a labyrinth. Lin Sheng wandered about, but aside from some drunken ruffians, he found no trace of Serenia. Her vigilance was high, and she was adept at hiding. Lin Sheng refrained from employing reconnaissance spells, fearing it might draw Serenia's attention. Having just escaped pursuers, she would be acutely sensitive to any magical fluctuations. If he inadvertently alerted her and she fled to another location, it would be disastrous. The world was vast, and who knew when he might encounter her again. At that moment, Lin Sheng overheard 2 local ruffians whispering to each other. "Do you really think this will work? We can't let anyone see us. Otherwise, we're done for. Relax. That little beggar is hiding in a secluded spot where no one passes by. Once we have her, I'll stash her in my home and sell her to the slavers tomorrow. What if someone reports us to the guards? What are you afraid of? I've done this countless times. Who cares about those beggars on the street? Especially those from out of town. Are you in or out?" "Aye, aye." One of them hesitated, prompting the other to grow impatient. "Haven't you got enough gambling debts? You could sell your wife and kids. Why worry about this?" With this, the hesitant man steeled himself. "All right, I'm in. Now that's the spirit. Let us go. We'll tie her up tonight and sell her tomorrow." With that, the 2 ruffians headed into the alley. Lin Sheng's heart quickened, and he activated his stealth, silently trailing behind them. If their target was indeed Serenia, it would be fortuitous. If not, it would simply be an act of benevolence. Both a gambler and a human trafficker were not worth lamenting. As locals, the 2 ruffians knew the terrain intimately. After a series of twists and turns, Lin Sheng found himself in a dimly lit, secluded alley. The alley was particularly isolated, devoid of any illumination, making it unlikely for anyone to pass through. There, a frail figure leaned against the wall, appearing to be a homeless beggar. The person's face was grimy, wrapped in tattered rags, obscuring their features. Serenia had been hiding in this town for 3 days. During this time, she had not consumed a single morsel and was now so famished that she felt faint. Serenia pulled out her water pouch, taking a precious sip before clutching her growling stomach and tightening the small blanket around her. She tried to minimize her movements to conserve energy, hoping to endure a little longer. Just as she closed her eyes to rest, 2 ruffians clad in tattered leather armor, their faces grotesquely bloated, appeared in the alley, blocking her escape route. They brandished coarse ropes, their eyes fixed hungrily on Serenia, advancing on her like hyenas stalking prey. Serenia's drooping eyelids snapped open, sharp and cold. She did not scream. Instead, she silently pressed herself against the wall, tensing her body like a poised cheetah, ready to spring. Beneath her tattered cloak, her small hand gripped the hilt of a dagger. Were the enemies from the mage tower upon her? No, they bore no traces of magical energy. The front ruffian, wearing a facade of false benevolence, reached out to seize Serenia's slender wrist. Little beggar, don't resist. We are good Samaritans. Here to offer you a place where you can eat. In a slaver's cage, gnawing on moldy bread, Serenia pressed her back against the cold, damp stone wall. With nowhere left to retreat, her gaze sharpened, and she prepared to strike with her dagger. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a shadow darted from the darkness like a specter, silent and swift. A dull thud echoed as Lin Sheng struck the ruffian's skull with the hilt of his dagger. The ruffian's expression froze, not even a grunt escaping his lips, as his body crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, raising a cloud of dust. Serenia's pupils dilated in shock. She had barely registered how the newcomer had appeared. It was stealth, a remarkably refined stealth skill. This man was dangerous. Serenia's face betrayed no hint of relief at her salvation. Her body tensed further, her stance slightly shifting, ready to either flee or retaliate, her gaze coldly assessing Lin Sheng. Against those two ruffians, she had absolute confidence in her ability to eliminate them. Yet, she felt no assurance whatsoever in her capacity to overcome the man before her. Chapter 23. Is feeding the queen a success? The other ruffian, tasked with blocking the escape, widened his eyes in terror when he noticed Lin Sheng's gaze upon him. His legs trembling in fear, he hastily raised both hands in surrender, pleading, "Don't kill me. I surrender. I'm coming over now. Please don't kill me." The ruffian's voice trembled as he called for mercy, his raised wrists drooping slightly. With a faint click, two smoke bombs swiftly shot from his sleeves, hurtling towards Lin Sheng and Serenia's position. "Watch out." Serenia reacted swiftly, almost as soon as the ruffian's sleeves lifted, shouting a warning. She tore off her cloak and rushed forward, attempting to grab the smoke bombs and hurl them away before they detonated. In the narrow alley, there was no cover, no way to evade. This was the only path to survival. Decisive, courageous, unflinching under pressure, her thinking was remarkably agile. She had already begun to bear the faintest resemblance to the future Abyssal Empress. Lin Sheng regarded her with admiration as she caught the smoke bombs aimed at her, wrapping them in her cloak before flinging them over the wall. Bang! A muffled explosion followed as the smoke bomb detonated behind the wall, releasing a cloud of acrid fumes that quickly spread. Serenia immediately covered her mouth and nose, retreating hastily, glancing back at Lin Sheng. If I am capable of accomplishing this task, surely that man can as well. Just then, another smoke bomb detonated in the alley, engulfing Lin Sheng's figure. Serenia furrowed her brow slightly. Has he fallen into a trap? The thugs, witnessing this, were ecstatic, their eyes brimming with greed. This was a golden opportunity. Compared to this petty beggar, the man's equipment appeared to be of considerable value, fetching a far higher price. Moreover, he could be bound in exchange for a bounty. Even if no one came to redeem him, he could still be sold at a premium to slave traders. Such a fair-skinned and handsome youth would be highly sought after by nobles, guaranteeing a lucrative sale. One of the thugs brandished a glimmering dagger, his expression fierce as he threatened Serenia, "Get lost. I want to kill you." Serenia remained silent, merely tightening her grip on her dagger, her body subtly bending in readiness. The thug, with a string of curses, advanced menacingly. "You're courting death." A gentle evening breeze swept through, causing the smoke to gradually dissipate. The alley fell into a momentary silence. The thug, uncertain, halted in his tracks, glaring towards the smoke-shrouded area. It was empty. The man had vanished. A wave of chill enveloped the thug, and he realized the precariousness of his situation. "Where is he?" He frantically turned his head in search. A voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Are you looking for me?" With the arcane leap and stealth, Lin Sheng had silently approached the thug from behind. The thug's hair stood on end, terror coursing through him. Just as he sought to turn and plead for mercy, it was too late. The dagger struck the back of his head. His eyes rolled back, the dagger slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly unconscious. Beneath the soft, silvery moonlight, only Serenia and Lin Sheng remained in the alley. She still pressed against the wall, her vigilance unwavering, and in fact, intensified by Lin Sheng's unfathomable strength. Even without his assistance, she could handle these two ordinary men. She had traversed half of her heroic journey while fleeing, and dealing with a few commoners posed no challenge. The only entity capable of threatening her was someone like Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng casually sheathed the dagger at his waist, brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, and dragged the two thugs together. He then picked up the ropes they had prepared and expertly tied them, as if securing a hunted prey. After completing the task, he stood upright and turned to face Serenia. She remained alert against the wall, neither fleeing nor speaking, with silver hair and brilliant golden eyes. Although her face was smudged with dirt obscuring her features, these traits were enough for Lin Sheng to recognize her. It was indeed Serenia. He had not mistaken her identity. Serenia slightly recoiled, then met Lin Sheng's scrutinizing gaze with her own fierce glare, akin to a wary young wolf. Lin Sheng smiled faintly. His tone relaxed. "No need to glare so fiercely. After all, I did save you." Serenia tightened her jaw, baring her canine teeth in a threatening manner. "I don't need your help, and I will not offer you any reward. Your efforts are in vain." If that man dared to make any outrageous demands, she would risk her life to thwart him. Lin Sheng, however, was unfazed by her words. He averted his gaze, dusted off his sleeves casually, and replied, "A reward? I am not seeking your gratitude, whether aiding or fighting. My primary motivation is simply the joy it brings to my heart." Lin Sheng crouched down, deftly searching the two thugs' waists and pockets, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Clarity of thought washed over him. This was the reward he truly desired. As he spoke, he pulled out a pouch of coins, weighed it in his hand, and casually tossed it aside along with the assorted items. Serenia did not easily believe his words, but instead took a cautious step back. Good people? Do they even exist in this world? If there were truly good souls, the Mage Tower would not have slaughtered my entire family due to a nonsensical prophecy. Serenia's delicate face was as cold as ice, and she remained silent. Lin Sheng nonchalantly stood up and pointed at the unconscious thugs. "I'll be taking these too, and their leather armor belongs to me. As for these trinkets, the most valuable possessions on them are those 2 pieces of shabby armor. The rest are hardly worth a handful of coins. The remainder is yours, as you have contributed as well. We can split the spoils equally, no objections, I hope?" Serenia pressed her lips together, her demeanor stiff as she replied, "Do as you wish." "Then farewell," Lin Sheng said, tugging the ropes to drag the 2 thugs behind him, leaving the alley without a backward glance. As his footsteps receded into the distance, the alley fell into complete silence, leaving only the sound of Serenia's rapid heartbeat and the heap of miscellaneous spoils. Serenia did not even glance at the spoils. Who knows what peculiarities might lurk within? It was no wonder she remained so vigilant. After 3 long years of fleeing, a lack of caution would have resulted in her demise. With such a commotion, she had to leave this place. Just as she turned to depart, her delicate nostrils twitched, catching a whiff of bread and jerky. Food. Serenia turned her gaze towards the assorted items, her eyes locking onto a clean cloth bag. The cord binding the bag had loosened, allowing the aroma of soft bread and spiced jerky to waft out. Is it a trap? Logic and vigilance urged her to steer clear, but the intense hunger gnawed at her resolve. The scent of food wafting from the bag made her clutch her growling stomach, unable to suppress her swallowing reflex. When one is starving, maintaining rational thought becomes exceedingly difficult. To endure and contemplate the pros and cons was a testament to her remarkable willpower. Ultimately, Serenia made up her mind, sprinting toward the bag, cautiously glancing around before turning deeper into the alley. Chapter 24. I will remember this favor. Serenia ran swiftly, tightly clutching the cloth bag. What on earth does that man intend to do? Her heart brimmed with confusion and wariness. However, at this moment, filling her stomach and surviving was of utmost importance. The aroma from the bag intensified her hunger, burning like fire and cutting like a knife. She swallowed hard, struggling to tie the bag shut. Not yet. After a brief search, Serenia stumbled upon a starving stray dog. The filthy mutt huddled in a corner, its body tense, baring its teeth at Serenia. Serenia tore off a piece of bread and jerky, kneading it with water into a ball, and gently tossed it towards the dog. "I'm sorry, I need you to test for poison. That guy should be a good person. This food shouldn't be toxic, at worst. It might just knock you out." The stray dog, unaware of concepts such as poisoning, unconsciousness, or captivity, was devoid of any reservations, its sole focus on food. With a delectable meal so close at hand, what else could it think? "I'm going to eat, eat, eat." Half an hour later, the well-fed dog was lively and sprightly, showing no signs of discomfort. Confirming the food was safe, Serenia could no longer resist and opened the cloth bag. The aroma erupted. The pure, warm scent of roasted wheat, and the savory fragrance of oil-soaked, smoked delicacies. It had been ages since she had enjoyed a proper meal. Serenia, disregarding any semblance of dignity, resembled a famished beast as she seized a piece of bread and devoured it ravenously. The soft, slightly warm white bread, though merely the most ordinary coarse loaf, appeared to her at that moment more delectable than the fabled bread of queens. Beside her lay several thick slices of meat jerky, with distinct textures and a rich, savory aroma that effortlessly captivated her palate. Reason, vigilance, and all calculations were swept away by the overwhelming tide of hunger. With her cheeks bulging like a squirrel's, she filled her mouth to the brim, emitting a muffled, almost whimpering sound as she consumed her meal with insatiable greed. After satiating her appetite, warmth finally spread through her stomach, infusing her cold limbs and dispelling the chill within her body. Seeking refuge from the wind, Serenia settled quietly in a sheltered spot. Moonlight filtered through the dark clouds, casting dappled shadows across her pale face. Despite being covered in dust, her exquisite features remained discernible. Serenia closed her eyes, and the image of that tall young man clad in dark leather armor resurfaced uncontrollably in her mind. With food in her belly, her brain regained the energy to contemplate. As one destined to become the Abyss Queen in the future, she was inherently wise. This incongruous bag of provisions must have been discreetly placed by that man, perhaps in a bid to uphold his dignity or to quell his own doubts. He chose this manner of assistance. That fellow is a good person. I, Serenia, have accepted this kindness. If I have a future, I shall repay him for his generosity. Leaning against the wall, Serenia slowly closed her eyes. She needed rest to recuperate her strength, and then to continue her struggle in this ruthless world. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng dragged the two thugs bound by hemp ropes along the uneven street at a leisurely pace, as if they were two lifeless dogs. The ropes dug painfully into their flesh, the sharp gravel scraping against their backs and thighs, akin to a form of torture. Ouch! Damn! It hurts like hell. Careful with my ass. Ah! The searing pain jolted the two semi-conscious thugs awake. One of them, grimacing in pain, glared ferociously at Lin Sheng. Having been the first to be taken down and unaware of the subsequent events or Lin Sheng's prowess, he attempted to bluster in typical street thug fashion, puffing out his chest and shouting, "Hey, you up ahead. If you know what's good for you, let me go. Do you know who we hang out with? Brother Kuntai from the north side." He asked the kind of person who could shake the whole town with a stomp. While he ranted, he struggled futilely. But Lin Sheng's skills were impressive. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. The other thug, looking pale, muttered, "Shut up, just shut up." The first thug cast a disapproving glance at his companion. "You coward. What are you afraid of? If this guy dares to touch a hair on us, Brother Kuntai will have him chopped up in no time." "Hey, you up ahead, did you hear me?" The second thug stealthily glanced at Lin Sheng, his face paling further. "Damn, big brother, stop talking, really, just stop." With the ability of that young man to move like a shadow, he could easily take down Brother Kuntai in an instant. This is not someone we can provoke. Lin Sheng continued onward, his pace unbroken, barely lifting his eyelids as if he had not heard their raucous threats. Seeing Lin Sheng's indifference, the thug assumed he was intimidated and escalated his taunts. "Are you scared? Kid, now kneel and apologize to me, and maybe I'll be in a good mood and say a few nice words for you to Brother Kuntai, spare your life." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Sheng kicked a piece of rubble by the roadside, accurately striking that incessantly chattering mouth. A dull thud resonated, accompanied by the sickening sound of teeth shattering. The thug's cries instantly morphed into whimpers, blood mingling with several of his teeth spewing forth, splattering his face and chest. Tears and snot streaming down, leaving him gasping for breath. His companion, witnessing the scene, was paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to utter a sound. "You've hit him. You can't hit me again, right?" Lin Sheng continued dragging the two thugs, arriving at the town's gate. Several guards leaned against their spears, peering cautiously in their direction, their faces betraying a mix of vigilance and impatience. This town had little to offer, and now they dared to stir up trouble? Unwise. As Lin Sheng approached, the captain's eyes widened in recognition. This was the fellow from earlier who had arrived with 10 white spirit soldiers. Those soldiers were currently stationed in the barracks nearby. Lin Sheng's distinctive appearance was unmistakable, and without needing the captain's prompting, the guards' expressions shifted to one of tension and respect. The captain forced a smile and approached, inquiring, "My lord, is there a situation? Do you require our assistance?" Lin Sheng halted before the guards, casually tossing aside the ropes, and in a flat tone asked, "The charges of theft, intentional homicide, and human trafficking. What punishment does the kingdom's law prescribe for such offenses?" Chapter 25, The Continental Level Battle Event. The guard captain stiffened, his body rigid with alarm. The two thugs on the ground widened their eyes in desperation, pleading with the captain. "We've been respectful to you. For Brother Kuntai's sake, give us a break today." The captain took a deep breath, summoning all his strength, and bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing in the stillness of the night beneath the gate. "Reporting to you, my lord. According to the kingdom's law, multiple crimes warrant the death penalty. Immediate execution." His voice was resolute and conveyed an unwavering sense of justice, starkly contrasting with his usual dealings with thugs. The other guards straightened up, eyes forward, as if the two on the ground were not the local ruffians they often dealt with, but rather heinous criminals. "You can't do this. We've been good to you." "Silence. Were you given permission to speak?" With a glare, the captain signaled 2 guards, who rushed forward and delivered resounding slaps to the thugs' faces. Associating with the lowly thugs of the town was not something to be discussed in the present circumstances. The captain was unaware of Lin Sheng's true identity, but the mere presence of the 10 white spirit soldiers was enough to dominate the entire town. Those who commanded such troops were either formidable warriors or nobles, and either way, he could not afford to offend. The guard captain quickly glanced at Lin Sheng, cold sweat soaking his undergarments, and all lingering hesitation evaporated. To avoid inciting this formidable figure, to protect his life and those of his subordinates, and to disassociate himself from these 2 fools, their heinous crimes deserve the ultimate punishment. The captain shouted, drawing his sword from his waist, commanding the other guards, "Death penalty. Immediate execution." The 2 guards unhesitatingly raised their spears, thrusting them toward the thugs' hearts with swift and brutal precision, devoid of the usual hesitation. Amid the thugs' desperate wails, the gleam of cold steel flashed. After the 2 dull thuds of blades piercing flesh, the world fell abruptly silent. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, casting not a glance at the corpses, and strode purposefully towards the military camp. "Farewell, my lord." The captain's tone dripped with sycophancy as he waved for the guards to clear the obstacles, bowing and scraping as he escorted Lin Sheng to the door. The radius of the order's light extended beyond that of the small town, the surplus distance serving as a buffer zone to prevent the black tide from directly assailing the residential areas. The military camp was established within this buffer zone. As Lin Sheng's figure disappeared into the camp, several guards exchanged relieved glances, exhaling deeply. It was a close call. They had nearly jeopardized the lives of their entire party because of these two ruffians. One was a scoundrel who sold his wife and daughter, the other, a habitual criminal engaged in deception and human trafficking. There was no need to plead on their behalf. The captain cast a disdainful glance at the bodies before gesturing for the guards to dispose of them. The military camp outside the town was dilapidated and covered in dust. In such a remote area, no military faction could take refuge, rendering the camp virtually useless. Buildings left uninhabited over time became desolate and untidy. 10 white spirits stood silently amidst the weeds, resembling phantoms, or perhaps they were indeed spirits, a variant of the ghostly series. They encircled Lin Sheng's backpack, from which the ember of order emanated warmth and a steady glow, enveloping them within its light. Although the military camp lay within the protective sphere of the town's order, there was still the risk of unforeseen circumstances, where a malfunction in the order's flame could reduce its range, leaving the camp vulnerable to the black tide. Such occurrences were not unheard of. In a past life, a misfortunate soul had all his troops quartered in the camp, only to have the order's flame falter that very day, leading to the camp's engulfment by the black tide. The entire troop was annihilated, corrupted into monsters that then turned against the town. These white spirits were a hard-won hidden faction for Lin Sheng, and he could not afford any mishaps. The factions were classified into 3 types, the first being ordinary factions, which could be steadily produced through faction buildings. The second, special factions, requiring unique buildings or materials to recruit, and were significantly more powerful than ordinary factions. And the third, hidden factions, which could not be summoned through any structure and could only be obtained through serendipity, truly a rarity among factions. In his past life, only the leaders of major guilds and elite assault teams possessed a scant few hidden factions. The 10 white spirits in Lin Sheng's possession were exceedingly precious. Losing even one meant a permanent loss, with no opportunity for replenishment. Surrounded by the white spirits, Lin Sheng unfurled his tent and laid out his sleeping bag. The tavern in the town offered accommodation with a far superior environment compared to this dilapidated camp. Lin Sheng was not one to covet material comforts. He found greater solace sleeping amidst his factions. Just before drifting off, he reopened the chat interface. Let me see what everyone has posted. At the top of the thread was Lin Sheng's screenshot of a treasure from the previous day. After all, it was the first time someone had revealed such a treasure. Undoubtedly a moment of astonishment. The post had garnered an uncountable number of replies, with various comments flooding in. Some sought to cling to his coattails. Others requested to befriend him, while a few boasted of their 36D charms and warm beds. Moreover, many posts from mutual aid groups uniformly invited Lin Sheng to join them. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people were simultaneously sending recruitment messages for these groups, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. Had it not been for the anonymity feature, Lin Sheng's friend requests would have exploded. Disregarding those replies, Lin Sheng closed his post and casually browsed further. A newbie just completed a task and obtained a treasure. Could the experts weigh in? A newcomer emptied their savings to buy a piece of equipment. Can everyone tell if it was a loss or a gain? A newbie got their hands on this piece of equipment for the first time. Is it any good? Among the flood of boasting posts was, unmistakably, a screenshot of Lin Sheng's life pearl. Your image is splendid. The next moment, it will be mine. Truly, the internet was remarkable. The image Lin Sheng posted yesterday had already circulated so widely that everyone seemed to possess it today. This must be the spirit of sharing inherent to the internet. Lin Sheng closed the post in exasperation and resumed his search for valuable information. Wow, brothers, I've discovered a dungeon. Monsters refresh there every day? As he read this, Lin Sheng's finger paused momentarily before clicking on the post. The monsters in question were the elemental group's rampaging thunder beasts, a tier 3. Level 2 faction with the characteristic of splash damage. When the lightning chain inflicted damage on a faction, it would additionally deal splash damage to surrounding factions. These were formidable offensive melee factions, and at this stage, no lord could contend with them unless it were the high-level heroes from the main city. Wait. Lin Sheng sensed something amiss. He suddenly sat up, meticulously comparing the coordinates of this dungeon. This location, this dungeon, could it be the precursor event for the continent-level campaign? Elemental Chaos. Indeed, it was the very outpost for the Elemental Chaos. This marked the first occurrence of a continent-level campaign, catching everyone off guard. As the name suggests, continent-level events would encompass the entire continent, with no one able to escape their grasp. Monsters would no longer wait idly for humans to engage. Instead, they would launch organized and premeditated assaults on all living beings. Many individuals found themselves utterly bewildered, as stepping outside could lead to ambushes by monsters, who would then gang up on them. Chapter 26. I am merely a passing hero. Following the event's initiation, safety was not guaranteed even in secondary towns. As numerous monsters began besieging them, one could be sitting comfortably at home, only to have fireballs raining down from above, resulting in many inexplicably meeting their demise. In his previous life, after the elemental chaos unfolded, the number of lords in the eastern continent diminished by a staggering 10%, leading to catastrophic casualties. Whether it was a butterfly effect stemming from his reincarnation or mere coincidence, the discovery of this dungeon had occurred over a month earlier this time around. Though the current lords might not possess the strength to compete, they should not be underestimated for their cunning ways. While they might not be able to confront the monsters head-on, their ingenuity could yield unexpectedly devious strategies. It could be said that the countdown to breaching this outpost had already begun. Once this outpost was breached, the elemental chaos campaign would commence, sweeping across the entire eastern continent, with no one able to stand aside. Lin Sheng refrained from commenting against probing the outpost, as continent-level events were unavoidable. There were advantages to an early initiation. The lords would be unprepared, and the monsters would equally be caught off guard. Moreover, even if Lin Sheng voiced his concerns, it was unlikely anyone would heed him. They might even suspect he was merely envious and attempting to frighten them into retreat. Lin Sheng closed the post and shut his eyes, readying himself for rest. It seemed the pace needed to quicken. He must reach level 10 in this town, find a way to recruit Celine into his party, and then prepare for the impending continent-level campaign. At the break of dawn the following day, as the sky was still dimly lit, Lin Sheng arose, leading his factions away from the military camp and into the wilderness. The first day of planning begins in the morning. The imminent first continent-level campaign filled Lin Sheng with urgency. He aimed to grind in the wild to level up, and upon reaching level 10, he could proceed to change his class. Surrounding the town were expansive fields, cultivated by local farmers, flat and open. Lin Sheng employed his long-range reconnaissance spell to survey the area clearly, pinpointing a gathering spot for wild monsters. In the nearby wheat field, 10 first-tier skeleton soldiers stood vigil, guarding a pile of timber supplies. This outdoor resource was subject to daily replenishment. The chaotic dark tide, unable to retreat in time, would, under the radiant light of the sun's order, transform from its chaotic state into various resource points. The absolute malice contained within this chaotic black tide would manifest as monsters. Stationed to protect these resource points, the 10 skeletons wandered back and forth in the golden wheat field. On a small earthen slope beside the field, an elderly farmer and his son gazed blankly at the skeleton resource point, their faces etched with despair, nearly collapsing to the ground. For the lords and heroes, these wild-spawning monsters represented resources. However, for the local residents, they were deadly threats. The harvest season was imminent, and the appearance of monsters in their fields was a calamity of monumental proportions. If they missed the harvest and rain fell, the wheat would rot in the fields, rendering 6 months of labor futile, with nothing to show for it. Without this season's bounty, how would they endure the winter? With no money and no food, they faced either freezing to death or starvation. Yet, seeking help to eliminate these monsters was no easy task. In the small town, only the noble mayor possessed the military might, and the price to enlist his aid was far beyond the means of ordinary farmers. The old farmer's murky tears fell silently, his calloused hands tightly clutching a handful of dirt. Beside him, his son's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. The resource point would not vanish into thin air unless someone came to clear the monsters. In other words, if the monsters were not dealt with, the land would remain fallow, leaving them to ponder their future survival. Did they truly have to witness their father sell their sister to obtain the funds to beseech the noble lord for assistance? No, absolutely not. The young man stood up in a fit of rage, fire igniting in his eyes. If it meant selling his sister, he would rather take the risk himself. At that moment, whoosh, 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 a series of shooting stars, gleaming white lights, sliced through the morning tranquility. The young man halted in surprise, looking up, only to see a white sphere of light arc gracefully before striking the skeletons with pinpoint accuracy. Bang, bang, bang. 5 of the skeletons were obliterated, shattered into pieces. Their soul flames extinguished, and their pale bones dissipated into experience points, drifting towards the slayer. A handsome youth clad in dark leather armor was seen walking along the edge of the field, carefully avoiding trampling the wheat on either side. Beside him, 10 figures radiating pure white light glided silently through the wheat, conjuring white spheres of light once more in their hands. Soldiers, ethereal warriors. The old farmer and his son were utterly astonished, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. They had never ventured beyond their small town, having only witnessed the noble soldiers in battle. Compared to those sword-wielding warriors, these white spirits were 100 times more terrifying. The skeletons detected their target and turned in unison. With hatred locked on, they raised their worn swords and charged from the wheat field. Lin Sheng waved his hand gently. The pure white spirits raised their hands once more, unleashing a barrage of white spheres that rained down upon the skeleton soldiers, scattering bones everywhere. The overwhelming disparity in rank and level, a second-tier, third-level force against a first-tier, first-level one, resulted in a complete slaughter. After 2 rounds of firepower coverage, the battle concluded in an instant. The 10 pure white spirits regrouped, hovering silently by Lin Sheng's side, as though they had simply completed a trivial cleaning task with effortless ease. Witnessing this scene, Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion, realizing he had finally begun to live the life a proper lord should lead. The dismal treatment he endured in the Forbidden Magic Valley was a painful memory, now far behind him. With soldiers at his command, Lin Sheng no longer needed to risk his life. A mere thought would suffice for his troops to engage in battle. This was the life a lord ought to enjoy. Lin Sheng approached the resource point, waving his hand to collect 3 units of timber into his backpack. This timber was not ordinary. It could not be used for constructing special buildings or recruiting soldiers. Only this magically transformed wood could serve such purposes. Furthermore, the materials could be stored in the lord's backpack without taking up weight or space, allowing for limitless collection. After completing his task, Lin Sheng raised his hand once more to cast a remote reconnaissance spell, identifying the next resource point before hastily departing the wheat field. With the remote reconnaissance spell at his disposal, he could save significant time in monster hunting, operating at over double the efficiency of a typical lord. As Lin Sheng's figure faded into the distance, the young man snapped back to reality and shouted, "Benefactor, please leave your name so we may express our gratitude." Lin Sheng continued onward, growing ever more distant. The young man's expression darkened. Indeed, how could a great figure deign to acknowledge poor farmers like them? "No need for thanks. I am merely a passing hero," came a voice from afar. Lin Sheng waved his hand dismissively without looking back, his silhouette disappearing among the trees. The young man suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brightening. A hero indeed? Chapter 27. The Beginner's Garden of Truth. Lin Sheng, accompanied by 10 pure white spirits, traversed the dense forest silently. His objective was clear, the resource structure unveiled by his recent reconnaissance spell, the Beginner's Garden of Truth. Upon visiting, it would enhance his knowledge attribute by 1 point. Such permanent attribute-enhancing structures in the early game were invaluable and must be secured. In his previous life, upon the discovery of such a structure, it would immediately be claimed by the Grand Guild, with personnel encircling it, forbidding any outsiders from approaching. A lone wolf like Lin Sheng would have been unable even to catch a glimpse, let alone touch it. This was a privilege reserved for the elite. Lin Sheng halted 100 meters from the garden. According to the information relayed by the reconnaissance spell, the guardian monsters of this garden were wood elves. They were second-tier soldiers, equal in level to Lin Sheng's white spirits. Lin Sheng retrieved his alchemical telescope and peered towards the Beginner's Garden of Truth. It was a glade surrounded by wondrous, glowing vines, with a pristine white marble platform standing quietly at its center. Suspended above the platform was a hefty tome, emanating a soft golden glow, with countless tiny runes flowing across its cover. Seemingly tranquil, the garden's periphery concealed deadly dangers among the surrounding trees and waist-high weeds. 10 figures, blending seamlessly with the foliage, brandished slender, glimmering blades, renowned for their agility, stealth, and swordsmanship. The Wood Elf Swordsman. Elf race, second tier, first-level soldiers. Attack power, 5. Defense power, 4. Attack speed, 6. Movement speed, 6. Special trait, Rapid Slice. When performing consecutive strikes, attack speed gradually increases, capping at 10 points of attack speed. Skill, Stealth Strike. When attacking first from hiding, the Wood Elf Swordsman's movement speed significantly increases. Further away, hidden within a towering tree, 3 Wood Elf archers lay in ambush. Cloaked in camouflage, their arrows gently rested on their bows, patiently waiting. From their elevated vantage point, they surveyed the entire Truth Garden, their arrows capable of covering the entire area. Wood Elf Archer. Elf race, second tier, first-level soldiers. Attack power, 6. Defense power, 3. Attack speed, 5. Movement speed, 4. Characteristics, Toxic Shot. The arrows of the Wood Elves are coated with plant toxins. Upon striking an enemy, there is a probability of inducing a poisoned state. The Wood Elves, true to their nature as children of the forest, are masters of stealth, leaving no trace. Those who approach carelessly, flipping through tomes, will find themselves met with a merciless ambush. Once a Wood Elf swordsman closes the distance, unleashing their rapid attack capabilities, it becomes a tragic spectacle. Coupled with the ranged support of Wood Elf archers, escape becomes an impossibility. This time, the adversaries hold the advantage on their home turf. If the Guardian battle tests the wisdom of defense, then this contest for resource structures demands the ingenuity of offense. Lin Sheng's objective is to seize the primary Truth Garden without sustaining any casualties. Losing even a single unit would be a setback. His mind raced, silently conveying instructions to the pure white spirits behind him. 3 pure white spirits gradually separated from the group, adopting a loose formation as they floated toward the garden entrance, drawing the attention of all lurking Wood Elves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 verdant arrows sliced through the air, accurately targeting the white spirits. Simultaneously, the Wood Elf swordsmen on either side of the entrance shed their disguises and surged forward like arrows released from a bow, moving with such speed that they left only afterimages, their keen blades aimed directly at the 3 white spirits. In an instant, the trio found themselves completely surrounded, with no escape, facing imminent demise under the enemy's onslaught. Now is the moment. Lin Sheng's eyes gleamed with intensity. The three white spirits became ethereal, sinking into the ground. Their spiritual forms could bypass obstacles, allowing them to meld into the earth. This technique, devised by a future lord of the undead, was highly effective for self-preservation. However, once submerged, the spirits moved slowly and could not attack, making them vulnerable to encirclement and annihilation, usable only in critical moments of defense. The wood elf blades pierced the air, toxic arrows skewered the ground, and all attacks proved futile. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng had achieved his objective, luring the hidden wood elf swordsman into one location. The next moment, a bone-chilling white mist surged forth like a tsunami, enveloping the wood elf swordsman in a dense shroud. Layered spells. Frosty veil. Visibly, a thin layer of frost coated the bodies of the wood elf swordsmen, their movements slowed as if captured in slow motion. The most troublesome aspect for the wood elf swordsmen was their ability to break stealth and launch surprise attacks, posing the greatest threat to ranged units. If mishandled, they could decimate the fragile white spirits, who could hardly withstand a few strikes. Thus, the bait was invaluable. Drawing them in, and then controlling them was the key. Simultaneously, the thick white mist obscured the vision of the wood elf archers, rendering them unable to aim and shoot. A twofold advantage. Under Lin Sheng's unified command, 7 pure white spirits gathered light orbs in their palms and unleashed them toward the wood elf swordsman. Lin Sheng himself activated stealth, quietly advancing forward. The orbs tore through the mist, striking the wood elf swordsman with devastating force. One strike, 3 wood elf swordsmen eliminated. Amidst the brief cries of anguish, the bodies of the wood elf swordsmen disintegrated, transforming into specks of green light that dissipated into the air. The 3 wood elf archers swiftly drew their bows again, having deduced the location of the white spirits through the trajectory of the light orbs. Yet this time, their toxic arrows could not be loosed. Lin Sheng appeared behind them, his dagger gliding smoothly across their throats. A rear attack, a vital strike. The fragile health of the wood elves was instantly depleted, resulting in a single fatal blow. Thus, these foes were stripped of any hope of retaliation. Under the overwhelming accumulation of frost, the wood elf swordsmen moved as slowly as snails, forced to endure the relentless bombardment from the white spirits, facing a slow demise. Lin Sheng stood upon a lofty branch, surveying the battlefield from above. As the last wood elf swordsman disintegrated into light dust within the icy mist, Lin Sheng calmly unfurled his cloak and silently glided down from the treetops. The battle, from inception to conclusion, lasted no more than 2 minutes. Upon the pristine stone platform, the Book of Truth hovered serenely, emanating a gentle golden light. The 10 pure white spirits reformed their ranks, aligning perfectly at Lin Sheng's side, unscathed. Lin Sheng commanded the white spirits to remain vigilant. His gaze fixated upon the runic tome. He extended a finger and lightly touched the pages. Instantly, the book transformed into a warm golden torrent, surging into Lin Sheng's mind from his brow. As if undergoing a baptism by a life mentor, his mind cleared of fog, granting him newfound insights into the world around him. A system prompt emerged. Primary Truth Garden Effect triggered. Permanent Knowledge Attribute 1. Primary Truth Garden Effect Limit 1/5. Knowledge not only influences mana recovery, but also serves as a prerequisite for learning advanced magic, with many spells and strategic skills requiring a certain level of knowledge. Meanwhile, the experience points from the battle have been calculated. The 2 engagements yielded no rewards for challenging higher levels, resulting in modest experience, however, accumulated. He was on the brink of leveling up to 10. Chapter 28. An incoming lord? Just a hair's breadth away from leveling up to 10. The higher the level, the more challenging the ascent. With the utilization of the Primary Truth book, this enchanting garden faded away like a mirage, leaving behind nothing but an empty meadow. Lin Sheng cast a glance around, surprise flickering in his eyes as he bent down to retrieve a thin slip of paper. Page of the Primary Truth book, miscellaneous. Is fortune finally smiling upon me? Thank you, Lady Luck Minier. Thank you, esteemed Aziriel, for the 5 points of luck bestowed by your gloves. The very first time opening the Primary Truth book, and I have unearthed a page. The page of the Primary Truth book appeared unremarkable, with its dim patterns showing no discernible order. Yet, this item was anything but trivial. It could be considered exceedingly rare, with future generations unable to procure even a single page for 10 million gold coins. The astonishing secrets concealed within the pages of the Primary Truth book would only be unraveled in the 5th year of the future. A lord with a penchant for collecting posted revelations about it. With time on his hands, this lord managed to gather 5 pages of the Primary Truth book, from 1 to 5, intending to bind them together as a collector's item. To his astonishment, the 5 pages coalesced into a map, marking a mysterious coordinate. This lord, seizing the opportunity, ventured to investigate. Upon arrival at the destination, he discovered a peculiar portal. Beyond this portal lay one of the 7 hidden realms, an otherworldly space beyond even the grasp of deities, the entrance to the Sea of Knowledge. The Sea of Knowledge is an endless azure ocean, seemingly ordinary, yet a single sip of its waters would enhance one's knowledge. This is merely the most basic of its effects. More importantly, the Sea of Knowledge offers fishing. All fish caught from its depths transform into skill books of any nature, ranging from the simplest warmth spell to the awe-inspiring godly transformation spell that can shake the world. With a stroke of luck, one could acquire the coveted god-tier skills that countless individuals seek. Even the weakest of lords, if they could survive the Sea of Knowledge, would ascend to the ranks of elite lords. However, gathering the pages is an arduous task. The refresh rate of outdoor truth gardens is exceedingly low, with the fortunate encountering one only once every 2 weeks. The likelihood of obtaining the remaining pages of the Book of Truth is exceedingly rare, and the challenges involved are indeed formidable. Lin Sheng steadied his emotions and carefully stored the fragments of the novice Book of Truth. Rather than chasing after these elusive resources, it seemed more prudent to advance to level 10 first. Reaching level 10 would grant him the opportunity for his first job change, bringing him one step closer to the coveted hidden thief class he so fervently desired. Without wasting any time, Lin Sheng utilized the remote reconnaissance technique to swiftly identify 2 nearby resource points and set off with the pure white spirit. The distribution of resource points follows a discernible pattern. The closer they are to human habitation, the lower their level. Conversely, those located further afield, particularly in desolate wildernesses, tend to be of higher or even top-tier quality. The 2 resource points he discovered were promising. One was a level 1 quarry, producing a unit of stone daily, guarded by 5 lizardmen spear throwers, a low-tier second-level unit of the half-orc race. The other was protected by 7 venomous scorpions, safeguarding 3 units of gemstones. Also a low-tier second-level neutral creature. These were all relatively weak units, and thus manageable. Taking advantage of his superior vision, Lin Sheng unleashed a barrage of light orbs before the monsters could react, sending them sprawling in disarray. After dispatching the creatures, he entered the quarry, where a prompt appeared from the system. All enemies within the building have been eliminated. Do you wish to occupy the building? Yes. A flash of light emanated from the system interface, merging with the quarry. The quarry does not require personnel to be stationed. It can autonomously produce resources by absorbing the surrounding magical energy, gradually coalescing into stone. Level 1 quarry has been occupied. Lord Lin Sheng. Remaining days until quarry's disappearance, 10 days. Current resource stockpile, 5, 10. The quarry is also composed of magical energy and will dissipate after the allotted time. Lin Sheng promptly extracted the 5 units of stone and turned to leave. There were no other lords in the vicinity, so there was no concern about being robbed. He simply needed to return in 10 days to collect the accumulated stone. Resource-producing buildings, such as quarries and lumberyards, hold significant value. Lin Sheng proceeded to the other gemstone resource point, employing the same strategy. 2 rounds of light orbs eliminated the venomous scorpions, allowing him to secure the 3 units of gemstones. Accumulating resources is an essential lesson for any lord and forms the bedrock of their strength. Later on, the top-tier structures will require vast quantities of resources. In the future, elite lords will have entire teams dedicated to logistics to earn the right to join guilds for protection. With the battle concluded, experience points were credited. A golden light infused Lin Sheng's being, invigorating him and further enhancing his physical prowess. With his current strength, he could easily overpower someone like Tyson with a single hand upon returning to his original world. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully reaching level 10. Job change eligibility has been unlocked. For details, consult the vocational instructor. Congratulations, you are the first lord in the world to reach level 10. An announcement will be made globally. Would you like to reveal your name? No. Congratulations, your name as the first hidden lord to reach level 10 has been concealed, granting you 100 prestige points and 1,000 gold coins. Congratulations to all lords. You have proven your strength through hard work. Even starting from scratch, you can adapt well to this world. As a reward, Goddess Asha has unlocked additional privileges for you. The secondary profession system has been unlocked. Lords may choose to develop secondary professions. For detailed information, please click to view. The territory system has been unlocked. Lords above level may 10th apply for land to establish their territories. For detailed information, please click to view. The official position system has been unlocked. Lords above level may 10th obtain official titles within the kingdom. For detailed information, please click to view. The barrage of announcements was overwhelming in its volume. The previously bustling chat interface fell silent before erupting into a cacophony of posts vying for attention. Lin Sheng dismissively closed the interface. Having experienced all of this in his previous life, he was well acquainted with the newly unlocked features. Rather than dwelling on those, he was far more concerned about the job change trial, a legendary hidden class. Among millions of lords, such a class would undoubtedly be fewer than a dozen. And now, such an opportunity lay before Lin Sheng. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Impulsiveness was the bane of any lord. Steadiness and thoroughness were the keys to success. Before undertaking the job change, he needed to familiarize himself with the matters at hand and recruit Celine into his party. Without any lingering concerns, he could wholeheartedly challenge the job change trial. The difficulty of trials for legendary classes is considerable, necessitating meticulous preparation. it would be wise to clear a few more resource points. Unchanged lords will find their experience capped at level 10, with any excess experience being stored until their job change. As Lin Sheng continued his search, the edge of remote reconnaissance technique caught a glimpse of unusual movement. A broad dirt road at the forest's edge led to other towns, and at that moment, it was shrouded in swirling dust. A figure was staggering along, covered in mud and leaves, looking utterly disheveled. The young man was clad in the initial gift of a mage robe, indicating he was likely of the mage profession. Hot on his heels were 10 ferocious wild boars, their blood-red eyes glaring and nostrils flaring as they charged, making the ground tremble beneath them. Chapter 29, Cross-Class Casting Ability? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. The lord was reckless enough to venture into the wild, without even a single unit accompanying him? Such folly could lead to disaster. Wait, that person looks oddly familiar. Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened as he hurried in the direction of the figure. If it was someone he knew, he could not simply stand by. On the town's narrow path, the mage cast a desperate glance over his shoulder at the pursuing wild boars. His legs numb as he struggled to move. His magical energy had long been depleted, leaving him utterly defenseless. He could only continue running thanks to the adrenaline coursing through him. Now, his steps faltered, and he could muster no more strength. The boars maintained their relentless speed, closing in to within 10 meters, their sharp tusks poised to pierce his body. Just then, 10 luminous orbs descended from the sky, enveloping the area behind him in a fan-shaped arc, shrouding the scene in smoke and engulfing the 10 ferocious wild boars. The mage stumbled forward a few steps, only to realize that the sounds of the boars chasing him had ceased. He gradually halted, hesitantly glancing back. The boars had been blasted into a large gap, their forms dissipating into golden particles of experience. Someone saved me? Who? The mage, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, scanned his surroundings. From the dense forest by the roadside, a silhouette emerged silently. The mage lord jumped in surprise, but forced himself to remain calm, breathlessly expressing his gratitude. Teach, thank you. Who are you? His voice grew increasingly hesitant as he scrutinized Lin Sheng's face, uncertainly asking, Are you Lin Sheng? Lin Sheng paused at the mention of the name, a relic from his distant student days surfacing from the depths of his memory. Chu Yinan, the face, smeared with sweat and grime, was unmistakably that of the quiet classmate from years past. In an instant, memories surged within Lin Sheng's heart like ripples caused by a stone cast upon the surface of water. Chu Yinan, a high school classmate from before his transmigration, sat quietly in the front row during class, consistently ranking among the top students. Their interactions were minimal, merely acquaintances who exchanged nods. It was not uncommon to encounter familiar faces amidst the millions recruited by the goddess. The distance had prevented Lin Sheng from recognizing him at first. Yet, it was not entirely Lin Sheng's fault. For Chu Yinan, only 4 days had passed since his arrival in this new world, while for Lin Sheng, it had been 12 long years. The brutal struggles for survival in this alternate realm had rendered the term classmate almost foreign to Lin Sheng. Is it really you? Chu Yinan exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise and excitement upon receiving confirmation. I'm fortunate to have encountered you. I was nearly killed here. A hint of fear lingered in his voice. Curiously, Lin Sheng inquired, How did you end up being chased to such an extent by these wild boars? Typically, monsters do not pursue their prey over such distances. They only chase within a certain range, as their primary duty is to guard resource points. With a sheepish expression, Chu Yinan explained, I spotted a unit of iron ore by the roadside and assumed it was unclaimed, so I picked it up. Suddenly, 10 wild boars emerged from the nearby forest, attacking me furiously. I tossed the iron ore aside, but they disregarded it entirely, continuing their relentless pursuit of me. Lin Sheng was momentarily speechless. Surviving such an encounter was truly a stroke of luck. Taking resources guarded by monsters was an act laden with provocation. As long as the monsters remained alive, they would chase their quarry to the ends of the earth. Moreover, he had been pursued for nothing, with no resources to show for it. Lin Sheng had long since adapted to the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. While Chu Yinan's naive actions exuded a nostalgic, almost endearing foolishness reminiscent of ordinary people. Shaking his head, Lin Sheng began to elucidate. Taking resources only to abandon them is futile. Your mark remains, and the resources are no longer regarded as unclaimed by the monsters. Ah, I see, Chu Yinan nodded, instinctively pushing up his glasses, only to find he had missed. He had forgotten that the class card bestowed by the goddess could enhance physical attributes, alleviating these minor issues. With a self-deprecating smile, he admitted, I'm still not accustomed to this world. While I excel in academics, leading troops into battle is not my forte. In this regard, he could not compare to his old classmate, who not only possessed greater knowledge but also commanded a formidable array of troops, equipped with exceptional gear. At least during these 4 days, everyone else was donning a standard novice outfit. Noticing Chu Yinan's disheveled appearance, Lin Sheng offered, The town is not far from here. Allow me to escort you. I just finished clearing a nearby resource point and can search for more along the way. Thank you. I appreciate it, Chu Yinan replied, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. As they walked back, they engaged in casual conversation, and Lin Sheng gradually extracted Chu Yinan's intentions. Unlike Lin Sheng, who had navigated the world with a certain cunning, Chu Yinan followed the prescribed procedures. Having been transported to a secondary main city, Dawn City, although not as vast as the main city, its proximity to Abi's town allowed him to traverse the distance on foot. From a contemporary perspective, being sent to a secondary main city was akin to a fortunate start. Second only to Lin Sheng's exceptionally favorable circumstances, Dawn City lacked the multitude of lords present in the main city, resulting in less competition for resources and quests, enabling faster development for its inhabitants. However, in the eyes of the lords of these secondary main cities, it was a form of torment. The unfamiliar environment, the strange crowds, and the sparse company of only a few allies contrasted sharply with the sense of security found in the bustling main city. Not everyone possesses the adaptability to thrive immediately in such an alien setting. Chu Yinan had his grievances regarding this. At this juncture, he looked at Lin Sheng with envy. I truly admire your ability to adapt so swiftly and to recruit such powerful troops. Shrugging, Lin Sheng replied, it's merely a stroke of luck. What about you? What brings you here? I'm just passing through. I wish to join the forces of the Western Mage Tower. Chu Yinan declared with conviction. What? Lin Sheng thought he had misheard, gazing at Chu Yinan in astonishment. The faction pursuing Celine? He had already devised a plan to obliterate them. How could his old classmate be so naive? I'm not skilled in leading troops or fighting. My aspirations lie elsewhere. I wish to study magic. By the way, did you know? As he spoke about his area of expertise, Chu Yinan seemed to revert to his former identity as a top student, his words infused with passion. Magic truly exists in this world. It encompasses various models and unique triggering methods. Much like mathematics, it contains its own inherent laws. It's utterly fascinating. Fearing Lin Sheng might not believe him, Chu Yinan gestured in the air. Moments later, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping Chu Yinan. Is that a healing spell? Lin Sheng stared in astonishment. Though it could heal minor wounds and restore a small amount of health, it was merely a basic spell. Yet, such a skill was not typical for a mage. This was the hallmark of a priest's profession. A mage wielding a priest's skill? Cross-class spellcasting? With fervor. Chu Yinan continued. This is a skill I learned by analyzing magical models. It's not listed in the skill bar, nor does it rely on the system for assistance. This magic is unequivocally mine. However, constructing the model in my mind each time I cast it affects the success rate based on environmental factors. And it's not as swift as a priest's casting. There are many flaws to improve upon. He appeared to be an enthusiastic researcher, passionately explaining. Lin Sheng gazed at him with admiration, genuinely praising. That's impressive. You're a genius. Even in my previous life, few lords could successfully cast spells through memory models. This former academic has carved out his unique path as a magic researcher, a talent that future guilds will desperately seek. Such an ability relies solely on innate talent. Akin to mathematics, a genius can effortlessly unravel complex problems, while the ordinary remain confounded. Lin Sheng added, if you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chu Yinan smiled. You've already helped me immensely. My mentor discovered my ability to analyze magical models and assigned me a hidden quest. There's a faction called the Mage Tower in the West, comprised of mages who study magic. My mentor said they could impart greater knowledge to me. I enjoy studying magic, and this journey is to secure an opportunity to learn at the Mage Tower. Lin Sheng gazed at him in silence, pondering for a moment. To share a hidden quest so readily, was it a sign of naivety or an indication of his trust in this high school acquaintance? Since Chu Yinan had been forthright, Lin Sheng decided to be equally candid. Shaking his head, he earnestly advised, I recommend you avoid the Mage Tower. It's filled with elitists who prioritize seniority. Newcomers are often treated as subordinates, and it takes 2 to 3 decades to rise through the ranks. How many of us have 2 or 3 decades to spare in this life? If you wish to learn the arcane arts, I suggest you journey to the northernmost mage academy on the continent, for it is the very birthplace of academic mages, far surpassing the Mage Tower in both prestige and scholarly atmosphere. As for the Mage Tower, its reputation is lamentably tarnished by its abysmal conduct. When Celine, possessing a mere hint of talent reminiscent of a mage's nemesis, caught their attention, the Mage Tower ruthlessly dispatched agents to capture her, intending to use her as a subject for experimentation. Instead of extending an invitation or proposing collaboration, they resorted to intimidation, prompting Celine's family to engage in a desperate struggle against the Mage Tower to protect her. Such matters could be resolved with a modest sum, even if done discreetly. It would be far preferable to avoid the public spectacle that such blatant aggression incites. In summary, the organization is both repugnant and arrogant, making it an undesirable place. At this juncture, Lin Sheng opened the chat interface and added Chu Yinan as a friend, sending a series of coordinates. Trust me. Procure a teleportation scroll in the main city and head directly to this location. The entrance exam here poses a moderate challenge, requiring the analysis of several magical models. But it should not be beyond your capabilities. Chu Yinan gazed at the coordinates with curiosity and inquired, how do you know this? He held no doubt about Lin Sheng's reliability, for this old classmate had just saved his life. There was no need for elaborate schemes to harm him. A mere gesture from the soldiers nearby could suffice. Lin Sheng paused for a few seconds, pondering how to articulate his knowledge, which stemmed from a past life spent evading a guild. I possess unique sources of information, he replied, refraining from further explanation. Chu Yinan nodded, understanding. All right. I believe you. He chose not to press further. Everyone harbors their secrets, and his earlier inquiry had bordered on impoliteness. As they both endeavored to adapt to this new world, Lin Sheng had already navigated it with remarkable ease, undoubtedly possessing his own insights. Lin Sheng expressed mild surprise. Aren't you concerned that I might deceive you? Although they were classmates, their bond was not particularly deep, and such familiarity was a remnant of their past lives. He was prepared to elaborate further, even allowing this old acquaintance to encounter hardships at the Mage Tower. Chu Yinan gazed earnestly at Lin Sheng and replied, You have saved my life. Why would you then deceive me? Even if it were a ruse, I would only incur a minor loss of time and coin. Truly, a scholar's clarity of thought. Lin Sheng discouraged Chu Yinan from seeking the Mage Tower, not only because of their oppressive treatment of newcomers, but also due to a more pressing concern, survival. In his previous life, a calamity befell the Mage Tower 2 years later, instigating a regional crisis that led to its downfall. This was not the doing of Celine, who was still in her formative stages at that time. Consequently, her inability to exact vengeance upon her pursuers manifested in her wrath against the lords who had once hunted her. Lin Sheng remembered the events vividly, as he had been nearby, having formed a party with several wandering adventurers to undertake a series of quests, yielding numerous valuable treasures. Should Chu Yinan venture to the Mage Tower, his fate would be sealed. A newcomer of his caliber, regardless of talent, would merely be fodder for the Mage Tower's machinations. As the two continued their leisurely conversation, they traversed the forest's edge toward the quaint town of Abes. Along a rudimentary dirt path at the village's entrance, an elderly farmer, accompanied by his son and followed by his wife and daughter, spotted Lin Sheng approaching. Their faces lit up with recognition as they rushed forward, kneeling before him in fervent gratitude. Hero, you have returned, they exclaimed, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. Thank you for saving our family. Chu Yinan stood in utter bewilderment. What on earth was happening? He glanced from Lin Sheng, whose brow was slightly furrowed, to the villagers, who were overwhelmed with emotion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Rise. Lin Sheng's voice, gentle yet firm, resonated with undeniable authority. I do not condone kneeling. One ought to stand with dignity. Having faced persecution from the Grand Guild in his past life, he had never considered begging for mercy. He would not kneel to the powerful, nor would he compel the weak to bow before him. The old farmer exchanged glances with his son, helping each other to their feet, while beckoning his daughter to join them. Sir, we wish to offer you a token of our gratitude, he said. The flaxen-haired girl timidly approached Lin Sheng, holding a basket. Sir, this is smoked meat we prepared for the festival, seasoned with spices, along with bread made from freshly milled flour. We are poor and cannot offer anything of greater value. We hope you will accept it. Lin Sheng paused for a moment. The items held little worth to him, yet they represented the villagers' utmost effort. He accepted the meat and bread, discreetly placing several gold coins into the basket. In a world where eyes were ever watchful, should this family be discovered possessing such wealth, their lives would be in grave danger. The old farmer's eyes widened in astonishment as he trembled. Sir, this is too generous. We cannot. Lin Sheng interrupted with a wave of his hand. No need for further discussion. I require your assistance. Of course, sir. The young man eagerly began to pledge his help, only to be pulled back by the old farmer. Concealing the gold with a rag, the farmer turned to his wife, gritting his teeth as he declared, We will do whatever you ask, even if it means facing death. After 10 years of toil, they had never amassed such wealth. This sum could afford their child the opportunity to learn a trade in the city, and they would willingly sacrifice everything for that chance. Lin Sheng reassured them, It is not so perilous. You have lived here for generations and know the territories where monsters roam. Mark the locations of these creatures, especially where they have lingered for years, as these sites are most likely to harbor bosses or treasure guardians. In this world, acquiring equipment primarily involves opening treasure chests guarded by such entities. The old farmer nodded fervently. Yes, sir. We possess an ancestral map that details all the dangerous locations nearby. I will fetch it for you. Then I entrust this task to you, Lin Sheng replied, bidding farewell to the 4 villagers, who turned back repeatedly, reluctant to part ways. Particularly the flaxen-haired girl, whose gaze lingered on Lin Sheng, clearly captivated by his charm. Had he been the kind of dashing lord who toyed with hearts, he might have indulged in such fleeting affections, but Lin Sheng was not that sort. He was a stalwart believer in pure love, dedicated to vanquishing the brutish foes of the realm. As Lin Sheng took a few steps forward, he noticed that Chu Yinan had remained behind, lost in thought. Lin Sheng turned to inquire, What troubles you? Finally snapping back to reality, Chu Yinan spoke with a complex expression, Lin Sheng. You are utterly transformed from the person I knew in high school. The Lin Sheng of his memories, seated in the back row with mediocre grades and a quiet demeanor, now radiated brilliance and was hailed as a hero. Lin Sheng smiled softly. People inevitably grow, especially in places like this. In places like this, growth? Chu Yinan pondered. self-deprecatingly shaking his head. A simpleton like him, utterly clueless about leadership and warfare, would likely never reach such heights. Chu Yinan, you possess your own unique talents. Do not underestimate yourself. Continue to forge ahead, Lin Sheng encouraged, sensing the inner turmoil of his friend. Chu Yinan took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter in his heart as he hastened to catch up with Lin Sheng's figure. The two returned to the small town, having escaped the perils of the wilderness. Surrounded by the bustling throngs of people, Chu Yinan visibly relaxed. He plopped down on the roadside, disregarding any concerns for his appearance. Lin Sheng inquired, the journey is somewhat long. How do you plan to return? If you're not in a hurry, we could wait about a week. I'll finish my business here, and then we can head to Morning Light City together. Chu Yinan shook his head, responding, no worries, you needn't fret. I possess a return scroll, a reward bestowed upon me by my mentor after completing my task. Once I rest and regain some magical energy, I will be fine. As he spoke, he produced a return scroll and handed it to Lin Sheng. I have quite a few. Take this one to save some time on the journey. Lin Sheng accepted the scroll, saying, thank you, I won't refuse. With this scroll in hand, Lin Sheng felt a measure of assurance in the wilderness. The scroll was bound to Morning Light City and could only be used in a non-combat state. Any attack would interrupt its use. The two exchanged idle chatter for a few minutes. As Chu Yinan's magical energy was nearly restored, he waved goodbye to Lin Sheng. Tearing the scroll, a radiant arcane glow enveloped his entire being. Lin Sheng watched as his classmate's figure gradually faded away, then turned to walk towards the outskirts of the town. Time was of the essence. He needed to hunt monsters. It dawned on him that he had altered Chu Yinan's fate. Without his intervention, he would have either perished beneath the tusks of a wild boar or succumbed to the upheaval at the Mage Tower 2 years hence. Now, he should be able to embark on the path of a mage researcher. As Lin Sheng passed through a secluded alley at the town's entrance, his keen senses detected a familiar, watchful gaze. He paused slightly, directing his attention towards the depths of the alley. There, a familiar figure peeked cautiously around the corner. It was Selenia. Chapter 31, Selenia's Warning. Selenia's slender form was stealthily concealed at the mouth of the alley. Her small face appeared ashen, reminiscent of a grimy little kitten. She still wore that patched-up old outfit, her expression tinged with hesitation, her eyes reflecting a mix of wariness and complexity. Less guarded than the day before, she furtively observed Lin Sheng, making the slightest gesture to beckon him over. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was this vigilant little wildcat seeking him out? How intriguing. He subtly altered his course, stepping gently into the alley. Is there something you need? He asked softly, maintaining a distance that would make Selenia feel secure. Selenia quickly scanned her surroundings, confirming the absence of any suspicious individuals before focusing her gaze back on Lin Sheng. Her brilliant golden eyes sparkled with curiosity, reminiscent of an inquisitive cat. Lowering her voice, she asked in an almost questioning tone, did you help those farmers reclaim their wheat fields from the monsters today? Lin Sheng was taken aback. The news had spread so swiftly? He nodded. Word travels fast. It was just a simple task. Upon receiving confirmation, a flicker of clear surprise crossed Selenia's face. The bundle in his hands must be the farmer's token of gratitude. She scrutinized Lin Sheng with newfound understanding, as if truly seeing him for the first time, murmuring, there are indeed such good people in this world. Her previously vigilant demeanor showed a subtle shift towards openness. Before Lin Sheng could respond, Selenia quickly posed another question, her tone more urgent. I heard people say you intend to clear out the monster dens surrounding the town. Is that true? Lin Sheng was genuinely surprised. Just half an hour ago, he had casually mentioned this to an old farmer while asking for locations. How was this little girl's information network so swift? Hadn't she just arrived in this small town? The intelligence capabilities of the Abyssal Queen were formidable, even in their nascent state. She had already sensed a mere fragment of the truth. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Does information travel this quickly? Selenia couldn't help but roll her eyes. The playful demeanor softened the edge of her vigilance and aloofness. She retorted, her voice tinged with exasperation. What do you think? That whole family at the town entrance bowing to you in gratitude. So many people witnessed it. This cramped place is so small. Even the slightest happenings can spread like wildfire, let alone something involving a significant figure like you. At this juncture, Selenia took a deep breath, her expression turning serious once more. She cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then suddenly stepped closer to Lin Sheng, lightly rising on her toes. The warmth of her breath brushed against Lin Sheng's ear as she whispered in a tone audible only to them. Listen, I'm not here to tip you off. I simply don't want to owe anyone a favor. She quickly distanced herself, attempting to clarify their relationship, before hastily continuing. I was resting in the back alley of the Baroness estate, and overheard some of Baron Abe's people discussing how outsiders clearing out monster dens were obstructing their profits, and planning to teach him a lesson. Pausing, Selenia glanced at Lin Sheng. In this entire town, the only outsider capable of clearing monsters should be you. Lin Sheng listened quietly, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Baron Abe's? Selenia sensed a chill in the air, silently retreating a half-step, her movements as graceful as a cat. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Sheng grasped the situation. What constituted profit? Those monsters were sources of income, compared to the trifles Lin Sheng earned from grinding monsters. It was far more advantageous to allow monsters to roam freely outside the town. The townsfolk would live in fear, apprehensive of encountering monsters as they traveled. This insecurity would necessitate hunting monsters outside the city, compelling the wealthy merchants to fund military efforts. In this town, only the Baron controlled the military forces. He dictated the terms. Moreover, he could profit from both sides. The wealth of the merchants was one source of income, while the farmers would be forced to pay him for protection, even if it was a pittance. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had encountered many such despicable nobles, and they all met the same end, taught a lesson by the lords who came to grind. The old nobility yearned to forge alliances. Yet the lords had no interest in such matters. If you're not going to hunt monsters, why prevent us from doing so? Why threaten and intimidate? Were they attempting to act tough in front of us? Seeking death? Selenia, observing Lin Sheng's silence, assumed he was intimidated and softly added, "They seem to plan to strike while you're resting tonight, right here in this small town. I didn't catch all the details, but their intentions are far from good. You should be cautious." Upon finishing, she appeared to have accomplished some significant task, promptly stepping back to create distance. Her expression reverted to its prior wariness and detachment, though a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. Lin Sheng regarded the girl before him, clearly anxious yet feigning calmness as she came to warn him. The murderous intent that had arisen from the machinations of the nobility was inexplicably softened. For a minor noble like this, his life could easily be extinguished. At worst, he would lose some reputation and pay a fine. The entirety of this noble's wealth could not compare to the worth of a single finger belonging to the girl before him. He smiled gently, saying, "Thank you for your warning. You have been a great help." Serenia's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she repeatedly waved her hands, exclaiming, No, do not overthink it. I am merely repaying you for the meal you provided." Lin Sheng chuckled, "In that case, I shall have to treat you to several more splendid feasts." Serenia gazed at Lin Sheng in bewilderment. He gestured towards a tavern basking in the sunlight from a distance, smilingly inviting her, "Come, allow me to treat you." Listening to the lively sounds emanating from the tavern and catching a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air, Serenia swallowed hard, shaking her head in refusal. "I am afraid it is best for someone like me not to appear in the sunlight. It tends to attract trouble," she replied, aware that the mage tower was scouring the land for her whereabouts. After speaking, she stepped back, seeking refuge in the deeper shadows of the alley, her only sanctuary. "Please wait for me here for just a moment." Lin Sheng interrupted her retreat. Serenia looked at him with a puzzled expression. Without further explanation, Lin Sheng turned and strode directly toward the bustling tavern. Alone in the shadows of the alley, Serenia stood still, her somber little face devoid of expression, resembling a forgotten weed swaying in the autumn breeze. Before long, Lin Sheng emerged, holding two bulging, oiled paper parcels, and confidently strode into the alley, the rich scent of food escaping from the wrappings. Chapter 32, The Map of Monstrous Creatures. Without a word, Lin Sheng thrust one of the parcels into Serenia's hands and casually seated himself beside her. Serenia stared at him in astonishment, the weighty parcel warm against her slightly chilled palms. As if engaged in a casual chat among friends, Lin Sheng inquired, "By the way, I am yet to learn your name." "I am Lin Sheng." After a brief hesitation, Serenia settled beside him, whispering, "I am Serenia Akelts." Serenia. A lovely name indeed. "Now, let us eat while it is still warm. It would be a pity for it to grow cold." Lin Sheng repeated her name twice, nodding as he opened the parcel. Inside lay golden, crispy, succulent lamb ribs accompanied by roasted potatoes, cabbage, and two soft white rolls. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng picked up a rib and took a hearty bite. The outer crispness and tender interior were perfectly balanced, the delectable flavor of the lamb harmonizing with the spices, inviting one to savor more. Serenia cautiously opened her own parcel, discovering the same generous portions, still steaming. She took a roll and a rib, eagerly stuffing them into her mouth, akin to a hamster's swiftly nibbling. Cough, cough, cough. Observing her rapid consumption, Lin Sheng handed her his water skin, unbothered by her grimy appearance. Such a casual display of camaraderie left Serenia momentarily at a loss. Since beginning her flight, no one had ever treated her this way, accepting her dirtiness, not resenting her destitution, and sitting beside her to share food and water. She accepted the water skin, took a gentle sip, wiped the spout, and returned it to Lin Sheng, who nonchalantly stowed it away. Once satiated, Lin Sheng rose and looked down at Serenia, softly asking, "Serenia, may I request another favor from you?" Serenia paused, observing him warily. What kind of favor? Could it be that this fellow expected her to pay for the meal? Lin Sheng produced 10 gold coins, placing them before her. "I need you to gather some information for me. This is an advance on your payment, with the remainder to follow upon completion." Serenia scrutinized Lin Sheng with suspicion. Her gaze lowered as she contemplated. After a moment, she bit her lip, seemingly arriving at a resolution. "Very well, what information do you require? But let me be clear. I will not engage in anything overly dangerous." Lin Sheng stepped into the sunlight, stretched, and replied, "Rest assured, There is no need for you to take risks. Simply keep an eye on the noble's estate, noting any military personnel entering or exiting and their types. It is evidently against regulations to harbor soldiers within the town, as they should be stationed in the barracks. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. One must never be complacent. Serenia pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. No problem. This task is not dangerous and can even be considered easy. Lin Sheng extended his hand toward her, smiling as he said, "Then, let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration." Serenia glanced at him, her small hand gently grasping his. A fruitful collaboration. Lin Sheng exerted a gentle pull, lifting her from the ground and into the sunlight. The rays illuminated her delicate features and silver hair. Additionally, this is for you. Lin Sheng retrieved a brand new cloak from his backpack, presenting it to her. For the sake of discretion, I chose a modest linen color. I felt responsible for your loss of the previous cloak last night. This serves as compensation. No harm done, Serenia mumbled softly, accepting the cloak. The fabric was soft and substantial, promising warmth for her nights. Thank you, she whispered in gratitude. No need for thanks. I entrust you with the matter of information. We shall reconvene here tomorrow to exchange what we have learned. Lin Sheng waved goodbye with a smile. Serenia stood quietly in the sunlight, watching as Lin Sheng's figure faded into the distance. Draping the cloak around her, she reveled in its soft warmth, yet her expression remained shadowed. While his company felt comforting and secure, it was akin to a cat greedily drawn to the warmth of a fireplace, unaware of the danger of singeing its fur. Being too close was not advantageous for either party. The mage tower would not overlook anyone in her vicinity. As Lin Sheng prepared to leave the town to continue his exploration, he arrived at the wooden gate at the town's edge, where he spotted a family burdened with large bundles, scanning the surroundings. It was a family of farmers. Upon noticing Lin Sheng, the old farmer's eyes brightened as he stumbled forward a few steps. He carefully retrieved a worn cloth from his pocket, extending it with trembling hands. Sir, you have finally arrived. This is our family's ancestral map. It may appear rudimentary, but please do not disdain it. There are numerous monster lairs near the town, yet they have remained unaddressed for decades, as they do not interfere with the lives of the prominent. There are man-eating vine caves, mud pits housing giant lizards, and cliffs occupied by fire-breathing bats. Many, many more, all marked on this map. As the cloth unfurled, a simple sketch emerged, depicting various monstrous visages, a map evidently crafted by generations of their ancestors who had eked out a living in this area. Lin Sheng accepted the map, glancing over the markings. With a general idea of the locations, he could rely on remote sensing for specific details, thus alleviating much of the hassle. Monster hunting efficiency 1. He carefully stowed the map and looked at the old farmer, who was attempting to escape with his family, his brow furrowing. What is going on here? The old farmer smiled ingratiatingly, casting a cautious glance around. Thanks to your assistance, sir, we sold our land, gathered some funds, and are preparing to move to the city. His son interjected, his face filled with indignation. Isn't it all because of that dog? Be quiet. The aging farmer cast a swift glance at the guards in the distance, abruptly tugging at his son before approaching Lin Sheng with a conciliatory smile. Indeed, my lord, your belongings have been brought here. We shall not trouble you further. Lin Sheng responded with a warm smile, bidding farewell to the farmer's family, but as he turned away, his expression hardened. Relocating to Morning Light City was undoubtedly preferable to the countryside. However, it was evident that their departure was anything but voluntary. It was clear that the Baron had orchestrated this scheme through his subordinates. They were intent on preventing him from acquiring the map, and the farmer, sensing the impending danger, made a decisive choice to flee with his family under the cover of night. The farmer was astute. Given Lin Sheng's understanding of these antiquated noble forces, they could easily commit a massacre that very night and then claim that monsters had invaded, subsequently collecting a fee for wall maintenance. He took note of this debt. Once the wild creatures were dealt with, it would be time to cleanse this town of its treacherous elements. As Lin Sheng reached the entrance of the town, the captain of the guards approached him with an obsequious grin. My lord, are you leaving the town? Wishing you safe travels. He waved his hand eagerly, instructing his men to open the gate. However, as Lin Sheng stepped through the threshold, the captain's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression turning serious as he glanced back at the farmer's family. He pointed at them, barking, "There are orders from above. We might have enemy spies among us. Conduct a thorough inspection." His words, though lofty in tone, concealed a glimmer of cold malice and self-satisfaction. The farmer's family was immediately stricken with fear, their faces paling. Chapter 33, The Corrupted Forest. We have lived here for generations. The farmer's son began to protest, but was silenced by a hand over his mouth from his father. My lord, please, conduct your inspection, the farmer said, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly, surreptitiously slipping a few silver coins earned from selling their land into the captain's hand. The captain accepted the coins with a dismissive smirk. Paying, are we? Apologies, but today, you shall not only relinquish your coins, but also remain here. Lin Sheng halted, turning back with a calm gaze that swept over the fidgeting guards. An inspection? Enemy spies? Such a clumsy pretext. It was evident that this was the Baron's command. aiming to find a justification to detain this family and throw them into the dungeons, while simultaneously sending a warning to the townsfolk about the fate that awaited those who aided outsiders. Lin Sheng stood silently, his eyes icy as they bore into the guards. Behind him, 10 ethereal figures emerged swiftly from the barracks, forming an orderly line. They stood silently in the midday sun, their pure spiritual forms shimmering, their emotionless eyes scanning the scene. The oppressive aura they exuded seemed to freeze the very air around them. The raucous guards fell into an immediate silence, rendered motionless by fear. They exchanged terrified glances, paralyzed at the thought that a simple search could lead to their demise. Had they known, they would never have joined this wretched detail. The captain's expression twisted into one of desperation. "My lord, you." Lin Sheng regarded him impassively, his voice low. "Did you not mention spies? I am merely here to ensure that your inspection is conducted fairly." The captain was no fool. He understood the unspoken threat. Those 10 pairs of chilling, spectral eyes bore into him, causing his legs to tremble. At a mere command from Lin Sheng, these terrifying spirit soldiers could rend them to shreds, along with the very gates of this town. The Baron's orders, the plundering of resources, these were trivialities in the face of absolute power. These summoned champions of the Asha were afforded special privileges. According to the kingdom's laws, if a chosen one or noble inadvertently harmed a commoner, they merely needed to pay compensation. "And no need to trouble yourself, my lord," the captain stammered, perspiration pouring down his face as he turned to his subordinates, his voice cracking. "What are you waiting for? Hurry. Conduct a thorough search on this family. Be swift. Do not delay our lord's journey." The trembling guards dared not tarry. They rummaged through the farmer's meager belongings with little enthusiasm, conducting a superficial search. They then nodded eagerly, hastily reporting to the captain. "Report, Captain. Inspection complete. And no issues. They are good citizens. Good citizens." The captain exhaled in relief, recognizing that his subordinates had some semblance of sense. The power struggle between the great figures was beyond their capacity to intervene. He turned to Lin Sheng with a sycophantic smile. "All is well now, my lord. Please, you may proceed. Safe travels." Lin Sheng dismissed the craven sycophants with indifference. The farmer's family fled through the gates, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Lin Sheng shook his head. "This situation arose due to my actions. It would be unjust for you to bear the consequences. We would never presume to take on such honor, my lord. We are but lowly peasants," the farmer's family replied, shouldering their belongings as they merged into a small merchant caravan preparing to depart not far away. Many travelers, like them, gathered around the caravan, readying themselves for their journey. The sound of camel bells rang out as the caravan gradually moved along the dust-laden road. The farmer's family looked back at their benefactor's receding figure. The daughter cupped her face in her hands, whispering, "I wonder if my lord needs a maid. It would be a blessing to serve by his side." Her mother sharply poked her forehead with a finger. "You foolish girl. What dreams do you entertain in broad daylight? Come now." Lin Sheng set forth with the specters, heading towards the marked perilous area on the map, the Cavern of Carnivorous Vines. The Cavern of Carnivorous Vines, or rather its official designation, the Corrupted Forest, is a type of wilderness resource point, uniquely distinguished by the fact that the guarding monsters are exclusively of the plant variety. Once claimed, it yields a wealth of herbal materials, and with a stroke of luck, one might even acquire plant-based soldiers. In later years, the legendary Su Jiqing rose to prominence thanks to a forest abundant with resources from the Corrupted Forest. Lin Sheng harbored little interest in plant-based soldiers. He intended to transition into the secondary profession of alchemist, necessitating a significant quantity of herbs to hone his skills. Regardless of gender, lords invariably allocate funds towards one particular item: potions. Beauty potions, whitening potions, enhancement potions, stamina potions, fortifying potions, longevity potions. Even the most battle-hardened warriors, those devoid of such needs, still find themselves in need of other types of potions. Defensive potions, offensive potions, group rage potions, potent healing potions. These are essential for survival in the wilderness and remain perpetually in high demand, even in later stages. Potions are a lucrative enterprise. A legendary alchemist in future times could generate profits at a rate that would make 10 money-printing machines seem inconsequential. To become the mightiest lord, one cannot do without the support of gold. Lin Sheng followed the map, arriving at the mouth of the cave. A pitch-black cavern lay before him, unnaturally silent, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects or calls of birds. He cast a far-reaching reconnaissance spell, revealing countless vines drooping within, seemingly innocuous, yet concealing deadly intent. Carnivorous vines, a Tier 2, Level 2 unit of the plant type. While they lack mobility, their formidable attack and defense place them among the elite of Tier 2 units. Their characteristics include carnivorous plant and parasitism. Carnivorous plant. When the plant successfully attacks a living being, it can restore its own health. Parasitism. Upon slaying a living creature, there is a chance that a carnivorous vine will sprout from the corpse, permanently increasing the unit count by 1. On the battlefield, having a combination of different troop types can certainly pose a significant challenge. Once the power of the parasitic vines is unleashed, the entire battlefield becomes overrun with carnivorous plants, capable of overwhelming even a 7th-tier black dragon. Unfortunately, this is the wilderness, devoid of any supporting troop types. Lower-tier plants lack mobility, making long-range attrition their only viable strategy. They can only passively endure attacks. For a lord commanding only first-tier troops, this cave presents quite a conundrum. However, for Lin Sheng, it is a straightforward task, as he can simply entrust the battlefield to the white spirits. Standing at the cave's entrance, Lin Sheng languidly observed the white spirits continuously launching glowing orbs. The carnivorous vines strained to elongate their tendrils, yet they could not reach the white spirits. After a grueling, albeit one-sided, battle, the vines within the cave were obliterated, transforming into dissipating experience points. Only then did Lin Sheng rise and step into the cavern. Within the deep, dark cave, various precious herbs flourished abundantly. Glowgrass, decay mushrooms, and black moss, each a rare and valuable medicinal resource. This bounty is the accumulation of the black tide over decades. After this round of gathering, the next batch of herbs will be far less plentiful. The benefits of pioneering are evident, yielding exceptionally rich rewards. To become the strongest, one must seize opportunities ahead of all others. Chapter 34, The Underground Maze. In the early stages, many lords fail to recognize the value of the corrupted woodlands and the plants that inhabit them. After arduous efforts to locate a resource point, they often discover that it yields nothing but experience, rendering their toil fruitless. Over time, such locations become akin to a tasteless delicacy, too unappealing to engage with, leading to a reluctance to farm these resource points. It is not until months later that a lord who has transitioned to the alchemist subclass uncovers the true worth of these resource points. What appears to be a mere inconvenience is, in fact, a veritable treasure trove. The deeper recesses of the cave are permeated with an unusual odor of decaying vegetation. Lin Sheng meticulously categorizes the herbs, storing them within his lordly space. These herbs hold significant value. If converted to gold coins, they could instantly allow a lord to raise a low-tier army. With the herb collection complete, Lin Sheng stood at the cave's end, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite the bountiful harvest, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. A resource point that had existed for decades should surely have a guardian chest or a mutated leader, a deviation from the expected norms of pioneering. Based on his experiences from a past life, the rewards for exploring a new map should be the most generous, with chests abundant. Is it merely bad luck? Lin Sheng murmured softly to himself, then shook his head in denial. His instincts hinted that something was awry. He keenly scanned the ground, noting how the vine roots had disturbed the terrain, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Lin Sheng produced an alchemical telescope, its lens glimmering faintly, and surveyed the entire cave. Through the telescope's view, an unusual trace of magic became apparent. Found you. Lin Sheng's gaze locked onto a mound of earth, the explorer's dagger silently slipping into his palm. This mound bore a layer of magical camouflage, obscuring whatever lay beneath. It was uncertain whether it concealed a trap or a treasure chest. Lin Sheng commanded the white spirits to prepare, fanning out to encircle the mound. As glowing orbs silently coalesced in his palm, he stealthily approached, the dagger precisely puncturing the mound's edge, his wrist flicking upward. In that instant, the magical disguise faltered. Boom. The earth erupted, debris flying everywhere. A carnivorous vine, as thick as a barrel, burst forth from the ground. At its apex, a massive flower bud split into 3 segments, resembling a maw filled with sharp teeth, exuding a foul wind as it lunged toward Lin Sheng's head. The ambush. Lin Sheng had anticipated this. With a powerful twist of his waist, he swiftly leaned back, narrowly evading the attack. The menacing flower bud grazed the edge of his clothing. Just then, 10 pure white orbs, having been prepared in advance, erupted forth instantaneously. They brushed past Lin Sheng's clothing and struck the vine's trunk with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The light attribute magic erupted. The stout carnivorous vine was instantly torn asunder, vanquished on the spot. The vine convulsed a few times before its body dissolved into experience points, leaving behind a gaping hole. No treasure chest dropped. This level of health indicated it was an elite monster, not a boss. A thought crossed Lin Sheng's mind as he gazed at the spot from which the elite vine had emerged. A vertical hole, approximately the width of a person, descended into a pitch-black abyss, emanating a damp chill. Could this be a hidden passage? Below lies a concealed resource point. Lin Sheng's eyes ignited with fervor, memories from his past life flooding back. Each hidden resource point signifies rewards far beyond those found in ordinary maps. Within could lie lost treasures, powerful ancient equipment, rare species nest cores, or even precious blueprints capable of altering the balance of power. This represents an opportunity for a low-tier lord to make a dramatic leap forward. Standing at the edge of the cave, Lin Sheng gathered his magical energy, casting a remote reconnaissance spell downward. The spell silently reached the cave's bottom, relaying images of the surroundings back to Lin Sheng's sight. The area was constructed from massive, neatly cut runestone bricks. The stone walls were adorned with ancient runes, emitting a faint magical glow. The interior of the building featured a convoluted passageway with numerous forks, resembling a vast underground anthill. Suddenly, the reconnaissance vision became blurred. The runes on the walls flickered momentarily, blocking all forms of detection. The winding paths and multiple forks, coupled with the shielding of reconnaissance skills, indicated that this was an underground maze type. It was not merely a singular structure, but an entire complex of hidden buildings. What could be better than a single hidden resource point? Naturally, a cluster of hidden resource points. Moreover, being a maze type, it is an ideal venue for a rogue to showcase their skills. Typically, such a level of hidden complex would require the cooperation of several lords, incurring substantial costs to conquer. However, at this moment, the monsters within the maze were scattered. If managed properly, soloing the maze would not pose a problem. This is the confidence Lin Sheng possesses as a top-tier rogue. Underground mazes belong to the particularly tricky category within the complex structures. The intricate terrain increases the chances of getting lost and encountering unknown risks. Yet, the potential rewards are unparalleled. Such mazes can spawn magical wells, forging furnaces, and alchemical laboratories, any one of which could ignite a fierce battle. Additionally, there are random treasure chests, unique resources, and even the ultimate maze core treasure. The total value of the entire maze complex is enough to drive any lord mad with desire. Opportunity and risk coexist. And Lin Sheng is most adept at plucking fruit from the flames. He cannot afford to miss this chance. With a thought, he commanded 10 white spirits to take the lead, leaping into the unfathomable black hole. Previous reconnaissance had shown no enemies at the landing point. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he sent the white spirits to scout the path first, avoiding any unexpected ambushes by lurking monsters. As the white spirits reached the cave's bottom, they formed a vigilant formation. No hidden monsters were detected in the vicinity. Lin Sheng stood quietly, feeling the mixed breeze laden with ancient dust wafting from below. The excitement in his eyes faded, replaced by calmness and composure, akin to the most seasoned hunter entering their hunting grounds. Lin Sheng took a gentle step forward, plunging into the abyss that led to the challenge. His cloak billowed behind him, slowing his descent. The falling sensation was far briefer than he had anticipated. Lin Sheng descended as lightly as a feather, making not the slightest sound. He rose and surveyed his surroundings. The halo emanating from Bai Ling's body dispelled the darkness at the entrance. A cold, damp breeze wafted from the depths of the labyrinth, carrying a heavy scent of mildew. Before him lay 2 entrances to rune-engraved corridors, one to the left and one to the right. Both were equally deep, silent, and dust-laden, with no discernible difference. Should he venture left or right? At this juncture, a small trick was required. Lin Sheng produced a coin and tossed it high into the air. "O charming, gentle, beautiful, unparalleled lady of fortune, grant me your insight." The head side indicated to proceed left, while the tail suggested right. The coin spun and astonishingly landed upright. Lin Sheng gazed at the thick rune-engraved wall before him. Was the lady suggesting he charge headlong into it? The labyrinth's walls were impervious to destruction. The runes were interconnected, and any damage to one would reverberate throughout the entire structure. Only someone with immense strength could bring down the whole maze with a single blow. Surely, the Lady of Fortune jested. If Lin Sheng possessed such power, he would have long since obliterated the Black Tide. Chapter 35, The Rock-Armored Rhinoceros. Deprived of the Lady of Fortune's grand favor, Lin Sheng reluctantly chose the left passage, proceeding with caution. He entered a state of stealth, his form becoming indistinct, his breath perfectly concealed. The luminescence surrounding Bai Ling was glaring in the darkness, likely to attract hostility, so he kept a safe distance behind her. After traversing a short distance within the stone corridor, Lin Sheng halted, his keen gaze sweeping over the ground. The stone slabs beneath him appeared amiss, subtly raised and hardly noticeable. Small, inconspicuous holes punctuated the walls on either side. A trap. Lin Sheng crouched, producing his initial dagger and hurled it forcefully at the raised stone slab. Crack. A faint mechanism clicked. The slab suddenly sank half an inch. Instantly, blinding red light flared from the small holes in the walls. Several scorching flame rays shot forth, sealing off all space around the slab. The air was instantly distorted by the searing heat. Should one unwittingly step into this trap, they would be instantly reduced to cinders. The rays continued for a brief moment before extinguishing. A triggered flame trap, a staple of labyrinthine architecture. Lin Sheng approached, bending to retrieve the charred, scalding dagger, handling it with utmost care. Although he had yet to learn the rogue's traps skill, he was more than capable of dealing with such a trap. Caution was paramount in labyrinth exploration. Many formidable lords had met their demise due to heedlessness over seemingly trivial details. Lin Sheng focused intently, meticulously discerning every trace around him. His ears caught the faintest sounds, while his nose identified every scent in the air. Ahead, around the corner, he detected a sour odor, a shadow spider web, a biological trap. Lin Sheng paused momentarily. Above the corridor ahead, thick, dark webs lay concealed, perfectly merging with the shadows. Several fist-sized shadow poison spiders lurked silently within the webs, lying in wait for the unwary. Shadow poison spider, level 1, Tier 1, Monster Class. Its attributes were unremarkable across the board, save for its singularly noteworthy trait. Lethal Toxin. When confronting flesh and blood foes, it has a chance to inject toxins that can instantly slay an enemy. If sufficient in number, they could even poison a titan beast. They excel in ambush tactics. Lin Sheng issued a silent command. 2 white spirits advanced quietly, waving their hands. A dense white mist of frost materialized, swiftly enveloping the webs and the corners behind them. The viscous webs shattered in the icy mist, and the poisoned spiders were frozen, their bodies rendered stiff, causing them to drop from the webs. Lin Sheng approached, dispatching the spiders with a few swift strikes. The team pressed deeper into the labyrinth. With his rogue's insight and vast experience, Lin Sheng led the group safely through the passage. They encountered their first resource point. Lin Sheng's nostrils flared, capturing a hint of sweet herbal fragrance. Another medicinal resource point. Was it an herb field? Or perhaps a potion workshop? The area ahead was shrouded in darkness, rendering it indistinct. Lin Sheng cast a long-range reconnaissance spell, illuminating the surroundings. Clarity ensued. Before him lay a meticulously cultivated field of magical soil, the aura of magic circulating within the earth. A resource structure, miniature, magical herb garden, capable of yielding a wealth of rare herbs. Among those visible to Lin Sheng, several varieties of rare herbs flourished. The starry-leafed starshine grass, essential for crafting high-tier mana potions, a cherished item for mages. The bloodroot ginseng, with roots resembling crimson dragons, brimming with potent life essence, ideal for crafting high-tier life potions, invaluable for survival. And the unassuming moonshadow flower, a key ingredient in natural potions, favored by druids, enhancing natural perception and augmenting transformation effects for a time. More crucially, beside the herb garden, a treasure chest forged from silver lay quietly, radiating an alluring glow. A treasure chest. Simultaneously, the guardian monsters of the herb field detected Lin Sheng and approached with heavy steps. A colossal rhinoceros, clad in thick rock armor. Its horn, robust and sharp, gleamed menacingly. It inhaled deeply, its midsection swelling as its gaze fixed intently upon Lin Sheng. Rock-armored rhinoceros. Tier 3, Level 3, Dwarven class unit. The favored mount of dwarves, which when paired with Tier 4 Dwarven guards, could form a Tier 5 unit, the Earth Dwarven Heavy Cavalry. The rock-armored rhinoceros boasted high health and defense, qualifying it as a formidable entity. Trait, Rocky Shield, Heavy Unit. Rocky Shield. The hard rock protects its body, reducing damage taken until the rock is completely shattered. Heavy Unit. Immune to effects such as slow, weightlessness, and binding. Unit skill, Charge. Charge. After locking onto a target, it initiates a straight-line charge with unalterable direction, inflicting substantial damage and stunning the enemy upon impact. With 2 traits and a skill, it was undoubtedly a cornerstone unit among the dwarven forces. The greatest threat posed by rock-armored rhinoceroses arises when they charge in numbers. The sight is nothing short of awe-inspiring. On the battlefield, they leave no blade of grass in their wake. The rock-armored rhinoceros locked its gaze on Lin Sheng, pawing the ground before it charged with a mighty roar. The earth trembled, akin to a small car hurtling toward him. Lin Sheng's expression sharpened as the skill on his leather armor activated. Shadow Assault. Instantly, Lin Sheng's form was enveloped in a shroud of shadows, his speed significantly amplified. He twisted his waist and dodged the charge like a matador, simultaneously thrusting his explorer's dagger, leaving a mark upon its rock armor. The attack inflicted dark attribute damage, causing the rock armor to hiss as it corroded. Boom. The rock-armored rhinoceros crashed violently into the stone wall, finally coming to a halt. It shook its head, unharmed, and turned back to fix its gaze on Lin Sheng once more, preparing to charge again. The diminutive dagger's offensive power requires a relentless half-day of effort to breach armor. The rock-armored rhinoceros can falter countless times. However, with just a single successful strike, its horn could carve a gaping hole into Lin Sheng's form. Lin Sheng tirelessly engaged in a struggle with the rhinoceros, occasionally leaving scars at the vulnerable joints of its armor, gradually diminishing its defensive capacity. Just as the situation began to tilt in Lin Sheng's favor, Bai Ling arrived on the scene. Frosty Trail. This time, she opted against stacking spells, instead enveloping the entire ground in a veil of ice mist. Within mere seconds, a thin layer of frost blanketed the surface. The rhinoceros, with its stout hooves, found itself slipping and struggling to maintain its footing, unable to charge forward. Now is the moment, Lin Sheng decisively commanded. As the Bai Ling aimed for the weakened spots he had just inflicted, unleashing a rapid barrage of luminous orbs, the myriad of light spheres engulfed the rock-armored rhinoceros. They erupted in a cascade of explosions, shattering the rocky armor encasing the beast. Chapter 36, Captive Spirits? The rhinoceros fought valiantly to rise, yet its limbs betrayed it. Repeatedly slipping and sprawling. Under the relentless bombardment, its armor fractured, and its health plummeted. With blood-red eyes glaring, it let out a furious roar before collapsing entirely, transforming into experience points. Lin Sheng commanded Bai Ling to dispel the skill, allowing the frost to dissipate from the ground. He then swept through the field, gathering herbs. and turned his gaze toward a silver chest, a treasure of silver grade, capable of yielding silver-tier equipment, with a minuscule chance of revealing a precious artifact. Akin to drawing 9 golds in a 10-card pull, Lin Sheng opened the chest. A flash of silver light burst forth, revealing 2 pieces of equipment radiating a silvery gleam. Flowing windcloth shoes. Type, cloth armor. Quality, silver rare. Attributes, movement speed 2, spell casting speed 5. Special effect, none. Equipment requirement, classes such as mage, priest, warlock, and other spellcasters. Light as a feather, woven from strands of wind element. The shoes are adorned with swirling cloud patterns. Rock-solid bracers. Type, heavy armor. Quality, silver rare. Attributes, physical defense 2, block skill success rate 5. Special effect, strength 3. Strength is a hidden attribute representing physical power, not equivalent to attack power. Class restriction, warrior, knight. Martial artist, similarly unwearable. Forged from a certain black metal, they are heavy and robust, embellished with mountain rock engravings. The mage's shoes and the warrior's bracers possess commendable attributes, particularly the bracers, boasting a special effect that is quite exceptional. Regrettably, they are ill-suited for Lin Sheng's class, and forcibly donning them would incur a significant penalty to his attributes. Selling or exchanging them would indeed be a wise choice. Another flash of silver erupted. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired a silver rare item, Intermediate Frost Enchantment Scroll. The Intermediate Frost Enchantment Scroll, when used, imbues a weapon with ice attribute damage for a duration of 24 hours. A splendid item with extensive applications. Attribute damage can be immensely beneficial in specific environments. For instance, Lin Sheng had previously utilized the shadow ambush skill of his leather armor, inflicting dark attribute damage that eroded the rock-armored rhinoceros's defenses. With satisfactory gains, Lin Sheng stowed the equipment and pressed onward into the depths of the labyrinth. The runic stone corridor twisted and turned, its pathways intricate. Upon rounding a chilling corner, a massive, heavy door appeared before him. Crafted from black iron and darkened wood, it was not securely locked, but rather ajar, revealing a narrow gap. A peculiar aroma wafted through the crevice, not the musty scent typical of a labyrinth, but a blend of delicate floral notes and a woman's fragrance. The enticing scent was a stark contrast to the gloomy surroundings. Lin Sheng paused momentarily, silently inching closer to the gap. The doorframe bore a common design, making it difficult to ascertain the building's purpose. A cottage-type structure would be cramped, with limited internal space. Should combat erupt, ranged units would struggle to maintain distance, leading to significant losses. Yet, to abandon such a structure felt disheartening to Lin Sheng, for every resource during the pioneering phase is invaluable. When in doubt, he invoked the remote reconnaissance spell. Magic grants me vision. Lin Sheng cast the spell inward. Inside the door was not the anticipated resource point or monster lair, but rather a towering stone chamber, adorned with a luminous crystal embedded within. The scene inside the chamber would leave any normal man breathless. At the center stood a colossal black iron cage, imprisoning dozens of golden-haired, blue-eyed female elves. They huddled on the cold stone floor, leaning against the iron bars, each exuding breathtaking beauty in their unique postures. Their garments lay tattered, barely covering their most vital areas, and in the dim light, their alluring curves were tantalizingly outlined. Their skin was delicate and smooth, resembling exquisite mutton fat jade, emanating a lustrous sheen even in the squalid confines of the cell. Their elongated necks resembled those of swans, gracefully extending to rounded, fragrant shoulders. Beneath their ragged attire, glimpses of pristine whiteness beckoned enticingly, half revealed and half concealed. Their slender waists seemed delicate enough to be encircled by a mere hand, and their long, straight legs were proportioned to perfection. Their dainty feet, dusted with a hint of grime, graced the ground. The elves' visages were beyond compare, each one a paragon of beauty. Their features were exquisitely delicate, and their emerald eyes sparkled like jewels, with pointed ears peeking from cascades of golden hair. Their pallid complexions bore a trace of frailty, imparting a hauntingly beautiful aura. A prison? A recruitment den for troops? Intriguing indeed. Lin Sheng pushed open the door. The elves turned their faces toward the sound, their eyes shimmering with hope, long lashes glistening with tears like dew-kissed petals, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Among them, one golden-haired elf, appearing the most mature and possessing an extraordinary grace, suddenly lunged toward the iron bars near the door, gripping the dark iron tightly. Her tattered garment billowed with her fervent movement, nearly unable to contain the fervor, as if a pair of rabbits were about to spring forth. She lifted her exquisite face, tears cascading like stranded pearls, gazing longingly at Lin Sheng. Her voice, soft and heart-wrenching, pleaded, "Hero, great hero, please save us. We are imprisoned here by the vile barbarian minotaurs, enduring torment beyond measure, living a fate worse than death." Her voice resonated like a nightingale's sorrowful cry, stirring the depths of compassion and protectiveness within. As she lamented, the other elves within the cage awakened. Rushing toward the bars, a dozen breathtaking elves crowded together, eyes brimming with tears, their tattered garments revealing glimpses of their luminous skin, a sight that was utterly captivating. They collectively gazed up at Lin Sheng, their soft voices melding into a pleading chorus. Please save us, hero. We are willing to serve you for life. As maids and servants, to toil endlessly. Just open the prison door, and all that we have will be yours to command. We implore you to help us. Those enticing words, those pitiful gazes, those graceful forms. Such an opportunity, like a beauty descending from the heavens, would tempt any ordinary man beyond measure, causing them to rush forth in eager haste. Yet, Lin Sheng remained as steadfast as a rock, rooted in place, observing their performance with an air of nonchalance, and queried in a calm tone, "To save you? What must I do?" The golden-haired elf's eyes sparkled with urgency as she eagerly pointed towards a magnificent golden chest resting on a stone pedestal not far from the cage. "The key. Hero, open that chest, and within lies the key to unlock the cage. The towering guard has just departed. This is our sole opportunity. I implore you, hurry, before they return." Her voice resonated with desperation and seduction, her gaze fixated on Lin Sheng, betraying a subtle hint of avarice. "Indeed, it is a simple task, my noble hero." The chorus of tearful, beautiful eyes converged upon Lin Sheng, their expressions filled with entreaty and allure. Soft tones, beguiling words, dim lighting, and a cloying fragrance coalesced within the room, akin to exquisite feathers, teasing at the hearts of every visitor, eroding their rational defenses. Lin Sheng stood at the threshold, not daring to step further into the chamber, his expression betraying no emotion. He had thought he might encounter a troop-building opportunity, but it appeared that fortune had not favored him. His voice was flat, devoid of inflection. "It seems I truly lack such good fortune." Chapter 37. The Shapeshifter. The golden-haired elves faltered, their calls growing increasingly mournful and urgent. They exerted every ounce of their being, attempting to draw Lin Sheng closer to the golden chest or to themselves. Lin Sheng, however, disregarded their pleas, not even casting another glance at the golden chest. Slowly and unhurriedly, he retreated a step, fully exiting the stone chamber's threshold. He turned to the poised white spirit behind him and waved gently. Frost Trail, with a hum. The white spirit, already primed, unleashed its skill. The concentrated frost magic transformed into a white mist, sweeping through the massive stone chamber like a white tsunami. Crack. The floor, walls, iron bars, and even the elves' fair skin were instantly blanketed by a thick layer of white frost. The chilling mist steadily eroded their bodies, sapping their vitality. The once delicate and endearing elven beauties emitted piercing, distorted screams. The sound was shrill and grating, filled with agony, malice, and madness, far from anything a human could produce. Their flawless skin began to melt away like wax figures under intense heat. Their graceful forms twisted and contorted, revealing a writhing, dark purple, viscous substance beneath. Their flowing golden hair morphed into fleshy tendrils, while their once tender green eyes transformed into a multitude of compound eyes. Lin Sheng had anticipated this, remaining entirely unaffected by the grotesque transformation. Were the smaller-headed minions to encounter them, they would likely become mere nutrients. Shapeshifter. Level 1, Tier 3, Monster-type unit. Special effect, Shapeshift. Shapeshifters can transform into units of Tier 3 or lower, masquerading as friendly units or the desired images in the hearts of men, luring prey into traps and launching surprise attacks. Their bodies are corrosive, gelatinous forms, soft and malleable, surviving by consuming other beings. Everything within the room was a deception. This was a trap room. A dozen shapeshifters, now exposed, struggled frantically in the frost. Frost magic was particularly effective against these creatures. Their gelatinous bodies were frozen by the extreme cold. Any movement threatened to tear them apart, akin to fragile glassware. Their compound eyes glowed red, fixating on Lin Sheng at the doorway, emitting desperate, dying howls. Lin Sheng stood outside the icy hell, observing everything with a cold gaze. Such rudimentary tricks. Did they think they could deceive me? In the hands of former lords, shapeshifters had been played to perfection, rendering them nearly impossible to guard against. For instance, they might disguise themselves as inconspicuous mud or flat grass, waiting for enemies to tread upon them, or masquerade as city guards, springing a grand surprise upon unsuspecting foes. Seduction through beauty was the most primitive of tactics. A magic missile tore through the icy mist, striking the fragile form of the shapeshifter. A dozen shapeshifters shattered like glass, disintegrating into a myriad of fragments, instantly slain. Experience points increased. The biting cold of the chamber gradually dissipated. The cage area lay barren, save for the dazzling golden chest, still quietly resting upon the cold stone pedestal. A golden quality chest, with a chance to yield treasures. Lin Sheng showed no inclination to approach. He flipped his right hand, revealing a spell book in his palm. With a gentle swipe of his finger across the pages, he concentrated his magic, locking onto the resplendent chest. Arcane missile. A fist-sized azure projectile burst forth from the pages, striking the chest squarely. Bang! The chest trembled violently upon impact, its embedded gemstones suddenly unfurling to reveal two bloodshot eyeballs. The lid flew open like a gaping maw, exposing a multitude of serrated ivory teeth within. A long, dark red tongue, slick with slime and barbed, shot forth like a siege crossbow bolt, tearing through the air at an incomprehensible speed, aimed directly at Lin Sheng's face. Chest monster. With the benefit of a sneak attack bonus, the tongue's force was sufficient to pierce through steel plate armor. The tongue was swift, yet Lin Sheng's dagger was swifter. With a flash, the explorer's dagger was unsheathed, slicing through the air with a chilling silver arc, accurately severing the tongue, like a hot knife through butter. The resilient appendage was cleaved in two. The front half, propelled by inertia, smashed against the stone wall, writhing as it landed. The severed end sprayed a sickening, dark green fluid. A tongue, no matter how lethal, was merely flesh, unable to withstand the cold steel. The chest monster emitted a deafening, anguished roar, its body violently shaking. Its enormous eyes bulging. Concentrate fire. Lin Sheng waved a hand. 10 white spirits erupted into action, pure white orbs of light detonating within the confined stone chamber. The brilliance engulfing the wailing chest monster. Boom, boom, boom. After 2 rounds of concentrated bombardment, the chest monster's massive eyes exploded, the sturdy wooden body carbonizing and splintering, revealing a chaotic mass of flesh and teeth inside. The chest monster fell lifeless. The danger was thoroughly vanquished. The entire room bore double traps. The shapeshifters lured prey while the chest monster reaped the harvest. Lin Sheng was unfazed. He had encountered such monstrous combinations before. In his previous life, this exemplified the quintessential beginner's trap, a true nightmare for novice lords. Even if a lord were fortunate enough to discern the shapeshifter. Upon emerging victorious from battle, they would relax and approach the chest, only to be met with the next snare. The chest monster, empowered by its sneak attack bonus, awaited to annihilate any low-tier lords. Even the sturdiest shield guards would falter. Though the dual trap of the shapeshifter and chest monster was cunning, Lin Sheng was no novice. He had witnessed such cascading traps many times. His gaze swept across the stone chamber, searching for the location of the spoils guarded by the monsters. A meticulously arranged trap room would undoubtedly hide its true treasures in a more concealed spot. In the perilous wilderness, one always reaped what they sowed. This was the finest rule of the world of Asha. Where could it be hidden? Lin Sheng's eyes scanned the entire room. Cold iron-barred cages, empty stone pedestals. A corner piled high with torture devices, and above, the iron chains. The dome of the stone chamber looms high, shrouded in dim light. Several rusted iron chains dangle from the ceiling, blending into the background like an unremarkable feature. Lin Sheng stands beneath the chains, lifting his gaze. At the center of the interwoven chains, a structure reminiscent of a hanging basket emerges. This position is exceedingly difficult to discern without seasoned experience and keen observation. There lies a dark golden treasure chest, slightly tilted. A dark golden chest. Lin Sheng's eyes sparkle with excitement. After cautiously ensuring that no traps linger on the chains, he nimbly leaps upwards, scaling the cold iron bars. With a few calculated movements, he vaults into the basket formed by the chains. Lin Sheng rubs his hands together in anticipation, caressing the chest, which feels cool to the touch, its weight palpable. Come on, may the goddess of fortune smile upon me. He gently lifts the chest lid, but it remains steadfast. A mysterious and intricate magical array materializes on the front of the chest, emanating a faint blue glow that binds it securely. A magical lock? Lin Sheng raises an eyebrow. Such locks typically require a specific magical key to unlock. Attempting to force it open could trigger a self-destruct spell, obliterating the treasures within. Chapter 38. I will scatter you. Lin Sheng raises his right hand, where a magical glow quietly illuminates the explorer's gloves he wears. One of the set effects, master-level lockpicking. A gentle shimmer of magic dances at his fingertips as he delicately traces the intricate pathways of the magical lock, his fingers nimble, as if playing a piano. Buzz. With a resonating hum of magic, the magical array quivers slightly before gradually dissipating. Lin Sheng exhales softly, suppressing his exhilaration. The chest guarded by the shape-shifting creature has a high probability of yielding a special piece of equipment. While its level may not be high, and its attributes might not be formidable, its unique effects are truly extraordinary. Its functionality rivals that of strategic treasures, applicable even before entering the divine realm. May the goddess of fortune bless me with that equipment. Lin Sheng silently prays for 2 seconds before gently lifting the chest lid. A gentle golden glow instantaneously illuminates his face. It's gold. A small pile of gleaming gold coins, several units of iron or resources, a few units of gemstone resources. And most importantly, 2 pieces of equipment radiating dark golden light. Dark golden level, surpassing golden equipment by a tier. Nature's Whisper Vinewood Staff. Level, 10. Type, 2-handed weapon. Quality, dark golden exceptional. Attributes, nature spell power 3, life recovery effect 20. Special effect, duration of nature magic 100. Class restriction, druid. The staff is entwined with vibrant leaves and vines, naturally grown from an ancient vinewood, exuding a harmonious essence. Lin Sheng shakes his head helplessly. It's a wonderful item, but not for him. The second piece of equipment, Phantom Veil Hood. Level 10. Type, leather armor, headgear. Quality, dark golden exceptional. Attributes, defense 3, stealth 3. Class restriction, rogue. Archer, ranger. Special effect, appearance disguise. The wearer can alter their appearance for a limited time, with a deviation in size not exceeding 10% of their original form. Cooldown, 12 hours. The hood feels cool and smooth to the touch, as if woven from shadows and moonlight, with subtle illusions shimmering at its edges. Is this luck good or bad? Although it didn't yield the coveted ring of the faceless, this Phantom Veil Hood is certainly a delightful surprise. Enough to drive all rogue professionals wild at this stage. Lin Sheng picks up the hood, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Dark golden quality headgear for rogues boasts commendable base attributes, particularly the stealth 2, which is crucial for rogues. Not to mention its special effect skill. The ability to disguise one's appearance is invaluable. A splendid item. Lin Sheng unreservedly dons the Phantom Veil Hood, while stowing away the druid's golden staff into his space. The druid equipment is also commendable. This item will be a perfect gift for his close friend. In his previous life, he was indeed a druid. And that should not have changed. Lin Sheng gracefully descends from the chain net, landing steadily. He continues to explore the maze. The next destination is a military supply resource point, the storage cellar of the Cavern Fairies. It resembles a natural cave adorned with stalactite columns, inhabited by a group of diminutive cavern fairies wielding stone hammers. Cavern Fairy, Level 1, Tier 1, an ordinary low-level unit, merely cannon fodder with limited combat capability. After a round of illumination from White Spirit, these little creatures transform into experience points. Lin Sheng earns 10 units of cavern-flavored military rations, quality, ordinary. Military rations, food that provides sustenance for certain units. Though lacking in flavor, its quantity is sufficient. Ordinary units consume military rations daily, and insufficient supplies can lead to morale decline. When morale drops to 0, the attributes of the units will significantly diminish, potentially resulting in desertion. Of course, this does not apply to units devoid of flesh, such as the undead and elementals, who consume soul dust and mana crystals, respectively. Continuing his exploration, Lin Sheng discovers a gemstone mine, a resource-producing structure. Similar to a quarry, it yields gemstone resources daily. The appearance is that of a miner's cabin, surrounded by clusters of crystals glimmering with a metallic sheen. The guardian of the mine is a fortified earth elemental, the giant rock guardian, Level 2, Tier 3. An elemental entity. 3 heads composed of dense rocks stand like gatekeepers before the mine cabin. They possess immense strength and high physical defense, yet their speed is sluggish. With a lower resistance to magic, Lin Sheng directs White Spirit to use Frost Trail to limit their movement, then employs Light Sphere to accurately strike their elemental core weak points. Though it takes a bit longer, he secures the victory without losses. Upon entering the mine, the system prompts, successfully occupied this small gemstone miner's cabin, effect, automatically produces 3 units of gemstones daily. Remaining existence days of the miner's cabin, 5 days. Current gemstone storage of the miner's cabin, 15, 20. Lin Sheng collects the gemstones into his possession and continues to explore the next location. Turning a corner, he encounters a black ironwood door, stylistically akin to the previous one. Again, what could it be this time? A structure for directly recruiting units. Or perhaps another trap house of shape-shifting creatures. Lin Sheng's form blurs as he stealthily approaches. The scent wafting through the door crack is no longer the sickly sweet allure of floral fragrances, but rather a blend of sweat, rust, and a certain masculine pheromone. Lin Sheng quietly inches closer to the door crack, launching a remote reconnaissance spell through the gap. The scene reflected in his eyes causes a twitch at the corner of Lin Sheng's eye. An identical massive black iron cage, still featuring the imprisoned prisoner motif, but this time devoid of treasure chests. The formula remains unchanged. The only difference is that the captives are no longer the pitiable elven maidens, but rather a group of elven males. Their well-defined, muscular bodies resemble marble sculptures, beads of sweat glistening upon their physique, with captivating beauty, pointed ears standing tall, sword-like brows and starry eyes, a pronounced nose, and tightly pressed thin lips. The male elves each possess distinct temperaments to cater to various preferences. Some exude a rebellious air akin to a caged lion. Others wear a melancholic expression reminiscent of a passionate poet, while some radiate warmth with smiles like those of sunny, affable men. Lin Sheng felt both his preferences and masculine dignity challenged by these creatures. Damn it, I've seen through your beauty trap. And now you resort to this handsome ploy? You may question my combat prowess, but you cannot question my preferences. This is no different from hurling insults at a straight man for being gay. A surge of anger welled up within Lin Sheng. He forcefully kicked open the wooden door, ready to unleash a stream of curses. You bastards. The male elves turned to him, their gazes intense and sincere. A multitude of masculine elves huddled together, their sweat and muscular sheen dazzling, their voices deep and magnetic. Mighty adventurer, please save us, the trapped elves. Rescue us, O powerful master. The key hangs on that wall. We shall repay you. They deliberately flexed their pectoral muscles and showcased their biceps. Lin Sheng's words faltered, and he felt the strings of his rationality snap. What? How dare you show me such things? I'll scatter you all to oblivion. Chapter 39. An Adult Black Dragon. Lin Sheng felt his eyes had been sullied beyond measure. This was nothing short of a desecration and an affront to his ironclad masculinity. Frost Trail, maximum power, stacking spells. Lin Sheng nearly roared in his mind. The 10 white spirits seemed to sense their lord's overwhelming wrath and swiftly took their positions. A terrifying blizzard of icy mist descended silently, imbued with a will to annihilate, instantly engulfing the entire stone chamber. The temperature plummeted below freezing. A thick layer of white frost rapidly enveloped the bodies of the elves. Oh, the male elves, who had just been fervently showcasing themselves, let out piercing screams in an instant. Their muscles shattered like poor-quality clay, revealing a similarly dark purple gelatinous core beneath. Their countless compound eyes brimmed with terror and disbelief. Wondering why their ploys had failed this time? Had they inadvertently provoked their prey's fury? These numerous shape-shifting monsters had no chance to struggle, freezing in desperate screams, only to be smashed into fragments by the subsequent orbs of light, dissipating into experience points. Lin Sheng's anger began to subside as he rubbed his sullied eyes, stepping in with a disgruntled expression. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the key on the wall, certain it was a trap. The treasure chest still hung from the ceiling, intertwined with several rusted iron chains. A golden chest lay there askew. Lin Sheng nimbly climbed up, his gloves activating the master-level lockpicking skill. Accompanied by the hum of the formation being unraveled, the chest opened with a click. Inside lay hundreds of gold coins, several units of crystal, several units of sulfur, and one singular item, a fist-sized, perfectly round jewel, within which ethereal mist swirled slowly, emanating a faint, enchanting glow. Phantom Pearl, B-grade consumable item. Effect, Phantom Disguise. Upon activation, for the next hour, it allows the user and allied units to disguise themselves as any military unit. The disguise only mimics form, lacking in power, skills, and characteristics. Once a disguise form is selected, it cannot be changed midway. The disguise effect will immediately dissipate upon any form of attack or if an active attack is initiated. A single-use consumable item. The Phantom Pearl. Lin Sheng tucked the pearl away, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although it was a one-time item, its strategic value could prove immensely useful in critical moments. Strategic Deception. An ideal tool for infiltrating enemy camps, avoiding pursuit, feigning strength, and confusing foes. The operational scope is vast. While it may not directly enhance combat power, acquiring this B-grade treasure left Lin Sheng feeling thoroughly satisfied. He jumped down from the chains and resolutely turned to leave. Lin Sheng explored all the branches of the maze, ultimately circling back to the initial starting point. Standing at the entrance, his brow furrowed. Something was amiss. The core boss of the maze had yet to be defeated. Where could it be hiding? Lin Sheng closed his eyes, conjuring a mental map of the entire underground labyrinth. Every passage, every stone chamber, every trap and resource point. The shape of the maze seemed somewhat off. An unshakable sense of dissonance lingered in Lin Sheng's mind. It felt as though a subtle void existed within the maze. He opened his eyes, looking toward the two passages before him. Between these two corridors, behind an impassable stone wall, lay a vast unexplored area. Lin Sheng recalled the guidance he sought from the goddess of fortune, Minel, before entering the maze. So that was it, Lady Minel. I hold you in the highest esteem. The coins standing upright were clearly not a jest at my expense. The goddess was indicating to Lin Sheng that behind the stone wall lay a hidden path that had been sealed. My apologies for misunderstanding your goodwill at the time. Once I possess my own territory, I shall construct your temple at the earliest opportunity, offering you my devotion day and night. Lin Sheng stepped forward, gently caressing the seemingly formidable runic stone wall. The surface felt cold and hard, undeniably resembling real stone. His fingers meticulously traced every inch of the stone surface, knocking and listening for echoes, searching for mechanisms or gaps, but found nothing. Could it be the highest order of illusion, the kind that blurs reality? A gleam of insight sparked in Lin Sheng's eyes. No, such advanced phenomena could not manifest in this area. Lin Sheng took 2 steps back, ceasing his futile exploration. Raising his hand, he directed the remote reconnaissance spell at the seemingly impenetrable stone wall. Buzz. The invisible waves of the reconnaissance spell brushed against the wall, penetrating through like piercing into a viscous water curtain, unhindered. Indeed, Lin Sheng's heart tightened. The images fed back by the spell flooded into his mind. Behind the wall lay a floating magic array, steadily operating and radiating a ghostly blue light. A type of magical lock, defining the entire wall as a lock and then magically sealing it. Now that he understood the principle, a targeted approach could be taken. Lin Sheng approached the stone wall, activating his master-level lockpicking skill. Buzz. The magical lock behind quietly disintegrated. The runic stone wall vanished like a soap bubble being pierced, dissipating into nothingness. A deep, spiraling staircase suddenly appeared before Lin Sheng's eyes. The staircase spiraled downward, exuding an ancient, dusty aura. Lin Sheng activated stealth, cautiously making his way down. The staircase showed no abnormalities. It seemed that the core boss of the maze was hidden here. Lin Sheng and the white spirits descended the stairs. Arriving at the staircase's end, before them lay a grand hall, more magnificent than any chamber encountered before. The hall pulsed with an unsettling magical energy. The deeper they went, the heavier the invisible pressure became. The air felt as if an unseen weight pressed down, making it hard to breathe. Even the radiant glow on the surface of the white spirits seemed dimmed under this pressure. This was the kind of cross-class oppression that could only manifest in such circumstances. Could it be that? Lin Sheng's heart sank, and he gathered all his focus. At long last, he stepped into the vast hall. The sight before him was enough to instill terror in the hearts of any lord. In the center of the hall lay a colossal creature, its immense form draped in scales as dark as the deepest abyss, glimmering with a metallic sheen in the dim light. Enormous bat-like wings were folded against its back, and its fearsome dragon head hung low, nostrils exhaling a sulphurous breath laced with embers. Those massive, lava-like vertical pupils slowly opened, radiating a terrifying draconic majesty that locked onto the intruder before it. An adult black dragon, a legendary being, a pinnacle of the 7th tier, an entity of the highest biological echelon. How could such a creature possibly exist within a mere labyrinth? Boss adult black dragon. Level. Race, neutral dragon kind. Attributes. Traits. The overwhelming level disparity prevented Lin Sheng from even discerning its attribute panel. Something felt amiss. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Sheng's forehead. Chapter 40. The Shape-Shifting Sovereign. A roar, akin to thunder, reverberated throughout the hall. Lin Sheng's heart instinctively began to race. The black dragon was immune to magic, classified as a flying unit, and its dragon breath dealt devastating damage capable of encompassing the entire area. An entity of this caliber could extinguish him with a single blow. Yet, Lin Sheng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, unwaveringly fixed upon the black dragon. He was not daunted by its horrifying facade. No, although the creature's physique and aura perfectly mirrored that of a true black dragon, there was a subtle discord when compared to the genuine tendencies of a black dragon. A true black dragon would take to the skies when confronted by an enemy, not remain grounded, bellowing in fury as it currently did. This creature was an imposter. Lin Sheng discerned the truth. The black dragon seemed incensed by Lin Sheng's unwavering gaze. Unleashing a deafening roar, its massive head lifted, and from deep within its throat, a cataclysmic dragon breath began to brew, sending tremors through the entire hall with its terrifying magical fluctuations. Though your imitation is strikingly similar, a fake is still a fake, Lin Sheng observed calmly, gently raising his finger and gesturing forward. The white spirits, undeterred by the oppressive dragon might, resolutely executed their command. 10 orbs of light collided with the black dragon boss, bursting against its scales. The dark red, frenzied energy in the dragon's maw abruptly dissipated. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sound of snow melting upon hot coals. The black dragon's massive form convulsed violently, its exterior seemingly melting like wax under the blazing sun, revealing a dark purple, viscous essence akin to oil beneath. Its true name was laid bare before Lin Sheng. Shape-shifting sovereign, boss level. A gelatinous body comparable to a small mountain accumulated atop the altar in the hall. A myriad of compound eyes fixated on Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's expression conveyed a knowing realization. A boss-level shape-shifting creature? No wonder it could flawlessly mimic the form of a legendary being and even replicate the mental pressure of draconic majesty. It appears that this labyrinth's specialty is indeed the shape-shifting monsters. Shape-shifting sovereign, boss level. Level 10. Attack. Varies with mimicry. Defense. Varies with mimicry. Attack speed. Varies with mimicry. Movement speed. Varies with mimicry. Lin Sheng's mind was flooded with all the information regarding the shape-shifting sovereign. This presented a considerable challenge. The overwhelming level disparity was one thing, but the most troublesome aspect of the shape-shifting sovereign boss lay in its transformative abilities. Its transformation could be categorized into 2 types. The first was disguise, wherein it perfectly masqueraded as a high-tier being, relying on this ability to intimidate foes. However, it only possessed the shell of an appearance without any genuine capabilities. If it failed to scare off its adversaries, it possessed a second ability, transformation, allowing it to perfectly morph into a creature of the same tier or lower, acquiring all the attributes and traits of the transformed creature. The shape-shifting sovereign was innately a tier 3 creature, able to become any tier 1 or tier 3 being, along with all their skills. Challenging this boss was akin to confronting a random boss from tiers 1 to 3. One moment, you might be facing a wild boar king, and the next, it could transform into a giant dragonfly. Encountering such a situation in the early stages of exploration could easily catch one off guard, leading to a total party wipe by the boss. The shape-shifting sovereign emitted a chaotic, ear-piercing roar, its dark purple gelatinous form writhing and morphing into a creature that Lin Sheng was all too familiar with. A 5-meter diameter, evil eye boss. The enormous evil eye hovered above the altar, its pupil abruptly constricting, unleashing a beam of ghostly green light as thick as a barrel. Lin Sheng's pupils constricted, and he swiftly commanded, "Scatter." The white spirits instantly dispersed, evading the attack. Lin Sheng, multitasking, accurately predicted the trajectory of the evil eye's assault, directing the white spirits to maneuver deftly and avoid the sweeping beams of light. Meanwhile, he rendered himself momentarily transparent, activating his stealth skill, not usable in combat mode. In the intervals of the light's onslaught, he rapidly approached the evil eye boss. To confront a ranged foe, one must close the distance to disrupt its spellcasting. Once he was close enough, Lin Sheng leapt from the shadows, his explorer's dagger slicing through the air, plunging directly into the evil eye's pupil. A critical hit. A stealth attack. Double damage due to extraordinary bonuses. The colossal evil eye let out a piercing shriek as it suffered a grievous wound, its crystalline form abruptly contracting. And a colorless, transparent liquid gushed forth. The evil eye fixated its gaze on the diminutive human before it, its body writhing as it transformed into a fire elemental giant. A tremendous heat erupted, warping even the air. Lin Sheng, caught too close, detected the acrid scent of singed hair at his forehead. The fire elemental giant raised its fist, as large as a frying pan, and brought it crashing down toward Lin Sheng. Boom. The fist struck the altar, hitting nothing but air, sending sparks flying. Lin Sheng quickly pulled his cloak before him to shield against the scattering embers, retreating rapidly to distance himself from the fire elemental giant. Fire elementals naturally counter melee characters. The combat intelligence of the shape-shifting sovereign was quite sophisticated. After Lin Sheng managed to land a blow, it immediately transformed into a fire elemental boss. If Lin Sheng were alone, he might have found himself at a complete loss against this creature, forced to retreat impotently. However now, Frost Trail, tenfold spellcasting. The white spirits planted their feet firmly, the frosty power born of magical transformation erupting within them. Dense, almost tangible frost descended from above, enveloping the entire fire elemental. Hiss. In the instant of collision between ice and fire, a copious amount of steam was generated. Under the sustained low temperatures, that steam condensed into raindrops, dousing the fire elemental. The ground quickly formed frost patterns, spreading across the giant's body. The flames surrounding the giant dimmed instantaneously, struggling to escape the clutches of the icy mist. The fire elemental's form began to dwindle, nearly extinguished. With elemental resistance, coupled with the tenfold spellcasting, this approach would inevitably lead to its demise. The severely weakened, shape-shifting sovereign was compelled to revert to its original form. It curled its limbs, striving to transform into the form of an ice giant, rendering it immune to frost damage. However, the overlay of icy mist had encased its gelatinous form, rendering its transformation agonizingly sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Sheng rushed forward, opening his spellbook and pouring in all his magical energy. Bang, bang, bang. The full force of the arcane missiles struck the core of the illusion sovereign like a shotgun blast, rending its corporeal body asunder. Behind him, the ethereal sphere of Bai Ling arrived as anticipated, piercing through the breach in the illusion sovereign, as formed like a precise scalpel, resulting in a thunderous explosion within. The illusion sovereign sustained grievous damage, its body nearly torn in twain. Taking advantage of its weakened state, Lin Sheng unhesitatingly activated an ice element enchantment scroll. A cascade of ice blue magic enveloped his explorer's dagger. With a flurry of slashes, frost gnawed at its body, compounded by the relentless bombardment of Bai Ling's luminous spheres. With a despairing roar, the colossal, illusion sovereign ultimately disintegrated, its viscous dark purple essence oozing everywhere. Congratulations, Lord, on your successful first kill of the boss, the illusion sovereign. A server-wide announcement will follow. Do you wish to reveal your name to all lords? Chapter 41, Epic Treasure Chest. Lin Sheng chose to decline. Congratulations, Lord, name hidden. On your first kill of the boss, the illusion sovereign. This event will be recorded in the annals of world history. Congratulations, Lord, name hidden. On your first kill of the boss, the illusion sovereign. You have gained 100 reputation points. Congratulations, Lord, name hidden. On your first kill of the boss, the illusion sovereign. You have received a reward of 2,000 gold coins. The chat channel erupted in lamentations. Another boss first kill? This is outrageous. We are all lords. How can one be so excessively powerful? And once again, the name remains hidden. This individual known as Name Hidden is truly formidable. To those upstairs, I suggest you consult a priest about your mental state. Does Goddess Yasha even accept the mentally deficient? It is indeed peculiar why these lords who vanquished the boss all opted to conceal their names. Fame is feared by the timid, after all. Could it be that this is the work of a single individual? What a ridiculous notion. How could one person accomplish all this? Unless the one who traversed here is a city dragon king, effortlessly slaying boss with a crooked smile. Humph, all of them are mere shadows hiding in the dark. Once I, Asan Gu, develop fully, the entire continent shall bow before me. You should first rectify your habit of eating with your hands and defecating in public. Because you, Asan, have caused the indigenous people of this world to look at us with disdain, even asking if we enjoy eating rice patties. Dare to insult us, and you shall meet your doom. Come at me. I am waiting for you in Gale City. If I don't make you expel your bowels, I'll consider your act clean. The clamor in the chat interface had no bearing on Lin Sheng. He took a deep breath, gazing at the treasure chest dropped by the boss on the altar, a dark golden chest. He would gladly accept either the illusion creature type or the faceless 1S ring. May Lady Manir bless me. May Serenia bless me. Here we go, open. A purple light flashed before Lin Sheng's eyes. It exploded. From the dark golden exquisite chest emerged a purple epic level item. Transformation type Wild Monster Recruitment Voucher. Level requirement, none. Type, one-time consumable. Quality, purple epic. Special effect. When used on a team of transformation type wild monsters, it allows for their recruitment as units under your command. Class restriction, none. A seemingly unremarkable paper voucher raised doubts about whether those monsters would genuinely heed its command. Lin Sheng furrowed his brow. A recruitment voucher? Limited to recruiting illusion monsters? It would be far more efficient to grant me a full team of illusion monsters directly, sparing me the trouble of returning to the labyrinth to search. This is still considered an epic level item. Wait, no. Transformation type wild monsters encompass not only illusion monsters, but all creatures capable of metamorphosis. Moreover, there are no restrictions on level or race. Lin Sheng's eyes brightened as he recalled a special group of wild monsters on a later map. The Light Mist Phantoms. Elemental beings, transformation type, 6th tier monsters. This group of wild monsters was notorious in the past, tormenting every lord to the brink of despair, compelling them to avoid that forest altogether. Rare light elemental creatures, incredibly swift. Once encountered, one could neither fight nor flee, only pay and surrender. If I recruit them under my banner, it will be my turn to torment others. Lin Sheng joyfully stowed the recruitment voucher. The emergence of the purple epic item had exhausted the rewards from the chest, with the subsequent items being rather mundane golden equipment. Golden equipment. Piercing spear, a two-handed weapon for spearmen, level requirement 10. Golden equipment. Scaled leggings, plate armor for warriors, defenders, knights, level requirement 10. Lin Sheng stored these items in his backpack and turned to gaze deeper into the hall. At the farthest recess, where the form of the illusion sovereign had obstructed, lay a dusty, purple glowing, Maze Core Guardian treasure chest, quietly positioned there. A purple epic level treasure chest. In his past life, Lin Sheng had only opened a few of these. Many lords had never even laid eyes on one. Even the most disappointing outcome could yield epic level equipment. With just a stroke of good fortune, there was a high probability of uncovering a treasure. Faced with such a precious chest, how could Lin Sheng not be exhilarated? Regrettably, the conditions at hand were rudimentary. Without the means to bathe, change clothes, or offer incense and prayer, he could only wish he could conduct a ceremony to beseech the Lady of Luck. Lin Sheng approached, gently placing his hand on the chest. Open. Tinkling sounds echoed. Radiance flickered. A cascade of golden light accompanied by a few purple glimmers erupted from the chest. The first item was a treasure. B-grade treasure. Magic Crystal Ball. Restores 3% of the current mana cap per minute for the hero and their units. A splendid item. With this equipment, he no longer had to worry about Bai Ling running out of mana. Skills could even be used as basic attacks. Moreover, it was one of the components of the pseudo-artifact Source of Magic. Source of Magic is the ultimate treasure for mage lords. Once 3 items are collected, they can be synthesized into Source of Magic, with the effect of restoring 100% of the current mana cap per minute for the hero and their units. Any mage lord obtaining this would instantly become a spellcasting machine gun. However, acquiring the other 2 treasures would not be so simple. Lin Sheng turned his gaze to the second purple item. It was a blueprint for a hidden unit building. Elemental Golem Dungeon Blueprint. Epic level item. Shaped like a fist-sized, hefty stone egg of deep earthy yellow, its surface adorned with natural rock patterns, warm to the touch. It emanated a steady pulse of earth element magic. Effect allows for the construction of a hidden unit building, Golem Dungeon, at a designated location within your territory. Construction requirements: 10,000 gold coins, 50 units of wood, 50 units of stone, 10 units of earth elemental crystals. Upon completion, it allows for the weekly recruitment and training of Guardian Golem 3. Recruitment requirements: 1,000 gold coins, 10 units of stone, 1 unit of earth elemental crystal per golem. Guardian Golem, elemental type, 3rd tier, level 3, hidden unit. Attack, 7, defense, 20. Movement speed, 9. Attack speed, 3. Passive traits. Earth Barrier, provides exceptionally high physical defense, exhibiting formidable resistance against earth-based and blunt damage. Geological connection. When the earth golem's feet are in contact with the ground, it continuously siphons the power of the earth, gradually restoring health. If multiple earth golems unite, they can enter a resonance state, slightly enhancing their defense. Skill, immovable barrier. During its execution, movement is impossible. The stone shield is embedded into the ground, transforming into a colossal barrier that envelopes the rear, significantly increasing defense for a short duration and rendering the user immune to knockback and knockup effects. The Guardian Earth Golem stands approximately 25 meters tall, constructed from dense, hard magical clay and rock, with the glow of earth elements swirling around its joints. Its movements may appear slightly clumsy, yet they carry immense weight. Armed with a massive stone shield that can cover its entire body and a one-handed stone warhammer, Lin Sheng examined the attributes of this stone egg, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. A hidden unit. Moreover, it boasts 2 traits and 1 skill. An elite defensive meat shield, possessing remarkable survival capabilities. It excels at protecting the rear, solidifying the front line, and resisting physical damage in battle. Its slow movement is a primary weakness, but it is a minor flaw. In the heat of battle, there is seldom ample room for maneuvering. Additionally, it can synergize with the white spirits. Together, they form an exemplary combination of offensive and defensive units. The Earth Golem stands at the forefront, establishing a defense line that provides an ideal environment for the fragile white spirits to unleash their damage. The white spirits can then utilize ranged firepower and crowd control skills to swiftly eliminate foes. Upon returning, Lin Sheng resolved to find a way to visit the main city and apply for a plot of land to establish territory. He currently possessed 2 blueprints that he had not had the time to construct. The thorny flower garden still lay in his backpack. Lin Sheng stored the stone egg. Suddenly, a flash of purple light emerged from the treasure chest. More surprises. Chapter 42. Would you like to join my territory? Shadow leggings. Level requirement, 10. Quality, purple epic. Type, leather armor, leg armor. Attributes, defense 2, movement speed 5. Special effect, negates movement speed penalties while in stealth. Class restriction, thief. Lin Sheng decisively donned the leggings. A sensation of lightness coursing through his calves, significantly enhancing his speed while running. The remaining items were a hodgepodge of resources, yet still considerable. The entire maze had been thoroughly cleared. Lin Sheng lingered no longer, departing the maze with a bounty of treasures and 10 white spirits. Exploring the maze consumed too much time. Darkness was approaching. Though he had a spark to light his way, Lin Sheng preferred not to spend the night outdoors. Taking one last glance back at the maze entrance, he hastily retreated toward the town. Such complex structures would not vanish even after the resources were collected. Small clusters of buildings required merely 3 days. Once sufficient energy accumulated from the black tide, they would respawn. However, they would not yield as many resources as during this initial exploration. The larger the structure, the longer the resource respawn time. Colossal structures could take as long as a month to refresh. Among lords, the act of exploring was synonymous with strength and reward. The more a lord explored, the more powerful they became. The more powerful they were, the more they could explore, thus creating a virtuous cycle. Bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, Lin Sheng returned to the town. After a brief wash at the inn, he left with a basket in hand. Lin Sheng first searched the familiar alleyways. But there was no sign of Celine. Since she was absent, she must be fulfilling her own tasks. Celine had always been this way. Once she committed to a task, she would dedicate herself wholeheartedly to its completion. It was this earnest nature that would one day see her rise as the Abyss Queen, causing the world to tremble. Lin Sheng altered his destination, heading toward the vicinity of the noble estate. There were few suitable vantage points for surveillance near the noble's entrance, and even fewer that were safe and discreet. Relying on intuition and experience, Lin Sheng swiftly located Celine's position. With a delicate leap, he nimbly climbed onto the rooftop, stealthily advancing toward her hiding spot. That slender figure was crouched at the edge of the roof, akin to a vigilant night owl, intently gazing at the resplendent lights of the noble estate in the distance. The moonlight sculpted her gentle profile, her silver hair fluttering softly in the breeze. Lin Sheng trod lightly on the tiles, approaching with care. Celine's ears twitched almost imperceptibly, her body tensing instantly, one hand resting on the dagger at her waist. She whirled around suddenly, her gaze sharp as a knife, but upon realizing it was Lin Sheng, the tautness in her demeanor melted away. A flicker of surprise gleaming in her golden eyes. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, only to quickly suppress the expression. "What brings you here?" She turned back, her voice low and tinged with feigned impatience, though the tension in her shoulders had relaxed. Lin Sheng sat beside her, producing a delicately woven basket seemingly out of thin air, containing several small cakes adorned with cream, exuding an enticing sweetness. "I had some free time and thought I'd come see you," he smiled, nudging the basket toward her. "Just bought these. Would you care for some?" These were the finest desserts available in the town, their sweet aroma wafting enticingly into the air. Celine instinctively swallowed. It had been ages since she had savored sweets, and the sugary flavor, symbolic of happiness, beckoned her to indulge. However, she did not immediately reach out, her beautiful golden eyes scrutinizing Lin Sheng with caution. Like a wary creature fearing a trap. "What do you want? Or do you have some troublesome request?" She puffed her cheeks slightly, attempting to appear fiercer. Lin Sheng found her adorably torn between desire and composure, amusing and charming. "We are partners now, are we not?" he said casually. "Isn't it natural for partners to care for one another?" "Partners? Celine blinked in surprise, as if the term was foreign to her. She glanced at Lin Sheng's unperturbed smile, then at the dessert that radiated irresistible temptation mere inches away. After a brief internal struggle, she quickly snatched the smallest piece of cake, mumbling softly, thank you? Her voice was barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum. The two sat side by side on the rooftop, the moonlight gently cascading upon them. Lin Sheng took only a symbolic bite of the confectionery before placing the entire basket beside Celine. Initially hesitant, she nibbled delicately. But soon the delightful flavors caused her to abandon her restraint, her cheeks bulging with cake. She devoured the treats eagerly, resembling a famished little squirrel, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Lin Sheng observed her adorable gluttony with a smile. He tilted his head back to admire the profound night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, and softly spoke, Celine, I am preparing to apply for a territory. Celine replied, preoccupied with a sugar-coated pastry, nodding absent-mindedly, her thoughts consumed by the delectable treats. I see you possess considerable capability. Lin Sheng turned to her, his gaze resting on her face dusted with crumbs. Would you like to become my deputy? Celine abruptly spun around, her eyes widening in disbelief, her golden pupils filled with incredulity, the pastry momentarily lodged in her throat. Cough, cough, cough. She began to cough violently, her petite face flushed a deep crimson as she balled her tiny fists and pounded on her chest. Lin Sheng hurriedly handed her his water flask. Serenia took several gulps of water before regaining her composure, gasping as she incredulously stared at him. Wait. This is moving a bit too fast, it? We've only known each other for 2 days. Aren't you afraid I might be a villain who would plunder your future territory? The remnants of her cough still lingered on her cheeks, making her appear both anxious and irate. Lin Sheng smiled gently, his voice soft as he replied. Your willingness to alert me to the noble schemes instead of colluding with them for their bountiful rewards is already more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, Serenia shot him a disgruntled glance, her eyes filled with mild reproach. Like you, I detest those oppressive noble lords. How could I ever assist them? Her tone was laced with an inherent disdain. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Sheng leaned in slightly, a teasing glimmer in his smile. So, would you care to join me? All meals provided, accommodations guaranteed, endless sweets, and you could command an army to teach those vile noble lords a lesson. He deliberately shook the nearly empty basket of pastries. You see, I am the chosen of Asha, the one destined to save the world. Achieving such feats would be a mere trifle for me. Serenia's beautiful golden eyes sparkled momentarily, as if they had captured the essence of the stars, shimmering brightly. A stable life, delectable food. Chapter 43, A Pact Made. Serenia slightly tilted her face upwards, clearly enamored by Lin Sheng's vision of life, an expression of yearning unconsciously blooming on her small countenance. However, that radiance flickered for but a moment before dimming. Serenia lowered her gaze, shaking her head gently as she spoke in a softer tone. Thank you. But I am not a hero yet. I have not ignited the fire of a hero. Thus, I am unworthy to be your aid. Her voice carried a subtle hint of melancholy and insecurity. Serenia had been on the run, her journey towards heroism fraught with obstacles. She had yet to overcome the final hurdle of awakening her soul. In the realm of Asha, one could not command troops without being a hero, nor could they harness their innate powers. As for relying on positions of authority to enhance one's command value to lead troops, that was a path chosen only by the inept scions of privilege. She still held on to her dignity, unwilling to become merely a pretty gilded cage bird. That is all right. Lin Sheng's voice was resolute, brimming with undeniable faith. I believe in you. You will surely ignite the fire of a hero. Serenia fell silent, raising her gaze to meet Lin Sheng's. A person like her, destitute and helpless, could hardly fathom surviving another day, let alone completing the journey of a hero. Even she doubted herself. How could this stranger, whom she had known for merely 2 days, possess such unwavering confidence? She longed to voice her thoughts. But Lin Sheng's fervent gaze, filled with trust, rendered her speechless. His expression was grave, devoid of comforting platitudes. This fellow seemed to believe in her potential even more than she did. Was there truly someone who trusted her without reservation? This feeling washed over her like a warm current, gently flowing through her long-frozen heart, causing a gentle flush within. It was warm and comforting yet. Serenia inhaled deeply, ultimately shaking her head once more, her voice even lower and heavier. I do not wish to deceive you. I have some rather troublesome forces pursuing me. If I were to join your territory, I would undoubtedly bring danger upon you. The Mage Tower, correct? Lin Sheng interjected. Serenia's body stiffened abruptly, like a cat caught off guard, instantly adopting a defensive stance, her gaze sharp as a blade. How do you know that? Almost immediately, however, she deflated, her tense body relaxing, weariness settling in with an air of resignation. She mechanically reached for another pastry, chewing it while her voice carried a hint of self-mockery. Well, if you wish to hand me over to them, feel free. After all, I cannot escape your grasp. She had already witnessed Lin Sheng's prowess. Serenia raised her eyes, striving to appear indifferent, mumbling softly. The rewards from the Mage Tower are quite generous. it would surely benefit your territory's development. Consider it my way of repaying your kindness over the past 2 days. What foolishness are you speaking? Lin Sheng interrupted her, his expression more serious than ever. He reached out, gently pressing his hand on Serenia's somewhat frail shoulder, compelling her to meet his gaze. His eyes were profound and resolute as he articulated each word. As a lord, I will never betray my companions. Serenia found herself pinned under his gaze, compelled to confront the fervor within his eyes. The sincerity and determination in that gaze pierced through the gloom like sunlight breaking through clouds. She fell silent as time seemed to freeze in that moment. After a while, an almost imperceptible smile crept onto her lips, though it was swiftly suppressed. Serenia turned her face away, murmuring in a somewhat awkward tone, "Suit yourself. I am giving you the opportunity here." Though her voice was barely a whisper, the wariness and distance that had lingered in the air dissipated significantly. Lin Sheng did not release her, his gaze earnest as he softly inquired, "Serenia, I understand your concerns. So, if I resolve the issue of the Mage Tower pursuing you, would you be willing to join my territory and become my aide?" Serenia's heart skipped a beat, the warmth radiating from the place where Lin Sheng held her, spreading to her face. Her cheeks flushed, adorned with a captivating hue. She fought against her shyness, raising her beautiful eyes to meet the earnest, expectant gaze of the young man before her. In those golden eyes, starlight and his reflection danced together. Ultimately, she nodded gently, then, in a haughty manner, turned her small head to the side, her voice trembling with barely concealed emotion. "If you can manage that, then let me join your territory and pledge my loyalty. That wouldn't be out of the question." In this world, rife with malice towards the weak, truly, there was no one better to her than him, she silently added in her heart. A pact made, a handshake as an oath. Lin Sheng smiled, extending his palm to her. Serenia's heart raced even faster. She hesitated for a moment before slowly extending her delicate, fair hand, tinged with uncertainty and shyness, gently placing it in Lin Sheng's grasp. If he could achieve this, what could possibly be wrong with pledging her loyalty to him for a lifetime? After all, someone as downtrodden as herself would only find concern from a fool like him. Serenia's thoughts drifted. Lin Sheng's large hand enveloped her small one entirely. The warmth and strength emanating from his palm coursed through her like a current, striking her with an electric jolt. She gasped, as though burned, abruptly withdrawing her hand. Her entire face ablaze, nearly dripping with embarrassment. Even the tips of her dainty ears turned crimson and hot. Overwhelmed with immense shyness, Serenia buried her small face deep into her folded knees, exposing only her 2 flushed ears. After a few seconds, she couldn't resist the urge to tilt her head slightly, casting a swift glance at Lin Sheng. As she chanced upon Lin Sheng's gentle, smiling gaze, Serenia felt as though her head might burst into flames. The embarrassment swelling within her instantaneously erupted. She extended her small hand, utterly unable to meet Lin Sheng's eyes, and in a flustered manner, pushed against his arm. Her voice a blend of urgency and shyness. All right, I understand. Please do not disturb my task here. Quickly be on your way. You know, this task was entirely orchestrated by me. It might not be wise to send the employer away," Lin Sheng remarked, taking in her adorably bashful demeanor, unable to suppress a soft chuckle as he stood up obediently. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself." With that, he nimbly flipped over and leapt from the rooftop, his figure soon vanishing into the night, heading towards the barracks at the town's entrance. Only after Lin Sheng's silhouette had completely faded from view did Serenia dare to slowly lift her head, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. Instinctively, she touched the hand that Lin Sheng had held moments before, seemingly still imbued with the warmth of his touch. Serenia gazed wistfully in the direction where Lin Sheng had disappeared, then glanced down at the nearly empty basket of pastries beside her, and ultimately, an involuntary, sweet smile curved her lips. The night breeze swept by, feeling a tad less chilly. Chapter 44. Journey to the capital city to resolve Serenia's identity predicament. 2 approaches presented themselves. One was to obliterate the Mage Tower, thereby ensuring that Serenia would no longer be in peril. This method addressed both the symptoms and the root cause. However, the formidable challenge of this endeavor was self-evident. Lin Sheng currently had only 10 Tier 2 units at his disposal, and confronting a regional power head-on would likely lead to his demise. The alternative method involved employing a special artifact to disguise Serenia, rendering her undetectable to the Mage Tower's personnel. While this would mitigate the immediate threat, it was not a straightforward solution. The reconnaissance skills of heroes could directly reveal names unless one possessed a special item that granted a hidden status. Serenia's cloaked appearance could deceive ordinary folk, but it would not fool heroes adept in reconnaissance. Such special artifacts were exceedingly scarce. The Faceless Ring, which Lin Sheng had acquired after scouring the entire labyrinth, was one such rarity. Faceless Ring, level requirement, none type, special equipment ring quality, purple epic attributes, magic power 2 special effect. The bearer can fabricate their own attributes at will. Immune to all reconnaissance skills below master level. Class restriction, none. An unassuming ring, devoid of intricate designs or embedded gemstones, was as ordinary as its name suggested. While it offered little assistance in the wild, its utility in battles among lords was immense. Human nature is invariably greedy, and conflicts over resources are commonplace. As individuals become more familiar with this world, incidents of resource contention and extortion would multiply, potentially becoming the norm. In every world, the principle of the survival of the fittest holds true. Those powerful factions would not hesitate to reduce disobedient lords to nothingness by breaching their territories, annihilating all their units, looting all equipment, and plundering all resources, effectively reverting them to a primitive state overnight. The most nefarious guilds would even resort to breaking their enemies' limbs and discarding them among monsters. Such kills would not count towards their sin value. With guilds already beginning to emerge, early preparation was paramount. Lin Sheng returned to the barracks and enjoyed a sound sleep. The following morning, he rose early, freshened up, and shattered the return scroll gifted to him by Chu Yinan. He intended to travel to the capital to attend to matters concerning his territory. Establishing the barracks for his domain promptly would allow him to recruit hidden units sooner, thus strengthening his power. As the scroll shattered, a radiant light enveloped Lin Sheng. After a 5-second casting time, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing in the nearest secondary capital, Dawn City. Dawn City, a modest town, lacked the authority to purchase territory. However, it boasted a teleportation magic circle that connected all the primary cities of the eastern continent, charging a reasonable fee of 100 gold coins per trip. On his way, Lin Sheng visited the old farmer's family to confirm their safety before proceeding to the town's inn, where he spent 100 gold coins to utilize the teleportation array. With a flash of magical light, Lin Sheng arrived at the largest capital in the region, the illustrious Dawn Main City, one of the 10 major capitals of the kingdom. Dawn Main City stood proudly on the eastern coastline of the continent, a bustling nexus of trade routes. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Lin Sheng gazed around, everything feeling both familiar and foreign. In his previous life, he had arrived in this very capital, struggling to survive for several years. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares and the bustling caravans were all too familiar. The morning light cascaded over the towering city walls, adorned with mithril, flowing through the vibrant commercial streets. A squad of elite guards patrolled, their armor shimmering with magical hues, wielding sharp polearms. Indeed, they were the Empire's Tier 3 units, the Storm Halberdiers. In the capital, the patrolling forces comprised formidable Tier 3 units. Anyone contemplating mischief here would need to think twice. The streets were alive with activity. Many lords strolled about, hoping to stumble upon fortuitous encounters that could lead to prosperity. The brilliance of the teleportation array drew many curious eyes. Wow, a wealthy individual? Just like that, they can afford the teleportation fee of 100 gold coins. Having always thought such a thing was merely ornamental, they were astonished to see someone actually paying for a teleportation trip. Was it a lord? Or perhaps a native of this world? Alas, it was hard to discern, as the person's appearance was so utterly ordinary that one might forget it with a blink. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Sheng had already employed the hood's effect to alter his appearance. Navigating the capital with ease, he first sought out the thieves' mentor to acquire the essential skills he needed to master. The rogue class relied heavily on skills. Without them, wielding a dagger for mere stabbing would yield little damage. He learned skills such as throat cut, inflicting damage while silencing the opponent, throwing knife, the rogue's sole ranged attack, backstab, attacking from behind, inflicting triple damage, and stun strike, attacking from behind, stunning the enemy for 5 seconds. After mastering the foundational skills, Lin Sheng proceeded to the auction house, hoping to uncover some hidden treasures. Unfortunately, with lords not frequently venturing out to explore, the auction house was filled only with items consigned by locals. Lin Sheng selected a few inexpensive items and then turned to leave. At the capital's administrative hall, a throng of people bustled about, the atmosphere abuzz with lively chatter. Upon entering, the hall's supervisor spotted Lin Sheng, their eyes lighting up as they hurried over, maintaining an elegant smile. Esteemed chosen of Asha, we are grateful for your arrival to save our world. It is a pleasure to serve you. How may I assist you today? At that moment, the benefits of high reputation became apparent. While others were still waiting in line to attend to their affairs, Lin Sheng was promptly attended to by a dedicated representative. He surveyed the crowded hall and then spoke. I seek a quiet environment to conduct some business. The hall was teeming with a multitude of curious onlookers, particularly the lords who cast inquisitive glances at Lin Sheng. The supervisor immediately bowed and invited, esteemed chosen one. Please follow me to the VIP reception room on the 2nd floor. The 2 female guards stationed at the entrance stood at attention, clearing the way to the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. As Lin Sheng's figure vanished around the corner of the staircase, the remaining crowd could no longer contain their chatter. Goodness, why does this arrogant supervisor act like a sycophant? What is going on? Who is that person? And he has a dedicated escort? The hall was suddenly filled with a cacophony of debate. The supervisor cleared his throat, regaining his previously aloof demeanor, and proclaimed loudly, "This is a privilege bestowed upon the illustrious. This individual has made significant contributions to our world and has garnered the recognition of Goddess Asha. If any of you wish to receive such treatment, then strive for it." The lords, upon hearing this, understood. They realized that this fellow's reputation must be exceedingly high. So, reputation points have such utility? I had thought they were merely ornamental. I must communicate with the guild upon my return to arrange for a few individuals to specifically pursue reputation points, as they will primarily be responsible for interacting with the imperial forces. Lin Sheng's sole purpose for coming to the main city was to acquire land. Upon reaching level 10, lords are granted the privilege to purchase territories before the exploration of new continents. Lords wishing to construct buildings could only procure them from the administrative office in the main city, as the entire continent lay within the empire's domain. Chapter 45, Purchasing Territory. In the VIP service room on the second floor, the receptionist smiled politely and said, "Esteemed chosen one, as this is your first acquisition of territory, you need only pay 10,000 gold coins to unlock a level 1 territory. A level 1 territory encompasses approximately 10,000 square meters. Ample space for Lin Sheng to build his 2 military buildings, with plenty to spare. As the territory upgrades in the future, it can be expanded to encompass a larger area. Please select the location for your territory." The receptionist unfurled a magical map, revealing the main city and its surrounding areas in intricate detail. All major cities, secondary cities, and towns nearby were marked in red, indicating they were unavailable for selection. A lord's territory may only be established in the wilderness, far from any constructed urban areas. "Shall I recommend a few prime locations?" the receptionist inquired with a cheerful demeanor. "No need, I'll choose that one," Lin Sheng declared without hesitation, selecting an unassuming spot in the wilderness. This location was once the stronghold of the top-tier guild, the Night Kingdom, in his previous life, surrounded by abundant high-level resource points. The wealth of resources was enough to make every guild salivate: perpetual giant mines, gold-bearing rivers, and forests yielding rare medicinal herbs. The Night Kingdom thrived on the resources from that area, allowing their guild leader to cultivate 6th-tier troops before the new continent was even discovered. It is worth noting that within the official military unit tree, the highest tier is merely 7th tier. Their leader, Yi Tianxi, wielded 6th-tier troops and was nearly invincible across the realm. Now that this plot of land remained undiscovered, Lin Sheng seized it without hesitation. The receptionist hesitated slightly, saying, "This area is somewhat remote, esteemed chosen one. Are you certain you wish to select it?" Lin Sheng nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. The sooner the territory is established, the better. If I delay, prime locations may be claimed by others." There is indeed a strategy to territory construction. In later stages, a particularly insidious tactic employed against solitary players involves guild members purchasing land around them, effectively trapping them and preventing normal expansion. While territories can be relocated, the cost is exorbitant. A long-distance relocation, merely for the expenses of moving buildings, could lead to financial ruin. Upon signing the magical contract, that territory would, in name, belong to Lin Sheng. The magical contract is immutable, enforced under the watchful gaze of the god of justice and contracts, unless one can withstand divine punishment. After paying 10,000 gold coins, the purchase of the territory was complete. Lin Sheng's system interface displayed an additional territory section. He was also granted a territory return stone, allowing him to teleport to his land at any time. As Lin Sheng toyed with the return stone, he turned to the receptionist and inquired, "Are there any vacant lots for sale in Dawn City?" The receptionist, slightly taken aback, quickly responded, "Indeed, my lord, there are currently some vacant lots in the city, specifically reserved for you by Goddess Asha. This is a safeguard for travelers from other realms. Otherwise, would there be any vacant land in the bustling, precious main city? A dream. All would have been snatched up by astute merchants long ago. Each vacant lot is priced at 100 gold coins, with a limit of 10 available for purchase. Please hold on. I will fetch the directory of available lots for you." "No need. I'll name a few locations. You can jot them down." Drawing from his memories of his previous life, Lin Sheng quickly pointed out 10 of the most prosperous spots. At 100 gold coins per lot, it felt like a windfall. Were it not for the limited purchase quota, Lin Sheng would have gladly acquired all of those golden plots. The receptionist diligently noted the locations and returned with 10 land deeds, presenting them to Lin Sheng. "My lord, here are your land deeds. You may now construct buildings on those plots. What type of construction method would you prefer? You may choose manual construction or opt for resource-based magical construction." Given the choice between manual labor and magical assistance, the decision was clear: magical construction, of course. Lin Sheng was no laborer with a penchant for manual toil. Efficiency took precedence. He paid the requisite gold coins, wood, and stone. In a flash of magical brilliance, 10 brand new houses materialized on the vacant land in the main city. Magic is indeed wondrous. This spectacle drew the attention of the lords, who began speculating on the purpose of these houses. Once the receptionist completed her tasks, she presented a roster to Lin Sheng. "My lord, would you like to recruit servants?" "Yes. Houses require daily maintenance, and uninhabited residences can quickly fall into disrepair." Lin Sheng, with little time to spare, recognized that recruiting servants for upkeep was the most efficient solution. As he perused the roster, he noticed nearly 1,000 individuals listed, each with varying recruitment prices. The cheapest was 1 gold coin for 3 months, while the most expensive commanded 100 gold coins per month. These were individuals with special skills, such as proficiency in trade, culinary arts, sewing, and more. The disparity between individuals is truly vast, even more so than that between man and dog. The roster meticulously recorded each servant's recruitment history, employer evaluations, and trustworthiness. Lin Sheng randomly selected 10 affordable, highly reputable servants, securing a 3-year contract for a mere 300 gold coins. This was a reflection of the current low levels among lords, who lacked the capacity to purchase houses. Lin Sheng could hire whomever he pleased. In the future, when lords had sold their houses, regardless of whether they owned land, having a residence in the city would always be advantageous. Finding a reputable servant with pleasing appearances would start at a minimum of 50 gold coins per month. Exceptional butlers and housekeepers are simply not readily available. The receptionist noted the names and nodded. Very well, I shall notify them at once. While awaiting the arrival of the servants, Lin Sheng idly flipped through the roster, and his eyes landed on a familiar name. Light Elf Xena, Special Slave. Hiring times, 0. Reputation, 0. Hiring fee, 1,000 gold coins per month. Could it be that she was captured and brought to the human capital so early? The receptionist, noticing Lin Sheng's gaze lingering here, whispered a warning. This light elf was just captured by the slave traders, and due to her exorbitant price, they have placed her in the registry, hoping to earn something from her. With a reputation score of 0, there is a significant chance she might abscond with the money, leaving you not only empty-handed, but also liable for compensating the slave traders' losses. Lin Sheng produced 3,000 gold coins, filling the receptionist's desk. No problem. I shall hire her for 3 months. For those unfamiliar with the trade, hiring her might merely serve as eye candy, for a little embrace and flirtation. Without daring to take it further, the servants are also protected by magical contracts and the laws of the kingdom. Any transgressions against the sanctity of the goddess Yasha will ultimately face justice. The light elf Xena, nicknamed the Gift Princess among the lords, is a treasure that everyone vies to hire. Chapter 46, The Slave Elf Princess. Her subsequent hiring fees skyrocketed to an outrageous price, reaching as high as 1 million per month. It is noteworthy that currently, to purchase Xena, one would only need to pay 100,000 gold coins. Such an absurd hiring price has long surpassed her selling price. This phenomenon stems from her noble identity as a princess of the light elf lineage. The light elves, who revere the power of the sun, are the royalty among elves. Just as plants require sunlight to flourish, the light elves epitomize the sun for their kin. As a royal princess, Xena frequently visited the grand library of the world tree, immersing herself in countless tomes and retaining vast amounts of information in her mind. The grand library of the world tree. It has existed for nearly 10 millennia, filled with secrets passed down from the previous epoch. Any hint of information gleaned from her would suffice to benefit the lords for a lifetime. Information pertaining to S-class treasures, even artifacts, hidden troop types, and architectural blueprints. Once the lords of the past discovered her secret, they fervently scrambled to hire her, causing prices to ascend rapidly. This led the slave traders to recognize the anomaly, promptly designating her as a non-sale item, allowing her to be hired for only a month at a time, akin to a cash cow that they could continually exploit. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had not encountered Azir's treasure trove, but he had managed to hire the elf princess Xena once, from whom he obtained a crucial piece of information. It was that vital intelligence that set Lin Sheng on the path to the divine realm. To him, this princess was a treasure comparable to Azir's treasure map. Were it not for his insufficient funds, he would undoubtedly have purchased her. Shortly after, the first 10 hired servants entered the room. Lin Sheng assigned them tasks for the daily maintenance of 10 properties. The servants took their leave. Subsequently, a brawny female slave trader, resembling an iron tower with a menacing scar across her face, gently pushed open the door. May I inquire if it is you, my lord, who wishes to hire the elf? The female trader exuded a fierce aura, appearing quite formidable. However, in this setting, she could only plaster on a smile and cautiously pose her question. Lin Sheng nodded. Indeed, that is correct. The female trader promptly beckoned behind her. 2 rabbit-eared female swordswomen, a half-beast race, ushered in a figure, almost as if escorting a prisoner. The figure was shrouded in a tightly wrapped cloak, concealing her entire visage save for a delicate, pale chin. My lord, please inspect the merchandise, the female trader said with a sycophantic grin, gently tugging at the cloak to reveal the elf. It was as if warm sunlight had burst forth within the room. Even the female receptionist could not help but be utterly captivated by the figure being escorted. It was none other than Princess Xena. Bound by hemp ropes at her slender wrists, heavy shackles adorned with shimmering magical runes encircled her ankles. Despite her unfortunate status as a captive, the breathtaking beauty she possessed could not be concealed. Cascades of golden hair, radiant as sunlight, flowed with a gentle sheen. A few strands fell haphazardly, brushing against her flawless cheek, enhancing her stunning allure. Her emerald green eyes were clear as the purest lakes hidden deep within a forest. Yet, at this moment, those enchanting eyes blazed with fierce indignation. She widened her gaze, defiantly locking her eyes on Lin Sheng, as if she aimed to pierce him with her stare. Xena was clad in a classic black and white maid outfit, Her exposed skin resembled satin woven from moonlight, so pale it neared transparency, as if a gentle press would leave a mark. The maid outfit was tailored exquisitely to fit her form. Black silk gloves enveloped her graceful fingers, extending up to her forearms. Black stockings tightly hugged her slender, straight legs, accentuating their breathtaking contours. On her petite feet were black high-heeled shoes, lending her already statuesque figure an added touch of elegance. At this moment, Xena was desperately pressing the hem of her maid's skirt with her bound hands, attempting to shield the pristine expanse beneath her skirt from view. This futile attempt at modesty only intensified the allure of conquest within the men present. Her chest rose and fell with anger and tension, the ample curves concealed beneath the maid outfit quivering slightly. Damn humans! Filthy slave traders! Do not expect me to submit to you. Her clear voice rang like a mountain spring crashing against jade, melodious and pleasing to the ear. Even her furious tone felt like a breath of fresh spring air. The female receptionist jolted back to reality, startled from her reverie. She hastily cast a furtive glance at Lin Sheng, fearful that her recent entrancement might have displeased him. Lin Sheng remained seated, his expression calm and collected, with only the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. The receptionist let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the lord appeared to be in good spirits. It seemed that even faced with such beauty, which nearly ensnared her, he remained unfazed. Meanwhile, the scarred female trader exhibited no compassion, irritably yanking on the rope. Shut up, worthless goods. The elf princess stumbled forward unexpectedly, her slender body teetering. Her bosom swelled tumultuously, the fullness nearly spilling from the tightly fitted neckline of her maid outfit, causing the female receptionist to gasp in shock. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. This trader had skill, whether in the maid's attire or her forceful tugging of the rope. She was clearly showcasing the elf's allure. She was effectively marketing her product. After the trader finished her reprimand, she turned to Lin Sheng, her face instantly adorned with a flattering smile, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. My lord, I beg your pardon. This is your maid, whom I have brought to you. Rest assured, we have guarded this elf more closely than our own eyes. No man has laid a finger on her, nor has anyone even dared to look at her, even on our journey here. I ensured she was tightly wrapped in this cloak to prevent any displeasure from the esteemed buyer, for any oversight would be a loss. Furthermore, for her safety, should the light elves discover her, it would spell great trouble for me. I swear to the god of Oz that she is in pristine, untouched condition. Just look at her face, her figure, her poise. She is absolutely worth this price. If you are interested, you may directly purchase her for the fair price of 100,000 gold coins. Consider the prestige of having a devoted elven maid at your service. The slave trader pounded her chest, fervently promoting her wares, saliva nearly splattering from her lips. After incurring substantial losses in troops and exerting tremendous effort, she had finally managed to capture this elusive elf. Yet, despite having her in hand for several months, she remained unsold. The offered price was deemed too low by many, while those willing to pay more were scarce. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that everyone had already savored the delights of elves. Humanity's creativity in the realm of desire is always astonishing. In this world, there exist obedient units that bear an uncanny resemblance to their original forms. Consequently, some individuals acquired female elves, succubi, sirens, and female vampires, establishing a house of pleasures in the wilderness. The profits for that individual were immense. The cost was that these units were permanently marked with a debauchery negative buff, reducing all attributes to a mere 1 point, rendering them incapable of combat. Chapter 47. Educating the Elven Princess. With this precedent set, a number of fallen heroes emerged, emulating this warrior's actions by setting up distinctive little establishments in the wild. There were dog girls, cat girls, elemental girls, and even lizard girls. This led to a waning interest in living elves. With such exorbitant prices, why not simply seize them? Thus, my lord, purchasing outright is undoubtedly the most economical choice. The female trader, akin to a merchant peddling unsold goods, fervently argued that renting was inferior to buying, asserting that outright ownership would provide the greatest peace of mind. According to the contract, should the elf escape from Lin Sheng or sustain any physical harm, compensation would be required. Lin Sheng's gaze was calm and unperturbed, lingering momentarily on the furious and despairing visage of Sheena before sweeping over her maid's attire, revealing no discernible emotion. Did I not wish to purchase? On the contrary, I yearn to acquire her. The issue lies solely with my lack of funds. My territory and properties have already consumed the majority of my gold coins. I must reserve some to construct a barracks and recruit units. He spoke in a subdued tone. Regarding this matter, I can entertain the notion. If, within 3 months, she can be educated to exhibit more obedience, I will assuredly proceed with her formal purchase. You may include this in the contract. 3 months to earn 100,000 gold coins should pose no problem. Upon hearing this, the scarred female trader's eyes sparkled with excitement. This elven princess possessed a fiery temperament akin to a wild stallion. She was unafraid of beating or scolding, yet he dared not strike her too hard, for any injury would diminish her market value. As for starvation as a method of coercion, that was utterly futile. This elf would resort to a hunger strike in defiance. Had it not been for the healing spell sustaining her life, she would have perished long ago. Daily exertions had drained both financial resources and energy. Now, the most troublesome burden in her possession, the greatest liability, had suddenly found a prospective owner? It was akin to a windfall. Absolutely no problem, the female trader hastily affirmed, deftly retrieving a scroll of parchment that shimmered with magical light. My lord, you are truly forthright. Let us finalize these terms at once. Fearing Lin Sheng might retract his offer, she swiftly pinned the agreement, stipulating that Lin Sheng held the right of first refusal, should the education prove effective within 3 months. She would sell the elven slave Sheena in full. Once the details were completed, she cautiously presented the contract to Lin Sheng with both hands. Lin Sheng received the magical contract, meticulously reviewing it word by word. Only after confirming the absence of hidden traps or ambiguous clauses did he take up a nearby quill and sign his name at the bottom of the agreement. A flash of light emanated from the magical contract, signaling the term's activation. Lin Sheng had now become the first master of the elven princess Sheena, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely remain her sole master. The right of first refusal served as a safeguard. He had deliberately enticed the slave trader to include this clause. Such a treasure of a character, how could he possibly let her slip away? The contract existed in duplicate, with both parties feeling they had struck a favorable deal. The female trader, beaming with delight, stowed away her copy of the contract, lavishing Lin Sheng with gratitude, before casting a fierce glare at Sheena as a warning, and contentedly exiting the room. Left behind, Sheena was taken aback, casting a wary glance at Lin Sheng. You vile human, I shall never heed your commands. Lin Sheng paid her no mind, turning to bid farewell to the receptionist, before retrieving a city-returned stone from his pocket. With a surge of magical energy, the stone glowed brilliantly, enveloping both of them. The disorienting sensation of spatial transition dissipated in an instant. When Sheena regained her bearings, she found herself in an empty hall. This was the Lord's mansion, the core structure of the entire territory. Should it fall, it would signify the loss of the land. As the central edifice, it now contained only a few basic pieces of furniture, appearing quite meager. Most alarming to Sheena was the realization that, apart from herself and Lin Sheng, the hall was utterly deserted. Unless the territory was breached, no one could enter to disturb them. What do you intend to do? Sheena's mind raced. Recalling particular scenarios from certain tales, a wave of terror washed over her. She stumbled back several paces, pressing her spine against the cold stone pillar. Her arms tightly crossed over her chest, as if this posture could offer her protection. Lin Sheng, surveying the surroundings, turned to glance at her before approaching her direction. Wait, do not come closer. You lowly human. Despicable. Shameless. Tears brimmed in her jewel-like emerald eyes. As she shouted her curses, she defiantly arched her swan-like neck. Go on. Kill me. I would rather die than be sullied by you. In some of the tales she had read, disobedient elves who fell into human hands were subjected to degrading torment, forced into positions that rendered them nothing more than mindless imbeciles. If he dared to do such a thing, she would immediately take her own life. Though she did not wish to die, her upbringing instilled in her that the dignity of the elven royalty must never be tarnished. Her heart brimmed with resolve, preparing for the worst possible outcome. Come forth, you detestable human. Witness the elven royalty's unwavering spirit even in death. However, Lin Sheng's actions were entirely unexpected. This man merely regarded her with a calm glance before walking past her towards a corner storage cabinet. He dragged out a pile of items, a broom, a dustpan, a cloth, and a bucket. Magic truly is convenient. Even the most basic cleaning tools were prepared during the construction of the building. Lin Sheng approached, carrying the bundle of cleaning supplies, and tossed them onto the floor before Sheena, a few steps away. I have no interest in your beauty, you may rest assured. Lin Sheng's voice was flat, as if stating an undeniable fact. His interest lay solely in the knowledge contained within Sheena's mind. That was the true treasure. At present, Lin Sheng was in no hurry to extract information. Under such hostile circumstances, she would likely provide falsehoods, leading him into a treacherous trap. What? Sheena was taken aback, her arms that had been crossed over her chest slackening in surprise. This was not what she had envisioned from the tales. This man was not hastily stripping her bare or laying hands on her. He did not wield any terrifying implements to aggressively educate her. On the contrary, his gaze was untainted. Lin Sheng gestured towards the pile of tools on the ground, and then indicated the vacant hall and corridor. Since your role is that of a maid, it is only natural that you should know what is expected of you. Those who do not toil shall not partake of sustenance. If you desire a meal, then you must obediently tend to the cleaning duties. Only when the entire lord's manor is spotless shall you be rewarded with food. Cleaning, you say? Sheena stood momentarily in shock, scarcely believing her ears. She was a dignified elven princess. To command royalty to undertake such menial labor, was this a new form of humiliation? A wave of absurdity and indignation surged within her heart. Lin Sheng clapped his hands and said, If you understand, go and do it. Do not stand there foolishly. Sheena pressed her delicate red lips together, biting her silver teeth in frustration. To be killed is preferable to being humiliated. She was a noble, after all. And how could she possibly obey the commands of this human? To engage in such demeaning tasks meant for the lower classes. She contemplated kicking the broom away in defiance. Yet the shackles on her feet caused her to stumble, nearly falling at Lin Sheng's feet. Chapter 48, Building the Territory. Sheena unleashed every vulgarity she could muster, hurling curses like fool, idiot, moron, and disgusting. Her voice, as sweet and melodious as a lark, belied the weakness of her vocabulary. For Lin Sheng, who had endured countless internet tirades, her insults were utterly ineffectual, lacking even the slightest sting. Were her words recorded and shared online, her melodious tone would evoke laughter from those insulted, prompting them to exclaim, "What a delightful experience." Please, continue. Lin Sheng observed her outburst in silence. When she finally ceased her tirade, panting from exertion, he spoke calmly. Whether you wish to comply is your choice, but rules are rules. I shall return tonight to assess your progress. With that, he turned away from Sheena without a single glance, decisively leaving. The heavy doors of the manor closed behind him with a resounding finality, the sound echoing starkly in the empty expanse. The elven princess Sheena stood alone in the center of the hall, bewildered and at a loss. Bright light streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Had that human truly departed? She stared vacantly at the closed door, her emerald eyes filled with confusion and an inexplicable sense of relief. At least, for now, she would not be subjected to further humiliation. What was this human truly after? Humans are cunning and malevolent. No matter what, she would not allow him to succeed. Xiao Chun and Xiao Shi, wait for me to escape this place, and I shall return with an army to rescue you. You must wait for me. As for complying with cleaning duties, what a jest. She would never heed the commands of a mere human. Lin Sheng left Sheena to her own devices. Throughout history, lords had devised two primary methods for dealing with the elven princess. One approach was deception, falsely promising to return her home, creating illusions to lure her into revealing information. Yet, this came with risks. Should she see through the ruse, she might provide misleading information, leading the lord to his demise. Furthermore, as the attempts accumulated, the likelihood of success diminished. Especially in the later stages, repeated hopes turning to despair would test anyone's endurance. Sheena's gaze had grown hollow. She no longer believed any words. The second, more common method involved flattering her with precious tomes, especially rare and unique editions. Each of these books could cost thousands of gold coins, with their contents needing to be distinct. Sheena had a volatile temperament, often tearing books apart in frustration, necessitating their replacement. As long as enough books were gifted, one could glean information from her. This approach, though costly, was reliable and unlikely to lead to pitfalls. Yet Lin Sheng chose neither. This time was different. He had all the time in the world to gradually tame this untamed wild mare of virtue until she obediently divulged all the knowledge within her mind. In high spirits, Lin Sheng surveyed the territory he had just acquired. Aside from the solitary lord's manor behind him, the surroundings were desolate, with ankle-high dry grass swaying like waves in the wind. The distant forest loomed, suggesting the possible presence of low-level monsters or beasts that might wander boldly to the manor's doorstep. Not to mention the absence of even a symbolic fence. Lin Sheng felt no trepidation. The new territory was protected by the goddess Asha, and the lord's manor enjoyed a month of invincibility, impervious to assault. However, speaking of walls, Lin Sheng recalled the blueprints he had seen on the treasure map, Sign Barrier, known for its remarkable sturdiness and ability to dissipate impact across other areas. The walls were imbued with anti-magic properties, significantly reducing magical damage. Yet, the blueprints were located in a somewhat remote area. First, he would construct the barracks. Taking it step by step, Lin Sheng surveyed the land and mentally mapped out two locations for barrack construction. The positioning of the initial barracks was crucial. They must be conveniently located to guard core structures while not being too close to hinder future development. He retrieved the blueprints from his backpack and pointed them at a vacant area. Construct Thornbush Garden. With his command, the blueprints emanated brilliant light, casting a shadowy outline onto the land. The construction process directly utilized resources from his backpack. The quantities of wood, stone, and gold swiftly diminished, being absorbed into the shadowy silhouette before him. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Thornbush Garden was completed. Thornbush Garden, a hidden structure. Each week, it could recruit and train magical thornbush at a rate of 5. Recruitment requirements: 100 gold coins and 2 units of wood per creature. The garden resembled a nest structure, approximately 1 meter in height and 10 meters in width, intricately woven from thorny vines. The surface of the nest was adorned with twisted spikes, glinting ominously in the sunlight. At a distance, it appeared as a dense thicket of thorns, offering exceptional concealment. Lin Sheng casually invested resources, recruiting 5 magical thorn bushes. 5 seeds fell to the ground, and within a mere 3 seconds, they rapidly grew into their full forms. The thorn bushes, though immobile, excelled at defense. Lin Sheng planted them on either side of the Lord's Manor entrance to serve as sentinels. The magical thorn bushes concealed themselves among the wild grass, rendering them indistinguishable. Any low-level monsters under the 4th tier that approached unsuspectingly would be swiftly rendered into mere jerky. Without pausing, Lin Sheng then proceeded to a small hillside. Retrieving the stone egg. Construct Earthen Guardian Dungeon. The stone egg sank into the hillside, casting a much larger shadow. Once again, resources from his backpack dwindled at an accelerated pace. The selected ground trembled slightly, forming a pit about 3 meters deep. Soon, the main structure emerged. A palace constructed from massive stone blocks, its walls etched with ancient runes that exuded a grounding aura, imparting an impression of indomitable strength. The palace gradually sank to the bottom of the pit, revealing only its upper half, resembling a semi-subterranean structure. Construction complete. Earthen Guardian Dungeon, a hidden structure. Each week, it could recruit and train Guardian Golem at a rate of 3. Recruitment requirements: 1,000 gold coins, 10 units of stone, and 1 unit of earth element crystal per golem. The 2 military buildings complemented the solitary lord's manor, forming a triangular defense. Lin Sheng gazed at the scant resources remaining in his backpack and let out a long sigh. The territory is akin to a veritable gold mine. The resources expended here could be transformed into gold coins sufficient for a decade of indulgent living in the main city. It is no wonder that some lords abandon the construction of their lands, opting instead for a life of leisure in the city. Lin Sheng shook his head, dispelling such distractions. It was time to recruit troops and transform this desolate land into a true foundation that belonged to him. Troops are the capital necessary to thrive in this harsh world. No matter how strong an individual may be, they cannot withstand the onslaught of a troop formation. Chapter 49, Nobility and Servility. Lin Sheng deliberately purchased several earth element cores within the city to recruit guardian golems. Upon investing the resources and selecting to recruit, a burst of magical radiance enveloped the area, and 3 guardian golems emerged from the subterranean depths, standing valiantly beside Lin Sheng. They wielded massive tower shields, as tall as their own bodies, rugged, sturdy, and sharply defined, exuding a sense of security simply by their presence. The price of first-tier troops is indeed a stark contrast to that of third-tier ones, and their attributes reflect that disparity. Currently, Lin Sheng possessed only 3 guardian golems. The return scrolls and teleportation circles could only transport living beings, rendering it impossible to send troops along. Thus, Bai Ling remained stationed at the small town, unable to accompany him. Nevertheless, the guardian golems were commendable. They served primarily as a defensive bulwark, while Lin Sheng would assume the role of damage dealer, allowing for effective teamwork. At present, Lin Sheng's output was not inferior to that of 10 Bai Lings combined. His fully skilled rogue class delivered an explosive damage output that was among the highest. As he stepped outside the protective bounds of his territory, he officially commenced his exploration of the surrounding areas. No sooner had he ventured forth than distant reconnaissance revealed a delightful surprise. Ahead lay a gold resource point, with reserves beginning at no less than 1,000. The reflections of the reconnaissance spell danced in Lin Sheng's pupils. On the fringes of a nearby grove stood several extraordinarily tall ancient trees. The resource point was perched atop the canopy, a massive nest constructed from dark red embers and wood branches. 7 colossal birds, their wingspans exceeding 3 meters and cloaked in crimson feathers, circled the nest, vigilantly patrolling the area, their elongated tail feathers trailing sparks. Level 5, Tier 2, Firefeather Hawks. Lin Sheng immediately halted, pivoting on his heel and changing direction along with the guardian golems. These creatures possessed a vast aggro range and remarkable speed. Approaching them would surely result in an attack. Currently, he lacked ranged troops and was deficient in remote damage capabilities. His only ranged ability, Dagger Throw, inflicted minimal damage and primarily served to draw aggro. The 3 guardian golems were purely melee tanks, with virtually no aerial capabilities. Faced with the airborne advantage of the Firefeather Hawks, retreat was the only prudent choice. I shall leave my gold with you for now. I will return in a few days to collect it. Lin Sheng decided to scour the surrounding area for simpler resource points. Hurricane wild boars, serpent fang wolves, and ironback lizards, all low-level creatures that were not airborne and yielded ample resources. Dealing with these common beasts proved straightforward. The guardian golems raised their enormous tower shields, drawing the monster's attention. Lin Sheng stealthily maneuvered around, seizing the opportunity to unleash a combination of skills: backstab, kidney shot, slice, and bone shatter. The fluid sequence of skills unleashed tremendous damage, overwhelming any wild creature that dared to confront him. Should any survive, another round of his assault would swiftly follow. Thus, the nearby area was largely cleared, and Lin Sheng's pack brimmed with resources. Before he realized it, night had fallen. The setting sun painted the wild grasses in hues of gold and crimson. Time to call it a day? Lin Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief, leading the guardian golems back to their territory. He stationed the golems at the entrance, setting them to guard mode, automatically attacking any intruders, and then turned his gaze toward the Lord's manor. The elven princess had been waiting all day. He wondered how she was faring. Inside the Lord's manor, the last rays of the sunset filtered through the tall windows, casting slanted beams of light across the spacious hall. Princess Hina curled up in a hard wooden chair, her arms wrapped around her slender legs clad in black silk, her delicate chin resting upon her knees. Her golden hair fell in disarray, obscuring half of her exquisite profile. Her elongated elven ears drooped listlessly, and her emerald eyes, devoid of focus, stared vacantly at the broom on the floor. Gurgle. Her stomach growled uncontrollably. Hina's petite brows furrowed instantly, and her gloved hand pressed unconsciously against her abdomen. Her pale lips tightening. I'm so hungry, detestable human, do not think I will yield. Creak. The sound of the door opening echoed, and a silhouette stood outlined against the light at the entrance. Hina leapt from her chair in alarm, her body tensing in a defensive posture. It's you? Despicable human. Upon recognizing the visitor, she straightened her back, striving to maintain her regal demeanor as an elven princess, her gaze fierce as she glared at Lin Sheng. He cast a nonchalant glance her way before surveying the surroundings. The cleaning tools remained undisturbed, still in the state they had been left in. Clearly, she had disregarded orders. What an obstinate and proud little mare she was. Yet, this was as he had anticipated. A stubborn elf would never willingly comply with menial tasks. She was akin to a rebellious wild horse, refusing to submit regardless of punishment. Education must be gradual, beginning with the establishment of rules. He stepped into the hall with a calm voice, declaring, regrettably, Maid Hina, you have failed to complete your duties today. Therefore, your dinner has been cancelled. Humph. Hina wrinkled her dainty nose, producing a disdainful huff. She lifted her chin, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Sheng with an intentionally elevated, cold, and hard tone. She declared, hypocritical. If you wish to torment me, just do so directly. No need for such excuses. It's revolting. Lin Sheng furrowed his brow, perplexed. Torment? Why do you claim that I am tormenting you? Is it not a natural principle that labor be rewarded? Do you expect to feast without effort? Huh. Hina abruptly turned her head, her eyes ablaze with offended fury. I am of royal blood. I would never stoop to such menial labor. Such tasks are for the lowly. She held her swan-like neck high, her words dripping with aristocratic arrogance. Lin Sheng tilted his head slightly back, scrutinizing her anew. So this is your perspective? You, an elf, are truly steeped in a sense of superiority. This was no longer an issue of education. It was a question of humanity that required a firm hand. Lin Sheng gazed at her with pity. Lowly, the world is created by laborers. Yet you merely consume the sustenance of others, maliciously oppressing the lower classes, only to depict them as inherently inferior. Does that bring you peace of mind? Repulsive, truly repulsive. Whether human or elf, the aristocrats of this world are all alike. No wonder Goddess Aisha seeks to summon individuals from another world to save it. At this moment, no matter how beautiful she appeared, she was merely an empty shell labeled as royalty, inconsequential compared to the self-reliant and resilient Serenia. The little girl, though stubborn, still possessed a kind heart. You. What do you mean by that? How is nobility repulsive? Hina was struck at her core and instantly erupted in anger. She had been taught from a young age that royalty was born noble, and her living environment reinforced this belief. Who had ever questioned the very logic of it? The tremor of uncertainty coursed through her, compelling her to mask it with indignation. Her beautiful eyes widened, resembling an irate mare, filled with a desire to collide with Lin Sheng. Yet, the binding power of the contract held her firmly in place, rendering her incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. She could only clench her fists tightly, her entire body trembling with rage as she stomped her foot vehemently, her chest rising and falling dramatically. How infuriating! You despicable, shameless human. Just wait. You shall see what happens when the elders and the guards of my kin arrive here. Chapter 50. The joyful moments of feeding Serenia. She attempted to regain her composure with the fiercest tone she could muster. You will pay 100-fold for everything you have done to me today. For every word you have uttered, I shall make you kneel before me, licking the tips of my shoes, repenting for your sins. In the face of this blustering threat, Lin Sheng remained entirely indifferent, even finding it somewhat amusing. Oh, are you referring to those guards who remain oblivious to your disappearance, believing it to be yet another instance of you running away from home? Or perhaps to that elf queen who has grown accustomed to her daughter's frequent absences? In the grand scheme of your kind's long lives, being away for 2 or 3 decades is but a trivial matter. By the time they realize anything is amiss, it will likely be 2 or 3 decades hence. If you still cling to such a naive thought, I suggest you abandon it. Hina's complexion paled instantly, yet she forced herself to stand tall. Lin Sheng's words shattered her illusions, starkly illuminating her dire predicament. No longer would the royal family effortlessly resolve her troubles, no matter how grave. No, I shall not yield. Even so, I will not bow my head to you, human. Lin Sheng shrugged nonchalantly, his tone sincere. I wish you luck. If that day ever comes when your kin find you, I assure you, I will send you off unharmed. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Hina in a state of shock. The resounding slam of the door echoed like a verdict in the hall. Hina stood frozen, fearfully clutching her arms, slowly retreating into the shadows of the wall. The gnawing hunger within her surged like a tide, rendering her body weak. Lin Sheng's earlier words reverberated in her mind, growing clearer and louder, drowning out the teachings of the palace tutors. Have I truly erred? Confusion filled Hina's verdant eyes. She was, after all, an intelligent individual, well-read, but had previously been blinded, unable to perceive matters from a commoner's perspective. The bewilderment, accompanied by an unacknowledged wavering, overwhelmed the proud elven princess. The hall fell into silence, save for the plaintive growl of her stomach, which sounded particularly pronounced. Outside, darkness had enveloped the sky. An endless tide of black approached, halted by the light of order emanating from the Lord's manor, barred from entering the territory. Lin Sheng retrieved a return scroll to Abe's town from his backpack, a purchase made at the way station in Morninglight City, of which he had stocked several for emergencies. Why not acquire it in Abe's town? Because the way station there did not sell them. The return scrolls also had an expiration, their magic fading with time. Abe's town was too remote. For decades it had seen no visitors, thus no customers to purchase return scrolls. Stocking them would be a waste of money. There are those who partake in profitable ventures, yet none who engage in unprofitable ones. Lin Sheng crushed the scroll. After a brief moment of reading, the light of space distortion enveloped him. As the radiance dissipated, Lin Sheng found himself in a dilapidated corner, the scent of decay assailing his senses. A feeble oil lamp faintly illuminated the surroundings, the floor thick with dust that creaked underfoot. This was indeed the way station of Abe's town. Lacking a teleportation array, the township's way station had fallen into near abandonment due to prolonged disuse. In the corner sat a wooden table, where an elderly man with graying hair dozed. The light of the teleportation roused him, and he blinked groggily. Someone has teleported here, he stammered, rubbing his eyes and blinking hard, questioning if he was still dreaming. Purchasing a teleportation scroll worth 100 gold pieces? Just to arrive at this forsaken place? Surely, this wretched location could not hold any significance for that individual? Lin Sheng brushed off the dust from his clothes and stepped through the doorway of the way station with an air of nonchalance. Merging into the twilight shadows of the small town, he had a clear objective, making his way toward the rooftop where Serenia frequently resided. Compared to the unexpectedly delightful elven princess, Serenia was of utmost importance. It was once again time to feed Serenia. The night had deepened, the moonlight flowing like water. Lin Sheng was still some distance from the rooftop, his silhouette not yet fully emerging from the alleyway. On the rooftop, a slender figure sat with her knees drawn up, her keen ears twitching slightly. Serenia almost instantly turned her head, her golden eyes sparkling under the moonlight, accurately locking onto Lin Sheng's form. It is him. She could easily distinguish his familiar footsteps amid the clamor. This fellow has come to bother me again. Though she thought this, her body reacted with utmost honesty. Her eyes brimmed with delight, and her lips involuntarily curved into a small smile. Ah, Serenia, Lin Sheng greeted with a relaxed smile, nimbly leaping onto the rooftop with a graceful motion. Oof, why have you come again? Serenia endeavored to suppress her smile, adopting an air of busy indifference, deliberately turning away and murmuring softly, honestly, the surveillance task you assigned me has yet to yield any new findings. The faint blush on her ears and the barely concealed excitement in her tone betrayed her true feelings. Lin Sheng, unfazed, took a seat beside her, closer than before, and produced an exquisite multi-tiered food box. Of course, I've come to share a meal with you. Friends should share good food together. Isn't that a fundamental truth? His tone was matter-of-fact as he opened the first layer of the food box, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. Is that so? Serenia blinked her beautiful golden eyes, a hint of confusion surfacing within them. Friends sharing a meal is common knowledge. She had been alone for so long, her memories filled only with wandering and hiding. Stealing a glance at Lin Sheng's calm demeanor and then at the delectable dishes within the box, her stomach audibly protested, betraying her. She quickly pressed her hand against her abdomen, her cheeks blooming with color. I'm not hungry. I was just preparing to eat later. And it has nothing to do with waiting for you. Observing Serenia's adorable demeanor, Lin Sheng felt as if his heart were being gently tickled by a feather. Compared to the irritable, aloof elven princess at the Lord's manor, this flustered yet determined Serenia was simply irresistibly charming. An ineffable impulse surged within him, prompting him to unconsciously reach out, gently resting his hand atop Serenia's head, so soft, like the finest silk, imbued with the warmth of sunlight. Serenia's body stiffened imperceptibly, her golden eyes widening slightly, a trace of astonishment directed at Lin Sheng. Shocked cat. JPG. It was only then that Lin Sheng realized what he had done. Alas, my hands tremble with an uncontrollable urge. I hope I shall not be bitten. Chapter 51. The Majestic Future Empress. The anticipated resistance did not manifest. She merely let her eyelids droop slightly, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, her body relaxing. Almost instinctively, like a small creature seeking warmth, she edged closer to the palm of his hand. His touch was warm and gentle, imbued with a reassuring magic that made her taut nerves unwittingly loosen, even invoking a languorous desire to succumb to its comfort. She narrowed her eyes slightly, emitting a barely audible sound of contentment from her throat, akin to a cat being stroked in a soothing manner. The evening breeze wafted through, with the distant sounds of a drunken man cursing from the depths of the alley, shattering the intimate ambience. Ahem. Lin Sheng suppressed the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, reluctantly withdrawing his hand and, as a distraction, continued to open the food box. This is from the most renowned restaurant in Dawn City. Shall we savor it while it's still warm? The food box was exquisitely crafted, embedded with a small temperature-regulating magic array to ensure each dish remained in its most delectable state. Lin Sheng had purchased enough for 3, yet alas, the sulking elven princess would go without. Education is a matter of carrot and stick, with rewards and punishments distinctly delineated. Bad children deserve the stick, while good children are entitled to the carrot. Well then, I shall not hold back. Serenia's voice carried a hint of barely detectable sweetness. With practiced ease, she lifted the lid, and a rich aroma enveloped her. How delightful! Unconsciously, she extended her delicate pink tongue to quickly lick her lips, an innocent gesture radiating pure temptation. She speared a quivering piece of braised beef and popped it into her mouth. Delicious. The exquisite flavor made her eyes squint with happiness, her cheeks slightly puffed, her satisfaction evident. The meals he brought grew increasingly delectable, and the portions ample. Suddenly, Serenia cast a wary glance at Lin Sheng. Could it be that he is doing this intentionally, luring me with sumptuous food to whet my appetite, making it impossible for me to part ways, thus seamlessly drawing me into his domain? Oof, what a cunning rascal. She grumbled internally, yet her pace of eating showed no signs of slowing. Having feasted to their heart's content, the two relaxed and lay side by side on the rooftop, gazing up at the resplendent galaxy. The gentle evening breeze carried the fresh scent of distant foliage. Hey, Serenia called out to Lin Sheng softly, striving to sound casual. Where did you go today? You didn't even bring those soldiers with you? If it weren't for the unusual tranquility in the town, I would have thought you had been eliminated. Lin Sheng turned his head to admire her softly illuminated profile under the moonlight, smiling as he replied. As we agreed yesterday, I went to apply for a territory. But thank you for your concern. Not concern at all. Serenia, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly turned her head, her golden eyes wide with disbelief, her cheeks flushing rapidly. You, stop being so self-important. I was just thinking, what if something did happen to you? As your companion. I had to consider whether to seek revenge on your behalf. Yes, that's it. After racking her brain, she finally concocted a plausible excuse. Nodding vigorously as if trying to convince herself, Lin Sheng observed her adorable demeanor, so clearly worried yet desperately denying it, with a deeper smile in his eyes. Very well, not concern, but rather a companion's duty. He continued along her train of thought. I visited Dawn City, took care of some matters, and conveniently selected a territory. Dawn City? How could you return so quickly? Serenia's focus was indeed unique. She propped herself up, estimating the travel time in disbelief. This distance would require half a month even by airship. How could he complete the round trip in a single day? Lin Sheng matter-of-factly replied, I used a return scroll. A return scroll? Serenia's voice suddenly rose, only to quickly lower again, exclaiming with concern. That thing costs 100 gold coins each, right? You are truly extravagant. She could hardly comprehend such a lavish act. 100 gold coins could buy countless delicious meals. Humph, how could this be deemed wasteful? It is simply an exceptional value. Lin Sheng rested his elbow on his head, gazing at the girl beside him, a smile curling at his lips. After all, someone is waiting for me here. No amount of gold is too much if it means I can return to see her sooner. Serenia paused. Someone? Who is so special? Wait, why are you looking at me? Serenia suddenly realized. Spending 100 gold coins on a scroll was to return quickly and see me. Boom. That statement detonated in Serenia's mind like a fireball. Nonsense. Serenia's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a boiled crab, steam almost visibly rising from her head. She was flustered, her heart racing, waving her arms in disarray, stammering. Who else waiting for you? Stop being so vain. Even if you say that, I still want to join your territory. No way. Absolutely not. Her mind, overwhelmed with shyness, could only muster instinctive, stubborn retorts. Lin Sheng found her adorably on the verge of evaporating, and his smile widened. My future empress, before becoming that regal figure, is surprisingly easy to embarrass? How delightful. Yes, I understand. He reassured her with a smile, his tone gentle. I will diligently fulfill the tasks you set for me, striving to meet your expectations as soon as possible. Serenia, treated like a child, became even more flustered by his reassurances. She clenched her small fist against her mouth, pretending to cough, attempting to regain some semblance of authority, yet her voice unconsciously softened, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Well, there's no need to try so hard. The tasks can be approached gradually. I don't like arrogant, foolish men. Safety is the utmost priority. Foolish boy, you are the only one I have. So please don't die. Yes, you can rest assured. Lin Sheng gazed at her awkwardly expressing concern, his heart softening. I want to act recklessly. Safety comes first. I promise. I've already said it once. That suffices. Foolish girl. Serenia, flustered, raised her small hand and lightly tapped his arm. The force was more playful than angry. akin to a kitten gently pawing at him. Chapter 52. A night of peaceful slumber for the two. After their playful banter, the rooftop returned to tranquility. The night breeze caressed gently, stirring their hair. Serenia lay back down, gazing at the starry sky, her golden eyes reflecting the scattered light. Her embarrassment gradually subsided, replaced by a soft, weighty emotion that enveloped her heart. She took a gentle breath, her voice barely audible, as if speaking to herself or making a promise to the stars. If I can overcome this trial, I shall join your territory, never to depart. The girl's heart, heavy as 1,000 weights, gently drifts in the night breeze. Lin Sheng softly replies, I will face this with you. There is no need to force it. Celine nods, immediately closing her eyes tightly, as if summoning all her courage. Her long eyelashes tremble like the wings of a butterfly, betraying the tumultuous emotions within. The night wind carries a slight chill, yet it cannot disperse the warmth radiating from her flushed face, a warmth born of bonds that quietly take root in her heart. The night flows by unnoticed. Rarely does Lin Sheng forego returning to the barracks to be with his comrades. Instead, he chooses to remain on this rooftop by Celine's side. Perhaps the fatigue of the day's exertions weighed heavily upon him, or perhaps it was the warmth of sharing the stars and laughter together. Unbeknownst to him, he drifts into a deep slumber, his breathing steady and prolonged. Celine gazes at him in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. This fool has fallen asleep right next to me. Though she had chosen a secluded and safe spot, ideal for an overnight stay, she had not consented for him to sleep beside her. What if I had malicious intentions and tossed you out of town, bare as you are? Not accustomed to having another person nearby, Celine feels a twinge of nervousness, her thoughts racing like a startled kitten whose territory has been invaded. Yet, listening to Lin Sheng's even breathing and gazing upon his unguarded sleeping face, her taut heartstrings gradually relax. This fool sleeps so soundly. As if infected by his slumber, Celine too begins to succumb to drowsiness, yawning and snuggling deeper into her cloak. Autumn has deepened, and the night is slightly cool. A gust of cold wind sweeps by, causing the sleeping Celine to shiver slightly, feeling a chill. In her drowsy state, her body instinctively seeks warmth, unconsciously shifting closer to the fellow beside her. With him blocking the wind, it feels much warmer. She nestles her small head comfortably and sinks into a peaceful dream. A night of serene sleep passes. The first ray of morning sunlight gently caresses Lin Sheng's face. His eyelids flutter as he slowly awakens from his slumber. He had truly slept well, dreaming of the sweet fragrance of gardenias. Stretching lazily, he inhales a faint, sweet aroma mingled with a hint of cream, lingering at the tip of his nose. Just as in his dream, it is Celine's scent, the fragrance of gardenias. A blend of sweetness and creaminess, wafts lightly as if it could flow, akin to the shimmering white moonlight. Its floral language speaks of strength and hope. Much like Celine herself, who never gives up in the face of any adversity. Lin Sheng turns his head slightly to gaze at Celine, who lies curled up beside him, resembling a kitten asleep in a warm nest. Her silvery hair is tousled across the tiles, accentuating her fair and smooth cheeks. The morning light outlines the exquisite contours of her profile, casting shadows with her long eyelashes. With each breath, her delicate nostrils flutter gently, and her soft pink lips unconsciously press together. Stripped of all defenses, she radiates a rare, almost innocent tranquility. Lin Sheng finds himself momentarily entranced. Celine, sleeping quietly and defenseless beside him, embodies a natural closeness that stirs his heart more profoundly than any words could convey. Time seems to freeze in that instant. The morning light, gentle breeze, the serene little town, and the sleeping girl beside him create a tranquil and beautiful tableau. Lin Sheng's heart feels as if it has been gently nudged by a fawn, soft and utterly disarmed. This is concerning the sleeping Celine. Devoid of her usual pride and composure, her alert demeanor, transformed into softness, carries an almost tempting allure. He suppresses his wandering thoughts, holding his breath as he carefully and silently rises to his feet. He does not wish to disturb this peace. The agility of a thief comes into play. It is time to depart. To aspire to become the foremost lord, one cannot linger in the embrace of tenderness. Moreover, he needs strength to safeguard both his and Celine's futures. Lin Sheng glances back one last time, taking in the sight of the slumbering Celine. Then, he leaps quietly from the rooftop, vanishing into the fog-shrouded alley. Just as Lin Sheng disappears around the corner of the street, on the rooftop, the sleeping girl's long eyelashes flutter, and she abruptly opens her bright golden eyes. There is no trace of sleepiness left in her sparkling gaze. The moment Lin Sheng's body shifted and made a sound, her instincts had already jolted her awake. Years spent teetering on the edge of danger have honed her sensitivity to any disturbances. No one could approach within 3 paces of her. Celine gazes in the direction where Lin Sheng vanished, her face flushed with confusion and embarrassment. Oh my God, what have I done? I actually slept beside that fool all night long. And so close, I almost nestled into his arms. The lingering warmth of his body remains on her shoulder where they had brushed against each other. With her cheeks burning, Celine feels as if her head might burst into flames. She had acted like a sheltered creature seeking refuge, sleeping so defenselessly next to him for an entire night. This behavior is utterly shameless. How mortifying. Oh, a wave of immense shame crashes over her like a tsunami, curling up like a cooked shrimp. Celine buries her face deep in her arms. The moment Lin Sheng wakes and looks at her, her mind goes blank. Her only reaction was to tightly shut her eyes, hold her breath, and pretend to still be asleep. As long as I don't open my eyes, nothing happened. I don't know anything. Thankfully, that fool didn't wake me. If our eyes had met, I would have surely died of shame. A soft whimper of indignation escapes Celine's throat. She hugs her head, rolling silently in place to vent her emotions. As she rolls, she mutters under her breath. Fool, fool, Celine, you big fool. How embarrassing. If this gets out, how will I ever face anyone? I am not the kind of girl who is easily swayed. Throughout my life, I have never even touched a man's finger. Oh, this is mortifying. I can't show my face again. After rolling several times, Celine finally comes to a stop, lying on her back on the rooftop. Gasping as she gazes at the azure sky, the blush on her cheeks has yet to fully fade. She takes deep breaths of the cool air, attempting to calm her racing heart. After a while, her rapid heartbeat gradually subsides. Celine sits up, pats her cheeks, and softly reassures herself. Well, he doesn't know I woke up. Yes, that's right. He doesn't know. As long as I don't say anything, this incident never happened. She diligently tries to convince herself. However, her gaze cannot help but drift toward the alley where Lin Sheng had vanished, her cheeks once again tinged with a delicate blush. Chapter 53, The Treasures of the Muddy Swamp. Lin Sheng departed the small town alongside Bai Ling, progressing towards the location marked on the map, while simultaneously harvesting the resource points along the way. Little by little, every bit counts. Even the legs of mosquitoes are meat. After meandering for an hour, they arrived at the second site indicated on the map. For ordinary civilians, this was a perilous area to be avoided, but for Lin Sheng, it was a treasure trove accumulated over decades. Before him lay a vast, daunting mire, a swamp that inspired trepidation. The pitch-black sludge bubbled ominously, murky and foul. Withered trees twisted grotesquely, resembling the arms of the dying. A thin mist lingered just above the water's surface, rendering visibility alarmingly low. The ground at the swamp's edge was slick and soft, making each step a challenge, sinking deep in some places and barely holding in others. It was profound, expansive, and perilous. Yet, Lin Sheng's eyes sparkled with delight, his expression brimming with surprise. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. This was a special treasure hunting area, the Relic Mire. Various valuable items randomly spawned within the swamp, ready to be claimed by those daring enough to reach for them, making it a veritable paradise for treasure enthusiasts. With a stroke of luck, unearthing treasures was entirely within the realm of possibility. However, such treasures were often guarded by deadly sentinels. The intel relayed by the remote reconnaissance spell darkened Lin Sheng's expression. The Greedy Crocodile, 4th tier, level 4, neutral creature. Attack power, 37. Defense power, 7. Attack speed, 12. 2. In swamp and land environments. Movement speed, 7. 1. In swamp and land environments. In Lin Sheng's line of sight, the swamp was teeming with a multitude of red dots. Years of nurturing had allowed them to proliferate throughout the mire. These creatures boasted 4 formidable traits, establishing them as the undisputed monarchs of the swamp. 1. Trait, Swamp Guardian. The greedy crocodile excels at lurking in the depths of the sludge, perfectly blending into its environment. Shielded by the swamp, which absorbs incoming attacks and allows it to regenerate health every minute. 2. Trait, Predator Ambush. Upon detecting prey, the greedy crocodile launches an astonishingly swift ambush, increasing its attack speed by an additional 200 during the strike. 3. Trait, Death Bite. The greedy crocodile possesses a jaw strength that makes it nearly impossible to escape once bitten, requiring a strength check. 4. Trait, Rolling Strangle. Once the greedy crocodile has seized its prey, it spins violently, utilizing its body weight and rotational force to instantaneously crush its victim. This is their most terrifying combination, a stealth strike, followed by a death bite, and culminating in a rolling strangle. A single combo could obliterate even the strongest frontline units of the same tier. To contend with the might of the greedy crocodile, one would need to be a level 20 or higher berserker or martial artist, strength being a hidden attribute, enhanced through training and gear. It was essentially an invincible creature below the 5th tier, with the sole drawback of being limited to the swamp for its prowess. If it were on land, Lin Sheng could devise 9 distinct methods to eliminate it, 9 in total. The challenge lay in battling it on its home turf, the swamp. The terrain posed a nightmare for melee classes and units. The sluggishness caused by the mud impeded dodging, while the slippery ground affected the ability to generate force. Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes, meticulously planning in his mind. It appeared the key to breaking the stalemate lay with the spectral trait of the Bai Ling units. The Bai Ling, weightless phantoms, floated gracefully a few inches above the mire, entirely unfazed by the muck beneath. The only issue was that the crocodiles would not reveal themselves easily. Like the most seasoned of assassins, They could lie in wait for days and nights without a target entering their ambush range. A strategy to lure them out was imperative. Lin Sheng cautiously directed his actions. First, he employed Frost Walk to freeze a portion of the swamp's surface, slowing the crocodile's attack speed. Subsequently, one by Ling floated forward. Stepping into the ambush zone of the crocodiles, Lin Sheng focused intently, his full attention on the by Ling boom. The frozen sludge exploded beneath them. A colossal creature, measuring 6 meters in length, leapt forth, its gaping maw lunging for the by Ling. It moved with lightning speed. Retreat, evade. Lin Sheng's pupils constricted. His commands were instinctively dispatched in a split second. Fortunately, the ice layer slightly hindered the crocodile's speed, and his mental transmission suffered no delays. In an instant, the by Ling executed a right-angle retreat, defying the laws of physics as it narrowly escaped the crocodile's jaws. The crocodile missed its strike, its massive body crashing back into the mire, disappearing into the depths. A direct assault was futile. Someone had to act as bait, stepping into the crocodile's ambush zone to lure them out at the cost of their own safety. In the case of a common lord, the solution would be to sacrifice lower-tier cannon fodder units. While the crocodiles were occupied with the bait, others could deal damage. Lin Sheng regarded the 10 latent units beside him, his brow furrowing. To use them as disposable bait? Too extravagant. Even contemplating this made his heart bleed. Yet, relinquishing this resource was out of the question. The relic mire differed from the subterranean labyrinth. The labyrinth, as a structure, would persist indefinitely, with resources refreshing periodically. In contrast, once all spoils were claimed from the relic mire, it would vanish entirely. The next encounter with such a special area would rely solely on luck. Lin Sheng took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening like an eagle. At this juncture, he had no choice but to gamble on skill. His title as a master of micromanagement was not given lightly. He cast aside all distractions, concentrating entirely on controlling the by Ling. His mind operated like a sophisticated machine, processing information at high speed. After all, it was merely 10 units, far simpler than orchestrating 1,000 troops in the later stages. The first group of 2 by Ling served as the control team, tasked with creating an optimal output environment by continuously freezing the surface area. The frozen span would expand, and thickness would increase. The second group of 7 by Ling formed the firepower team, positioned 10 meters behind, prepared to unleash their attacks at a moment's notice. The third group consisted of 1 by Ling, designated as the bait team, responsible for stepping into the output range to entice the greedy crocodile to reveal itself. Orders were transmitted seamlessly with intent, delivered methodically. The by Ling moved with the precision of finely tuned components, executing their actions in perfect harmony. The ice layer reformed, encompassing an even larger area, its thickness enhanced. It would thoroughly cover the ambush zone of the greedy crocodile. As the bait by Ling floated toward the red dot's location, crash, boom, the ice layer shattered violently. The giant crocodile erupted forth like a torpedo, breaking through the ice and sludge, propelled by fierce winds toward the by Ling. Now was the moment. Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened. Mental commands were dispatched instantaneously. Under his meticulous micromanagement, the bait by Ling retreated almost directly alongside the crocodile's razor-sharp teeth. Simultaneously, the firepower team commenced their attack. The crocodile's massive form crashed onto the ice layer, fracturing it severely, yet it held on by a thread. Chapter 54. Treasure hunting is always joyful. Lin Sheng deliberately expanded the freezing range for this very moment. The crocodile struggled upon the icy surface, the freezing effect of the icy mist spreading over its body, significantly hampering its speed. Now, it was like a shark stranded on land, completely at the mercy of its predators. Control team, immediately reinforce the ice layer beneath the target. Do not let it escape. Fire team, increase your output. The luminous orbs are directed at the greedy giant crocodile, precisely targeting the soft underbelly and the junction of the neck. Weak point hit. Extra damage. Accurate, but not sufficiently so. Lin Sheng once again takes control, aiming for the eyes and mouth. A multitude of luminous orbs are unleashed. They pierce through its eyelids, striking the eyeball. Devastating damage. The crocodile emits a painful roar, yet is simultaneously inundated with a barrage of white orbs, the force penetrating deeply into its innards. It struggles more violently, but the tide of battle cannot be reversed. It can only await its slow demise. After a full 5 rounds of striking its eyes and mouth, the greedy giant crocodile's health bar is finally depleted. Its massive body stands still, dissipating with a resounding thud into points of experience, merging into Lin Sheng's being. The experience from a Tier 4 unit is substantial, alas. Lin Sheng has been preoccupied with matters of territory and Celine, leaving no time for a job change. With the experience he has accumulated, he is likely to soar to level 13 upon transitioning. Having successfully approached the greedy giant crocodile, Lin Sheng feels a surge of exhilaration, finding his rhythm in battle. Just like that, a series of baiting maneuvers, focusing fire to eliminate. Wild monsters lack intelligence, except for boss level, and thereafter, one can simply follow the pattern. The combat evolves into a test of patience and extreme precision. The white spirits take turns acting as bait, darting on the edge of death. consuming a great deal of Lin Sheng's mental energy. Exhausted, with his back drenched in sweat, his gaze remains astonishingly bright. The last crocodile attempting a sneak attack is obliterated by several luminous orbs above the thin ice layer, its massive form slowly dissipating. Under the remote reconnaissance spell, not a single red dot remains in the area. The treasured mire returns to tranquility, with only floating shards of ice and a faint metallic scent of blood lingering. Breathing out a long sigh, Lin Sheng feels a weariness akin to mental fatigue, yet it is overshadowed by a profound sense of accomplishment. Finally accomplished. It is time to seek treasure. Rubbing his hands together, excitement glimmers in his eyes as he strides towards the mire. According to the post he had read in his previous life, the bubbling spots in the mire are where treasures lie. Lin Sheng steps onto the ice and approaches the central bubbling area, leaning down and plunging his hand into the mire. Splash! The first thing he pulls out is a hefty handful of gleaming coins. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 130 gold coins. Not too shabby. Lin Sheng aims for a larger bubble and dives in again. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 10 units of wood. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 15 units of stone. Why are they all basic resources? Lin Sheng silently prays to Lady Minier for assistance. He targets another large bubble and scoops again. A cylindrical object wrapped in waterproof cloth emerges. Lin Sheng uncovers it to reveal a scroll inscribed with complex flame runes. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained the Firestorm Scroll, Intermediate. An area of effect destructive magic, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. A splendid find. Lin Sheng immediately reaches in again, pulling out several bags radiating elemental fluctuations. Upon opening, they reveal elemental crystals, large bags, shimmering with various colors. A rare resource, indeed. Lin Sheng begins to grasp a pattern. The larger the bubble and the faster it rises, the more precious the item retrieved. With this knowledge, Lin Sheng patiently waits like a fisherman. A bubble the size of a fist surfaces. Without hesitation, he plunges his hand towards the bubbling depths. A heavy staff, its top embedded with a murky yellow gemstone. Embrace of the Mire staff, golden. A golden piece of equipment. Comes with the basic Mire spell. A quality staff for magic classes, which could fetch a handsome price if sold. Indeed, a bountiful haul. Following his experience, Lin Sheng refrains from reaching for anything that isn't a large bubble, and continues to extract several more pieces of equipment. An alligator tooth bracer, enhancing attack. Mire treading leggings, boosting speed. Alligator tooth helmet, increasing defense. And stream cloth armor, augmenting spell power. All of them share a golden quality, resulting in an extraordinary harvest. Lin Sheng feels a weight in his hands as another scroll, radiating a gentle holy light, emerges. Holy Light Shield Scroll, single. Cast a holy light spell on a target, blocking all attacks for 5 seconds. A life-saving treasure. Just then, a bubble the size of a head suddenly rises from the mire. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng reaches out. His hand touches a cold, hard, angular metal box, causing his heart to race. Its texture is not that of equipment. It can only be a special item or perhaps a strategic treasure. Lin Sheng grasps it firmly, swiftly pulling the metal box from the mire. Though small, it is exceptionally heavy, adorned with a brass lock. Holding his breath, Lin Sheng carefully pries open the box's clasp with a dagger. May Lady Minier bless him. May Celine bless him. May Hina bless him. It must be a strategic treasure. Inside, the box is lined with faded velvet, upon which rests a pearl the size of a dove's egg, perfectly round and jet black. Horn of Headwinds, B-tier strategic treasure. Attributes: ranged attack, defense 5, allied troops accuracy 2. Special effect: Headwind. Reduces the speed of all enemy flying units by 5, decreases their ranged attack accuracy, while slightly enhancing the ranged attack damage of allied troops. A marvelous item, specifically designed to counter flying units. With this, Lin Sheng can finally challenge those firewing hawks at his doorstep. As the treasure is unearthed, the mire's magic is fully expended, and no more bubbles emerge. The edges of the swamp begin to recede, gradually transforming into ordinary muddy ground. Lin Sheng contemplates the bounty in his backpack, thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, this special area has yielded rich rewards. He departs from the mire, seeking a dry patch of shade beneath a tree to rest briefly. The intense micromanaging has drained his mental faculties, necessitating a pause. It is also nearing noon, time for lunch. Lin Sheng nibbles on dried rations, hastily preparing a simple meal. He contemplates his next course of action. The Firebat Cliff, the next resource point marked on the map, also the last stop for today. Firebats, Tier 4, level 4 units. Their attributes rank among the lesser Tier 4 creatures. Their single target attack power is not exceptional, and their defense is mediocre. However, the challenge they present lies in their overwhelming numbers and the unique mobility of flying units. To deal with them, one either requires powerful area of effect damage or a sufficient number of anti-air units. Lin Sheng possesses neither. As the enemy's level increases, the disadvantages of relying on a single unit become apparent. The most crucial aspect of unit types is their synergy. A singular unit is easily countered. Had it not been for Lin Sheng's recent acquisition of the Horn of Headwinds, a treasure that counters flying units, he would not have even glanced at those fire bats. When time permits, he could return to the main city. In the fragments of memory from his previous life, there exists a hidden quest chain in the Dawn City, with a final reward of a formidable Tier 3 hidden unit. Securing such a unit would perfectly compensate for the current deficiency in unit diversity. Rising to his feet, Lin Sheng sets off with 10 white spirits toward the direction of the cliff. As the distance closed, the temperature in the air noticeably rose. When Lin Sheng arrived at the base of the cliff, the sight before him made his pupils constrict. Someone. Chapter 55. Rescuing Others. Below the towering crimson cliff, a swarm of fire bats, which had been nestled within a cave, erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. Their burning wings beat against the air, generating waves of scorching heat. They converged into a massive, roiling cloud, obscuring the sky and emitting a cacophony of sharp, spine-chilling cries. Beneath that ominous cloud stood 2 figures. Both were clad in lightweight iron plate armor, the quintessential garb of paladins. The male was tall and robust, wielding a one-handed sword and a kite shield, valiantly fending off the onslaught of fire bats coming from all directions. The female, comparatively petite, also held a sword and shield, but her movements were noticeably frantic as she clung closely to the towering paladin's side. A chill ran through Lin Sheng's heart. What was happening? Had someone arrived before him to claim this point? The challenge was considerable, even with his current companion, Bai Ling. He could not confidently assert that they could navigate the sea of fire bats unscathed. Had they encountered some formidable team? He immediately cast a long-range reconnaissance spell. The 2 were donned in the initial paladin gear, and their subordinates were equally pitiful. 5 human shield bearers, level 1. Rank 3, wielding shabby wooden shields and clad in rudimentary leather armor, barely forming a line of defense against the diving attacks of the fire bats. 3, lizardman archers, level 1. Rank 2, armed with rudimentary short bows and covered in green scales, were frantically shooting arrows into the sky. Their sparse projectiles insufficient against the overwhelming swarm of fire bats. Lin Sheng quickly deduced that they were not experts, merely 2 inexperienced newcomers who had ventured here. Just as he began to relax, the situation on the battlefield took a dire turn. The line held by the shield bearers began to falter. A squadron of fire bats, moving with astonishing speed, breached the fragile defense and surged towards the 3 lizardman archers who were drawing aggro. Screams erupted as the fire bats' sharp fangs instantly tore through the fragile bodies of the archers, who were annihilated in the blink of an eye. With the loss of ranged firepower, more fire bats no longer hesitated, accelerating their assault. They found a breach in the defense, like a torrent of flames breaking through a dam, rushing wildly towards the 2 paladins. Be careful. The tall male paladin's eyes widened in alarm as he roared, forcefully pushing his female companion backward and shouting, "Lin, run. I'll hold them off." He raised his shield high, stepping forward to shield her with his broad back. Prepared to face death, the 5 shield bearers readied themselves for sacrifice. "No, it's all my fault. I won't leave." Lin, the female paladin, spoke with a quivering voice filled with determination, raising her shield to fight alongside her companion. "Xiao Feng, I brought you here. If we die together." Yet, even if she truly fled, her speed would surely not match that of the fire bats. The only difference would be a delayed demise. Faced with the surging tide of fire bats, their resistance seemed utterly futile. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Lin Sheng intervened. Stacking spells, he cast Frosty Trail. A dense white mist materialized between the 2 and the bats. Simultaneously, a faint horn sounded. The Horn of Adverse Wind, activated, reducing the speed of all enemy flying units. A dozen fire bats plunged into the white mist, their movements abruptly halting as their bodies became enshrouded in thick frost, crashing down from the sky. Several orbs of light flew in to finish them off. The remaining bats, witnessing this, scattered to avoid the mist. A wave of deadly offense was instantly thwarted. Xiao Feng and Lin, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, turning in astonishment towards the source of the light orbs. There stood a well-equipped young man, exuding calm confidence, surrounded by 10 ethereal white specters. An unseen race of undead? Not even in the library's compendium. Could they be a hidden unit? Though curious, the duo had no time for contemplation. Thank you for your timely rescue." Xiao Feng's voice trembled with relief as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you," Lin quickly echoed, her pale face reflecting her fear and gratitude. "Hold the line. Leave the offense to me." Lin Sheng's voice rang out, low yet imbued with a reassuring strength. He regarded the 2 with a favorable impression. In the face of death, the man did not flee alone but chose to protect his companion. The woman, too, had not abandoned her teammate but opted to fight side by side. It was rare to find such selfless individuals in this day and age, truly commendable and worth saving. "All right, thank you for your assistance." Xiao Feng, invigorated, immediately rallied the remaining 5 shield bearers to tighten their defense, resolutely protecting himself and Lin. With Lin Sheng's involvement, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The white spirits hovered at a safe distance, the orbs of light striking down like the hand of death. leaving several fire bats lifeless with each volley. Lin Sheng calmly surveyed the battlefield. Whenever the fire bats attempted to gather for an assault, he commanded the white spirits to unleash concentrated fire, disrupting their formations. Simultaneously, he utilized Frosty Trail to create small zones of slow, further disarraying the bat's charge. Protected by the shield bearers, Xiaofeng and Lin effectively retaliated, using holy sword techniques to slay the few bats that slipped through. The fire bats fell like cut wheat, one after another. After a tense 15 minutes, the battle concluded, the fire bats were eradicated, and tranquility finally returned to the base of the cliff. Xiaofeng and Lin were nearly exhausted. Their faces beamed with the joy of survival as they supported each other and hurriedly approached Lin Sheng, bowing deeply. Benefactor, we cannot thank you enough. Had you not intervened in time, we would likely have perished here today. Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude with fervor. Thank you for saving us. Lin followed suit, her voice earnest, filled with lingering fear and appreciation. Lords? Lin Sheng regarded their initial paladin armor, directly inquiring. Yes. Are you also? Xiaofeng and Lin exchanged glances, surprise illuminating their expressions. Previously, they had assumed Lin Sheng was a native hero of this world. Given his impressive gear and formidable troops, it is an honor to meet someone of your stature. I am Li Xiaofeng, and this is Lin Sheng. He replied, nodding in acknowledgement. A pleasure to meet you, and thank you for your life-saving intervention. Xiaofeng repeatedly expressed gratitude, adopting a humble demeanor. We cannot compare to your prowess. We possess little, and likely lack essential resources as well, so. Xiaofeng glanced at the dark entrance of the bat cave atop the cliff, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by determination. This resource point of fire bats rightfully belongs entirely to you. We have no objections. Lin vigorously nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the young man's decision. Chapter 56. Without trust, one cannot stand. Lin Sheng observed them, then glanced at the cave, shaking his head. We will split the spoils evenly. You have contributed, and without your efforts in the front line, I would not have managed to clear them so easily. He held a considerable admiration for the character of these two individuals, marking the beginning of a newfound friendship. Oh, how could we possibly accept such kindness? We are merely fortunate to have salvaged our lives. Xiaofeng hastily waved his hand, proposing a compromise. Let us take a modest share of the basic resources within, but should there be any equipment or treasures of significant value, they shall all rightfully belong to you. Please, do not decline. This is already a considerable favor on your part, and our gratitude for saving our lives cannot be adequately repaid with such trivialities. Observing the earnestness in their demeanor, Lin Sheng smiled, conceding, very well. Let us each take what we need. Should anything suitable for a paladin be discovered, do not hesitate to accept it. Xiaofeng and Lin promptly agreed. Of course, we shall heed your words. It was curious how such benevolent souls found themselves in this desolate wilderness. Lin Sheng, intrigued, inquired, how did you come across this resource point? The two, without hesitation, disclosed, we were assigned a task to assist a retired paladin in locating a badge. Lin Sheng nodded in understanding. I shall keep an eye out for the items related to your quest. Thank you. Perhaps we should exchange contact information. We would be happy to share half of the rewards from this task with you. The lair of the fire bats was perched midway up a steep cliff. Xiaofeng produced a grappling hook launcher, aimed, and fired, the claw embedding itself firmly into the rocky outcrop. Testing the rope's strength, he turned to Lin Sheng and said, allow me to scout the path for you. No need, Lin Sheng replied, utilizing his enhanced physical capabilities to scale the sheer cliff face unaided. The three ventured into the depths of the fire bat's lair, commencing their search for spoils. Gold coins, wood, elemental crystals, sulfur, and a plethora of resources filled the cave. Resource points of this nature were indeed bountiful. The two adhered to their earlier agreement, taking only a handful of coins and materials, leaving the majority for Lin Sheng. As they delved deeper into the cave, Lin Sheng and the duo parted ways in their exploration. The two stumbled upon a golden chest buried beneath some rubble. A golden chest? They gasped in astonishment. They were no longer naive novices and understood the value of such treasures. Currently, the most formidable items on the market were merely rare silver-grade equipment, while golden perfection-grade artifacts were only seen on the most powerful local heroes. Upon opening the chest, a radiant item sprang forth, landing at their feet, a necklace adorned with pigeon blood rubies, exquisite in design. A D-grade alchemical treasure, Heart of Flames. Attributes: increases all fire damage dealt by the entire party by 1. The two exchanged glances, a flicker of awe and reluctance passing between them. This was a treasure. After all, even the most basic alchemical artifacts could fetch several 100,000 gold coins in the market. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng was occupied on the other side, searching for supplies. If they had chosen to conceal the treasure and stash it away in their bags, no one would have been the wiser. Yet without a moment's hesitation, they called out to Lin Sheng, Sir, please come here. We have found a treasure. Integrity is the foundation of trust. Promises must be upheld. They chose the paladin class not merely for the skills, but because they resonated with the paladin's ideals. From a distance, Xiaofeng extended the necklace toward Lin Sheng, saying, Please accept this. Observing their actions, Lin Sheng's regard for the two rose even higher. To remain true to oneself in the face of great treasure and to express gratitude truly reflected their commendable character. With a wave of his hand, Lin Sheng summoned a badge to fly toward them. Here is your task item. Keep it safe. The two caught the badge with delight and stowed it in their bags. And this, Lin Sheng gestured toward a battered wooden chest he had dragged over, indicating they should open it, is paladin gear I found over there, perfectly suited for you. Skeptical yet hopeful, they opened the chest to find it filled with straw. But nestled within were two exquisitely crafted silver-white plate armor sets. Fiery Guardian plate armor, silver. The attributes were quite impressive, offering substantial defensive capabilities and notable resistance to fire damage. Moreover, the two sets constituted a complete ensemble: gauntlets, armor, greaves, boots, and helmet. All 5 pieces together would enhance their constitution by 1 point, a hidden attribute affecting various resistance checks. A prime transitional gear for paladins, Lin Sheng casually remarked. I shall keep the treasure, this belongs to you. This. Xiao Feng, cradling the armor, was left speechless, as if caught in a dream. Lin, too, covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. This is far too valuable. Xiao Feng stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. This gift far exceeded his expectations. The current silver-grade equipment was sufficient to place them well ahead of others, though they had agreed upon this arrangement beforehand. It was Lin Sheng who had cleared out the wild monsters. They were merely fortunate beneficiaries, grateful to have survived. Furthermore, having completed the task meant they were not leaving empty-handed. These 2 pieces of armor were pure serendipity. Lin Sheng waved his hand, saying, enough of the formalities. Quickly don your new gear. Strive to grow stronger. In this world, strength is paramount. Thank you. They assisted each other in donning the gleaming armor, instantly revitalized. Lin Sheng cast a satisfied glance, nodding in approval. This young couple was rather pleasant. There was a mutual affection between them. Yet it seemed they had yet to break through the barrier of shyness. While rummaging through the cave, they uncovered a few scattered pieces of silver equipment, none of which were suitable for paladins. Selling them at auction would be a wise choice, especially given the financial demands during the early stages of territory development. Lin Sheng entrusted these pieces to the two, instructing them to auction them at the main city. The auction fees could be deducted from the funds, with the remaining money sent through the system. He found their character trustworthy. After exchanging friend requests, Lin Sheng bid them farewell. With the day still young, Lin Sheng intended to circle around the town to clear out more wild monsters and gather resources. Many villagers recognized him and were eager to assist, knowing he was on a quest to locate monster resource points. They were aware that he held no heirs, his only desire being to hunt monsters and acquire resources. With the guidance of the local villagers, Lin Sheng's efficiency skyrocketed, yielding a mutually beneficial outcome. He saved time while the villagers eliminated threats, ensuring their daily agricultural pursuits remained uninterrupted. The wild monsters surrounding the town posed little danger. Lin Sheng entrusted their defeat to Bai Ling. With time on his hands, he remotely controlled the sentinels within his territory, utilizing their vision to monitor Serenia's condition. Though he had allowed her some freedom, he could not entirely neglect her. Serenia had yet to clean her quarters. The ingrained notions from royal upbringing would not easily be overturned. After remaining calm for most of the morning, she became restless in the afternoon, devising various escape attempts, including but not limited to picking locks, ramming doors, and climbing out windows, all in vain. The Lord's manor was fortified with magical protections, and even if she managed to pick the lock, escape would remain impossible. She appeared quite spirited, suggesting she would not perish from hunger anytime soon. So he decided to let her endure a few more days without food. Lin Sheng chose to ignore her. After all, the most critical aspect of her was the knowledge in her mind. As long as her intellect remained intact, he cared little for her whims. As dusk fell, Lin Sheng returned to the quaint little town with the intention of seeking out Celine for a delightful dinner. In contrast to the haughty and headstrong elven princess, this little girl was as bashful as a kitten, provoking an irresistible urge to tease her. Chapter 57, Outdoor Instruction. Night descended, and the stars adorned the sky above Able Town. After a day of relentless pursuits, Lin Sheng, with a familiar food box in hand, navigated his way towards Celine with practiced ease. To his mild surprise, this time, the slender figure was not perched atop the rooftops, but was waiting at the alley's entrance well in advance. Leaning against the stone wall, Celine unconsciously tapped her toes lightly against the ground. The moonlight bathed her in a soft glow, outlining her graceful silhouette. As Lin Sheng's figure appeared at the alley's mouth, she almost instantly lifted her head, her golden eyes sparkling in the darkness, resembling 2 luminous stars. She hurriedly approached him, her delicate face radiating an unmistakable pride and anticipation. "Hey," she called, her voice deliberately maintaining an air of coolness, yet the inflection betrayed a hint of excitement. "The task you entrusted me with has been accomplished. My efficiency is rather impressive, wouldn't you say?" Celine slightly raised her petite chin, her small nose imperceptibly tilting upwards. Resembling a proud little cat that had just completed a remarkable feat that Baron Ibs is, in truth, nothing more than a superficial fool. Having failed to embark on the path of a hero, his ability to command troops relies solely on the hereditary noble title that enhances his dominion. With fingers counting off her resources, Selene recounted, he commands merely 5 human spear wielders, first level, first tier, along with 2 half-orc sword maidens, first level, first tier. With such meager assets, they wouldn't even suffice to fill your teeth, she affirmed, having confirmed the information multiple times, ensuring its absolute accuracy. After delivering her report, Selene blinked her beautiful golden eyes, sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Sheng, clearly conveying a singular message. Am I remarkable? Praise me. I can hardly wait to hear your compliments. Observing Selene's earnest attempt to maintain her pride while eagerly awaiting approval, Lin Sheng couldn't help but smile, his voice dripping with unrestrained admiration and affection. Selene, you are truly brilliant. This intelligence is crucial and has been immensely helpful. Humph, of course, I am quite formidable, and you will find that having me join your territory is a great boon, Selene declared, her small head held high in satisfaction. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lin Sheng felt an irresistible urge to ruffle her hair. However, just as his fingers were about to touch her locks, Selene swiftly dodged, tilting her head away. Hey, you fool. It was already excessive for you to pat my head last time. It absolutely cannot happen again. A girl's head should not be touched indiscriminately. She puffed her cheeks in an attempt to appear stern, her golden eyes glaring at Lin Sheng with a hint of seriousness. Yet, she harbored her own aspirations. If she were to join his domain, assuming she meant to, she desired to become a significant figure, even a commander, fighting alongside him to expand his territory, rather than merely playing the role of a cute sidekick. This was her unique pride and stubbornness. My apologies, Lin Sheng acquiesced, immediately retracting his hand with a smile. Now that you've finished your tasks, we have ample time to enjoy dinner. Follow me. Selene beckoned as she led Lin Sheng to her secret base, the true sanctuary where she found solace in the town. The rooftops were merely vantage points. One couldn't dine atop someone's head every day. After a winding journey through the alleys of the Eastern District, they arrived at a secluded corner, where Selene had meticulously constructed a straw nest, alongside some clothing and odds and ends, her entire worldly possessions. This was the first time Selene had brought Lin Sheng to her hideout. Perched like a little cat atop the straw pile, she patted the spot beside her. Come. This lovely place is reserved for you. Lin Sheng plopped down and opened the food box he had brought. Selene scooted closer to him, peering into the box's contents, their shoulders nearly touching. Go on, eat up before it gets cold, Lin Sheng encouraged with a smile. Selene's golden eyes narrowed with delight as she chewed, her cheeks full like a hamster, savoring every bite. It seemed that with Lin Sheng by her side, the meal tasted particularly sweet. Lin Sheng, watching her charming visage illuminated by the moonlight, felt his weariness from the day wash away. After their meal, Selene contentedly patted her little belly, hugging her knees as she gazed into the distance, a hint of hesitation replacing her earlier delight. There is something I wish to discuss with you. With her pearly teeth nibbling at her lip, it appeared she had made a significant decision. Lin Sheng's heart inexplicably tightened. Now that her task was complete, she wouldn't be thinking of leaving, would she? After all, the specter of the Mage Tower's pursuit loomed ever-present. The money he had given her was sufficient for her to escape to another place. Maintaining a gentle tone, he softly inquired, what is it? If there is anything troubling you, please share. I'm here to listen. Selene lifted her head, her golden eyes shimmering under the moonlight with a complex mixture of anticipation, anxiety, and perhaps reliance. Taking a deep breath, she finally summoned her courage, her voice barely above a whisper, yet exceptionally clear. I see that you seem quite formidable. May I learn to fight alongside you? Understanding Lin Sheng's intentions and cherishing their time together, she felt the pressing need to become strong, to be an indispensable support for him. No, a pillar. Lin Sheng's taut heartstrings instantly relaxed, and without a trace of hesitation, he laughed heartily. Of course, that would be no problem at all. Really? For someone like me who hasn't even completed the hero's journey? Selene exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise, having feared rejection. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, his gaze towards her filled with encouragement. Your foundation is excellent. You merely lack some practical experience and skills. How about this? Tonight, I'll take you to the barracks and assess your current mastery of your profession. Tomorrow morning, we will venture out to find a place for practical combat training. What do you think? Yes. Selene nodded vigorously, swiftly packing her belongings and urging Lin Sheng. Let us hurry. Yes, you silly girl. Just saying it once is sufficient. In the simple barracks of Abel Town, a roaring campfire illuminated the surroundings. Due to the need for training, the ambient light from the orderly flames was insufficient. Lin Sheng regarded Selene with a calm, yet focused demeanor, shedding the usual warmth in his voice. Selene, you are a mage, correct? Selene, her expression earnest, her golden eyes sparkling with curiosity, nodded vigorously. Yes. Chapter 58, Practical Assessment. Mages are generally divided into 2 paths, arcane and elemental. Arcane mages typically wield arcane magic, a discipline driven by order, rules, and knowledge, akin to modern programming languages, emphasizing precise control and understanding of magic. Elemental mages, on the other hand, primarily manipulate the elemental forces of nature, fire, water, wind, and thunder, often emphasizing a connection with the elemental energies of the natural world. The study of spells values quality over quantity. Mages usually choose one direction to specialize and refine their skills. In her previous life, Serenia was an arcane mage, wielding enigmatic and formidable arcane magic, complemented by her innate talent for the field of anti-magic, rendering her invincible against any foe. Lin Sheng continued, "The skills you have displayed lean towards the arcane. Am I correct?" Serenia nodded in affirmation. The abilities she exhibited included the elusive arcane evasion, a means to dodge a single attack, and the levitation spell, which lightened her weight and enhanced her speed. It was evident that she had a proclivity for the arcane specialization. "Allow me to impart some techniques of the arcane mage to you," Lin Sheng offered. In his previous life, he had been targeted by major guilds for a grueling 12 years, with trouble constantly finding him. Thanks to their relentless pursuit, Lin Sheng had become intimately familiar with all professions. While arcane mages lacked the destructive power of elemental mages, they excelled in the intricate and capricious art of spellcasting. Thus, the first principle is to understand your adversaries and exploit their preconceived notions about mages to counter them. As Lin Sheng elaborated, Serenia was wholly engrossed in her studies. They were far removed from the town center, enveloped in a serene and tranquil atmosphere, with only the crackling of the campfire as background music, and under the moonlight, the two guardians of the flame sat. Almost every melee profession recognizes that the greatest vulnerability of a mage lies in the rigidity during the incantation of spells, particularly when preparing powerful spells, as mages must concentrate fully, rendering them momentarily immobile. Consequently, there exists a deceitful tactic, feigning the casting of a potent spell to lure melee professions into using their mobility skills. This is merely a rudimentary technique. A clever adversary can discern the pretense of spellcasting and choose to approach cautiously, waiting for the right moment. In such situations, one must learn to manipulate mana fluctuations to disguise the accumulation of mana for a powerful attack. In truth, one could amass mana to unleash skills that counter close-range attackers, such as using the Ring of Resistance to force levitation and then follow up with an arcane explosion, balancing control with output to deliver a significant surprise to melee opponents. To counter mages, melee fighters learn to exploit moments of rigidity, prompting mages to invent the art of feigned rigidity to bait their foes. Subsequently, melee fighters learn to predict mana fluctuations, rendering simple pretenses of rigidity ineffective. Eventually, mages adapted to disguise their mana fluctuations, challenging their opponents to discern whether they were genuinely charging a formidable spell or leading them into a trap. The interplay between mages and melee fighters transformed into a nested game of wits, reliant on practical experience. Furthermore, there exists the art of concealed casting, wherein one uses the mana fluctuations of powerful spells to obscure the presence of trap spells, thereby masking one's true intentions. High-level adversaries can sense magical fluctuations, often judging the type of spell one intends to unleash based on the intensity and range of the gathered mana. Lin Sheng explained, for instance, if you need to deploy a concealed, slow trap, or binding trap, but the enemy perceives the mana fluctuations, they will be cautious and reluctant to approach. Therefore, interspersing such skills amidst the casting of powerful spells is prudent. For example, when casting Arcane Storm or Arcane Blast, which produce significant and conspicuous mana fluctuations, one can shroud the release of Slow Trap in silence, laying traps undetected. Each tactical explanation and demonstration by Lin Sheng opened a gateway to a new world for Serenia. She listened with unwavering focus, her golden eyes shimmering with brilliance. The doubts and anxieties within her dissipated entirely. With his guidance, the future appeared clear and brimming with hope. Serenia possessed an astonishing talent, almost to a terrifying extent. Much like a top student in an elite class, many techniques and concepts were grasped by her with mere recounting from Lin Sheng, enabling her to extrapolate and innovate further. Had she been born in Lin Sheng's world, she would undoubtedly have been the teacher's most cherished pupil. Upon concluding his teachings, Lin Sheng observed Serenia, now fully assimilated with the knowledge. Having discussed so much theory, it is time to solidify it through practical application. Absolutely. Serenia nodded eagerly. Then let us begin. Lin Sheng hefted the wooden training sword in his hand. Its tip angled towards the ground, and in an instant, his demeanor transformed. The gentle mentor vanished, replaced by an aura of a predator lurking in the shadows, cold, precise, and lethal. The rogue class has always been the arch-nemesis of mages. You must exercise caution. Serenia inhaled deeply, suppressing the initial nervousness of facing Lin Sheng in practice. Her golden eyes igniting with fervent combat spirit, arcane energy subtly rippling around her. Bring it on. Dash. Lin Sheng's figure suddenly blurred, transforming into a streak of shadow. Launching a direct assault, Serenia deftly retreated, widening the distance while pushing both hands forward. Arcane missiles. Several energy missiles, each the size of a fist, coalesced instantaneously. Unleashing a barrage akin to a machine gun, Lin Sheng's wooden sword became a blur, expertly cleaving through the missiles, all while his speed remained undiminished. Closing the gap to within 2 meters of Serenia in the blink of an eye, the sword, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, aimed directly at her chest. Yet Serenia remained unfazed. Just as the wooden sword was about to connect, her form vanished in a flash. Blink. Serenia reappeared approximately 20 meters to Lin Sheng's left rear. Immediately, she began to gather mana in her left palm, preparing to unleash Shockwave. The entire process flowed seamlessly, a textbook mage's combat strategy. The blink was intended for executing an area attack. Shockwave, a multi-hit area damage spell, was inescapable and unguardable. She intended to conclude the battle with this thunderous strike. However, the timing of her displacement skill had been premature. Lin Sheng's calm voice cut through the air like ice water. His wooden sword firmly locked onto her position. He lowered his body slightly to gather strength. Lunge, the rogue's close-quarters execution skill, required an incredibly brief charging stance. Its explosive speed was astounding. While Shockwave required 3 seconds to charge, Lunge demanded only half a second. Without the blink, how could she evade this deadly thrust? Chapter 59. This fellow is indeed quite popular. Lin Sheng surged forward like a flash of lightning, arriving before Serenia in an instant. The delicate features of her face were mere inches away, within grasp. Lin Sheng raised the wooden sword. This time, what would she do? Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Buzz. An arcane magic circle suddenly illuminated beneath Lin Sheng's feet, enveloping him in a field of deceleration. It was the slow trap. Within the trap, Lin Sheng's movements became sluggish as if he were a snail, his wooden sword suspended midair. The seriousness on Serenia's face melted away, a subtle smirk of triumph emerging as she reveled in her success, while gathering Shockwave to draw his attention. She had deftly employed dual casting to secretly lay down the slow trap in front of her. This trap had perfectly anticipated Lin Sheng's trajectory of attack. For a melee profession to be ensnared by a mage signifies an unequivocal defeat. I win. Serenia's eyes sparkled with delight as she released her Shockwave, her taut body relaxing. Just then a voice, akin to a phantom, whispered close to the back of her head. Foolish girl, do not let your guard down. Even when confronted with the corpse of an enemy, one must question its authenticity. No sooner had the words escaped than a wooden sword lightly tapped the crown of her soft hair. Serenia, startled like a frightened kitten, sprang away and turned to look behind her. Lin Sheng stood there, a mischievous smile gracing his face. She swiftly turned back toward the direction of the trap. Before her, Lin Sheng, ensnared by the stasis trap, appeared to shimmer and ripple like water, his figure dissipating into the air. What is this? Serenia blinked her large eyes in confusion, utterly bewildered. Lacking formal training, she was unfamiliar with many skills of various professions. Lin Sheng sheathed his wooden sword and approached her, patiently elucidating. One of the rogue's skills, doppelganger, creates a phantom to confuse foes. Of course, what I employed is a more advanced version, phantom doppelganger, which can, at critical moments, deceive even the most discerning eye, even triggering traps in my stead. Defeated, Serenia felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Lin Sheng encouraged her, saying, you performed exceptionally well. Your timing, tactical response, and magical control were nothing short of impeccable. Even now, you could attain a gold medal in the arena. Unlike her, Lin Sheng was a seasoned veteran. Having fought for 12 arduous years, he could discern her intentions with a mere gesture. Serenia exhaled softly, raising her small head with golden eyes blazing like the sun, fixed intently on Lin Sheng. Her gaze brimmed not with despair, but with a fierce, unquenchable fighting spirit. I refuse to accept this. Again, her voice rang clear and resolute, echoing above the barracks. Failure did not dishearten her. Rather, it ignited her resolve. Lin Sheng admired her indomitable spirit. Such tenacity was indeed the most precious cornerstone for climbing to the zenith of strength. Very well, let us try again. Failure is not to be feared. One must merely glean lessons from it and rise once more. The true terror lies in succumbing to despair after defeat, losing even the courage to stand again. He raised the wooden sword once more, assuming an attacking stance. This time, I shall show no mercy. Be wary. Serenia's expression turned serious, arcane energy swirling around her once more. Training continued for an extended period until Serenia's magical reserves were utterly depleted. Sweat dampened the wisps of hair on her forehead, clinging to her fair cheeks, her breath coming in quick gasps, yet her spirit remained remarkably invigorated. Let us conclude for today, Lin Sheng said, wiping the sweat from his brow, gazing at the rapidly advancing young woman with a sense of pride. Rest well. Tomorrow we shall venture out for practical training. Yes. Serenia nodded vigorously, her golden eyes sparkling in the firelight, brimming with anticipation for the morrow. By the campfire, Lin Sheng erected 2 simple single-person tents. With the assistance of a unit tasked with monitoring the fire, these units possessed a basic level of intelligence. The risk of fire was mitigated. Get some rest. he instructed before retreating into his tent. Serenia followed suit, entering her own small tent. Inside lay a clean blanket and a soft pillow, imbued with the warmth of sunlight. Tentatively, she touched the fabric before lying down. How comfortable. It was perfectly suited for unwinding her weary, sore body. The camp was tranquil, the only sounds being the crackling of the burning fire. Serenia turned onto her side, her gaze drawn involuntarily to the neighboring tent. The flickering glow of the orderly fire cast a blurred silhouette of Lin Sheng upon the fabric. That outline was calm and steady, instilling a sense of peace. She gazed at the swaying shadow for what felt like an eternity. It was as if his presence warded off the relentless specters of pursuit and the anxiety of uncertainty, shielding her within the tense confines. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her, allowing her taut nerves to fully relax. For the first time since her escape, she felt utterly devoid of defenses within an absolute sense of safety. As she continued to watch, a warm flush crept up her cheeks. Serenia abruptly buried her flushed face into the pillow, emitting a muffled whimper tinged with embarrassment. She had been staring at his shadow for so long, like a fool. As night deepened, Serenia, completely at ease, fell into a deep slumber, her breathing becoming steady and prolonged, the corners of her mouth hinting at a barely perceptible smile of contentment. The following dawn, as the first light broke, Lin Sheng and Serenia had breakfast, organized their belongings, and prepared to depart the barracks for outdoor combat training. The surrounding area offered no particularly dangerous resource points, making it ideal for Serenia to hone her skills. The two traversed a narrow path through the fields. In the wheat fields, industrious farmers were already harvesting the crops, while women in headscarves assisted nearby. Upon spotting Lin Sheng and his companion, they paused their work, approaching with gratitude. "Sir, please wait." A village woman presented a golden brown loaf of coarse wheat bread, placing it into Lin Sheng's hands. It was evident that this was not for their own consumption, but a special gift. "Thanks to you driving away the venomous wolf pack, my husband can harvest the wheat in peace. Please accept this small token of our appreciation. Indeed, thank you for exterminating those monsters. Take these breads to enjoy on your journey, sir. And here are my wild fruits. They are so sweet." The children eagerly offered baskets brimming with wild berries, their innocent faces radiating admiration. With sincere smiles, they expressed their gratitude to Lin Sheng for clearing the surrounding area of wild creatures, enabling them to harvest safely and face the impending cold winter. Serenia stood quietly a little distance away, her golden eyes observing the scene intently. An indescribable emotion began to quietly blossom within her heart, tinged with a sense of pride she had not even realized she possessed. This fellow is truly popular. Her gaze sparkled with a gentle and bright light, and her lips involuntarily curled into a small smile. Chapter 60, The Banquet at Hongmen. Just then, a little girl with horned braids timidly emerged from behind the adults. She held a small wicker basket filled with freshly washed wild fruits. Instead of approaching Lin Sheng, she walked up to Serenia, looking up at the mysterious older sister with her bright, round eyes. Serenia, cloaked in her robe to conceal her face and figure, wished to remain incognito. The girl's voice was clear yet slightly shy as she raised the small basket high, offering it to Serenia, who hid her face beneath her cloak. "Sister, you are the companion of the big brother, right? How amazing. This is for you. I also want to be like you, to stand beside the big brother and become so strong." Serenia was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. The girl's words were like pebbles cast into a serene pond, stirring ripples that unearthed the questions she had long avoided in her heart. "Am I his companion? I believe I am. We fight side by side, sharing food and secrets. He teaches me, protects me, and I trust him, even rely on him." Yet, this answer brought not pure joy. Immediately following was the frigid shadow that had long enveloped her, the Mage Tower. Those towering spires of sorcery, the merciless pursuers, and the lethal magical traps, all conspired to ensnare the flicker of warmth that had just begun to rise within her. This rare tranquility and sense of belonging was as fragile as a soap bubble glistening in the sunlight, ready to be punctured by the shadow of the Mage Tower, vanishing into nothingness. Worse still, it could endanger the very person who had bestowed this warmth upon her. She was acutely aware that Lin Sheng's future achievements were boundless. Yet at present, he required the time to develop. The turmoil coiled around her heart, like tenacious vines, constricting her breath. The deeper this bond became, the greater the peril it posed to Lin Sheng. Yet, how could she relinquish the warmth, the assurance, and the hope she had just begun to feel? "Sister?" The small girl's voice, tinged with confusion and a hint of anxiety, accompanied by her stubbornly raised basket of wild fruits, pierced through the gloom that shrouded Serenia's heart. With a jolt, she snapped back to reality, realizing her momentary lapse. Serenia gazed into the innocent, expectant eyes of the little girl, forcibly suppressing her tumultuous emotions, and managed to present a gentle, albeit strained, smile. Instead of accepting the basket of wild fruits, she extended her hand and tenderly stroked the girl's soft hair. Her voice, light and soothing, seemed to address both the child and herself. "Thank you, little sister. The fruits are lovely. Keep them for yourself." She paused, her golden eyes locking onto the girl's, as if piercing through the haze, revealing a core of unwavering resolve. Like me, always remember, never underestimate yourself. As long as you do not give up, one day, you too shall become formidable. I will not falter either, even if I am temporarily forced to part from him. I will continue to strive, to one day shatter that mage tower into ruins, and to stand proudly by his side in the future. Though the little girl seemed only partially understanding, the gentle touch from her beautiful sister and the encouraging words filled her with joy, prompting her to smile brightly and nod vigorously. Okay, thank you, sister. I will work hard. She abandoned her insistence on delivering the fruits, clutching her small basket, and happily scampered back to the adults. Serena watched the girl's retreating figure, then glanced at Lin Sheng, who was bidding farewell to the villagers, her gaze complex. What's wrong? Lin Sheng, sensing her preoccupation, turned to inquire. Serena broke into a radiant smile, hastily running a few steps to catch up with him. It's nothing. I need to work hard now. Let us go. The villagers have discovered several locations of wild creatures, saving us the trouble of searching everywhere. Lin Sheng led Serena into the wilderness, imparting combat skills and useful knowledge along the way. The sense of nurturing a future empress, witnessing her gradual growth, was truly delightful. The two of them plundered the wild creature resource points surrounding them. Serena had yet to ignite her heroic flame. Thus all the resources acquired were joyfully accepted by Lin Sheng, observing her excitedly wielding the embrace of the marsh staff and bustling about. Lin Sheng felt a rare pang of guilt. He felt akin to a ruthless capitalist, mercilessly reaping the value that Serena had created. Yet, he had to admit, this sensation was rather enjoyable. Serena cast a curious glance at Lin Sheng. What are you dawdling for? We should be going. Yes. Lin Sheng snapped back to attention, a smile gracing his lips as he quickened his pace to walk alongside her. Serena treaded lightly along the path, her precious staff in hand, her fingers unconsciously tracing the peculiar patterns etched upon its surface, much like a child who had just received a cherished toy. She had never encountered equipment of such quality before. Typically, she would rely on her bare hands to channel spells, which often resulted in a cumbersome and exhausting experience. Now, wielding a staff for the first time made spellcasting remarkably smooth, enhancing the potency of her magic. Suddenly, she turned her head, her golden eyes narrowing playfully at Lin Sheng. Hey you, sudden gifts of such fine equipment. Are you trying to sweeten me up with sugar-coated bullets? Expecting me to become your servant in repayment? Though she adored the gift and cherished it deeply, she feigned an air of caution, hesitant to voice her gratitude or express her delight. Lin Sheng cleared his throat, a mischievous tone lacing his words. Dearest Serena, have you not already been working for me? Your efficiency just now was commendable and certainly deserving of recognition. Therefore, I will rely on you to assist me further. The tasks ahead rest upon your capable shoulders. If the people in the capital were to discover that one could obtain golden quality weapons and an entire ensemble of golden mage gear simply by clearing wild creatures, they would certainly scramble to do so, all while kneeling in gratitude to the benefactor. The affectionate address caused the tips of Serena's ears to turn imperceptibly crimson. Embarrassed and vexed, she could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. Her gaze flickered with playful reproach, and a subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a different kind of charm. She was not unaware of her worth. It was merely her inner shyness that stifled her sincerity. The two continued their labors until dusk. Returning to the small town under the glow of the setting sun, a steward stood at the entrance, his eyes brightening upon spotting Lin Sheng, hastening toward him. My lord Lin Sheng, you have finally returned. The steward presented a gilded invitation, bowing deeply. The Baron earnestly invites you to grace his estate with your presence for a banquet this evening. Though time is short, the Baroness' respect for you is genuine and urgent. An invitation to dine at the Baroness' estate? Was the Baron finally ready to make a move? Serena's golden eyes, hidden beneath her cloak, sharpened with intensity as she gently tugged at Lin Sheng's sleeve. Sensing her tension, Lin Sheng reassuringly patted the back of her hand. With a calm smile, he accepted the invitation. I will arrive punctually. Chapter 61, A Deeper Exchange. We look forward to your presence. The steward sighed in relief, bowing deeply before hastily departing. Once the steward left, Serena lowered her voice, urgency lacing her words. You fool. That guy is clearly up to no good. Why would you still go? Lin Sheng maintained his smile, patiently explaining. Serena, this is his territory. Evading him will only allow him to weave plots in the shadows. It is better to meet him head-on and discern his true intentions. Besides, he added, a confident smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe that Baron Ebes has the means to detain me? Considering his unfathomable prowess, Serena's taut nerves relaxed slightly as she nodded. True. Those first-tier troops are insufficient to challenge him alone. Lin Sheng turned to Serena, gently extending his palm before her, inviting. So, Serena, do you wish to accompany me to this perilous banquet? Me? Really? Serena's heart skipped a beat. She certainly wished to go, to remain by his side, ready to assist should any troubles arise. However, she hesitated, her voice dropping. Perhaps not. There will be too many people at the banquet, and I might cause you trouble. Banquets were not like wilderness adventures. She could not attend in her cloak, which would only attract suspicion and ridicule. Moreover, should her true visage be unveiled and the mage tower become aware, it would undoubtedly herald even greater peril for Lin Sheng. With a flourish akin to a magician's trick, Lin Sheng produced an exquisite half-mask, its material reminiscent of silver, yet not quite silver, perfectly concealing above the bridge of his nose. "Fear not, for I am well prepared," he assured. This was merely a common ornament, a trinket he had purchased without any attribute enhancement, yet it sufficed to obscure her identity. At a noble banquet, one could hardly expect the blind to employ divination spells indiscriminately. Serenia regarded the mask momentarily, hesitating. Ultimately, however, she extended her delicate, alabaster hand to accept it. "Very well. In light of your earnest invitation, I shall accompany you this once." As she slowly donned the mask, the silver facade cloaked her flawless forehead and exquisite visage, revealing only her elegantly contoured vermilion lips and finely sculpted chin. This veiling did not diminish her beauty. Rather, it augmented an alluring air of mystery, inviting intrigue. Lin Sheng gazed upon her masked countenance with a tender, yet resolute expression. "This is but a temporary measure, Serenia. I assure you. I shall strive to enable you to remove the mask and walk openly by my side on this land, basking in the sunlight." "Fool, who cares about that? As long as I can be with you, it matters not." Serenia's cheeks had already flushed with warmth beneath the mask, yet her words remained defiantly stubborn. "Humph. All right. I shall reluctantly trust you this once. But do be cautious. Do not be reckless. I cannot abide foolish men who stubbornly cling to their pride." "Then let us proceed." "My dear Lady Serenia." The two arrived before the opulent estate of the nobles. Attendants clad in impeccably tailored uniforms bowed in unison to welcome them. The butler himself guided them into the resplendent hall. "Lord Lin Sheng, please wait a moment. My master is presently attending to urgent matters upstairs and shall descend shortly to meet you. In the meantime, please enjoy the banquet." With a respectful bow, the butler withdrew. The hall was ablaze with light, crystal chandeliers refracting dazzling luminescence. A long table was adorned with pristine white linens, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies: golden roasted suckling pig, delicate pastries, honey-glazed meats, and an assortment of rare fruits. The air was thick with a melange of aromas, food, fine wine, and perfume. Prominent figures from the nearby towns had gathered: factory owners, presidents of merchant guilds, and haughty minor nobles adorned with their family crests. They mingled in clusters, raising their crystalline goblets, engaging in boisterous discussions about commerce, territories, or the latest gossip from the capital, their laughter disingenuous and exaggerated. Though masked, Serenia stood beside Lin Sheng, striving to maintain her composure, yet the extravagant and tumultuous scene left her feeling disoriented. Subconsciously, she drew closer to Lin Sheng. He perceptibly noted her unease and gently took her hand, the gesture natural and as if it were meant to be. He led her through the throng to a relatively secluded corner of the hall. "Wait for me here, do not wander." His voice was deep and reassuring. "All right," Serenia nodded, her lips pressed tightly beneath the mask. Lin Sheng turned towards the long table, purposefully selecting dishes he believed would please her palate. At that moment, a lady clad in a low-cut wine-red gown, heavily made up and exuding an overwhelming scent of perfume, sashayed over. She appeared to be in her 30s, well-maintained, with a voluptuous figure that radiated the allure of mature femininity. "Oh my, this handsome gentleman seems rather unfamiliar," she remarked, partially concealing her lips with a feather-embellished fan. Leaning forward to expose a deep décolletage, her gaze fixated on Lin Sheng's profile, and she could not restrain herself from crossing her legs, her voice deliberately sweet and seductive. "Is this your first time attending a soirée hosted by the Baron? I am Lady Lydia Clovey. A distinguished individual such as yourself is truly a gem tarnished in this obscure little town. Might you be inclined to share a drink with me? Perhaps we could find a quiet place for a more intimate conversation." She extended her hand, gloved in lace, her eyes shimmering with allure as she lightly bit her lip in a blatant invitation. Lin Sheng, without lifting his gaze, placed a piece of cherry cake onto his plate, his tone distant and laced with disdain. "I apologize, but I lack interest in conversing with women of excessive worldly experience. Please conduct yourself with decorum." With that, he strode away, his plate overflowing, not sparing her a glance. The Baroness was left frozen, her complexion shifting from crimson to a ghastly pallor. Rejected. She had been spurned. Lin Sheng returned to the corner where Serenia stood, placing the plate before her on a small round table. "Do try this, it should suit your taste." Serenia's eyes brightened at the sight of the sumptuous food, and she eagerly picked up a small fork to indulge. "Eat slowly, do not choke." Lin Sheng glanced around. The table was predominantly filled with various types of wine. "I shall fetch a glass of water from the attendants. Wait for me here." Serenia, entranced by the culinary delights, waved her hand dismissively. Nearby, Lady Lydia observed the entire exchange, a fervent jealousy igniting within her. She cast a sharp glare at the young and seemingly naive Serenia. Truth be told, while Serenia's flowing robe bore an antiquated style, it subtly hinted at her remarkable prowess. Alas, This Lady Lydia was either blind to value or surrounded by a cadre of fools. With a serpentine sway, she approached. Her gaze as venomous as a dagger, appraising Serenia from head to toe. This coarse girl, yet strikingly beautiful enough to incite envy. Chapter 62. The Ensnaring 18 Squats. Serenia was indeed beautiful. Even the mere glimpse of her youthful, flawless skin and full, rosy lips beneath the mask was sufficient to eclipse Lady Lydia. Humph. Lady Lydia emitted a piercing scoff, her voice laced with caustic disdain. Look who we have here. A wild girl who dares not show her face. Did you crawl in from the gutter? Serenia, bewildered, lifted her gaze to survey the surroundings, only then realizing the old woman was addressing her. Lady Lydia continued to unleash her scathing remarks. TSK, lurking in the corner like a mouse, only knowing to stuff your face. The air in this banquet hall has been tainted by the stench of your poverty. Why don't you hurry and scurry away? Serenia was far from an easy target. With a furrowed brow, she abruptly set down her fork, swallowed the morsel in her mouth, and resolved to show this old woman the true essence of graceful repartee. If I don't make you cry for your mother, I shan't be called Serenia. Step aside. At that moment, a calm yet chilling voice interjected. Lin Sheng had returned. Unbeknownst to her, he positioned himself before the malicious gaze of the lady, placing a glass of freshly squeezed juice beside Serenia. Upon seeing Lin Sheng, Serenia's fury inexplicably transformed into a sense of grievance. She pointed at the lady, pouting her lips. This woman looks down on me and insults me. I understand. Leave it to me. Lin Sheng rose gracefully, his gaze icy as he directed it towards Lady Lydia, surveying her as if from a superior height. I believe my previous refusal afforded you ample dignity, yet you dared to provoke my companion, Lady Lydia Clovey. I am aware that you are the second wife of the Baron from Wheat Ears Town, having spent your youth mingling in the debauched circles of nobility, even having ascended to the bed of a duke's heir, which you flaunt as a badge of honor. His precise articulation of Lydia's past sent a shiver down her spine. This choice to marry that elderly man in his 60s was not merely for the sake of noble status. Rather, it stemmed from your waning popularity among the elite, who have increasingly disregarded your presence. Lin Sheng paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the gemstone necklace adorning her neck, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. A cursed necklace, a rather lethal trinket, particularly effective against men of advanced age. A venomous woman like you, even if possessed of tenfold beauty, pales in comparison to the mere fingernails of my cherished companion. You. Lady Lydia's complexion shifted from ashen to alabaster, engulfed in profound dread. Her darkest secrets lay bare before him, exposed and vulnerable. You insolent wretch, you shall pay for this. She scanned her surroundings, ensuring her words had not been overheard, and hastily exited the hall, fearful that more of her sordid affairs would spill from his lips. Lin Sheng calmly resumed his seat beside Serenia, pushing a delicately crafted blueberry cake towards her. There, the bothersome fly has been dispelled. Do sample this, it is quite sweet. Serenia gazed at him, her lips parting slightly beneath her mask. Though Lin Sheng's defense moved her deeply, dissipating her grievances, she could not help but inquire. How did you come to know of that wicked woman's deeds? Lin Sheng smiled and replied, It just so happens that someone mentioned her past to me. As for the efficacy of her necklace, I merely spoke the truth. Those with no guilty conscience need not fear the knocking of ghosts. In a world teeming with lords, there are always those eager for gossip, and the noble rulers are their primary focus. Lin Sheng had merely searched for Lydia Clovis in the chat interface, and a plethora of sensational gossip had materialized. This woman was indeed audacious, sparing no lord in the town from her advances. After all, she was the chosen one of Yasha, summoned by the goddess to be their savior, yet she dared to mount not one, but several lords in a single night. Such scandalous tales were best not shared with Serenia. Is it truly so? Such fortunate happenstance. Serenia murmured, then lowered her head, delicately savoring the small cake. Once they had indulged sufficiently, the Baron finally made his grand entrance. Descending from the second floor, he held a glass of red wine, flanked by two elegantly attired rabbit-eared female swordsmen. Though their appearance was striking, they bore little utility, even incurring a negative buff of superficial glamour, reducing current action speed by one. As the Baron greeted guests, he made his way straight towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng gestured for Serenia to continue her meal before rising to meet him. Upon seeing Lin Sheng, the Baron's expression momentarily stiffened before he forced a smile. Esteemed chosen one of Yasha, your presence fills us with immense honor. Lin Sheng observed the throng of people behind him and calmly responded. I presumed you would prefer a more discreet locale for our conversation. You need not worry, these are all my friends. Nevertheless, the Baron waved his hand, prompting the two rabbit-eared swordswomen to politely usher the crowd away. Once the gathering had dispersed, Lin Sheng got straight to the point. Speak. What business do you have with me? Previously, he had conspired to find someone to teach him a lesson, yet instead of that individual, he received an invitation. It was evident that the Baron had sensed Lin Sheng's strength and refrained from seeking trouble, opting instead for a banquet as a means of communication. Had he been an ordinary person devoid of power, he would have long been accosted by ruffians. In a hushed tone, the Baron implored. I wish to request your assistance. Could you spare the surrounding wild monsters? Lin Sheng was taken aback at witnessing a Baron plead for mercy on behalf of monsters. The man hardly resembled one of the agents of the chaotic Black Tide. The Baron was burdened with a dilemma. The monster lairs had been cleared, and the populace expected him to assume the role of lord, who could still recall his former self. Even merchant caravans began deliberating whether to reduce their tributes to him. This was a substantial loss of wealth that none could endure. Even more absurdly, some residents sought to have him permanently reside in the town, usurping their positions. That crossed the line. As for why he did not venture to eliminate the wild monsters and salvage his reputation, he understood his own limitations. While he could manage ordinary beasts, anything slightly more formidable would send him fleeing. The cheapest Tier 1 soldier cost 200 gold coins, and a single extermination could incur losses. This was all money. He was not capable of slaying monsters without sustaining damage, so he was naturally unwilling to expend his troops and resources. Lin Sheng promptly declined. You would deny me the chance to hunt monsters? Who shall compensate for the resources I lack? The Baron continued to persuade. You could acquire resources elsewhere, and it would not be without recompense for your assistance. You are familiar with Lady Lydia, are you not? She is quite the beauty, particularly with her ample posterior, showcasing her signature soul-snatching squats. Those quivering alabaster waves are enough to drive a man mad. The Baron spoke with fervor, his words dripping with exaggeration. Lin Sheng regarded the Baron with incredulity. So this woman is your means of bribing me? Apologies, but I am not interested. The Baron hastily inquired. What then do you desire? Fine wine, gourmet delicacies? Or perhaps a man? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, promptly interrupting him. What I seek is power. Do you possess it? Chapter 63. Go on, kill me. Power. The Baron nodded in understanding. I see. Your ambitions are grand, unlike us mere mortals. Surely, you do not intend to remain in this small town indefinitely, correct? Indeed. Lin Sheng glanced back at Serenia, who was lost in her indulgences. Once I have achieved my objectives, I shall take my leave from this town. Rest assured, I have no interest in your position. That is a relief. The Baron exhaled, having been primarily concerned with preserving his own power and maintaining his lavish lifestyle. Lin Sheng refrained from voicing a particular sentiment. His disinterest did not guarantee that others would share the same sentiment. Not everyone aspired to be the strongest. Some lords preferred the tranquility of a secluded town, engaging in a real-life simulation of Stardew Valley or cities, skylines, reveling in the experience of being the town's savior. Each individual harbors distinct aspirations, for when the goddess Yasha drew everyone into this realm, she did not solicit their opinions. However, nobles like you will inevitably become mere participants in their whims. Whether you meet an untimely demise or are cast aside will depend on your fortune. The Baron continued to extol the virtues of Lady Lydia, but upon sensing Lin Sheng's genuine disinterest, he donned an expression of bewilderment before departing in search of her. The festivities resumed, with guests continuing to eat, drink, and dance. Once Serenia had satisfied her appetite, the two exited the raucous banquet. The Baron had extended an invitation for Lin Sheng to stay at his estate, with accommodations prepared in splendid fashion, yet Lin Sheng graciously declined. The two made their way under the moonlight, returning to the dilapidated military camp outside the town. After an exhausting day of practical training, there was no need for additional practice in the evening. Excessive fatigue could indeed harm the body. Moderation is essential in all things. Lin Sheng and Celine exchanged goodnights and retreated into their tent to prepare for rest. Sated and languid, Celine quickly succumbed to slumber. Just as Lin Sheng was about to follow suit, an unexpected message arrived from the troops within the territory. The elf princess Hina had fainted from hunger. Such stubbornness was remarkable. She would rather risk her health than undertake cleaning duties. Lin Sheng sighed and immediately activated the teleportation stone. As the light faded, he found himself in the grand hall of the Lord's manor, where his eyes fell upon a delicate figure sprawled on the cold floor. The elf princess Hina's golden hair lay in disarray, her once vibrant face now pale and fragile, and her opulent black and white maid's outfit only accentuated her vulnerability. Approaching her, Lin Sheng gently lifted her limp form into his arms. Her frail body felt almost weightless, and through the thin fabric, he could distinctly sense the softness of her skin, as if any pressure might leave a bruise. A subtle, ethereal fragrance, reminiscent of a moonlit bloom, wafted to his nostrils. With her eyes tightly shut and lips parched, her slender neck drooped like that of a swan, exuding a fragile beauty. Lin Sheng carefully laid her upon the soft leather couch. The collar of her maid outfit was slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of her pale skin. The movement seemed to disturb her, and Hina's long eyelashes fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Lin Sheng, she froze momentarily, then was immediately engulfed by a wave of humiliation and despair. You detestable human, go on, kill me. She spat defiantly, turning her head away, her emerald eyes misting over. Tears, glistening like jewels, could no longer be held back, cascading down her exquisite cheeks and pooling on the couch. Lin Sheng sighed, sensing her distress. You are not a knight, spare me the melodrama. He leaned down, gripping her slender wrists firmly as if they were iron pincers, pinning her against the back of the sofa. Ah! Hina's eyes widened in terror, her pupils constricting with fear. What did this human intend to do? She was so weak that even raising a finger felt like an insurmountable task, akin to being a fish at the mercy of a butcher, if he truly meant to. No, absolutely not. The mere thought of tainting her royal bloodline was unbearable. This rule was etched into her very soul, a familial decree that could not be violated. With a feeble voice tinged with desperation, she cried, "The elf royal family will not let you go. You will be hunted down by our kin. You shall never know peace." Lin Sheng, with his free hand, retrieved a bottle of healing potion, biting off the cork with his teeth, and forcefully pressed the opening against her lips, unhesitatingly pouring the entire contents down her throat. Hina's protests were stifled as the viscous liquid surged down her throat. Coughing violently, she instinctively arched her body, tears mingling with saliva as they flowed forth. As the potion's effects rapidly spread, a warm current coursed through her limbs, dispelling the chill and weakness, rejuvenating her exhausted body. Only then did Lin Sheng release his grip, stepping back to observe her with a detached gaze. Hina, propping herself up on the sofa, clutched her still sore throat and chest, gasping for breath. The pallor of her complexion began to show signs of recovery. Lin Sheng's eyes scanned the hall, eventually settling upon the window, where several chairs lay stacked, a testament to Hina's earlier attempt to escape. He shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation and guidance. If you truly wish to flee, at least ensure you possess a body capable of climbing through a window. Fainting from hunger will only render you weaker and more susceptible to capture. It serves no purpose. Hina remained silent, her green eyes filled with profound confusion, tears still clinging to her long lashes, poised to fall. He did not punish her for attempting to escape. Lin Sheng paused, fixing her with a steady gaze, and gently advised, if you wish to eat, to muster the strength for any endeavor, including fleeing, you must obediently work. Do you understand? Education sometimes requires a subtle, roundabout approach. Hina's eyes flickered with inner turmoil, her resolve wavering. She parted her lips, yet no sound emerged, unable to relinquish her final shred of dignity. Lin Sheng keenly sensed her hesitation. Leaning closer, he whispered in a tone deliberately low, akin to a devil's murmur, should there be a next time, I may choose to take advantage of your vulnerability. You would not wish to see your royal bloodline sullied in a state of utter helplessness, would you, maid Hina? Hina's body stiffened, her emerald eyes widening in shock. This reasoning had successfully persuaded her. Every compromise she made now was to protect something far more significant. Indeed, I will do this to uphold the dignity of the royal family. Chapter 64, Cleaning, Unsatisfactory. Hina cast her gaze downward, her voice barely audible as she replied, I understand, human. With that, she steadied herself against the armrest of the sofa, the restorative potion granting her just enough strength to rise. Biting her lower lip, she approached the broom and began sweeping the dust from the floor. Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The beginning is always the hardest. Educating a spoiled royal is no small feat, yet at least now, a fissure had appeared in the icy facade. In her previous life, this elf princess had indeed never lifted a finger, only to meet a tragically grim fate. She had been passed from one lord to another, deceived, intimidated, verbally harassed, and subjected to scorn. Though protected by a contract, her body remained unharmed, yet her spirit endured relentless humiliation. The very person who had vowed to save her one moment would turn their back the next, callously delivering her back into the hands of slavers. This charade continued for 9 years, as her fragile hopes were trampled repeatedly, all for secrets buried deep within her memories, until her heart turned to ash. For Hina to endure 9 years before finally succumbing, perishing in her cage, her willpower had far surpassed that of an ordinary being. In this lifetime, falling into Lin Sheng's hands could be considered a stroke of luck, to some extent. Lin Sheng's objective was clear, to extract the invaluable secrets embedded in her mind. Once he had gleaned all that was of worth, he would honor his word and return her safely to the elf kingdom, trading her for the friendship and tangible benefits of her kin. An elf princess in exchange for a few semi-artifact treasures would be worth it, and if all else fails, a dozen S-rank artifacts would suffice. As night fell, Lin Sheng interrupted her clumsy sweeping, gesturing towards a relatively clean and dry small room nearby. That would be the bedroom of the study, well ventilated and well lit, furnished with everything one might need, thanks to the magical provisions of the Lord's Manor. This will be your bedroom from now on. You may go and rest. Alternatively, if you have any other requests, feel free to voice them. If they are reasonable, I will consider them. Hina halted her motions, clutching the broom, gazing blankly at the bedroom. She hesitated for quite some time, her fingers unconsciously twisting the rough broom handle, before she finally spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper, tinged with a barely perceptible yearning. Could you, perhaps, bring me a book? Any book will do. In the protracted and tedious hours, she craved a sliver of spiritual solace, rather than merely staring blankly at the wall. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow and acquiesced. I shall bring you a book tomorrow. This shall serve as a reward for your performance today. As for future requests, that will depend on your subsequent conduct. Only well-behaved children receive rewards. Do you understand? Sheena's body stiffened, her lips pressed tightly together, but she ultimately nodded ever so slightly, bowing her noble head. Upon leaving the Lord's mansion, Lin Sheng glanced at the ever-vigilant guards flanking him and crushed the town's return scroll. The following morning, Serenia awoke punctually. Observing Lin Sheng beside her, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Life now was infinitely more comfortable than during her days of flight, leading her to unwittingly become somewhat enamored with it. Today unfolded like any other. Lin Sheng took her out for practical combat training while simultaneously familiarizing her with leading troops in battle. It was not merely about individual combat skills. Cultivating an awareness of troop tactics was equally essential. The Empress's talent was indeed well-deserved. Serenia absorbed Lin Sheng's lifetime of experience like a sponge, transforming it into her own sustenance. After an intense bout of combat, the two enjoyed a rare moment of respite. Lin Sheng discovered a small cluster of wild berries exuding a sweet fragrance. What splendid fortune! Although these berries bore no miraculous properties, they were delicious, sweet, and delightful to the palate. In the past, when gnawing on rations in the wild, these had been the perfect treat. He picked a handful of the ripest and largest berries, approached Serenia, and smiled, saying, "Serenia, here are your employee benefits for today." Serenia gazed at the succulent fruits, her eyes sparkling momentarily, though she retorted, "Humph, are you trying to bribe me with this?" However, considering your earnestness, she accepted the berries and cautiously tasted one. The sweet juice filled her taste buds, enveloping her mouth and throat, causing her to squint in satisfaction. Lin Sheng placed the berries on a bed of leaves and took one for himself, chuckling as he watched her relish the moment. "So, how do you find my generous benefits, dear boss?" "Humph, they are barely acceptable." Serenia shot him a sidelong glance, picked up the largest berry, hesitated slightly, and offered it to Lin Sheng's lips. He was momentarily taken aback, noticing her cheeks flush deeper as she turned her head, feigning interest in the scenery. It was a rare instance of her taking the initiative. Lin Sheng unceremoniously swallowed the berry, his lips inadvertently brushing against her fingers. She recoiled as if struck by lightning, feigning calmness as she cleared her throat, stating, "Our break must end. If we delay any longer, we shan't finish our tasks. Let us proceed." The two resumed their sweep of the monster outposts surrounding the town. Nestled in a remote area, the town's resource points were not particularly bountiful, yielding only a variety of resources. They toiled until nightfall, returning to the military camp for rest. Exhausted, Serenia fell asleep under the protection of White Spirit. Lin Sheng, however, steeled himself and activated the return stone. Inside the Lord's Hall, the lights blazed, illuminating the smeared windows, which resembled abstract paintings more than anything else. Lin Sheng surveyed the hall, his gaze sweeping across the corners where dust had accumulated and the pools of water on the floor, as well as the increasingly smudged windows. A tinge of regret began to settle in. This foolish elven princess had managed to clean the place to such a degree in an entire day? If given a few more days, would she demolish her own lord's mansion? Sheena leaned against the broom, panting slightly, a few damp strands of golden hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. The black and white maid's outfit was now specked with dust, the bow at her collar askew, and beads of sweat trickled down her slender neck, pooling at her collar before cascading onto her prominent bosom. She watched Lin Sheng inspect her efforts, her emerald eyes wide with tension, not daring to blink. Lin Sheng halted, his brow furrowing as he let out an almost inaudible sigh. "Maid Sheena, your cleaning today is unsatisfactory. First, the dust in the corners remains unaddressed. Second, you need not use so much water to clean the floor. Are you planning to drown me, or yourself? And as for these windows, I can only say your technique is commendable. The smudge is quite flamboyant, bearing a certain abstract beauty characteristic of your elven kin. You." Sheena abruptly lifted her head, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Her green eyes blazed like burning emeralds, glaring fiercely at Lin Sheng, her chest heaving with agitation, nearly bursting forth. Chapter 65, The Dungeon Refresh. "What are you staring at?" Lin Sheng quipped, raising an eyebrow. "What? Are you dissatisfied? Your cleaning is worse than that of a village peasant woman. No, comparing you to a peasant is an insult to their industriousness." Sheena's lower lip nearly bled from her biting. She had exerted herself immensely, an entire day without so much as a sip of water. Her back ached, and her delicate fingers were reddened from the broom handle. This detestable human showed no empathy and nitpicked at every turn. Was he deliberately seeking fault? Was he using this as an excuse to withhold her food? The thought of potentially starving again sent waves of weakness and fear surging through her. Just as her pent-up anger was on the verge of eruption, Lin Sheng's tone shifted abruptly. "However, you have indeed put in effort, and thus you deserve a reward." What? Sheena froze, unable to believe her ears. Lin Sheng continued, "I point out these oversights merely in hopes that you can improve and do better next time, not to skimp on your remuneration." With that, he produced a sizable wooden lunchbox and presented it to Sheena. Sheena gingerly accepted the lunchbox, casting a glance at Lin Sheng before cautiously lifting the lid. A delightful aroma, a medley of fresh herbs and roasted delicacies, wafted through the air. The salad of tender vegetables drizzled with fruit vinegar, the moonlight potatoes roasted to a golden crisp outside, yet soft within, a small bowl of sweet berry compote, a few bird eggs, and a small cup of warm, rich milk. All the ingredients were fresh and fully respectful of elven dietary customs. In that moment, all her anger and grievances evaporated. Her lips parted slightly in disbelief, her emerald eyes wide with astonishment. He had prepared such thoughtful food? No negligence, no leftover scraps? Unlike that obstinate slave trader who believed elves only consumed grass, feeding her fodder in a prison as if she were livestock. The enticing aroma overwhelmed all her reservations and rational thoughts. Without a care for royal decorum, she seized a fork and began to eat heartily. The crisp texture of the fresh vegetables, the soft, sweet flavor of the roasted moonlight potatoes, and the tangy sweetness of the berry compote brought her immense satisfaction, causing her to squint her large eyes in delight. She resembled a famished little beast, wholly engrossed in her meal, exuding an innocent and alluring charm. Sheena devoured her food rapidly, her cheeks slightly puffed, occasionally emitting soft, satisfied murmurs. A profound sense of fulfillment enveloped her body and soul, unlike anything she had ever experienced before. The sustenance earned through labor seemed, in its humble simplicity, far more delectable than any delicacies she had ever savored at the royal banquets. This was not merely a gratification of appetite, but rather an extraordinary sense of fulfillment derived from self-sufficiency. As Hina's pace of eating gradually slowed, her emerald eyes fixated on the remnants on her plate, lost in profound contemplation. Memories of her days in the royal city flooded back. She recalled an incident when a newly appointed maid, while polishing a crystal harp, inadvertently left a speck of dust uncleaned. Upon discovering this, Hina had erupted with rage, ordering the poor girl to be whipped 10 times and sentenced to 3 days without food. The image of the maid being dragged away, her eyes filled with despair and suppressed sobs, haunted her. In that moment, she had cared only for her own feelings, seeking to unleash her fury through the harshest of punishments to uphold her lofty dignity. Reflecting on it now, she wondered how it differed from the merciless slave traders who wielded whips and hunger as tools of education. Was the version of herself from those days truly so detestable? For the first time, Princess Hina, the elven noble, found her notions of class and royal authority wavering. She lifted her face slightly, her golden hair shimmering under the light, her exquisite profile cloaked in intricate shadows. Compared to the human beside her, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lin Sheng. He had pointed out her mistakes, but had also rewarded her justly, preparing a meal far exceeding her expectations. Behind his rules lay a sense of fairness she had never experienced before. Noticing that Hina's eating had slowed, Lin Sheng, assuming she was full, produced a hefty tome, handing it to her. Chronicles of the Continent. Hina's eyes sparkled with delight as she set down her utensils and cradled the book to her chest with utmost care. She held it so tightly that her ample bosom seemed to mold around it. This was a gift Lin Sheng had requested from the paladin Dai Xiaofeng, who had procured it from the city library and sent it through the system's friend mail feature. Accompanying it were coins earned from selling equipment, an unexpectedly large sum, far exceeding the typical price for silver-tier gear. Dai Xiaofeng had explained in the email that, given how recently everyone had traversed into this world, silver-tier equipment was already considered top-notch. For an ordinary person to possess even one was to be among the elite. Furthermore, when Dai Xiaofeng had placed the silver gear up for auction, it had garnered significant attention in the main city. Various mutual aid societies and guilds had pooled their resources to acquire it for their elite members, striving to stay ahead of rival factions. This led to a skyrocketing of prices, as several pieces of silver equipment, which would later serve merely as decomposition materials, unexpectedly yielded over 100,000 gold coins. Lin Sheng had originally estimated a sale of only 50,000, but was astonished to find the price had doubled. It was, without doubt, a windfall. Dai Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude in the email, and the completion of the task elevated both of them to level 10. With the paladin gear gifted by Lin Sheng, they had successfully claimed numerous resource points in the vicinity, receiving several guild invitations, all of which Lin Sheng declined. He intended to form a paladin team and, once established, would invite Lin Sheng to visit. Lin Sheng simply replied affirmatively. Establishing a team was no easy feat, as the subsequent management posed its own challenges. He wished Lin Sheng all the best. Leaving breakfast and lunch for the elven princess, he turned to depart from the lord's manor. Initially, he had considered purchasing additional ingredients for her to cook, but upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. If she were to poison herself, it would leave him in a state of helplessness, not only failing to acquire information, but also incurring financial losses, a double blow. In the following days, Lin Sheng's life continued in its steady rhythm. By day, he accompanied Celine on various conquests, while by night, he educated the elven princess. After several days, the underground labyrinth of the shapeshifters refreshed. Early one morning, Lin Sheng set out with his troops. Whether he could alleviate Celine's concerns hinged on whether they could procure the ring of the faceless ones in this round. His relationship with Celine had grown quite familiar, and the only obstacle remaining before her joining his territory was the shadow cast by the mage tower. Chapter 66. Ring of the Faceless Ones. Upon awakening, Celine gazed at the empty encampment, feeling a sudden void in her heart until she spotted a note left by Lin Sheng. It stated he was venturing into a perilous labyrinth and could not take her along. Clenching the paper tightly, Celine thought to herself, "It is my weakness that keeps me from accompanying him. If only I could grow stronger. If only I could strive a little harder." Meanwhile, Lin Sheng's exploration of the labyrinth did not proceed smoothly. The quality of the resources collected during this round was subpar. He only managed to gather some ordinary materials and a few pieces of silver equipment, with merely 2 or 3 golden items. Perhaps this was the true drop rate of this small labyrinth. His earlier bountiful harvest had merely been a reward for clearing it for the first time, until Lin Sheng stumbled upon an unexpected delight, Lucky Mushroom Garden. Upon visiting, one could receive a temporary buff of 5 luck, lasting for 2 days. A field of softly glowing mushroom caps arranged like a vibrant little village covered the ground with a layer of luminous mycelium. A group of tiny, palm-sized fairies, adorned with transparent butterfly wings and dresses made of petals, lay languidly resting atop the enormous mushroom caps. Some even playfully lifted their skirts, revealing glimpses of their charming undergarments. "Ah, we have a visitor," exclaimed one of the pink-winged fairies, noticing Lin Sheng and soaring into the air with delight. Soon, all the fairies fluttered up, their laughter ringing like silver bells. They danced around him, sprinkling glimmers of light and boldly blowing kisses, their sweet voices chiming, "Welcome, mighty adventurer. Come, take a look at our beautiful garden. It's so lovely. Visiting our garden will bring you good fortune for 2 whole days." Their chatter was innocent and exuberant, resembling harmless little mascots. However, Lin Sheng furrowed his brow, hesitating to take a step forward. Something was amiss. Although the appearance and structure mirrored that of a genuine mushroom garden, the scent was utterly wrong. There was not a hint of mushroom aroma. It was a facade. Such a level of deception could only be executed by a 3rd-tier, 2nd-level aggregated shapeshifter. Creatures of this caliber could flawlessly disguise themselves as structures, luring prey into their grasp. The fairies in the garden before him were all lethal disguises. Lin Sheng commanded Bai Ling to disperse and prepare for action while he retrieved his spellbook, raising his hand to launch an arcane missile straight at the mushroom garden. Even if it turned out to be real, he would merely damage a few structures and would be able to offer apologies afterward. His vigilance proved to be well-founded. Upon being struck, the mushroom garden began to collapse, revealing a massive, writhing dark purple gelatinous core composed of several 3rd-tier, 2nd-level aggregated shapeshifters. The fairies flying above were merely illusions conjured by their tentacles. Frost trails. Full coverage. Lin Sheng acted without the slightest hesitation, swiftly issuing commands. Buzzing, 10 white spirits erupted instantaneously. Frosty trails rapidly enveloped the entire mushroom garden area. A piercing shriek echoed as the amalgamated phantoms let out a chilling wail. Their grotesque purple, viscous tentacles were swiftly encased in ice, shattering into crystalline fragments. They writhed in agony amidst the icy mist, roaring as their massive forms gradually became encrusted in ice crystals, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash, transforming into a flurry of icy dust. As the wild creatures dissipated, a treasure chest radiating golden light came into view. Lin Sheng approached and opened the chest. A flash of golden light revealed a rather unremarkable ring resting in the palm of his hand. Ring of the Faceless One. Special effect. Conceals the wearer's name and attributes. Finally, a prized item. Lin Sheng joyfully stowed the ring away, with a light step and nimble motions. He collected the subsequent resource points before methodically advancing to the boss area to engage in battle. The boss fight posed some difficulty, as the sudden transformation of the frost giant was quite unexpected. Immune to frost damage and clad in a thick layer of ice armor, its defenses were formidable. However, Lin Sheng was no longer the same Lin Sheng he once was. Unlike other classes, the rogue's explosive potential relied solely on skills and combos. Stealth. Ambush, launching a powerful attack from a hidden state. Backstab, attacking from behind to trigger double damage, debilitating strikes, and double slashes. Cold Blood, the next attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit, culminating in the 5-star combo finisher, the Bone Extraction technique. This sequence was insurmountable for anyone except a fully equipped tank of the same level. Then, he summoned a shadow clone to draw aggro while activating stealth to evade detection, maneuvering the white spirits to distract the boss, and once his skills cooled down, he unleashed the entire sequence again. Lin Sheng successfully dispatched the Phantom Sovereign boss without taking any damage. He opened the golden boss chest, revealing yet another ring of the Faceless One, perfectly matching a pair. Lin Sheng was momentarily stunned. How could such an ultra-low probability item yield 2 at once? When it didn't drop, he couldn't even find one, yet this time, 2 appeared simultaneously, just right for each of them. Lin Sheng pocketed the rings and casually opened the maze-guarding treasure chest. It seemed his luck had run dry, as it contained only a few ordinary golden items, lacking anything extraordinary. He collected the golden equipment and briskly made his way back to the town. Silnia, guess what I found? In the familiar alley, Lin Sheng strode forward, a smile adorning his face. Silnia, hugging her knees and gazing into the distance, turned at the sound. Upon seeing Lin Sheng, a flicker of joy flashed in her eyes but was quickly masked by her pride as she feigned indifference, saying, "Humph. Have you finally finished your busy schedule, my esteemed busybody?" She stood up, brushing off the grass from her clothes, her figure elegant and poised. Lin Sheng, having doubted her combat prowess and left her behind, sensed a hint of resentment in her demeanor. Ignoring her teasing, he extended his hand, revealing a ring resting quietly in his palm. The ring possessed an exceedingly archaic design, devoid of any gemstone embellishments, its material resembling a form of matte black iron. "Here, this is for you. Now you can keep your promise." As Selenia's gaze fell upon the ring, her mind went blank, a sudden buzz filling her head. Her heart raced like a startled doe, almost leaping from her chest. A ring? What on earth was this fool doing? Coupled with that phrase about keeping promises, countless classic marriage proposal scenarios exploded in her mind. She widened her beautiful golden eyes, her cheeks flushing from pale to crimson at an astonishing rate, her ears burning with heat, as if steam might erupt from her head. A promise? What promise? What is he doing? Is this something one does in public? Too fast. We've only known each other for a few days, though he is indeed reliable. Ah, what am I thinking? She flailed her hands in a panic before her chest, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling and stuttering. "Titius, this is unacceptable. Too sudden. I am not ready. We've only known each other for a few days. This is too fast." She began to ramble incoherently, her gaze darting around, unable to meet Lin Sheng's eyes or that scorching ring. Chapter 67 Brothers, the Mage Tower has a quest. Lin Sheng observed Selenia's flustered demeanor with a puzzled expression. It was merely a piece of equipment. Was it truly that significant? After spending so much time in this world, he viewed gear as just gear, aside from attributes. What else was worthy of attention? As for appearance, as long as the stats were strong, even the most bizarre or unattractive gear possessed a certain beauty of strength. Not to mention, exchanging equipment among teammates was commonplace. You couldn't assume that receiving a paralysis ring from a powerful ally was a marriage proposal. So, what nonsense was she babbling? Had the surprise short-circuited her brain? Surely she wasn't having second thoughts? Lin Sheng scrutinized her with confusion. "You don't want it?" Upon hearing the words "don't want," Selenia reacted almost instinctively, her body responding faster than her mind. "I want it." The words tumbled out in a clear, ringing voice, laced with an urgency that suggested fear of retraction. Only after she spoke did she realize what she had done, her face instantly flushing with embarrassment. She let out a short, distressed whimper, abruptly turning away, covering her burning cheeks with her hands, leaving only her crimson ears exposed. After a few moments, as though summoning all her courage, she slowly extended her slender, pale left hand toward Lin Sheng, her ringed fingers slightly raised, basked in the pure light of the sun. She still kept her head tilted, her eyes tightly shut, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Lin Sheng, puzzled, found it strange that she would become so bashful over merely receiving an item. However, given her sensitive nature, a little gesture could easily make her shy. He naturally took her small hand and swiftly slipped the ring onto her slightly raised ring finger, his movements decisive and fluid. The moment the cool metal encircled the base of her ring finger, Selenia shivered, as if a faint current coursed through her. She slowly opened her eyes, looking down at the simple ring adorning her finger, the sunlight casting a gentle halo upon its surface. A rush of indescribable emotions, an amalgamation of embarrassment and sweetness, washed over her. She extended her right hand, delicately tracing the surface of the ring with her fingertips, savoring its cool touch. Watching Selenia's tender actions, Lin Sheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, proudly explaining, "You've been worried about being discovered by the Mage Tower. So I specifically sought out this ring of the Faceless One. It can shield against most detection spells and prophetic tracking. What do you think?" Isn't it splendid? Thanks to his sharp memory, he recalled this item, and the existence of the maze that consistently spawned phantoms contributed to his success. However, Lin Sheng's words fell upon Selenia like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all her pink fantasies. Her fingers, caressing the ring, froze mid-motion as she slowly lifted her gaze. The flush on her face quickly faded, replaced by a nearly vacant, dazed expression, her lips twitching uncontrollably. "So this is how it is?" Hee. Her voice came out dry, punctuated by a series of forced, meaningless chuckles. "After all this time, it was for this promise? I knew it. I knew it. This utterly foolish idiot. His words are so easily misinterpreted. Ah, how embarrassing. He must think I'm a complete fool because of my reaction and actions just now, right? Fool, fool, fool. You great big fool." A tsunami of emotions threatened to overwhelm her reason, as if veins were pulsating at her temples. Lin Sheng, perplexed, inquired, "What else could it be? Did we not make a pact? I would resolve your concerns, and you would join my domain. What did you think it was?" Serenia's heart skipped a beat at his question, and the warmth she had just managed to suppress surged back. She abruptly turned her face away, feigning calmness, though her voice trembled slightly with discernible embarrassment. "And no, it's nothing. Who told you to speak so ambiguously?" She hastily shifted the topic, raising her ring-adorned hand and striving to sound businesslike. Ahem. Since you have fulfilled your promise, I shall naturally uphold my end of the agreement and continue to perform my duties. She paused, stealing a glance at Lin Sheng's expression, her own heart racing with a hint of nervousness as she tentatively added, moreover, do not have any regrets. I am yet to complete the trials of the heroic path and cannot truly lead troops into battle. For now, I might merely be a capable bodyguard. Upon saying this, she fixated her gaze on Lin Sheng's face. If this guy dared to show even a hint of disappointment or disdain, I would not speak to him for 3 days. No, at least a whole day. Lin Sheng, upon hearing her words, displayed no hesitation, his expression serious and resolute. He stepped closer, gazing intently into Serenia's eyes, his gaze profound and unwavering, his voice deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable promise. It matters not. I can wait for you, Serenia, no matter how long, forever. This unanticipated declaration pierced through her proud facade, shattering her inner grievances. Serenia emitted a short gasp, her cheeks, which had just cooled, flared up crimson once more, steam rising from her head. She jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, covering her ears with her hands. Both embarrassed and flustered, she shouted at Lin Sheng, Fool, 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 who told you to say such outrageous things? You mustn't say that. Do not say it again. Seeing her reaction, Lin Sheng could not help but laugh, his smile bright and warm. All right, I won't say it. Now let us go and take a look at my... He hesitated, a sudden thought stirring within him, and naturally changed his words. Let us take a look at our domain. Upon hearing the phrase our domain, Serenia's body stiffened momentarily before gradually relaxing. She lowered her hands from her ears, took a deep breath to steady her racing heart. The flush on her face remained, yet her gaze regained its usual clarity, now infused with a subtle tenderness, as she nodded firmly. Yes, no problem. However, she glanced in the distance. Please wait a moment. I need to go into the city. Lin Sheng inquired with concern. What for? Do you need my help? Serenia gently shook her head, unconsciously brushing a strand of wind-tousled silver hair behind her ear. No need. It's just a personal matter. I need to retrieve something very important. The belongings left to her by her mother and sister were hidden in a secret place in the city. Serenia continued. I will wait for you by the barracks at the city gate. Conveniently, weren't you going to collect those resource buildings? Hurry and get busy. Lin Sheng nodded in agreement with her plan. All right, once you take care of that, we shall return home together. Upon hearing the words return home, warmth flooded Serenia's heart, and she softly replied, yes. When you return, we shall set off together. She took one last glance at Lin Sheng before turning and briskly walking deeper into the alley. The sunlight danced upon her silver hair and the ring, sparkling with a soft glow. The two parted ways. Meanwhile, a post began to circulate quietly, gaining traction. Brothers, it's the 5th day since joining the Mage Tower, and I've been dispatched on a mission. Chapter 68. Enemy Heroes from the Mage Tower. The poster wrote, as the title suggests, I have finally joined the Mage Tower, and today I received a simple task to capture a test subject in a remote little town. 2 level 20 heroes are leading the team, and the army they command is quite luxurious. Attached screenshot. For a small fry like me, there has hardly any chance to shine. I'll just tag along to gain some experience. The responses below were sparse. Nice, looking forward to more updates. Damn, the troops are so strong. When can we have tier 3 troops? Hang in there, bro. I heard the guild leader in Frostmain City has already acquired tier 2 troops. Can you share what the treatment is like in the Mage Tower? The main city is too tough to navigate, too many people competing for work, and even the money earned isn't enough to buy a tier 1 troop. I advise against coming. This miserable place works newcomers to the bone, worse than livestock. At least livestock can graze. The poster continued. Brothers, after 2 days on the road, we are finally nearing our destination. This little town called Abes is incredibly remote. The heroes have already contacted the local nobles to welcome us. The Baron looks rather sleazy, but the mature lady beside him is quite enticing. TSK, such a bust, such a rear. The high slit skirt goes right up to her thighs, exposing 2 pale legs, and the neckline is so low, revealing a considerable portion of her ample bosom. Screenshot. The responses surged in intensity. Thanks for sharing. May good fortune be with you. Poster. Wow, I know that woman. She's the Baroness wife from Wheat Spike Town, rumored to have taken several handsome lords as her lovers. Sounds like quite the experience. Understood. Even in a different world, one must show true skills, referring to living off of others. Bro, please share more pictures, it's almost out. The poster remarked, brothers, let us not get distracted by women. We are about to reach the town entrance. I'll live stream the whole thing for you. The 2 heroes from the Mage Tower have now arrived at the town's entrance. On the other side, deep within the alley, Serenia clutched the heirlooms. Deeply immersed in her thoughts. Mother, sister, I have followed your instructions and am living well. I have found someone I can entrust myself to, although he is a complete and utter fool. As she thought of this, a gentle smile involuntarily curved her lips. His shoulders are reliable, his embrace warm, and the ring he gave me, though born from a misunderstanding, feels quite nice when worn. Are you witnessing all this? A flicker of anticipation for the future stirred within her as she gently packed away the heirlooms, making her way towards the town's main gate. Once that big fool finishes collecting resources, they can set off and embark on a new life together. However, as she neared the entrance of the town, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. The usually laid-back guards were now on high alert, conducting unusually strict inspections. What made her heart race was the sight of two individuals clad in the mage tower's distinctive deep blue robes. That annoying baron was scuttling behind them like a lapdog, nodding and bowing. Lord Carl, Lord Morton, do you have any further instructions? The mage named Carl waved his hand impatiently. Go, go, go. Step aside and keep your distance. He held a fist-sized crystal ball, his expression one of irritation. Damn it, the Fate Cottage clearly indicated she was in this vicinity. Yet why has the crystal ball been utterly unresponsive for the past half hour? The Fate Cottage, a unique establishment, allows for a single divination after a visit, primarily used for locating objects or people. Carl furrowed his brow, initially believing it would be as simple as catching a stray dog, but complications had arisen unexpectedly. The Baron immediately took a few steps back, bowing and ingratiatingly assuring, "Rest assured, my lords, this entire town has but one proper exit, and I have stationed guards to ensure not even a rat can escape." Celadinia felt a surge of alarm and promptly turned to stealthily withdraw. She needed to hide within the town and warn Lin Sheng to never return. At that moment, a sharp female voice pierced the air. Stop. It was Lady Lydia, who had accompanied the Baron. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, viciously scrutinizing Celadinia, particularly her delicate and slender form. Though her face was obscured by a cloak, her stature was unmistakable. She was the insufferable girl from the banquet. It was her, sneaky and furtive, clearly the wanted outsider. Regardless of whether she was the target, casting aspersions was the first step. Never underestimate a woman's jealousy. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to her. The surrounding townsfolk hurriedly dispersed, leaving Celadinia's figure fully exposed. Carl's eyes flashed with a glint of determination as he raised a finger, invoking a spell, Detect. A wave of magical energy surged towards Celadinia. Yet the next moment, Carl's brow furrowed in confusion. No name displayed. A blank slate? What is going on? Beside him, Morton snorted coldly, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Regardless of the situation, better to kill the wrong one than let the right one escape. What harm can come from eliminating a mere commoner who hasn't even ignited the hero's fire? It's merely a matter of a few gold coins. Attack. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his staff, binding chains. A dark purple chain of magical energy materialized in midair, shooting forth like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Celadinia. Celadinia reacted swiftly, bending her lithe waist backwards, her cloak fluttering as she executed a graceful dance-like maneuver, narrowly avoiding the assault. Morton sneered, and the gem atop his staff glimmered ominously. The binding chains made a sudden right-angle turn in midair, propelled by the wind, once again aimed at Celadinia. No matter how she dodged, the chains relentlessly pursued her. With remarkable speed, Celadinia grasped the staff concealed within her cloak and cast a spell. Arcane Shield. A translucent shield of pale blue arcane energy materialized before her. Bang! The chains collided violently with the shield, unleashing a fierce clash of blue and purple light. The shield trembled violently, yet held firm. It must be noted that Celadinia was merely a level 5 mage, significantly outmatched by these seasoned heroes. Thanks to the golden equipment provided by Lin Sheng and her own formidable potential, Celadinia managed to withstand the onslaught. Carl glanced at his companion, a mocking smirk on his lips. Morton, can you handle this? With that, he lightly tapped his staff, spell counter. An invisible force swept through the air. In the next instant, Celadinia's arcane shield was shattered, disintegrating like a soap bubble. The chains lunged towards her face. Celadinia's complexion paled. Chapter 69, Awakening of Talent. Absolute Prohibition. Celadinia's eyes gleamed with determination, remaining unfazed. In the instant the shield shattered, she was enveloped by a surge of arcane energy. Blink. A flash of golden light erupted. She vanished in an instant, reappearing in a clearing several meters away. The binding chains struck the ground with a thud, dissipating into energy. Her recent combat training with Lin Sheng had not been in vain. Both Carl and Morton displayed expressions of surprise. This little girl's casting speed and combat awareness were far from that of an ordinary adventurer. It seemed they had hooked a big fish. Regardless of whether she was the target, capturing her was paramount. Spatial anchor. Morton deftly tapped his staff, unleashing an invisible wave that instantly expanded. Celadinia felt the space around her solidify, the icon for her blink spell dimming in her mental awareness. This was a skill reserved for level 20 mages. These two were at least level 20. Clenching her teeth, Celadinia turned and fled without hesitation. If she could reach the nearby alley, her familiarity with the complex terrain would allow her to evade her pursuers. Meanwhile, Carl waved his hand, lightning bald eagle. Target the enemy, unleash the storm. No matter how fast she ran, could she outpace an eagle in flight? With the command issued, 15 white-headed eagles, crackling with blue electricity, soared into the sky with piercing cries. Their keen eyes locked on a Celadenia. Lightning Bald Eagle. Level 3, 3rd tier, a flying unit, capable of ranged spellcasting. They unleashed a torrent of fine blue lightning, weaving together in the air to form a massive, terrifying net of electricity, ensnaring Celadenia within. The vast net loomed ominously, effectively sealing off all escape routes in every direction. With such a wide area of coverage, she would be unable to escape even with all her might. This was the might of a legion of units. While individual units may not surpass an adventurer's strength, what of the collective power of a multitude? In the distance, 2 attendants of the Lord hid at the back, transforming into battlefield reporters, continuously snapping photos and updating the chat thread with live battle reports. The thread quickly filled with comments. Wow, such formidable power. Witnessing such an intense battle makes the price of admission worthwhile. Can the poster get a bit closer? It's hard to see. Is it all right for the poster to slouch like this? Replies flooded in. Of course, the Mage Tower treats newcomers like slaves, depriving them of money and resources, while constantly manipulating us emotionally, expecting us to work for free. It's infuriating. The chatter grew louder. That sounds capitalist. Soon, the lively thread attracted some higher-level lords. In a world devoid of smartphones, idly scrolling through chat threads was a common pastime for lords. Jean Guéfon, the president of the Rising Sun Guild, commented, "This target possesses commendable skill, holding her own against 2 adversaries. Alas, this world ultimately belongs to the units. No matter how powerful one individual may be, without being a hero, they cannot contend against a legion." A chorus of agreement resonated below. Celadenia, at that moment, was exerting every ounce of her strength merely to defend against the assault of the units. Gritting her teeth, she sustained her arcane shield against the overwhelming lethal net of lightning. Morton frowned and cautioned, "Hey, Carl, don't kill her. What if she asks the experimental subject the higher-ups desire?" Carl grinned menacingly and replied, "Fear not. I know my limits. I'll only shock her to the brink of death." The arcane shield flickered violently amidst the thunderous cacophony of lightning, teetering on the edge of collapse. The magical energy within Celine dissipated rapidly, akin to a torrent unleashed by a breached dam. Lin Sheng is still waiting for me. I simply cannot succumb here. She bit down hard, her silver teeth nearly drawing blood. In her golden eyes blazed an indomitable flame, fixated on the oppressive lightning net above her. Crack! The arcane shield began to crack. The lightning was on the verge of breaching the barrier. In that moment of dire peril, an unforeseen transformation erupted. A resonant hum, a searing surge, as if emanating from the very depths of her soul, detonated within Celine. No incantations, no magical circles, nor any forewarning, centered around her. An utterly silent domain swiftly expanded. Talon Awakening, Absolute Prohibition. Effect: it forbids all magical energy flow within the domain, encompassing both active and passive effects of all equipment and treasures. All enemy units within the area, excluding allies, are rendered incapable of utilizing any skills, magic, or items. Invincible, tyrannical, unreasonable. What? The expressions on Carl and Morton's faces froze instantaneously, their eyes reflecting sheer horror and bewilderment. They felt as though the once surging magical energy within them was now gripped by an invisible hand, rendered utterly immobile. Their staves, once conduits of spellcasting, felt as mundane as common iron, their brilliance extinguished. Even the protective magical robes they wore, imbued with constant wards, lost their luminescence in an instant. My magic. I can't sense it. It's vanished. Carl stared in terror at his trembling hands. He futilely attempted to summon even a fragment of magic, but it felt as futile as a worm attempting to shake Mount Everest, remaining utterly still. Equipment, my staff, my amulet, all unresponsive. Inactive. The composed Morton's demeanor shifted, his voice laced with incredulous panic. This was the very foundation of his power, the lifeblood he relied upon in the Mage Tower, mercilessly stripped away in this moment. Their gazes, akin to those who had seen a ghost, fixated in unison upon the silver-haired girl at the center of the domain. At this moment, Celine was enveloped in a shroud of translucent, distorted waves, her silver hair billowing without wind, and the molten flame burning deep within her golden pupils. She emanated an ancient and regal aura, evoking an unsettling dread. It is her. Her talent has awakened. Carl exclaimed, his voice altered in pitch. The special physique mentioned in the wanted notice is indeed real. This terrifying talent that can obliterate everything, even suppressing heroes to mere mortals, is utterly fearsome. Morton turned to flee. We must retreat. We are incapable of confronting her head-on at this moment. Yet, this invincibility emerged swiftly, only to dissipate even faster. For the first time, Celine felt this unfamiliar power erupting from within, so potent it made her heart race, yet heavy as if burdened by mountains. Merely sustaining it for a few seconds, she felt as though her soul was being drained, a searing pain tearing through her mind. Darkness clouded her vision, her legs weakened. A muffled groan of anguish escaped her lips. The encompassing domain of absolute prohibition vanished without a sound. It was her first awakening. She could not yet master this power. The flow of magical energy resumed. Chapter 70. I have saved her. Carl and Morton instantly felt a wave of relief within. Their magic surging forth like a flood breaking through barriers, beginning to circulate anew. The faint glow of their equipment reignited. Heaving breaths, Carl paused, trembling. His back drenched in cold sweat. He turned back, his gaze toward Celine filled with residual dread, soon overshadowed by greed and ecstasy. This was her first awakening. Her control over such power was still insufficient. A golden opportunity. This terrifying force must be under our dominion within the Mage Tower. The Lightning Eagle had suffered immensely under the domain's suppression and would take time to recover. It could not wield magic, but he still had allies. Carl shouted to Morton, his voice sharp with excitement. Morton, a prime opportunity. Seize her. Do not let her escape again. Morton, feigning calm, replied, I understand. Let us capture her. We'll take her back for thorough examination. Magic constructs. Engage. 23 constructs, forged of metal and magical cores, wielding round shields and long swords, marched with heavy, synchronized steps, forming a wall of shields that thundered as they advanced. Celine clenched her silver teeth, struggling to rise from the ground. She desperately squeezed the scant magical energy within her, unleashing arcane spells against the encroaching army of constructs. Arcane missiles, potent arcane missiles, arcane implosion. Boom, boom, boom. Arcane energy erupted against the shields, sparks flying. The constructs advanced like an iron wall, undeterred. Even when occasionally struck down, the rear ranks swiftly filled any gaps. The oppressive sensation of a collective assault was suffocating. Celine fought and retreated. However, at this moment, the Lightning Eagles had also regained their strength. Under Carl's command, they unleashed a relentless barrage of small lightning arrows, severing Celine's escape route toward the alley. The encirclement had formed. With the dual coordination of the two types of troops, Celine was gradually forced into a corner of the town's walls, with nowhere left to retreat. What to do? What should I do? She had exhausted all her magical energy, her body drained to the point of being unable to summon even a trace of power. There was no way left. Individual strength could not contend with the might of a legion. The magical constructs had advanced to her very front, their towering figures casting a shadow that enveloped her. Despair washed over Celine like a frigid tide. The magical constructs blocked her path, extending cold, metallic hands toward her arm with a fierce grip. They sought to capture her alive, this exceptionally gifted human, a rare specimen for their experiments. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Celine's eyes. She would rather die than become a lab rat on an experimental table. Never. She drew a dagger from her boot, aiming it at her chest. In this last moment, Celine instinctively raised her fingertip, gently caressing the ring on her left hand's ring finger. Forgive me, you fool. We promised to become your vanguard, but this time, I must break that promise. With unyielding resolve, the dagger plunged toward her heart. Just at that critical juncture, whoosh, a flying knife accurately struck her dagger from her grasp. Immediately after, a black grappling hook swung down from the wall behind her, tightly ensnaring her slender waist. The rogue's grappling hook skill. Following that, an irresistible surge of power emanated from the hook. Celine felt a tightening around her waist. Her body lifted effortlessly off the ground, whisked upward by this force. The scenery before her plummeted rapidly. In the next instant, she collided into a warm and sturdy embrace. The familiar and reassuring scent. It was Lin Sheng. He has returned. Just as Celine was about to struggle, she ceased her movements, allowing Lin Sheng to hold her close. Lin Sheng stood atop the towering walls of the small town, his arms firmly encircling Serenia's waist, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. This was all thanks to his strategic placement of a white spirit outside the town. Serving as an observer, the Lord could share the visual and auditory experiences of his troops. After all, it was merely a straightforward endeavor to gather architectural resources. There was no need for the entire army to mobilize. Although he had preemptively eliminated the white male lord and sent away his old classmate, Chu Yinan, he had altered certain events and concealed Serenia's secret hiding place within the town. Nevertheless, the world continued to unfold along its established trajectory, and by a series of fortuitous coincidences, the enemies of the Mage Tower had sought them out. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Sheng hastened back, leaving even the white spirit troops far behind him, and finally returned just in the nick of time. He gazed down at the pale-faced girl in his arms. His brows knitted in concern. Serenia, are you all right? Are you hurt? Serenia lifted her head, meeting Lin Sheng's face etched with worry. Her heart raced, not yet calmed, and quickened further due to their close proximity. And no, I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, she replied, a wave of relief washing over her. This foolish boy had returned, just as he had promised, to save her. However, as she glanced up at the circling lightning eagle in the sky, her relief morphed into anxiety. How foolish he was. Did he not realize that this enemy was unlike any he had faced before, one beyond his capability to confront? She attempted to muster her strength to rise, but weakness overwhelmed her, and she collapsed back into Lin Sheng's embrace. You must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Those foes are. Just abandon me and escape. I will endure until you have grown strong enough to return to the mage tower and rescue me. Lin Sheng gently swept aside her disheveled hair, interrupting Serenia's desperate words. What nonsense are you uttering? Worry not. I shall handle the rest. He raised his head, his gaze transforming into a cold, piercing glare as he surveyed the group of enemies below the walls from his elevated position. A newfound arrogance graced his handsome features. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the area with an undeniable authority. Two of you. I shall ensure her safety. In the distance, two subordinate lords concealed in the shadows were taken aback, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. They adjusted their system interfaces, capturing images of Lin Sheng and rapidly updating their posts. After all, the ensuing trouble would be the concern of those two heroes, while the spotlight was theirs. The rewards from this endeavor would allow them a month of carefree indulgence. Breaking news. An unexpected turn of events. The lords, who had initially thought the matter settled, opened their threads in a flurry of speculation regarding Lin Sheng's sudden intervention. Wow, a hero saving a damsel. With such a blurry picture. How could you tell that girl is a beauty with her face hidden in a cloak? Just look at her figure. Such perfect lines that the cloak cannot conceal. She must be a beauty. Boring. You might as well guess whether this newcomer can defeat those two mage heroes. Is that even a question? Alone, he surely stands no chance. Look at his appearance. He must be a lord from another world, right? The fastest leveling lords are barely at level 10, just having completed their class transition. Those two heroes of the mage tower are at least level 20. He cannot possibly win. My assessment is that he is overestimating his abilities and walking a path to demise.